Murray bounce pass to Porter for a season high. Jumper's good. Michael Porter Jr. has 29 in the game. That's a new season high for him. Brown top of the key over to Jamal Murray. Alley-oop. Two hands, DeAndre Jordan. What a pass by Jamal Murray, and what a finish by DJ. That gets the crowd back into it. Inside the arc is Jokic. Porter three. Got it! New season high for Michael Porter Jr. In this basketball game, he has 32 and a timeout called by the Pels. Here's a horn in Denver. Nuggets get a 12-point lead over the Pelicans on the first of a home-and-home. The final tonight here from Denver, 125 to 113.
Busted it out.
Exactly right. Great game for MPJ last night. Season high 36 points as he led the way for all Nuggets players at a plus 20. Firing just from the very beginning. Started off the first half with 20 points, finishes with 36. 7 of 12 from three-point range. And they needed it because some guy that played on the other side named Trey Murphy did the same thing, just in a losing effort. I can't help but reach one conclusion. And I don't know what to do with this information. I really don't. We have wondered, what exactly is this rotation? And for the guys that you've invested in, for guys that you have basically shown through cash, you feel like they're going to be a big part of your future and of your present. Why aren't they playing? And AG out last night. Russell out last night. Peyton Watson out last night. You got an extended run out of Zeke Naji in which he played for 31 minutes. And I don't know if this is just part of being, with Jokic in the starting lineup or what, but you guys tell me if I'm wrong. Does he look like a viable player? And what is the main thrust behind this? News comes out yesterday. It's a knee sprain for Peyton Watson. He will be out. What did they say? Reevaluated in 4 weeks or something like that?
Yes, reevaluated in 4 weeks.
So when it comes to Zeke, are you showcasing this for the trade deadline? Are you showing them that, hey, you give this guy some minutes, maybe he can play? But isn't the first question that other teams ask is, well, then why doesn't he for you? Because don't you need like a backup big? Hasn't that been the thing all year? I am truly confused. I've always thought this about Zeke, by the way. Zeke looks like he has some ability. But how would I ever know? He doesn't play. There was a time just a couple of years ago where Zeke got like 14 minutes off the bench and would score a couple of points and get a couple of blocks and pull down some rebounds. And I always thought, like, maybe there's just a misunderstanding or not understanding of how the scheme is on offense and defense, and that drives Malone nuts. Like, I don't know. But I highly doubt if you're somebody that's in the trade market that, a couple of games before 2 days from now when the deadline hits, like you didn't watch Zeke Naji last night and say, okay, well, now I'll trade for the guy, So I don't really get it. This, by the way, is the least Zeke Naji has played since being drafted by the Nuggets. And it comes in a season where you're looking for a backup big. So, again, a lot of the story behind him confuses me. I mean, the guy in 2021 to 22, that season, he averaged 17 minutes a game and he only played in half, but he's been hurt on and off. But he averaged 17 minutes a game that year. And in 17 minutes, he averaged 6 points, 4 boards, and 46% from 3. The following year, 22 to 23, he played in 53 games, averaging 14 minutes a game with similar numbers. The only main difference was his three-point shooting was really off. He played in 58 games just last season. And now he's appeared in 29, but only 6 minutes on average. So I don't know what the story is behind him. Does this come at a decent time to give him a little bit of an extended run, especially do it with Joker where everybody looks better and then you can offload this contract? Maybe. Again, what I always go back to is, like, do you have the ability to actually make a move of substance? Because if that's the case, then, yeah, you'd love to get the Zeke Nnaji numbers off the books. But, guys, again, the weird thing about this is, when it comes to a guy like Zeke or a guy like Dario Saric, I don't know what kind of return you would get as far as impact. There have been moves that the Nuggets have made at the deadline I brought up the name Bryn Forbes the other day. Remember when he jumped on just a few years ago and just didn't work? Like, I feel like those are the kinds of moves you can make. But I don't know. And if there's any sort of reminder from yesterday, people ride a roller coaster with MPJ, but he's capable of nights like that. He just steps up. If he's hot a little bit early and you keep finding him, he'll knock down some threes. Like, what I noticed was, Porter in that game, he starts the first quarter. Well, the very beginning of the game, if you remember, he had he took 4 shots within the first couple of minutes, and he misses this little floater. He gets the rebound back. He's wide open. He misses the floater again, and the crowd kind of started to groan. And then ever since that miss, he was just on fire the rest of the game. But when you think about trading Porter, and I understand the reasons behind it, and by the way, I'm not totally against it. I just want to make sure that if you trade somebody like that, that you're going to tell me you're at least as good, if not better. But what I continue to remind people about him specifically, what he does for floor spacing in an offense in which Jokic wants to operate in the paint, is huge. Because you can't leave him alone. Even when he's having an off night, you can't. I understand the deficiencies that he possesses, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I don't know if there's anybody else on the team that can truly do what he did last night. And maybe a guy like Strother can eventually become that. Just your flamethrower where one night he's going to go full 7 of 12 from 3. But you miss a pretty important part to, I think, how your offense goes. And without his 36, I mean, look, he put up 36 points. That is more. Well, I'll say it this way. Jamal has had one 36-point game this year. And that's when he put up 45 against Dallas a couple weeks ago. But there's a lot of moving parts in a game like that, especially when you're kind of forced into playing guys that usually don't play. Like Jalen Pickett is getting time off the bench, and Hunter Tyson is getting 10 minutes off the bench. And Zeke's in the starting lineup. When you have a couple of injuries, and luckily, the games that Westbrook and AG are missing is let's be honest, New Orleans is one of the worst teams in the entire league. Like, they're still trying to ease their way with Zion back into the lineup. He's very obviously on a minutes restriction after being hurt again earlier this year. And so they're trying to ease his way back in. McCollum is still a very viable player in this league who can knock down some mid-range shots and some stuff from the outside. And then I don't know what was going on with Trey Murphy, but couldn't miss last night. Bottom line is you needed about every bit of Porter's 36 just to make you feel comfortable because that game was starting to creep into competitive land midway through that fourth quarter and before the Nuggets finally pulled away and never really looked back. But an interesting night because it feels like you got Zeke Naji, who looks okay. Took a lot of fouls last night, but I think that's good for him. Play aggressive. If you're going to get in the game, then just go balls out and try and block every shot that's around you. Because that's the interesting thing with him. He's listed at 6'9". I feel like he plays a little bit bigger than that. Now, if he gets posted up by an Embiid or something like that, he's not going to look that big. But he's got some hops and athletic ability and a long wingspan. It allows you to play bigger than what you are. There's plenty of guys in this league that have been, 6'8", 6'9", that have been able to handle sort of the bigger roles defensively. Draymond's a pretty good example of it. You just kind of got to be sturdy. But I don't think that anything that Zeke Naji does is going to change the way that people think about him across the league. But again, overall, pretty good game for the Nuggets last night. Had a big lead, kind of let the rope go a little bit at the beginning of that second half and into the fourth quarter, but it was never too panicked, right? Even at the beginning of the fourth, it's an 8-point game. Nuggets push their lead out. Couple of threes by the Pelicans, keep it within 10 points for a few minutes. But you got about midway through that fourth quarter, and then they started to really take off. Not really a moment where I'm like, maybe. But I am curious to sort of the bigger storylines to me in that, which is two guys whose names have been thrown around. Let's be honest. When you talk about making maybe a smaller move, you mention the name Zeke Naji, right? You talk about a bigger move, you talk about Michael Porter Jr. I thought both those guys looked pretty good last night. And it's amazing how wildly perception can shift one night to another. Because the other things that you have on the what I was going to say was there's really nothing else that you do have on the table. Because you were not trading Jokic, obviously. Unless you want this entire city to burn like Dallas. You aren't doing that. You aren't trading Jamal because you can't contractually. You are not trading Aaron Gordon because you can't contractually. And when I say can't, I literally mean cannot. You are not allowed to trade their contracts because they just kind of started. And then Porter's your only other real option as far as if you wanted to clear money off the table. But then he goes out and he puts up 36 on 7 of 12 from 3. And you go, yeah, that's pretty nice to have in your back pocket. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So a few things to get to this morning. As we're approaching the Super Bowl, we'll get more and more into that. I saw a couple of things, though, Broncos-wise, that I want to touch on. One of them being people that are available in free agency that could help a certain position, and one guy at that same position with a projected salary that feels like it's right on the borderline of too much. We'll get to it next.
Bronco land.
Hey, music expert, what are your thoughts on Beyonce winning country album of the year, whatever that was? Was it album artist, whatever it was?
I don't listen to enough country to make an educated judgment on that genre, but I will say it's a bit of a shocking result. I was very surprised.
I really didn't get it. Now, here's the thing, though. This is what I always need to remind myself is people like Beyonce have an entire powerhouse of like a movement behind them that probably has a whole bunch of the influence in that category. But, some people can cross into the genre and do well. I think Post Malone's done all right with it.
His album was also nominated for that same category.
And Post Malone, like, he's more the poppy country, and that's fine. I like Post Malone's country music. Now, I didn't listen to the whole album. It's basically only that song I know from Beyonce. But look, Nelly, you know this about me. My favorite artist is who? Ray Charles.
Followed by Bruno Mars.
He dipped his toe into the country waters, blues, soul, all the different stuff. And he was very good at all of them. But I was just curious. It was like a big controversy, I guess.
And also her winning album of the year, if you look at her face, I think she was even surprised that she won album of the year for that. That was definitely the Grammys were throwing her a bone since she has never won that one before. I honestly think that was a make good. That was like with the Oscars and Leonardo DiCaprio when they said, you know what?
The Revenant, yeah.
We've never given you a Best Actor Oscar, so we're just going to give you the award for that time you fought a bear for 3 hours. Not Wolf of Wall Street, not Django Unchained, but the bear one.
I saw the people who were also nominated. They show the losers' faces too. A couple of them did not agree with the decision, it looked like. That's all I know.
And it's a good album. It's very good. There's some bangers on it. Like that song was the song of the summer. It's just I don't know if it was the best country album or the best album, period.
I wonder, we'll get to football in a second, but sorry, this just reminded me of something. And you guys know me, Squirrel. It reminds me of like when somebody who's not in stand-up comedy, but is a famous person, does stand-up comedy. And the comics get really upset. They're like, look, dude, I was doing clubs for free for like 10 years, and you're like Steve-O from Jackass. You just think you can walk into my realm and sell out theaters. Like, that's not how this works. Anyway, enough of that. To football.
Yeah, we were going to talk about something Broncos related, I think.
Does Beyonce's album deserve to be in the locker room for the Broncos? No.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
The way I see this, by the way, and this is a pretty important question it's been undervalued because of maybe bigger things that we have our eye on. We're all concerned about what are they going to do at running back? Are they going to find a tight end that they think is viable? But I think there's another spot on offense that you need to try and improve. And to me, you have 4 options on the way to do it. May I list those options for you? Number 1 is you could do kind of nothing and keep the band the same. And this one's tough. Now, I don't know where this came from. I heard PhD talking about it yesterday. The projected salary of Courtland Sutton, if he hit the open market, would be a 3-year, $72 million deal. So that's $24 million per year. I love Courtland. That seems steep. It just does. Like $24 million puts you in top 10 receiver range. And this is, maybe I'm wrong on this, and you guys tell me, how do you view Courtland Sutton? Because his numbers from last year will tell you that he was at least pretty damn close to a top 10 wideout. 1,000-yard season, 81 catches, 8 touchdowns. Pretty good. So 81 catches puts him at 21st in the league. 1,081 yards puts him at 16th. 8 touchdowns puts him tied at 13th. Like, he's right on the borderline. But I guess here's my issue with it. I list these names: Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Brian Thomas, Drake London, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, funny enough, Malik Neighbors, CeeDee Lamb, guys like that. Is he in that echelon? Terry McLaurin, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown. Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Puka Nacua, like T. Higgins, Tyreek Hill. Do you put him in that category? Because I don't think he's there. I think he's very good at what his main assets are, which is he's one-on-one situation, he's going to go up and get the football for you. But he doesn't feel like a true number one, and that feels like a steep price to pay for somebody who's not. So one option is just you can pay Cortland and keep him around. Another one, you could go big in free agency. You could look at a name like T. Higgins that is going to command a lot of money. Now, a lot of people have some different feelings surrounding T. Higgins. I happen to think that if he was made the number one on a football team, that he would live up to the billing. That he's been, there's some guys that you see when they play next to superstars that you're like, they're the beneficiary of the superstar being good. And there's some guys who play next to him where you say, if he was kind of a Batman instead of a Robin on another team, you would see his game elevate even more. I think T. Higgins is one of those guys. He's huge. 6'4", incredibly fast, good hands, and every year this guy produces. But he's never been the main guy. So, like, for example, this year T. Higgins had 73 catches for 911 yards and 10 touchdowns, and he did that in 12 games. So you could say he's getting better looks because he's playing opposite Jamar Chase. You could say his numbers are great because his quarterback is good, and all of those things would be accurate. But that's another option you could go to. Here's another one. You could dip into the well of old, but maybe a year or two left. And in those categories, names like Cooper Kupp, who just announced that he wants traded out of L.A., he would be one of those options. You have a guy like Chris Godwin, who finished the year on IR in Tampa. Older guy, but super productive receiver. You could look there. Or you could look in the draft. There's no shortage of ways to try and improve it. But I will tell you, I think they do have to. I like the emergence of Marvin Mims late in the season. I would pray to God that now that we've seen him do that he is going to be... Hell, dude, you move into next year, Marvin Mims should be your main weapon as it stands right now in offense, right? Because we don't know who the running back's going to be. And again, Cortland Sutton you could make the argument for, but those are the only two. It's Mims or Sutton. Yeah, you went out, you got Troy Franklin. You're waiting to see that incubate for a while and how that's going to translate. But outside of that, you got Lil Jordan Humphrey. You got a whole bunch of guys that are just kind of dudes on the team. I think you got to improve it somewhere. And if it were me, I don't want to join the bidding for T. Higgins as much as I think he's good. I don't want to pay, upwards of $30 million a year for him. I don't. I wouldn't mind a 1 to 2 year sort of rental deal with a Cooper Kupp or Chris Godwin. Like we were just talking to Leggy last week, and he said there's a very prototypical type of receiver that Sean Payton looks for. And almost always they have to be tall. It's like a prerequisite to even be in the conversation. Now, a guy like Cooper Kupp, he's 6'2", 200 pounds. I know he's getting older, been hurt a few times. Like, here's the thing, though. There's one thing that he does that translates to any offense. Cooper Kupp gets open. Now, the kind of route runner that he is, it's very technical, which means him and the quarterback have to be on the same page. One of those, like, this is what made Stafford and him so good. Stafford would throw those anticipatory throws where before Kupp's even out of his break, he just knows where he's going to be, so he puts it in that spot. So it would be a challenge for Bo Nix. But I think that's the better route to go. Grab a Kupp, grab a Godwin, put him on either side with Courtland Sutton at least for a year. Throw Marvin Mims in the slot. Like, I think that's a pretty damn good wide receiver group. And then for depth purposes, you have Troy Franklin, who is continuing to improve. Texture says, I'd rather trade for Garrett Wilson over Cooper Kupp. I wouldn't, because Garrett Wilson costs way more. Like, the Jets are probably going to try and look for, like, a first rounder. Cooper Kupp potentially is going to be a free agent. Like, all signs are kind of pointing to, if he doesn't get traded, the Rams look like they're just going to let him go. So you could get him just for cash instead of draft picks. But even if it's a draft pick, you want to throw like a fourth? Okay, fine. I'll put a fourth on it. A fifth? You know, I wonder what that price would be. You go back and you look at a Jerry Jeudy trade. It's like, by the way, we didn't talk much about that, Nelly. I kept having this feeling. I'm like, dude, I feel like Jerry Judy's going to do good in Cleveland. And they didn't even have a quarterback who was any good. It was a mixture of what? It was Deshaun, then Jameis, then Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and then who else?
Great question. I remember, though, after that Broncos-Browns game when Jerry Jeudy caught a gazillion yards against the Broncos, I was joking. Chris Dempsey, if you remember when he was on this station, he was the biggest Jerry Jeudy apologist
me and Demps,
in the known universe.
Me and Demps had, like, we have a couple of guys that we're on the same page with. Like, that was one of them. We kept looking at each other when I'd walk out and he'd walk in to do a show, and I'm like, dude, I just can't let go of my Jeudy stock. Like, I just can't do it.
So I think I tweeted something about that during that game, and Dempsey replied and said, this game was a win-win for me. The Broncos won, and I was right about Jerry Jeudy the whole time. There you go.
That's how I
Everybody
felt.
wins.
But yeah, that's an interesting one because it just took a little change of scenery. And by the way, the other quarterback I was thinking of in Cleveland that played, Bailey Zappi for a second did that.
Oh, Bailey Fazee. Forgot about him.
But I think those are some viable options that you could get to. But I wonder, in the case of Sutton, what do you do with him? So Sutton, he's entering his 30s. He's still 29 right now. You gave him a little bump in his salary last year after that whole sort of holdout thing before the season started. Final year of his contract. He's due to make about $20 million. But by the time that's done, he's going to be 31. If I'm running the team, I don't know if I can justify giving Courtland the contract that he wants. Because my guess is it is probably going to be somewhere in that lower to mid-20s per year range. And I think he's a good wideout who's been a really good teammate, especially through the bad years, who always has a smile on his face, represents the team well, like does all the right stuff. But I just don't know if I can do it. It just feels like too much. You wanted to give me a and I think it's the length more than anything. Like, if he just wanted to do a 1-year deal for $22 million, I'd be like, all right, we can roll this back one more time. But I would be actively looking for a longer-term solution in the middle of it. Like, what I'm talking about with a Cooper Kupp or a Chris Godwin this year is I think the way you should handle Courtland moving forward. It's just a matter of he probably doesn't want to do that because he wants longer-term security. So, just something to ponder on. because I know that we've discussed running back and tight end. We will continue to do so over the next couple of months before the draft rolls around and free agency and all that fun stuff. There seems to be, at least to me, some room to improve the wide receiver room. And if you get one more just solid guy, like a Godwin or a Kupp, and you put him with Courtland Sutton and Marvin Mims, that's a pretty damn good start for what a 3 wideout look is going to look like. You pair that with a couple of acquisitions in the offseason at tight end and running back, then your offense on paper would look pretty damn good, wouldn't it? Like, I give you those 3 wideouts. Again, take your pick, a Kupp or a Godwin type. And then I say, you find a running back in the draft. One of these, maybe Genty drops to you. Maybe it's Devin Neal. Maybe it's Ollie Gordon. Maybe it's, who knows? One of these dudes in the draft. And then you pair that with a tight end that you trust. You already got the offensive line paid. You got your quarterback figured out. Sounds pretty good to me. It would only add to, I think, the more important thing, again, which is development of Bo Nix over the next year or two, to where you can become, hopefully, a viable sort of contender in the AFC. That you can put yourself in a little bit of that Bills-Ravens discussion with the Chiefs. Where you don't enter a playoff game in Buffalo and say, yeah, I don't really think they have a chance. But I think stuff like that can help. So 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Keep in mind, guys, before we get to the big game this weekend, we have a chance for you to get set up with a party for you and 4 of your friends with a Hooters prize pack, and it's hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins, and a tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So you can go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. It's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. Back after this. All right, I got a more philosophical type question regarding the Luka stuff. I was going to say if you allow me. Guess what? It's my show. I guess I'll just say it. So we're all I'm still kind of in shock about the Luka trade. I can't believe it happened. And I've been trying to figure out why. And Nelly and I were watching more videos of Mavericks fans losing it during the break. And our favorite guy from yesterday, I didn't see another clip that he had when he was talking to the news station. It was even funnier, but I don't think we can play it on the air. But it was our homeboy who goes, American Airlines Arena was my safe space, and now I have nothing. And then you just felt so bad for the guy. Like, honestly, it was soul-crushing to hear because he was so sincere and genuine. So you're trying to figure out, how does this happen? How do you make a move for a guy who's a generational talent, who just took you to the finals, who is adored by a fan base, and you know if you make the move, you are going to get crushed for it? Why? Very obviously, there is a concern with Dallas that we are not aware of yet. Like, Dallas was very concerned about something with Luka.
And now I have nothing.
And here's the thing. Can I make a comparison? It's not quite apples to apples. But let's just say this is the case. Maybe it was conditioning, maybe it was work ethic, maybe I don't know what it was. Those seem like silly sort of things when this guy's putting up 30 points a game, but that's just me. They didn't like something. What did a lot of Nuggets fans say about Jamal this offseason? They said about Jamal, they were concerned with the way that last year finished. They were concerned with what they saw in the Olympics. And now they're concerned with what they've seen so far this year as far as consistency and conditioning and a whole bunch of different stuff. So the argument was this. Don't give him the max. Let him play this season out, right? You guys remember that? All offseason talking about that? And we were very confused at why the contract extension was taking so long. We're like, well, maybe they're going to do it. Who knows? But they ended up signing him. Isn't that a little bit of what's happening in Dallas? Right? We don't really know why they didn't feel like giving him a supermax. But we've heard rumblings about conditioning and work ethic and stuff off the court and stuff like that. And they said they didn't want to take the risk for that amount of money. And we're acting like they're crazy. I certainly am, because I also thought it'd be crazy to not bring Jamal back on a max extension despite the play this year. I might look like an idiot with the Jamal stuff, but that's what I thought. Because the whole concept of have the guy do the prove it year thing is you better be damn confident that when that contract ends and he is a free agent at the end of that he is going to re-sign with you. Or else you lose him for nothing. That's always the risk. Like when we ask about why do the Nuggets typically sign guys early? It's because if they're competing on the open market and can only offer a certain amount of money, you're competing against the Lakers. You're competing against the Heat. You're competing against the Knicks. You're competing against the Phoenix Suns. All these different teams have a lot to offer. And sometimes a player will look at that and be like, that feels like a better situation for me. So that's why you tend to sign guys early. And you know what, to the Porter thing, they gave Porter the early extension, and then he got hurt. And then it felt like that contract was a disaster. And now Michael Porter Jr. is the only guy who plays every single night, right? Again, Michael didn't miss a game last year. And I'm pretty sure, Nelly, if I have this right, Porter hasn't missed a game this year yet either, has he? I don't think he has. Because he's been a stalwart within that lineup all season long. Now, some better games, some worse games. Last night he was amazing. But he's played in 50, and the Nuggets have played 50. So that is, I think they benched him the final game of the season last year just to get rest before the playoffs, make sure nobody gets hurt. Let's just call that, what, 131 consecutive games for Porter? Who'd have thought that? But you pay early so that you don't have to deal with the what if of the offseason. Because here's what the Nuggets can't do. For whatever you think about a guy like Porter or a guy like Jamal, the odds of them finding somebody of that ilk in the offseason is really low. Really low. So there's always the risk involved. And what Dallas decided was, now this is what doesn't make sense, you could have gotten a way bigger haul if you went outside of LA, and that's still the conspiratorial thing to me. You only talk to the Lakers is weird. And it's not like, Nelly, according to some of these reports that I saw yesterday, it's not like Luka said, if you're going to trade me, then only trade me to the Lakers. Do you know what his reaction was from what I read yesterday from some reports? You know what Luka did last week?
Oh, he bought a
$15 million house in Dallas. And at the tail end of that report, I'm trying to figure out who had this. He said he cried when he found out he was traded. That does not sound like a guy who wanted this to happen or requested this. So it's just weird.
Like you were saying yesterday, normally we don't like to be sports conspiracy theory guy, but the more I think about this, the more I'm starting to become sports conspiracy theory guy. It makes less and less sense.
It's literally, to me, I'll be honest, I buy into some conspiracies. For example, the JFK thing just never felt like a viable thing. And now it turns out that it probably wasn't, as they declassify a lot of these files about JFK.
My personal favorite internet conspiracy is that Stevie Wonder isn't actually blind. That's a fun rabbit hole to go down.
But there's some things that you hear and you're like, look, I don't know if that's a conspiracy. There's some viable questions about what's actually going on here.
Next question, man.
Now, there's some that are just completely insane. And that same thing applies to sports. There's some really stupid ones in sports. Like the frozen envelope thing with the Knicks felt like that's what? It just felt too over the top with Patrick Ewing. This is the easiest connect the dots thing in the world. It's like generational talent at 25 years old gets traded to the Lakers on a deal that they could have for sure gotten better elsewhere.
People have been talking about, all year. The narrative around the NBA has been that ratings are down. And then all of a sudden, a global superstar in his prime magically gets traded to the NBA's favorite poster child franchise with their poster child King James player.
Yeah.
That guy gets Luka for nothing.
It's weird. And now look, ESPN. Could Steph Curry and LeBron James join forces? Huh? Do they mean in Golden State? Or in LA? Texters, thank you very much. I forgot about this. MPJ missed a game against the Clippers last year because he packed the wrong shoes. Remember, he's got that drop foot issue where he needs a specific type of shoes in order to play without risking injury. That's right. That's why he missed the one game last year. Wasn't even due to injury. It was, I packed the wrong equipment.
I actually did not hear that. That's hilarious.
But that is like that.
Was he listed on the injury report? Michael Porter Jr., parentheses, shoes.
It's something I didn't even think about when you have an injury like that. Like, you need a specific thing in order to play. But Can talk more about this as we go along. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. Can also watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar and the Altitude TV simulcast. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Murray bounced past a Porter for a season high. Jumper's good. Michael Porter Jr. has 29 in the game. That's a new season high for him. Brown top of the key over to Jamal Murray. Alley-oop. Dog, two hands, DeAndre Jordan. What a pass by Jamal Murray, and what a finish by DJ. That gets the crowd back into it. Inside the arc is Jokic. Porter three. Got it! New season high for Michael Porter Jr. In this basketball game, he has 32 and a timeout called by the Pels. Here's a horn in Denver. Nuggets get a 12-point lead over the Pelicans on the first of a home and home. The final tonight here from Denver, 125 to 113.
All right, got the win yesterday as the Nuggets got some help from Michael Porter Jr. His season high 36 points, 7 of 12 from 3. He was on fire. Here's what hit me in watching the game last night. Don't know if you guys felt the same way. Oh, yeah, and Jokic gets a triple-double. Okay, yeah, we know that. That happens. You know what was weird? The two names that are most involved in sort of are the Nuggets going to make a move over the next couple of days are two guys who I thought played pretty well last night, and I don't know what to do with it. If you want to make the big move, then the name that you're talking about is Michael Porter Jr. If you want to make the small move, Zeke Naji, who finally got extended playing time, starting lineup, 31 minutes, looked okay. Looked all right.
I thought Zeke looked great.
Yeah.
Considering he never plays. I mean, can you imagine, Moj, you don't do any hockey play-by-play? I've been thrust in that situation. It's not easy. You don't do any play-by-play all year. And then all of a sudden, hey, you're doing the game, and you're doing it at a place in the worst possible line of sight. You got to cover Zion. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I thought he looked pretty damn good, to be honest. And so here's what's in my head. Okay, he can play. Then why isn't he playing?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Okay, so I'm thinking to myself, okay, he shows he can play. They put him in the starting lineup. Actually, a DNP-CD as far as back as I can remember, essentially, right? Played some minutes the other night, in Charlotte, or the other day, I should say. Okay, fine. Comes home, gets put in the starting lineup, looks pretty efficient, pretty damn good. I'm like, well, then why isn't he playing? Why is he not, why? Listen, I'm not going to question the coach and all this kind of thing. I just don't know what I don't know.
Well,
Fred, help me.
I think look, you say you don't want to question the coach. I think it's fair to ask questions like that. Like, you guys remember 3 and 4 years ago, Zeke was actually a part of the rotation. He would get 14 to 17 minutes a game. He got 17 minutes a game in 2022. He got 14 in 2023. And then last year it went down to 10, and this year he doesn't play at all. And you wonder, is there something around this being near the deadline? And I just think it's more no. Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson are out, and people got to play the 4. So he's the next guy up to do that. Here's the other thing, too, with him. Getting playing time with Jokic is probably going to make you look better, too. That helps.
100%.
Instead of coming off the bench. So that's going to take you up a notch. I thought the same thing, though, Moj. I'm like, Vic, we were just talking about this 2 weeks ago. He's shown he's got ability.
Yeah.
It's not like he's terrible at basketball.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, he's just never on the floor.
See, I thought he was the story of the game. And I know Michael Porter Jr. with his flame-throwing 36 points.
Yeah.
7 threes. I get that. But we've seen that before out of MPJ. That is nothing new. Now, we haven't seen it enough this season, but we've seen it before. What we haven't seen is Zeke in prime minutes. And he got him last night, and he got a tough assignment, and I thought he handled himself great. He played Zion to a push. I don't know what it is about Zion, but Zion didn't look right. Did you notice that?
Here's the thing with Zeke, and a texter makes a good point. It's the same thing I've said about Sarge. It feels like Najee and Sarge have been in the same category of they aren't centers, but they're forced to play center on this team sometimes, which is not how they're best utilized. I'll say this about Zeke, at least defensively, though, Vic. He's listed at 6'9". I think he plays bigger than that defensively. He's got a big wingspan. He's got some hops to him. He can block shots. Feels like he can hold his ground.
Well, the one thing he can do better than most size at that size is move laterally.
Yes.
He'll be able to handle the guard laterally. And, a lot of the little things that come with basketball, when you don't play, just catching the ball, handling the ball in your hands, right? Mm-hmm. Making an open shot, things that we deem a foregone conclusion, those take time to come back into your makeup. It requires more playing time, and you're seeing that confidence come back to him. We had him on the postgame show last night. He could not have been nicer. By the way, a scary moment on that postgame show. We have a little mini hoop we put in, and we said at the end, I said, Zeke, make a shot. Little did I know he was going to go up and try a windmill jam. And Moj and Kane, you guys have been up there, right? Mm-hmm. So you know what happened? Yeah. He goes up to windmill jam it. It's on Twitter, Altitude's Twitter. And he hit one of the lights atop with his hand.
Oh, no.
Yes, because he got up that high. Those lights are way up there, right?
Yeah.
And as he's doing the windmill jam, he knocks a light with his fist. And I'm thinking, oh, my God.
Let me take a look here. Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
So, you and I we would never
So
have
you're just seeing a sliced hand right before the deadline?
Exactly. Yeah. But he's fine.
Okay, good.
Could not have been nicer, by the way.
No, we all know this about Zeke. He's one of the nicest people you'll come across. Like, he's an interesting guy, the accomplished pianist stuff that he does and like all that different. But to a purely basketball thing here, like he's got the ability to shoot outside. He's got hops, like he can dunk. He's lanky, pretty athletic for his size. Like, he's got a lot of assets to him. He just doesn't play. And we've always kind of wondered, like, there's just some guys that, for whatever reason, I think maybe it's just Malone's trust factor, right? That's always the thing.
Here it is. Watch his shooting hand, his right hand. The lights are way up there. The lights are over 10 feet.
Oh, no. I think the ball hit it, though, not his hand, it looks like.
I don't know, but I was scared.
Can you imagine if he, like, sliced his hand open on the light? Oh, my God.
That's freaky.
That would have been great.
How much panic would have set you off?
I would have just left.
Well, listen.
Good knowing you.
I thought that he played great in the starting lineup. Again, guys, I will add in the play with Jokic factor. I do think that helps you look better, obviously.
The Nuggets did do that thing again last night, though. You know that thing?
Where they took their foot off the gas and tried to make it a game for a minute. They didn't.
Am I being too greedy? Am I being too greedy?
I think last night was different.
No.
Last night was different. I never felt like they let go completely.
I know. I just we've seen that before though, where they were up by 20 at one point, then they got whittled down to 9, 8, 6, and you're like, oh my God. And then they got it back in control again.
Vic, it felt like, let's say the Avs have a 4-0 lead over somebody, and they come back and they score 2 in the second. But the game's, but then okay, then fine, let's just put it away. That's what it felt like to me. I never felt like this game was in question at all. There have been other games where they just flat out, I felt like it was in question, then they just laid down late in the game.
You have to hear what I deemed the most professional response to a trade question I've ever heard from an athlete. Michael, have you played it already?
No, not yet.
Okay. Michael Porter Jr. last night, and say what you want about his game, he was fantastic. 7 threes, 12 attempts.
Great.
I want him shooting 12 threes every game. I want him shooting that volume.
I do too, but what it reminds me of is other teams that just jack it up all the time, and I'm like, that's not.
No. But
that's not who they are.
Here's what's different though, Moj. Because I saw this last night, and Vic, you saw it too. Yeah. So at the very beginning of the game, he had like 2 little floaters that were wide open that he missed both. Yeah. I was like, and I heard the crowd groan. They're like, he
started the game 0 for 4, but he didn't go into a shell. He kept shooting.
And what else did they do? He knocked down a couple of shots, and then they ran that little high screen top of the 3-point line. They ran plays for him to get a shot off.
By the way, did you see that was planned by not planned, but it was on purpose. Jamal Oop to Christian Brown, who throws it off the board to MPJ to finish up the dunk.
Okay, I had to go back because I saw people saying, did he do that on purpose? I was like, and that was just a missed layup. And then I watched it again, and it does look like he meant to do it.
Judging from Christian's reaction, when he looked toward MPJ, he must have seen him coming down the lane. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, Michael Porter Jr., who has been in the trade rumors for a couple years now, especially this week, especially what's going on in the NBA. His name is mired in trade whispers. His response last night, Nelly, do you have this sucker?
Yeah.
Because I think this is as professional a response as you'll hear on being involved in trade rumors. Roll it.
You know, as long as I'm here, I'm going to be here and I'm going to be happy and I'm going to play hard and try to be available and try to help win games. And then if the day came where they wanted to trade me and they wanted to go a different direction, then I'll be excited for the new opportunity. But it's not something I think about at all. Like, it's nothing that I'm stressed about, anxious about. You know, I let my agent have those conversations with, you know, our front office. And, you know, from what I've heard, they're not interested in moving me, but that can change. And regardless, you know, I just I'm blessed to be able to play this game, and I'm blessed to be able to be here in Denver. So I'm happy to be here for sure.
Can I tell you something about him? And I know I'm seen as the MPJ defender on this show. For a guy who had some of the problems that he had entering the league, back issues, didn't know if his career was going to pan out the way that you thought. He gets paid that max contract early, then he gets hurt immediately, and he is part of the criticism of why the Nuggets don't have money right now. Like, in his defense, can I say one thing about him? For all the deficiencies he might have in his game, which is not a great perimeter defender, all these different things, inconsistent, whatever you want to call it, that dude has shown up for about 130 straight basketball games and is averaging 18 points and 8 boards on like 40% from three. It's not as bad as some people make it out to be with Michael Porter Jr.
Not only is it not as bad, I mean, just take a look at his three-point shooting alone and compare it to the rest of the league.
Like
He's way above standard.
We were talking about this motion in the 6 o'clock hour. The only game that Michael Porter Jr. has missed over the past 2 years is the game where he brought the wrong shoes that one night, the Clippers game.
Right.
That's the only one.
You know, when I was a kid, I'd
I
screw
brought
up.
my heels last night. Almost didn't make the show.
That's too bad. Yeah, get you up there a little bit, little 4-inch heel. I'd say to my old man, I'd say, you know, but I don't do drugs. He's like, well, you're not supposed to. You don't get you know, rewarded for stuff you're not supposed to do anyway. Like, that's a pretty good point. I will say this. You know, all this trade rumor talk, it's just outside chatter, right? It's way out here because of the Nuggets situation, and he's kind of the only guy that the big guy that they could move. So that's where the speculation comes in or whatever from guys like us or anybody else. But he's a really good teammate, you know, and he doesn't – a lot of guys in this league or any league would, you know, probably squawk and feel hurt and all this kind of thing and am I loved and all this. He doesn't squawk and he doesn't get
He's an ultimate
sideways.
team guy.
He's a great teammate. He's a great pro. There's a lot to like about him in addition to his game.
You've had conversations with your dad, Keith, about when you're in trouble and your response is, I don't do drugs?
Well, yeah, if I had screwed something, I mean, you know, Vic, I know you went to Holy Family.
But like
sure
you get in a
an
car
absolute
accident, you walk out,
boy.
hey, Dad, I don't do drugs.
Hey, you robbed 15
you know what I
banks
mean.
all across the Mississippi River, but I don't do drugs when I'm on it.
I'm trying to, as a kid, as a teenager, you're trying to plead your case that you know I'm still a good kid, Pops. I'm not a total screw up. You don't get brownie points for things you're not supposed to be a bad teammate. So when I say, God, he's a really good teammate, you know, you're supposed to be a good teammate. But I think in today's pro sports, and you look, I mean, I see it in all leagues, especially baseball at times. You know, you can be a bad teammate. You can be about you, and he's not. He's a really good dude, man.
Hey,
a really good dude.
You realize
Goes a long way with
that
me.
was Ted Bundy's claim on. I don't do drugs.
Right, I don't do drugs. Right.
Oh, right. A man can't have one vice. Okay. Hey, I just saw this, boys. Altitude Television says there's a major broadcast announcement live on Altitude Sports, Altitude Plus, and Altitude Sports Radio in the radio app at 10:30 this morning. 10:30, a major announcement. They've traded Jokic. No.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine that?
I think I could.
Dude,
we
he
have
talked
a
about
reference.
it last night. He talked about it. He was asked, it was DMac who asked him flat out, what'd you think about the Luka trade? And he said he texted Luka, but then he sort of looked out and said, in this league, we're all fair game. Those aren't the words he used. He said nobody is safe in this league.
Jokic, you're safe.
Yeah, I think he's pretty
Jokic,
safe.
you're safe, buddy. You're safe. You're not going anywhere.
Okay, so 10:30. I'll be walking to the rink, so I'll be tuned in.
I'll be there. I have to leave the show a little early to get to this press conference.
You're not going anywhere.
Okay. I don't do drugs.
10:30 on Altitude Sports, Altitude Plus, and right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
Dan Caplis Law wins big because it attracts world-class lawyers, and it represents honest, courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Caplis Law, serious firm for serious cases. Dan Caplis Law accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis right now. If you need their help, call them up, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit them up at dancaplisLaw.com.
I didn't. I texted him. He felt it. I mean, of course, I think he didn't expect it. Of course, it's. I think he just needs to be with his family right now. You know, it's a big move. It's a business. I don't know. You know, I think nobody expected, especially not him. I think nobody's safe in the league. It seems like, but I think he's gonna do a good job. You know, I think he's the player for the big scene. Even though I thought in Dallas he had something special going.
You know, Brett, we talked about the trade a lot on the program yesterday. A lot.
I got more to say about it, too.
Yeah, me too. But let me tell you something. Everybody is talking about this trade. If you like sports even in the slightest, if you're even remotely interested in it, I'll tell you what, man, amongst my peeps on the plane yesterday, man, everybody's talking about Luka, what's this all, all this kind of thing. Nobody could believe it. I mean, it was a really big deal and still is.
Because it transcends every sport, because other sports are looking at it and saying, wait a minute. You know what? It transcends sports in general. You're sitting at work today, anybody, and you think, well, I'm pretty tight. My situation's great. I'm immovable. Oh, really? Everyone's movable. Everyone's replaceable. Everyone. And to hear Joker talk about it, MPJ last night, everybody. You're right, everybody. I'm sure it was the talk of the hockey room.
Can I make a comparison that's not going to be totally apples to apples, but just it's something I was thinking about? There's obviously something that the higher-ups within the Mavericks organization did not trust about Luka, correct? It's the only reason you make this move. There's no other reason. It's not based on talent.
They knew something. They know something that we don't.
Right.
That's it.
So here's my case. Let me lay it out there. So maybe some lack of trust between you and your star player lead to you thinking, do I really want to give this guy that big of a contract for this amount of time and basically trust our championship window in this player? The Mavericks had some issues in that department, and so they decided not to. The Nuggets might have had some of those issues this offseason too, but they decided to make the deal, right? There was obviously a reason the Jamal stuff lasted as long as it did with the contract extension.
Sure.
But they ultimately decided the idea of losing him is a much scarier thought than keeping him here, even with maybe some concerns that they would have.
And you're paying the championship tax, if you know
Correct.
What that is.
Yeah.
The loyalty to a player in a core that got you to a place you've never been before. It exists. It's real. And whether you like it or not, those people get rewarded for taking you to that place.
Well, Vic, I don't know if it's much loyalty to the player, and I think there's a little bit of that involved in the familiarity, but it's the trust factor. I mean, okay, now you're a champion. You got there. I know this is in you. You know, there are a lot of great players around this league, but you can be a great player and very talented, but not a winner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've seen guys in the National Hockey League with unbelievable talent, but I'm like, that guy's not a winner. He's just not going to do it. And if he does do it, or maybe he pulls it together for a certain amount of time, he's going to be really reliant upon, teammates to sort of pull him along, and there have been plenty of guys who have won a Stanley Cup that,
But they're Robins.
Really do their
they're not
part.
Batmans. They're Robins.
That's exactly right. So I think when you're talking about paying the, quote, championship tax, there's also that reliability factor.
Yeah.
You've been there, you've done that, and I can trust the fact that you know how to win in the most difficult situations.
Did you guys hear that subtle point made by Joker on that sound about Nikola Jokic? Play it one more time, and I want you guys to listen carefully to Joker describing Luka Donćić and why I don't think he's ever going to leave L.A. now that he's signed with L.A. Listen to this.
I didn't. I texted him. He felt it. I mean, of course, I think he didn't expect it. Of course, it's. I think he just needs to be with his family right now. It's a big move. It's a business. I don't know. I think nobody expected, especially not him. I think nobody's safe in the league. It seems like, but I think he's going to do a good job. I think he's the player for the big scene. Even though I thought in Dallas he had something special going.
He's the player for the big scene. The
scene.
Biggest difference between Nikola Jokic and Luka Donćić, you've seen him already these years. The big difference between these two players, Luka is a showman. Luka loves himself some Luka.
On the court.
On the court.
Yeah.
Yes, on the court. But he plays to the crowd. He raises his hands to the crowd. That's not Nikola Jokic.
Well, that's what's funny, Vic. He doesn't strike me as a guy off the court that cares that much about having the spotlight on him. Like I think he's a little bit more like Jokic in that sense away. And maybe that's just because it's not the country he grew up in, second language sort of thing. Maybe that's a reason for it.
Hey. You don't think you're going to see a higher volume of Luka Donćić commercials now that he lives in L.A.? Brace yourself, my friend. Brace yourself. Sit back in your chair and wait a year. Your television screen is going to be assaulted by Luka Donćić commercials. He's in L.A. now.
I'm sure it will be.
But
I'm sure it will be.
Hey, he's in L.A.
Hang on, though, Vic. I don't know. Honestly, maybe I'm stupid on this. How much of a bump do you actually get? Like, he was already big. That's why the story is like the biggest story in sports.
It's convenience, man. Brett, there are studios surrounding him in that part of the country. Hey, Luka, we need you on your day off. Come down 3 hours, shoot this commercial. Can't do that in Dallas. He's going to be all over the screen. I'm telling you, part of the reason why he'll never leave L.A. is the money that comes with being in L.A.
Yeah, it's all the periphery stuff that money just falls into your pocket because you're the biggest star in L.A. Hey, Vic, help me out with this. You ever heard like somebody say like he's a ham, right?
Sure.
Oh, that guy's a ham, which means like he hams it up a little bit.
He's in a motor.
Okay, fine. On the court though, he's way more of a ham than Nikola Jokic. Where the hell did ham come from?
The
like
origin
a pig?
of ham. Yeah.
Yeah, the origin of
up.
This guy's a ham or she's a ham, right?
I don't get it. Maybe
what is that?
My only guess is that maybe people back in the day couldn't afford ham.
Someone overly dramatic or theatrical. The phrase originates from the term ham fatter, which referred to a low-quality actor, likely because of a historical practice where struggling actors would use pig fat as makeup.
Yeah. That's Moser.
Sure, makes
let
total sense.
Let me tell you.
Hold on. You have people out there. Okay, I'm a low grade actor. I just can't get any.
Look
big
at this
parts,
ham fatter
right?
over here.
Look, I'm like, hey, listen, do me a favor. Go slay that pig. Bring me all of his fat. I got to rub it on my face. All right, sounds good. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. I mean, what are we doing, man?
Ed Weezy on Twitch, you think I'm wrong about my Lakers take about how he's entrenched down in L.A., he's not going to leave. That's the way I see it. I don't see Luka leaving L.A. He's not going to move twice. He's not going to go sign for another team. He's going to be the face of that franchise for many years to come. They'll make it very accommodating for him. I'm going to give you another example.
When was the last time a guy
willingly left
on any team in LA said, you know what, I want out of here?
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
The Kings,
Well, hang on,
the Dodgers, the Lakers,
It doesn't
the
happen.
Clippers.
Maybe not for superstars. There's been a whole bunch of role players of the Lakers.
Yeah, nobody's counting role players here.
Oh, okay, all right.
We're talking about the big money. There's a reason Shohei eventually ended up with the Dodgers, okay? We know these reasons. Here's what I want to tell you. Here's another reason. Anthony Davis, all right? So he goes to Los Angeles, and AD was a quiet unibrow when he played for the New Orleans franchise. That's what he was. He goes to L.A., and he starts hanging with LeBron, and he becomes a pseudo-celebrity. This is crazy ironic, and it's almost cruel irony to think about this. We all thought that the AD for Luka trade was a prank, right? Well, that falls in line because this week, AD and his production company announced a brand new special that's going to come out on the WB, and it's going to be featured right after the All-Star game, the first show. It's called Foul Play with Anthony Davis, a half-hour special of outrageous pranks. Let me read for you. I mean, this is almost crazy. Let me read something for you. This is from the press release. From the mischievous minds of impractical jokers and 9-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis comes Foul Play with Anthony Davis, a docu-style unscripted comedy that gives some of the greatest athletes in the world one shot to score a prank or foul out trying. The half-hour special to air immediately after the All-Star game. As the prank ringleader, Davis taps famous friends, including World Series champion Mookie Betts, L.A. guy, WNBA Cameron Brink, L.A. girl, Brooklyn Nets point guard D'Angelo Russell, formerly in L.A., together with an assist from Impractical Jokers. He gallivants around town playing pranks on professional athletes.
All right.
This guy thought he probably got pranked.
All right, hang on a second. I need to say something. Sometimes things run their course. Impractical Jokers, guys, we're done.
Yeah,
You had a good run. It's over. No more, okay? It was fun. You got a whole bunch of True TV reruns that you can put out there. I don't need to see it anymore. We're over it. All of us.
No, God, please, no.
Secondly, did you guys see the news yesterday regarding Luka and his reaction to the trade? Like, this is what's so weird to me. And again, the conspiratorial part of my brain is like, sometimes conspiracies are crazy, and sometimes they're conspiracies because they kind of make sense. I'll give you an example. When you talk about frozen envelopes being in the lottery for David Stern to pull out for the Knicks, like, yeah, I don't quite buy that one. It seems silly. When you tell me that generational talent Luka Donćić at 25 years old is traded to the Lakers and that's the only team they talk to and it feels like the return wasn't all that much, yeah, I get kind of conspiratorial about it. And I know that Luka didn't request this because sometimes, as we saw with AD originally, a player can want out of a place and say, I'm only going here. Here's how I know that didn't happen for Luka. According to this report yesterday, he just bought a $15 million house in Dallas last week and cried when he found out he got traded.
Oh, God.
That doesn't sound like somebody
reselling that for full price. Try that.
That doesn't sound like somebody who thought a trade was coming, right? That's some insane type of work.
Did you read through the story? God, I don't know where I saw it. Maybe it was ESPN, but they go through the trade. Apparently, Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka became friends 20 years ago because Harrison's working with Kobe and so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. And he didn't want to talk to other teams or let anybody know that this was going down because he didn't want Luka and his agent to have any influence on it. He just wanted to go and get something done with a trusted friend. Does that make sense to you?
That does make sense, and I mean, it's dumb, I think. I mean,
Hey, you know
trusted friend.
I want to sell my car. My trusted friend is a Coke dealer, though.
Yeah.
So,
well, I have a trusted friend. Let me put it to you this way. I have something very valuable that I want to sell. I have a trusted friend that's interested. He's going to pay me half what I can put on the open market. That friend's not going to make me money.
So you're giving up 4 first-round picks for secrecy?
Yeah, it's stupid.
But if word gets out that you want to sell your car's not going to drive itself around town going, "Hey, I'm for sale. Hey."
Hey,
Luka and his agent would try. There's no doubt that they would have a major influence on where he ended up. If you're going to trade him, you got to do it surreptitiously.
Great. Involve at least one more team?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? The unanimous reaction from NBA players around the league, and I've heard player after player say this. Anthony Edwards last night said it. You know Anthony Edwards, he'll say anything into an open microphone. He said that Dallas did Luka dirty. They all believe it. They did him dirty. Nobody wants to be treated that way. Nobody wants to lose that kind of money because he's out a ton of money initially. He'll make some of it up. But they did him dirty, and every player believes it.
That's the other thing, Moj. The thing about what Dallas just did, you have nuked trust between your players for years now. Think about if you're a superstar like Luka, and they trade you without even consulting you about it, knowing it's going to cost you tens of millions of dollars, and you don't get a say in anywhere where you'd go afterwards. That's treating a player like dirt.
Yeah, but I
Who
would say
just
this,
got
though.
you to a finals.
Agreed. Agreed. I would never have traded him in my life. That's me. But I feel like now, when I think about it, if you're going to do it with a player of that caliber, if you're going to actually do it and you've committed to trading him, that's the way you got to do it, man. You just got to get down and dirty quick and be done, right? I mean, if you're going to do it, and I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It feels like that's the way
Man,
you got to do it.
You're so right, though. You go back and read the history about Nico Harrison and Rob Pelinka. They worked together. They recruited Kobe. They recruited a bunch of these young players to Nike.
Yep.
They were tight, man. And here they are running franchises, making deals on the side, not involving the rest of the league. I'm just telling you, the rest of the league is looking at this saying, you're an idiot.
It stinks. Yeah. Yep. No doubt about it.
It's like, is it like me watching a JFK documentary?
Huh?
And you see the facts that are presented, you're like, that seems just very far-fetched. Like, I guess maybe it's possible. You ever see the Chappelle Show one where he goes, yep, I'm here to tell you all the secrets of the world. JFK was shot with a magic bullet. That's right. We've known about magic for years. Magic is a real thing.
When are those secrets coming out? Wasn't that file just opened?
I think so, yeah.
I don't think there's anything in it that there's no smoking gun in it.
I want to dig into that file. Let me get in there and write
go ahead.
yourself
Here's the
a
thing,
research
though.
paper.
When they release files like that, are 90% of the pages just covered in that redacted black stuff where it doesn't really say anything anyway? It'll give you like a date, and then everything else is blacked out for the rest of the sentence.
Did you ever get into an important file in your life? Like, were you ever handed or come across a big file?
Important to who?
Like, look at this file.
Like, important to me?
Nope.
Or
I don't
like,
know. Just a big file.
dude, I'll tell you this. I got a DM on Twitter from a coach once that was talking. He said he listened to my show, I guess. I had no idea this. He texted me after a loss that they had to a rival and started MFing that rival team the entire time, like 5 paragraphs worth. And I'm like, I don't know if it's a file, Vic, but I'm like, if I just hit a little screenshot and threw that out there, this could go like crazy. Didn't do it. Maybe that's the most important thing. People don't trust me with things.
I mean, Vic, someone came into my office and gave me pictures of Spider-Man.
I mean, you know, you always watch these movies where people come across important files. I'd love to come across a file one day that had relevance.
Those are movies I can't relate to. Like the guy who comes across, 5 kilos of like heroin in the trunk of his car once, and you're like, uh-oh, do I report this to the police or what do I do? I'm like, I think I just leave my car.
But now it's a thumb drive. It's a thumb drive.
Always a thumb drive.
Yeah, it's not a file.
Always
but
a thumb drive.
I got a very important thumb drive here. I don't even know how to put a thumb drive into my computer.
This
I
could
don't even
get
know where
me
it
killed.
goes.
I have to be careful. Never related to that once. 303-504-0925.
You know what? What you guys do this to me. You shouldn't. Have you ever seen the movie Absence of Malice?
Yes.
No.
Great. Paul Newman is brilliant, and the Sally Fields in it, all this. Vic, she says,
Yeah.
I read the file on his desk. He wanted me to read it. Remember that? Like at the very end, like he left the file on the lawyer guy left the file on the desk, or the DA left the file on the desk.
Here's what we need to do. You know, especially for like Raj, because he's young.
Do
he's
like a fake
impressionable.
file, like a fake file, kind of leave it
Fake
outside of his
file
door
on the studio.
Yeah,
No, let's
yeah.
leave it there. Say why we hate Raj. Just leave a
No,
file.
no. It's gotta be something more secretive. It's gotta be like Raj insurance policy or something like that. You know what I mean?
Got to leave that file. See if he comes across it.
And it's just he puts in the thumb drive, and it's just a blown up picture of the little dinghy painting. That's all it is. All right, hey, you were talking about Batmans and Robins earlier, Vic. I got a question. Do the Broncos have a Batman at wide receiver? We'll get to it next. All right, so I got a question about Batmans and Robins and all of that.
Okay, Brett, can I explain my problem beforehand? You know that fancy coffee machine that you used for a while at our office, and then you abandoned it and went back to the Keurig?
Takes too long.
Yeah, but when I'm on the road here, I've got this little espresso machine and those little pod things. And for some reason, when I'm on the road, I plow through those, and it goes fast. And like here it is right here, just plowing through espresso. Do I need one of these or do I not need one? Well, you tell me.
They're expensive. I've had one of those. I gave it to my daughter. Those Nespresso pods you're talking about, they can get up there in price.
Okay. Then I ain't doing it then. No.
It depends. I mean, what's your tolerance? What's your tolerance for spending? Do you like good caffeine? It's up to you.
Do a Facebook Marketplace. Take somebody's hand-me-down.
Hey, bro, I do any caffeine, okay?
Yeah.
Like good coffee, bad. It doesn't matter to me.
Who do you think's more tolerant
Good coffee
to
is
caffeine?
wasted on me.
Dude, I can IV caffeine. I can IV coffee into my body moments before bedtime, and it does not impact me whatsoever.
There's like 2
100%.
days a week
Yep.
on this show that I have a Monster and about 4 cups of coffee at the same time. Just so we're all aware.
I mean, if you're working in morning radio, coffee's part of your diet, or you die.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
me
good.
on.
Now that we got Moser's espresso story out of the way, Batmans and Robins. There's about 5 different options I see for the Broncos this offseason at a position that is, I think, flying under the radar because there's bigger things that we're focused on. Obviously, we talked about running backs and tight ends, and finding one at each one of those spots is important. Wide receiver, I think you need something else. Because here's the situation. Sutton had a good year last year. Marvin Mims, towards the end of the season, exploded. And I think we all kind of assume that if, looking at the roster right now, the best offensive weapon that you possess is Marvin Mims, right? No question about it?
Well, he's the most dynamic, explosive. I don't know if you'd say best. I mean, is he
I think if you
as good of a
treated-
ball catcher?
If you treated Mims the way that you did the last month of the season for an entire season, I think the tune would change. I do.
Oh, so you think that for an entire season he's a 1,000-yard guy? Because that's what Cortland Sutton is, a 1,000-yard receiver.
He should. That's my expectation next year. He should be.
Okay.
But here's the deal. This is what I was thinking of. To me, there's like 5 different options that you have. Number 1, you could do nothing. You could just keep this wide receiver room, roll with Sutton and Franklin and Mims, and be like, you know what, that's pretty good. And maybe we keep little Jordan Humphrey around, find a smaller piece, fill out the room. That's it. Number 2, you could extend Sutton. Sutton's going into the last year of his deal, and I'm actually curious what you guys think on this. The projection that PhD was talking about yesterday was a 3-year, $72 million deal. So that means when he turns 31 years old, he'd be starting a 3-year deal at $24 million a season. That, to me, seems steep. I don't know if he's that guy. You know, you gave him the raise last year. His last contract was 4 years for $60 million. He's above that. $24 million a year for Cortland Sutton just sounds on the very high end to me.
That sounds like a lot of money. I love him, too. He's a very sure-handed guy, a very reliable guy. Clearly, he and Nix have something which you can't teach. That's good. But when I look at some other players around that territory, Deebo Samuel's at about almost 24. Michael Pittman Jr., Terry McLaurin. You know, these are guys that I look at and I go, DK Metcalf is at 24. Is Cortland Sutton in that category? I don't think that I hate to say it, I don't think he is. I think he's the next step down. I think he's in the, he's in the 15 million, he's in the Deontay Johnson category, maybe Chris Godwin at 20. Is he right there?
Well, that's why I wanted to get to the Batman-Robin idea. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if Cortland Sutton was more of a Robin than a Batman.
Why can't you have 2 Robins?
You can. And that's why we can get to another option here.
Well, I'll ask you. In L.A., they have a pretty good receiving core. Who was the Robin? Who was the Batman? Cooper Kupp or?
As Cooper started to age, it became Puka.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they had a crossover.
Did you see the story?
Yeah, of course.
Well, have you read the
Kupp is going to be traded.
Hold, please. Third option is you could hit free agency and find a cheaper option. You could find your Cooper Kupp or Chris Godwin, which I think to me, is the most viable thing you can do. Because if I say to you guys, Cooper Kupp, who's 6'2", he's not a small guy.
He's not a cheaper option either. He's $20 million.
He's $25 million.
Unless they just let him go, which is an option on the table for the Rams, and he becomes a free agent.
More than that, he's 26.7.
But think about it this way. I love the idea of Cooper Kupp because there's one thing that always translates to any offense. He's a route technician.
Yes,
he's
he is.
always open. Always
But
open.
you know what? I think Cooper Kupp, his production is so dependent on he's a route technician. You need the quarterback that makes sure that he gives it to a route technician type of
Anticipatory
receiver.
throws.
Yes.
Like throw the ball before he hits his break type of guy.
You know the kind of quarterback that works well with Cooper Kupp. Is that Bo Nix?
That's the question, yeah.
I don't know.
But another one out there is Chris Godwin. Another option you could do is, like, if you really just wanted to go crazy, you could bet the bank on T. Higgins and say this guy's a bona fide number one guy that's just been hidden in Cincinnati behind Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, too, we know what kind of receiver Sean Payton likes. It's not the smaller receivers. He's going to go big. That's what he likes.
T. Higgins is 6'4", and he runs about a 4.4. Like, pretty viable option. But I just think you need to do something. I don't think going into next year without adding something to that room is good enough.
I'll make it very easy on you. I think you're looking in the wrong direction.
Fifth option could draft somebody.
Why focus on adding another receiver when the solution is pretty simple? Add a marquee tight end who can handle a lot of that duty for you.
Sure.
Give yourself a tight end, and the receiver room is fine after that. You put a tight end out there that catches a lot of passes, it's basically a receiver anyway. What's the problem?
Well, there's no problem with that. I mean, that's something that should already be one of your priorities anyway. I'm saying let's just go to Chris Godwin. He's just coming off another year where he finishes the season on IR, but he's a very good receiver when he's healthy. He's probably not going to be all that expensive. If I give you a wide receiver room of Sutton, Godwin, Mims, throw a tight end you trust with a viable running back, that's a pretty damn good offense now, right?
Yeah, that's a
pretty damn good and filled out offense. Not to mention the guy you drafted last year that you have some high hopes for potential-wise. Troy Franklin gets another sort of year to incubate and not be like a huge part of the offense right now, or can be a death piece.
Vic, I see what you're saying about tight end. I completely agree with you because when you got one, especially those upper echelon guys, you're like, wow, I mean, that makes a huge difference, right? But those guys don't grow on trees, man. They're
So
few
what?
and far between.
Half the team, go get one. Find one. Make it happen. I mean, it's how many years since they had a bona fide tight end? It's been a while.
I just love that tone, Vic, because that sounds a lot like, come on, touchdown.
Well,
Ravens,
yeah, it might
football.
sound like that, but I mean, it's ridiculous. So every year we're just going to push that aside and say, well, they don't have one. Go get one.
No, I'm so with you on that. Like,
It's ridiculous.
Who and where and when?
Moj, there was a lot of who and where and when before tight ends became tight ends. What you think the Detroit Lions, before they got Laporta, said, well, let's just go ahead and give up on that. Let's just throw in the towel on tight ends.
Vic, he was drafted. He was a drafted player.
So you're not allowed to draft a tight end?
The guy before that was Hawkinson, too, was pretty good.
Yeah, and he took off to the rival. But the point is, but they don't grow on trees. If you want to find one in free agency, fine. If you want to go into the draft and you think that if you want to spend 2 picks on tight ends and hope that one of them turns out, that's fine with me too. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that they're hard to get. Okay, they're the upper echelon. I mean, like Sam Laporta. Find me a Laporta in this year's draft. I dare you. You can't. He's
there always
really
is.
good.
Moj,
The kid out of Penn State.
Moj, you're so wrong.
Yeah.
Every draft produces a great tight end, or 3 or 4. What are you talking about? CSU had a great tight end that I was clamoring for the Broncos to draft, and now he's doing his work in Arizona. There are tight ends everywhere. You just got to draft the right one.
In fact, you know what?
Okay.
Just look who's coming out for Iowa this year, and then take that guy, because that seems to work all the time.
Well, the Broncos tried that with Noah Fant.
Well, you know what? This is what's really weird. For George Payton, who I think has a pretty damn good record in the draft, like he's
But Vic,
got a...
hold on. Vic, if you were right, though, Vic, if you were correct, then every team would have a kick-ass tight end, and that's just not the case. Go ahead.
Come on. Moj, I don't know how to explain this to you. So
Good teams
just because you've been unfortunate with your tight end selection doesn't mean you just stop looking for a tight end. You have to have one in this game. In fact, I would double down now. I would double down on my quest for a tight end. I would look all over the globe for a tight end.
Moj, give me a playoff team that didn't have a good tight end. Give me one.
Agreed.
They all had one.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm saying I think it's a more difficult task than you're letting on. That's what I'm saying.
To your point, Moj, this is what I was going to say. George Payton has a really good record in the draft. Can we all agree that he's got a pretty high hit rate, especially for the lack of high-end draft picks? One spot that he's missed on, though, has been tight end. He's taken 2. Who are they? Greg Dulcich in the 3rd. Remember Alberto in the 4th. I think he was there for Alberto. But you've tried to find a guy sort of in the middle of that draft. I think if you find somebody you really like, you go get them. Because this is the fun part. This is the fun part about being a Broncos fan right now, is that you aren't going into the draft saying, should we take a quarterback or not this year? You aren't going in the draft saying, do we need a bona fide edge rusher? Do we need a franchise left tackle? You got a lot of the major pieces set already. Go find the fun stuff now. Go find the stuff that's like an extra take you over the top kind of piece. That's what's fun about this offseason.
Okay, so you're saying you've shopped for the eggs and the bread and the cheese, and now you're looking for
fill out the spice
donuts? Rack. Okay. Now you're going for the Chips Ahoy, right? You're down the Chips Ahoy aisle. Is that what you're looking for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're looking for the sides, not the entree.
Okay.
303.
Maybe you just have to pay for one. This. Just go get an established one, if that's what it takes.
They're out there. I mean, they're out there. They're out there.
It's almost like somebody was shouting about Njoku last year. I don't know. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Reminder to you guys.
I'm not even going to grace that with a comment. No.
10:30 this morning on Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, and Altitude Sports Radio. A major announcement.
Is this where you're going to announce you're getting a new espresso maker?
I might. Yeah, I like this thing. It's so convenient and tasty and concentrated. See, Brett, they're the Keurig, like we get the big coffees, right? And I put the ice cubes in it so I can drink it right away. This is concentrated. This is like potent.
I didn't know you put ice cubes in there.
Excuse, that just ran by like it was if you put ice cubes in your coffee.
Yeah. But you know what?
Yes.
What's happening to the modern man? You're putting ice cubes in your coffee.
The softening of society has taken a new leap. I cannot believe this.
Vic, Raj is throwing a scoop of ice cream in his coffee cup.
What's wrong
it's not
with
sweet enough.
taking coffee black and drinking it like a man?
I don't eat you. It's impossible to burn my tongue. That's how many times I burn it.
That's what I do. I drink black coffee only.
You don't put ice in your coffee, dude.
I put like 2 or 3 cubes to try to cool it down.
Don't try and church it up. Your name is Dirt, not Dear Day.
I'm out. Out.
All right, back after this.
It's a new year. It's 2025, and it's a time to be healthy. It's a time to be a new you, right? Guys, if you're feeling a little bit down, your energy is down, you aren't sleeping well, maybe your sex drive's a little MIA as well, you ought to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get checked out. Do you know what low testosterone is? Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Now, here's what happens. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel like I used to feel. Maybe you put on a little weight, that sort of thing. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Super simple. And then schedule an appointment. They'll draw your blood. You'll have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go through everything with you, all the results. And you make the decision with the medical team on whether or not you need testosterone or not. Cost of the appointment, only $99, includes the medical consult, the T and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your visit's absolutely free. You're going to see better gains in the gym. You're going to sleep better, higher energy levels, wake up feeling refreshed. All that is going to happen for you. But you got to give them a call, or you got to go online and check it out. There's no need to wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Vic, I just went to make a coffee, and I looked at the ice machine, and then I reached down and realized I'm a man, and I decided not to do that.
Yeah, just disgusting.
Yeah.
Show some human decency.
Just shame. A lot of shame.
Show some pride.
You guys are morons. No, you're just. Here's the thing.
Can you imagine if you're in Italy, you get a little espresso or cappuccino they hand you on the corner, and you say, "Can you throw some ice in that?" They'd laugh you out the door.
Sorry, sir. Do you have just a couple of cubes? Maybe the big rock ones?
But Vic, you know an Americano. You know what that is, right? That beverage.
It's an iced coffee, though, right?
That is coffee with water in it because Americans were too soft to drink like that pure, strong Italian coffee, so they'd water it down. So the point is the precedent has already been set. We don't exactly come to the plate with coffee.
Nuggets won yesterday. was a nice
I don't
W.
need to defend myself on this. I don't feel the need to defend myself. You guys can go ahead and be jerks all you want.
Hey, Moj, you're in Canada tonight, right? You might need to defend yourself in Canada tonight. You might need to do that when they play the anthem. Give them 5 big boos.
I don't get into that crap. They do whatever you want to do. I don't get into that crap.
Oh, I will.
I remember I was in Vancouver in the early 2000s when they booed the anthem. I remember I was there for that.
Yeah. Yep, they did. Yep.
You know what? It is weird. That does strike a chord with me. It does strike a chord. I don't like it. I don't like that at all. I don't like to hear it.
I hope it strikes a chord.
No, I'm saying I'm just Canada. You want to become a state, you start acting right.
Okay. All right.
Part of me does just want to march up there, just in camo gear.
What are they going to do?
Big chaw in your mouth.
Hey,
look, when it comes to stuff like that,
door.
Here's the thing. My country is a lot like a family member. I'm allowed to criticize my country as much as I want to. The second you start disrespecting it, I'm telling you.
It's like this.
I will go 1776 on you in a hurry.
Yeah. I can call my sister ugly, but you can't call my sister ugly. Okay.
About to rename it the Gulf of America, Canada is what we're going to call it now.
Oh, what's that, Canada?
God.
You got a problem? Do me a favor. How about you sanction me? Sanction me with your army. Oh, wait.
Oh, my God.
Hey, listen. There's only one thing you can do.
Dude, Dave Chappelle.
It's one of my favorite skits in the history of his show was when he played George Bush.
Don't you want to hang with Dave Chappelle? I want to hang with Dave Chappelle. Just hang. I don't know. That's great.
So the Nuggets win yesterday. I'm with Vic, by the way. I am with Vic. The Zeke Najee and to a lesser extent Michael Porter Jr., but Zeke Najee was like the biggest thing to me last night.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because the guy who doesn't play looks like he can play a little bit. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a showcase for the deadline. It's 2 days from now. I mean, we're right up against it. Or, I mean, Vic, I think the more likely scenario of what happens in 2 days, I've said this before, I don't think they do anything. I really don't. And so if Zeke shows that he's got a little bit of ability to be a rotational guy, then maybe this just serves as him cracking the rotation for later in the year. I don't know.
I don't have any inside information on what the Nuggets plan on doing, what they endeavor to do this week. I would be, if you were to give me a meter, I'd be shocked beyond stunned if they did anything big. I would be shocked and beyond stunned. I'd be on the Luka meter if they did anything of that consequence. Now, they can do some lower range deals to free up some cash, maybe get to the buyout market, find a defensive-minded wing for the stretch run. They could do some of those deals. I just don't know how you execute those deals given the current climate. I just don't know how you do it.
But here's what I saw last night. I saw a player that I think can help you. I saw a player that I think can play somewhat.
But when and where is he going to play? When you think
I don't
about
know,
it?
Vic. I don't know. So if he's expendable because you don't have a spot for him, fine. But if you're not playing because I don't know what the situation is. I saw a guy that has length, guy that can block shots, guy that played pretty efficiently. Now, again, you're talking about consistency on a nightly basis, and maybe he doesn't have that still at a very young age. I don't know. But if I'm an opposing team or I'm another team and I'm looking for a guy to help me, I think that guy can help me. So is he being showcased or is he really just playing because they need the minutes? I don't know. Either way, I saw a guy that played pretty good.
Vic, this Zeke extension came after the AG trade, right?
The Zeke extension, I'm not sure the exact date it happened, but I assume it was last year when it kicked in. Because last year he was on the final year of his original contract. So that's why they had a poison pill attached to it, and it was harder to deal him last year. This year, that extension, the numbers are up to where they extended him. So look at the exact date when they did it. I don't know. The problem I'm having is, okay, we know he can play. We saw him play. Where do you play him when everybody's healthy? That's the question. Where? Where does he fit in the rotation? I mean, Aaron Gordon's a power forward.
This extension was October 21st, 2023, so way after you acquired AG.
Yeah.
And that's my question, though. If they knew that, they knew AG is going to be the starter, and my guess is they signed him with the intention of him being the backup 4, and it's just never happened. And then they immediately drafted Peyton Watson, which is also a curious decision because none of those guys are 5s. They're all 4s, right?
Yeah.
And we forget about Duran, too. I mean, Duran, golly, I'm so bummed that kid got hurt.
Not having Duran Holmes may be a bigger hit than we anticipated.
But Duran Holmes, whether he's healthy or not, doesn't change the situation of Zeke.
Well,
no, but it's just another big in. It's
know.
just another big in
But
the lineup, in the rotation.
He would even minimize Zeke's minutes that much more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm still trying to figure out why this was done. It's like the second he signed the extensions, his minutes went down.
Yeah.
I told you guys in 2022 and 2023, he was averaging like 15 minutes a game, and now he doesn't get on the court. That's what's weird.
Well, hold on a second. If he doesn't get on the court, what exactly do you call Dario Saric?
What? God, man. No idea.
So Zeke's playing.
Well, and people were asking earlier in the show, and I do think there's some meat here. They said, is Malone too stubborn? Malone is a stubborn coach. He's very stubborn when it comes to minutes and rotation, who gets to play, who gets an extended leash, who's allowed to make mistakes, who isn't. Like, he's very stubborn when it comes to that stuff. Is he too stubborn around, like, not giving Zeke extended playing time, not giving him a few minutes with Joker here and there, like that kind of stuff? Like, maybe he is, because he's just got guys that he trusts, and he's more comfortable doing that.
I just wonder, like, regarding Dario Saric, who is a proven commodity in this league. He's got a resume. He's got years. Pull out his stats, please. Give me his numbers over the years. So you know he can play. It's proven he can play. And he's not that old. It's not like he's over the hill old.
So
I just wonder.
Dario played. Sorry. Go ahead.
If they throw a blanket on him right now, if they just say, okay, you sit over here, because the rest of the league knows he can play and there's no reason to get him injured if you plan on moving him. I don't know. Why else would he not ever see the light of day?
Dario averaged 17 minutes a game for Golden State last year, 8 points, 4.5 boards, 2 assists.
What did he do the year before that? So 8 and 4 last year in 17 minutes. I'd take that right now.
So it's tough because he was traded midseason, but he played in 57 games, averaged 14 minutes a game, and around the same numbers.
Okay. So he's always been about a 15 to 17 minute player.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Like, that's... But you had this much money to spend this offseason.
Yeah.
And you spent all of it on the guy who's played the least outside of what?
Yeah.
PJ Hall? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, look, Brett, I don't know. I'm going to fully admit this, Vic.
But we're making it sound like, hey, hold on, Moser, you're making it sound like the Saric signing throws the wheel completely out of whack. It's a small signing. It's a small number, relatively speaking.
I don't think
it is.
I disagree with that. I don't think it's small because the reason that you got that money is you said no to KCP to have flexibility, and you used your flexibility on a guy who doesn't play.
But it's,
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not a super ton of bread. I
It's
mean,
not, in
it'd be like-
hindsight, you could have done something else. You could have gone and get a Yabusele.
yeah.
Oh, that guy in his big butt. Hey, it'd be like this to me. You sign a guy, a veteran forward, but he's a healthy scratch all the time. Like, why did you use the bread to sign him if you're not going to play him? You know what I mean? I guess that's the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
The guy plays, or maybe 1 out of 5 games. He's a healthy scratch, right? I don't.
But to me,
Moj,
it's
and
less.
and I'm going to fully admit it. Real quick, Brett. Vic, I don't know what I don't know about why he's not playing and why Zeke, why these guys can't see the floor. I don't know what I don't know, which is why I swear to God I'm relying on you because some of it just doesn't make sense to me.
Moj, I was, as you guys well know, I was pounding the table for Dario Saric.
Mm-hmm.
Even before
I
the
know.
trade deadline last year. I wanted him on this roster. I thought he'd be a great fit with this team. It just hasn't worked out. The why, I can't answer. I don't know why. Did he forget how to play?
Let me give you 2 reasons, though, as to why. Look, this isn't about the amount of his contract, Okay, what is it, 5.3, whatever it is? Like, that's not a big number. But it's big when you take in the context of you let go of a major piece of your team in order to have flexibility to make a signing for depth purposes, and the depth purposes signing plays less than anybody else on the roster. And Moj, it's a 2-year deal for Saric. That's the other thing. He's not playing in year 1, and you got another year left on this thing. Like, I don't think that's a small detail. I think it's pretty big, considering how they wanted to build their team. So it's just, it's odd.
Has anybody asked Michael Malone about that? Has anybody asked him about it? Like,
about
point
what?
blank, why is he not playing? Why is Saric not in?
I mean, what do you think the answer is going to be if you ask that question? He's on with the PhD folks once a week. You can ask him that question, but what do you think the answer is going to be? Let me ask you. You've been around coaches a long time. You can ask that question point blank. What do you think he's going to say? He's not going to throw the player under the bus.
How about if you phrase it this way? What could he do? What could he do to find himself back into the rotation? Can you phrase it that way?
I'm going to tell you, he'll say something like, "Well, it's tough. You know, he's playing behind the best player in the world, and the way we run our offense. And sometimes we need size. Sometimes we need this." At the end of the day,
in all honesty, Vic. In all honesty, it seems like if Coach Malone said that, I would buy it 1,000%. It seems like a very reasonable position.
At the end of the day, if you're an impactful player, it doesn't matter what position you play. You're going to play, right? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, right now, think about it. Russell Westbrook's a point guard. Jamal Murray's a point guard. Until Russ got hurt, they started 2 point guards because Russ is an impactful player. If you can impact the game, doesn't matter what position you play, you will play.
The intention for Russell when he first was brought here, like he was going to be a guy who played like 20 to 23 minutes a game. Yeah. And then he's like, no, I'm a starter now. Yeah,
that changed. They don't think Dario can impact. That's what's happening. I mean, and I wish listen, we've watched him play. He's not impactful. And I don't know what the reason is.
I still think he's playing out of position.
What position do you want to see him play exactly?
A 4, but that's where it's logjam there. Like
so you want to see him. So if you gave Dario the same opportunity Zeke got last night, you just replaced.
The fact that he didn't play last night is insane to me.
So what do you think the reason is?
I have no idea. They obviously, let's just Occam's razor this thing. Malone doesn't think he can play. It's got to be that simple. What do you think? What else would be the reason? You brought him in the offseason. He's making the sixth highest paid on the team.
Yeah.
And you had a game in which 2 4s were out, your starter and your main backup, and they went to Zeke, and then what, Hunter Tyson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other reason?
Maybe they don't want to risk injury. Maybe there's some stuff going on behind the scenes.
Hey,
Whole
Brett,
year?
I can't explain it.
Yeah.
After I said it yesterday, did you go Google Occam's razor? Is that what you did?
No.
Yeah, he's used it 7 times in the last 2 days. Did you notice that?
I know.
I actually didn't notice.
Well,
You've
when I brought
over-Occam'd.
it up yesterday.
Yeah. Easy on the Occam.
I think you kind of did. Yeah, I think you kind of Occam'd out, man.
No. I know Occam's razor.
No, seriously, take it easy.
I don't know the backstory to it. I know how it's used colloquially. I had to say it like that. If I try and say colloquially fast, it doesn't come out right.
Should this P. Watt thing for the next 4 weeks, should I be worried?
Well, I mean, you do get the All-Star break in there, so you earn a week. It sounds to me like a sprained knee, and with a sprained knee, you better give it time. So a month is time.
And with Russ, we're just looking at an old man hamstring. That's all we're looking at.
Yeah, and again, that's another one with hamstrings and calf strains, and I wouldn't be surprised if it took a couple more days. Aaron Gordon, according to Coach Malone, is expected to return tomorrow night. That was a surprise yesterday. I didn't see Aaron Gordon not playing last night. He will play tomorrow night, so another body to throw at Zion.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Zion,
text line 4414. Yeah, you all picked up on it too. Brett, let's relax on the razor.
It's like the first time I used it in a long time.
Brett, if we've all noticed it, there's something to it, okay? The texters have noticed it. We've noticed it. Nellie's noticed it. You've made a lot of Occam Razor.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, here's the problem, Brett, and it's easy for everybody to see, especially our audience, I guess. When we got into the philosophy discussion, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago? How long ago was that with Socrates and
Leslie
and
and
everybody else,
Descartes,
right? Yeah, okay. So when we started to get into that, I could see that twinkle in your eye. You started to fancy yourself as some sort of, modern day philosopher.
Dude, this is the thing. Look at the text. In Brett's defense, his Nebraska ass has been using Occam's razor for years. I ain't new to this game.
No, he hasn't. And I brought it up yesterday on the show, Vic, and all of a sudden he's just throwing it out there like he's chewing gum. It is. It's just ridiculous. Look. We know you're smart, Brett. I know you're smart. You do the crossword. You don't have to try to prove it every day.
I'm not smart.
You are smart. You do the crossword like a banshee. You just don't have to throw out some Play-Doh every single day in order to make yourself known. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Well, an unexamined life is not worth living. Just keep that in mind, everybody. Back after this. Yeah, this is a good point. You know, I totally forgot was on the roster that we thought was going to be a big move at the deadline the year the Nuggets won the championship. Remember Thomas Bryant?
Yeah.
There's so many big men that have come through here that just like collected a couple checks and just sit on the bench. It's weird.
You know what's crazy about that? I will never
Dude,
forget.
I forgot all about Thomas Bryant.
He doesn't play anymore anyway. He doesn't play. I do remember this. I'll never forget. I was at a game in Los Angeles, Lakers and Nuggets, a game in which Anthony Davis got hurt and left the game after the first quarter. And so you're thinking now, all right, the Nuggets going to roll. They're going to run away with this. And here comes Thomas Bryant. And he was going toe-to-toe with Nikola Jokic. And he was swatting shots. And I'm like, whoa. He was dunking. He scored like 23 in that game. And I'm like, wow, could the Nuggets use a guy like Thomas Bryant? Lo and behold, they get Thomas Bryant. And he never did anything.
That's why we were so excited about it. When we were like, remember that guy who like played really good against the Nuggets when AD got hurt? And it was like, never saw him. Never.
But you remember the best part with Thomas Bryant, I'll bring up the picture here, was on the shot where LeBron James set the scoring record. If you look here underneath the basket, who's that sealing out his opponent and calling for the pass? Thomas Bryant is right under the hoop. He's blocking someone going, hey, LeBron, feed me the rock. I got it. And then they immediately traded him to Denver.
Hey, Moj, what do you think
He
about
got a ring, right? He got a ring.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he was in the locker room when they were celebrating. Yeah, he got a ring.
Reggie got a ring.
Moj, what do you think about this?
Thomas Welsh.
Thomas Welsh?
Didn't he get a ring?
I don't think he did.
No, not Tom. Jack. What's his name? Jack, the Australian.
Oh, Jack.
Jack White.
Jack White.
Cocktoastin.
Moj, what do you think about this 10-game suspension for Ryan Hartman?
Dude, 10 games is a lot. Okay, that's
a lot.
That's a pretty big suspension. When you look at what he did, though, I think the reason you look at that, Brett, and say 10 games is because Stützle had no opportunity to defend himself.
Yeah.
He got his head driven straight down into the ice.
It was a wild
And you could
hit.
say, well, he was falling and this and that. And listen, guys get locked up in face-offs all the time. How many times are two centers locked up and falling down and then the puck squirts out and a winger comes and gets it and whatever? But it looked pretty damn blatant. And listen, here's the story. Minnesota's getting killed. There's a lot of frustration. They had slashed each other a little bit earlier in the game, that sort of thing.
Here's the hit if you
and
guys
then
missed
you have this. So Hartman's clearly angry, and then he just goes wham with his forearm and just crushes him right down into the ice. There's blood all over the place, and it was not good. And I think I always say this, the optics of it were really, really bad. And so you got to throw the book at him to say this kind of thing just is not acceptable whatsoever.
And that's
not at all.
It's essentially an 8th of the season, what you're suspending this guy for. That's
Correct.
a lot.
And so when you think about the Four Nations, dude, he will not play hockey again until March. He will not play again until March.
Wait. You're just saying because of the break. I got you.
Correct. So
I thought you were saying like he's suspended in the NHL, so he's suspended for the Four Nations too. I was like, I didn't know.
No. He's not playing in the Four Nations.
I got you.
He's not that good of a player, but he won't play again until probably mid-March, which is, that's a lot of games, man. That's a lot. Or
so
I'd say probably the second week in March.
How do these suspensions work, by the way? Are you allowed to be around the team during that time, or do you have to be away entirely? Like, can you still practice and be in the locker room, or do you have to stay like out?
Yeah, you can. You can be around the team. You just can't play.
Right. Okay. I mean, to throw an elbow on top of somebody's head and throw their nose directly in the ice is,
How we looking
you
tonight,
just
Moj?
can't play. What do you mean, how we looking tonight?
How we looking?
Well,
what's cooking? How we looking and what's cooking?
Well, I was going to give you that in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. You want some stuff now?
Yeah, we can do it now.
Okay. Give us a little cooking. What's cooking?
Well, can I ask you this, Moj? I'll start it for you. Can I open something up for you?
Please, because to me, I'm very curious. This is just as a hockey guy. I'm very curious about tonight's opponent. Go ahead.
One thing that was incredibly noticeable over the weekend, which was a great weekend for the Avs, pitching 2 shutouts obviously is going to catch your eye. A couple of goose eggs on the board. Here's the other thing. Are we back with the power play? Are we back? Because ever since the trade, again, not blaming Mikko, this is a compliment to a guy like Netches. It looks pretty damn potent.
Let me tell you what it's done. Netches is a mover. He likes to roam all over the ice, right? Because he's a dynamic player. You know, Mikko, where would he go? He would go behind the net a little bit. He would be in his circle. He'd be at the half boards, okay? But that's his side of the ice. What Netches has done, because he moves, he forces other guys to move too, right? Other guys get out of their, I don't want to say comfort zone, and this includes, you ready for this? The best player on planet Earth, Nathan MacKinnon. If you watch MacKinnon now on the power play, now when they get set up, everybody's got their spot, right? Everybody goes to their spot. But you'll start to see, after a shot and a retrieval of the puck and so on, guys start to switch and move, and they're doing that a lot more than they used to. Even Nathan MacKinnon now is sort of all over the ice in the power play. He's in his off position. He's behind the net. He's roaming the top of the zone, right? He's not just parking himself where he'd normally be. And you see that Netches, you see those one-timers he's taken? That's MacKinnon's circle, baby. That's Nate's office, right? That circle. And he will be in his office an awful lot. But sometime when he leaves his office to go to the Coke machine, Netches will come in and sit behind his desk. And it's made it way more dynamic than it was before. Now, I think this is a beneficiary of just having a different guy out there who's doing different things. It creates movement for everybody. It's really cool to see.
What you just described for the power play is almost a description of why I think the Avs ultimately made the move they did with Mikko. Things got stale.
Like predictable.
Things got stale.
That power play was predictable. I'm going to tell you, it's predictable. It was predictable, yeah.
People stopped moving. Not that those people are less talented than they were, but everybody knew what they were going to do. You need to change it up. And that's what they did with that trade. They shook it up.
Yeah, it was
Jamal Murray
beforehand, Moj, it was here's MacKinnon, here's Mikko, here's Kale. And it's like you were very aware of the dangerous pieces to that power play.
27 or 62s in the bump.
Exactly.
27 or 62s in the bump. It's another guy roaming, Yeah, it became I thought it became a little bit predictable, no doubt about it. And you have the world's best players out there. But to me, there's just a lot more movement, unpredictability. The shot volume is up because of it, right? So that's why it's starting to really cook again. And so while you miss a guy like Rantanen, I don't even think that MacKinnon thought that he'd be probably moving as much as he is now on that power play and playing in an off position. So when you're scouting the Colorado Avalanche and you're scouting that power play, this is what they like to do, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden MacKinnon goes from his home and he's roaming the top of the zone, and now he's over here and pass. All of a sudden you're having to defend what you didn't think you had to defend. Right. And teams are going like, okay, now what? That kind of thing. And so it makes everybody better. It really does.
It was very rare that you could lose sight of MacKinnon on a power play, but now, because he's moving so much, your eyes are darting kind of everywhere. We'll get back to this
because he can shoot and he can burn you that way. He can make the seam pass for a one-timer. He can burn you that way. He can pop it in the middle he can do so many things with the puck. Your eyes will naturally go to him, but now it opens it up for everybody else. It's pretty awesome.
Get back to this in about 20 minutes. I do want to ask you guys
a
question.
But, Brett, real quick, though. I'll talk about the opposition tonight. Quinn Hughes did not play Sunday against Detroit. I don't know I assume he's going to be in tonight. I don't know. But after the trade, remember the angst and anger between Pettersson and Miller, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure now on Elias Pettersson to kick it up a notch because apparently, that sandpaper is gone. And we'll see. I think there's some dynamics inside that room that are changing. That's all. Okay, good.
I just remember when they were talking to Miller. They're like, "What's your relationship like with Pedersen?" And he goes, "I'm not commenting on that." It's like, "Oh, that's a great answer. Okay, awesome."
Yeah.
Just quickly here, golf dudes. By the way, I'm playing today. I was told it was going to be 65 earlier this week. It's like 50 now.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. I don't do the cold.
But
Unless you're playing Pebble. If you're a Pebble, you play in the cold. If you're in Denver, you don't play in the cold.
Well, I'm going to today, and
you're a man.
I have backup on this. Look, I know it's not the decorum, but you know what? Now my favorite PGA player, Jason Day, has given me full reign to just wear whatever I want on the golf course. Yeah. That guy showed up like Tony Soprano yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? This guy rules. I love him.
What did
full
he wear?
Sweatsuit, full sweatsuit.
I missed it. Did he?
Yep.
How did
Sweater,
they allow that on the tour?
sweatpants.
Usually the tour is really strict about what these guys wear. Maybe the influence of the live is carrying over now, and it's sort of
when are you
allowed
wear
them
shorts?
to let their hair down.
When can you wear shorts?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this
know what?
This guy's giving me. I'm wearing this on the golf course because I want to stay warm today, and that's totally fine.
You know what? It is utterly, now that you brought that up, and we've talked about this before, it is utterly ridiculous and inhumane when you're playing the St. Jude's Classic in Memphis in the middle of the summer.
Look at my homeboy right
and
here.
It's 105 degrees with 100% humidity. Oh, yeah.
Full sweatsuit.
Oh, dude, these are
sweatpants.
He's
like
going,
straight up sweatpants he's wearing.
Oh,
he's going
you know
to the
what those
Bada
are
Bing.
like?
He's going to the Bada Bing.
Those are like Viore sweats that look like pants. I actually love those. They look like pants, but they're sweats.
One of the commentators said, did he lose his luggage?
No, he dressed comfortable because it's about comfort in that sport. It should be anyway. Trying to play
Vic,
at your best.
You were wearing yoga pants yesterday, so what do you know?
Well, I know I'm wearing my Viores right now. They're the most comfortable things ever. I love them.
They're yoga pants, Vic. They're
not
everything.
Yoga pants. By the way, you never wear sweats. I noticed that about you, Moshe. You never wear Me and Brett, do you ever see me on a non-game day wearing anything but sweats?
No. Why wouldn't you want to be
Have you ever
comfy?
seen Moser wear sweatpants?
I have not actually.
Ever.
No.
Ever. What is it with you and sweats?
Look, Jason Day does
shorts.
look like he's got a Christopher, I got to talk to you in the office. Come back here in the Bada Bing.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, I mean, hold on a second. Why do you have a fear of sweatpants?
That's a great question, Moshe. What's going on there?
I'm wearing shorts right now. Look, shorts. Right
Why
now.
do you not wear sweatpants?
Yeah, but sweats are like
Sweatpants
part
are
of
great.
the human. Men wear sweats. Men wear sweats.
I don't have any.
Rocky Balboa wore sweats.
Dude, your whole life is based on Rocky. That's not really a good anecdote. I have an update, by the way.
I had a buddy, just real quick, Moshe. I had a buddy.
Yeah.
We were just at a bar one day. We were kind of talking about this same thing. I said something I always say, something like, I just wear what's comfortable. I just want to be comfortable, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, my grandfather, he never wore jeans, not once. That's how fancy his grandpa was. He was always like pantsuits.
I'm not a jean guy either. I have like one set of jeans. I'll wear it very, very random. I'm not a jean guy.
I never wear jeans anymore.
His grandpa, like,
comfortable.
You know when they have those old videos from like the 40s where there's people walking around like Wall Street and everybody's got a fedora on, everybody's got the suit jacket. He's like, that was my grandpa. Every day he wore that. Didn't matter if it was a Tuesday and he's going to a ball game.
When you watch old-timey golf, they're wearing ties and collared shirts and jackets and swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. A couple things. I wear the pants I wear are like my Normandy pants, you know, the Cools and the REI stuff. That's
you wear
those
fishing
are really
gear.
comfortable.
You wear like your
number 2.
river runs through it. That's what you wear.
It's about comfort for me, and I don't give a crap what you think, Mr. Again.
These are comfortable.
Yoga, dude. I know your yoga pants. I know.
They're not yoga pants, dude. I don't wear tights.
I'm not spending $500 on a pair of kitten fur lined whatever you got.
Hey, Jack O'Lantern, how much are your
I'm not doing
fisherman pants? How much are your fisherman pants that come across? He's got those pants where you can take them apart there at the knee. Hey, look at this.
My sweatpants were $9.99. Ross dressed for less.
Dude, you go to Sierra, you get sweatpants for $10.
Yep.
Number 2, real quick. You remember the old man who got pegged at Pebble the other day by Shane Lowry?
Yeah.
And he went down like, we showed the video. Apparently, Pebble now, because that poor old guy got pegged so bad, they've given him a weekend stay at Pebble Beach, and 2 rounds of golf for him and 3 of his buddies.
Would you do that? That's a great question.
100%. I would. Yes.
Do you know how expensive it is to play there? Do you know the price tag to play at Pebble and to stay at Pebble?
Brett, I would, because that guy's his whole job is to find balls in the rough on that side. There's no patrons over there, no fans. I would be out there looking for drives.
Yeah.
I would be out there and when it came to me, I'd jump in front of it.
The fairway.
Moshe, I'm running in the middle of the
100%.
fairway, and I'm taking that hit. Be like, oh, I stumbled. Sorry.
I'm not kidding, dude. I would absolutely take a bullet for that weekend, 100%.
Well,
you could hit me with a driver 50 yards off the tee.
Moshe,
I would absolutely do it.
having played Pebble for 3 days in the driving rain and wind, ultimately the kind of weather that today, if you told me go play golf in that wind, I'd say, yeah, screw off. I'm not doing that. That place you'll play in a blizzard. It's that special.
100%.
It's that special.
303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Would I take a golf ball to the Colognes to play at Pebble for a weekend? You're damn right I would.
Again with the sweatpants.
God, I'm comfortable.
You know the message you're sending out to the world with these sweatpants? You're telling the world, I give up. I can't compete in normal society. I'm miserable, so I might as well be comfortable.
Yeah, Moser saw it. Hang on, Vic. Leave Vic's mic off for a second, Nelly, and just watch the video that I showed you, Vic. We can't play it. But you got to hear it.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think we should play that one. But I want,
dude, I want to hug that guy. So I want to hug him.
So,
dude, here's what I want to do.
Hang on. I want to let people in with us. Hang on.
Oh my God.
There's a guy yesterday.
Oh my God.
There's a guy yesterday.
So did that guy threaten to off himself?
There's a guy yesterday who is one of the angry and sad Mavs fans. It was one of the compilations we did. And he was our favorite one because he was genuine. He was so sad. And if you guys missed it, this is what this Mavs fan, after he found out about the Luka trade, that's what he did yesterday. It was one of those like local TV cameras thrown in the faces of all these angry Mavs fans outside the arena. And he was by far the most depressed of anybody. A lot of them were angry. He was just straight up defeated, he was empty with emotions. What does that sound?
Oh, I'm crying. Oh, it's my espresso.
These guys, this Nico, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing.
He was just so sad.
Can you keep going or no?
Well, that was the only clip in that one from him. Do you want to play the one? I didn't know if that's something we can play or not. Yeah, let's not play it.
Can.
But
it was
what I found though
deep
for the people. What I found was here. I'll retweet it. Okay, so if you want to see this, go at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. There's a second angle of this guy where he kept talking and he said something that was just so completely out of left field.
And now I have nothing.
That sounds like Jimmy Kimmel's buddy.
I just want to give that guy a hug so bad.
I do too. I'll tell you what I can say it, right? Like what he said?
No, you don't even say it. Just go at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. I'm
just
tweeting
play
it right now.
You might as well play it now. It's just listen. Just play it.
All right. Well, let's just do the whole thing again. Let's just do the whole thing. Just start it from the beginning of the clip.
Time out.
Let's not. Just go to my Twitter account and you can see it there. Yes. Go to my Twitter account.
Absolutely. Anyway,
it's one of those it's a borderline thing of we might get talking to. I don't want it.
I want to hug this guy. Like I want to say, dude, I've been there. I know. I'm your friend. Can I buy you a coldie and let's just talk it out a little bit? I mean, this guy was genuinely. You're right, Brett. Other guys were mad, like, this management stinks, and we're supposed to have a statue, and this guy is, like, truly, like,
But you know what?
It's beyond heartbroken.
Nelly, did you just hear it for the first time?
Oh, my God.
Nelly, it's crazy.
I watched it. It's so
it's crazy. It's crazy. It's moments like this, though, and I really want to ask this question, because we make a living in this industry. We're all sports fans. I mean, I couldn't envision my life doing anything else. I know I have no other skills. There's nothing else I can do but talk sports and have fun with sports. But do you believe that at times, many more times than I care to admit, we take sports way too seriously?
Far too serious. Yeah, of course.
Way too seriously.
Of course.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
Like
the funny part about that clip, though. The funny part about that clip is everybody in the crowd's like, no, whoa, hey.
like, whoa, man, don't it's
no,
not
don't
that
do
serious.
that. Anyway.
No, but Vic, you're so right. Hang on, Moshe. Like, when it's the same feeling that you had after Game 7 with the Nuggets and the T-Wolves, right?
Yeah, I
like
just couldn't sleep.
How I felt about 2 weeks ago when I thought, the Lions are finally going to break through, and then that happens. It's my wife said, don't talk to him for a while, and I'm like,
so funny.
The fact that she said that, I had to internally look, she made the right decision to say that out loud, but I was like, what's wrong with me that I can't handle a conversation right now?
I had that same conversation with my wife when Notre Dame lost, and she was like, okay. She told our kids in a group text, don't bother Dad.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, what life do I live when my children can't reach out to me because of a stupid game? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with all of us? Why do I lose sleep? Luka gets traded. It has no impact on my life whatsoever. And it's 3 a.m. My eyes are up. I'm like, wow, Luka got traded. What the hell is wrong?
Yeah, it's weird.
What's wrong?
Like this, look, man, this is the sandbox of life, right? Anything that happens in sports really doesn't affect you. Like, it makes no difference if the Marlins win the World Series or the Yankees do. It makes no tangible difference in your life.
You know who's the most dramatic of us all, and he'll never admit it? It's Moser. Because you know when Moser's in one when he comes in.
Oh, hang on.
But he'll never admit it. Like, he's playing, hey, I'm pure and nothing. But Moser is the worst of all of us.
Moser will wear an Avs loss. Like, he'll wear it. I know somebody who wears it worse than him.
You're talking like I'm not
and
sitting
it's Connor
right
McGahee.
here.
Connor McGahee is worse than Moser, and Moser's bad.
Yeah.
And you know what? Kyle's up there, too.
Yeah, all of you Avs guys, you guys are like, if they lose, it feels like you guys, like part of you died that day.
I wish,
I can't believe you all are still listening.
I wish I had the ability to just throw it away and maintain my pure objectivity and go on with life with no emotion whatsoever. I wish I wasn't emotional. I wish. I don't have that gene. Don't have it. Not my DNA. Genetics.
Yeah, you are.
Well, yeah, it's your genetics for sure.
Gosh, Vic, honestly, of the people I know in my life, you are maybe the easiest to rile up of anybody that I know.
100%.
Anybody.
Genetics. It's DNA. It's Italian. We are passionate. We are emotional people. However, you have to admit this. I show my emotion. I unveil it. I'll argue with people. Moser puts it in his gut.
I'm the Moser type.
Yes.
I
right
will bury it.
And I'm here to tell you, I'm here to tell all of you listening, you know what's worse than displaying your emotion? Keeping it right here in your gut. That'll kill you inside out. You will die soon.
Moj, there's an old Bill Burr joke about that where he goes, it's why men drop dead of a heart attack at 50. It's 50 years of them pushing all of their anger inside, not admitting a puppy's cute. You know what I mean?
Although, yeah, when I had my, well, I don't want to get into it, but no, I'm not going to get into it. Never mind.
When you had your gallbladder removed, that was from a sports problem?
No, but it had to do with my mom dying. And I know we're not going to get it. We're not going to get into that.
You know what's amazing? The Moser's mom references always come at the end of a segment where I have no idea what to do at the end.
Can't do anything with it.
Yep.
Yeah, the energy of the show just kind of dies.
You can't win.
I'm not.
And here's the thing. Moser is sitting there, and he's like, I'm trying to be nice by not doing it. But just by saying the thing that you can't say, you're just leaving a hot potato in my lap and saying, go, deal with that.
You know what he did? He just pulled the cord from that grenade, said, here you go, Brett. Go to
Yeah, exactly. So
actually, we have Vic. I let my feelings out a lot more than I used to. I think it's a good thing. You know, you tell people exactly how you feel about them. When you're being a complete Lululemon yoga pant wearing jerk wagon, I'm going to tell you.
I don't know what that's in reference to. We're talking about just holding emotion inside. You hold it in too much, and it affects you. Let it go.
This is a good way to go to break. So I'll do 5 big booms real quick. Boom.
All right, here we go.
Boom.
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 I'm out.
Boom.
I'm out.
Boom.
Bye.
Boom.
The big game just a few days away, so download that Circa Sports app and get involved with their Circa Squares contest. We've all played Squares before. Somebody hands you a couple of numbers, and then you have to pray and hope and cross your fingers that your numbers hit. Well, it's like that, except you pick your numbers with Circa Sports. With a minimum $1 bet, you can win up to $100,000. Download the app in preparation for the big game this weekend, whether it's the Circus Squares or all the prop bets you could imagine. They have it all with the best odds on the Circus Sportsbook. So download it right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Reminder to you guys, 10:30, Altitude TV, Altitude Plus, and Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have a press conference on a major announcement. That's all we're told. Major announcement.
Does it involve your future? Because once again, we get to the final segment of the 8 o'clock hour where you, on game nights, are required to set up the keys to the game segment, and once again, you failed to follow through. And I have to come back and tell you and remind you again what you failed to do.
Can I do one thing in my defense? One thing. Moser dropped his mom comment at 8:54, which is about the time I hit the button. And I didn't know what to do from there. Do I just do that and go to keys to the game? Is that the proper radio thing to do? Well, let's see.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Moj, 8 o'clock tonight. Avs in Vancouver. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Keys to the game.
Keys to the game. The Vancouver Canucks right now are not averaging very many goals per contest, just over 2 in their last 10 games. They're having a real difficulty scoring the puck. I would say if you want to win this contest tonight, number 1, keep the power play cooking. Number 2, make Elias Pettersson's life miserable. Make anybody who can score the puck make their life miserable for the Colorado Avalanche. Your defensive play has been brilliant as of late. Continue that. I'm not expecting shutout time. We're not looking for 3 consecutive shutouts for Mackenzie Blackwood. But you have a real opportunity here tonight. Vancouver is trying to chase you down for a wild card spot. Calgary's right behind you. But they're that next team is Vancouver. You win tonight, you create that. You're going to create a gap that I don't think it will not be passable for the Vancouver Canucks. You win tonight,
the key?
You're in.
So what's the key?
Keep Vancouver 2 goals or less, and you're going to win this game. Period. End of story. Good goaltending, terrific defending, and focus on their big guns who have yet to find themselves after this trade.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
I was going to talk about this. I was going to talk about this guy who got busted for doping in the Olympics.
Okay,
It blew my
Save
mind.
that. Save that for a second.
Okay.
Because I read that story too. None of these are preferable. What do you think is more preferable on the heart of a fan? Between 2 superstars in exits, would you rather have what you just witnessed in the Mavericks organization, where fans are shocked and pissed with the random, oh my God, what just happened? No pre-warning, just you wake up one day and Luke is no longer there.
And now I have nothing.
Jesus.
Or
that poor guy. This was my safe space, and now I have nothing.
That situation. Or this from Brian Windhorst, that Jimmy Butler has blocked multiple trades that would have paid him on contending teams, but he is holding out for Phoenix and Phoenix only. And he is torpedoing the season of Miami in the middle of it. Which one of these is preferable to you?
Well, let me ask
you.
The
shot
I'll tell you.
or this?
I'll tell you what's preferable. Do you want the circus before or after? Both produce a circus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So Dallas thinks, oh, look, we're smart, man. We're not going to let anybody in on this. We're going to do this. So what happens? We got guys in Dallas carrying coffins to the arena and in mourning for days. A circus exists whether you like it or not. Whether you bring it on before the trade or after the trade, a circus is always a circus. I don't think it matters.
I'll tell you this, Brett. Watching this play out in Miami is such a distasteful thing for
that's
everybody
worse than Jimmy
involved.
Butler. I think that's worse than Jimmy Butler.
It absolutely is.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll make the case as to
what
why.
is?
Yes.
What is the
Dallas-
What's
the
unveiling
arena?
in Dallas
Dallas
with
is
their
far
fan
worse.
base and everybody talking about that trade is far worse PR-wise than Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler's just all he's doing is ruining his own cause.
Moj,
Hey,
I'll make the case.
Meryl Streep. Let me tell you why you're wrong in a second. Go ahead, Brett.
I think my argument's going to be irrefutable, so I can't wait to hear what yours is. Dallas is worse for this reason and this reason. And I said, as a fan, you know what's easy to do is hate a player. What's hard to do is hate your team.
You're talking as a fan.
To hate your organization.
Yeah, people
That's
are turning in their jerseys. They're done with the Mavericks. They're done with the team. And that is far more – that hurts you more than just not hating a player.
I'm coming from an executive position. Go ahead.
The exit of Luka Donćić, there's not a single Mavs fan that hates Luka. Not a single one. There's a whole bunch that now hate the team that they've loved for years. Miami, they can just look at him and be like, you know what? This guy's a POS. Get him off the team. Hate him. I still love my Heat, though. They can still do that. It's a lot harder in Dallas to say the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If I was running a team or owning a team or anything involved as a member of the team, what I don't want in my life is drama. At this, you give me the guff for being an old whatever. Mm-hmm. I don't want drama, dude. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to. Look, if I had to go to the gym every day and hear about Jimmy Butler and what he's axed and what he won't take and what he does want and blah blah blah, and getting upset and leaving practice and leaving the team, and I mean, dude, eventually that just wears and wears and wears on you. I'd rather just get something done and be done with it. Now I see what you're saying. How the fans now hate the team because Luka is gone. But as far as the inside goes, if you say we want to shop Luka and then you deal with the drama that comes for the next 3 weeks, brain damage. I don't want it. I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, good luck running any.
That's just my personal
sports.
feeling. That's me. That's me being the guy running the team.
Moj, name a team that doesn't include drama.
The Nuggets have been pretty good actually at avoiding drama.
There's always drama. Bones was a drama.
There's always some sort of drama. That's such a small thing.
Yeah, but there's always something with every team.
But you would agree with me. They've been really good at avoiding that stuff.
100%.
Really good.
That championship run is one of the reasons why they're able to focus, yes.
Now, the Avs, they've had their share of drama, but it hasn't been, like, self-imposed. The Val stuff is...
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying...
The Avs have been chock full of drama for 3 years now.
But nothing like Jimmy Butler. I'm just saying it's stuff that's been beyond the control of the organization is all I'm saying.
Understood.
Yeah.
But drama is always going to be there because there are egos, there are big salaries, there are wants and needs and desires. So Moser lives in this fantasy land like you run through life without drama. Drama comes with it, baby. And you know what? I'm one to believe you just deal with it. Family has drama. Your family has drama. My family has drama. Everyone does. If you don't, what the hell? What are you living?
Yeah, but there comes a time.
Robots.
But Vic, there comes a time when you don't. Like Brett just said, Jimmy Butler is torpedoing the Miami Heat season. And the longer this thing drags on, the worse it's going to get. I mean, eventually you're just going to have to cut bait.
Hey, that's what Miami gets for. Jimmy Butler had a reputation before Miami invited him to Miami. Did he not? Okay.
Yes.
So you inherited that. Congratulations. The Nuggets. Do you remember the backup center that the Nuggets brought here for about 2.5 months? What was his name?
Boogie.
The backup center.
Boogie
Cousins. Did he have a reputation about him?
He did?
Yes.
Was he invited back the following year?
He was not.
No.
You removed the drama.
And he actually played and was pretty good. He actually was.
That's what I'm saying.
He's the best backup center the Nuggets have had since the Joker era.
Remove the drama. That's what I would be about. Remove the drama.
God, what I would do to have Mason Plumlee back on this team. I loved Mason. Did his job. Can you compare this to me? Because I wasn't here for this. What was the Melo saga like? It didn't feel like knockdown, drag out like Jimmy Butler, he's getting suspended, but was there what was the tension like during that?
It wasn't high tension. It was just sort of sad. I mean, they just came to a conclusion that they weren't going to live together anymore. And the only bad part about it is it took longer than it should have because he wanted a certain place to go to. He wanted to go to the Knicks, and the Nets were the ones making most of the noise, and it almost happened. A deal with the Nets almost happened because they had more to give the Nuggets. But, Carmelo was steering them to the Knicks, and eventually he got what he wanted. Mm-hmm. The player got what he wanted. Just like Jimmy. I'm going to tell you right now, Jimmy's going to get what he wants. He's going to get what he wants.
Moj, what about Duchesne? What was that like? Because that was a while too, right?
That was big time drama. I mean, that lasted. It lasted almost a full year. It lasted about 11 months. Apparently, he had come to the team that December and said, I want to be moved, but he wasn't moved at all. They had the worst year they've ever had at 48 points. It was a disaster of a season. And they didn't move him. And let me give Joe Sakic some credit on this one. He could have moved him anytime before the trade deadline. He could have moved him anytime during the summertime. But you know what? He said, look, this is a valuable player. He's not going to play here anymore. He doesn't want to play here. But I'm not going to trade him for just this is not going to be a spastic move. I'm going to do the deal that makes the most sense for the Colorado Avalanche. And you remember the photo shoot and all that kind of thing, right, leading up? And he played for the team that season. You remember all of this. That deal was not done until the beginning of November of that. He went from Christmas all the way to the beginning of November. That's how long it took to get the deal done. And Joe Sakic said, "Look, I'm going to play the patient game here. I'm going to find the best deal for my team." And you know what he did? He found a hell of a freaking deal, did he not? Absolutely.
What's the hit rate, by the way, on players who request trades to specific teams? A bunch of guys request trades.
In the NBA?
Just in general, like a guy who was held out specifically for a team in mind. Yeah. AD might have gotten the best of all of it. He got a championship.
In the NBA, you usually get what you want. But James Harden got what he wanted. Kevin Durant got what he wanted. LeBron James got what he wanted. People get what they want in the NBA.
Vic, what I'm saying is, how often has that worked out for the player, though? Like, Melo did that. He wanted to go specifically to the Knicks. Didn't get a championship out of it.
Sure.
Harden's done this plenty of times. No championships to speak of.
No. The National Hockey League, it doesn't really happen that often. But what does happen is college free agents whose rights are owned by a team, they will dictate where they want to go. Perfect example is Adam Fox and the New York Rangers. Mm-hmm. The Calgary Flames, was it Calgary or Carolina, had his rights. And he's like, look, I'm only playing for New York, so whatever you want to do, you do it.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. I mean, he forced his way to the New York Rangers.
You want to talk about a miniseries?
Jimmy Vesey did the same thing.
You want to talk about drama and saga? How about the Broncos in 2 years of Russ? Every week it was something else.
But it wasn't like trade request stuff.
No, but it was stuff going on behind the scenes. Oh, this guy said this, and he demanded this, and it was always something.
It was more like just being
Vic,
the butt of every joke. Go ahead, Mush.
If you had to drag out through the course of a season, guys, about a Bo Nix contract extension, and he's not getting what he wants, and all, I mean, look what the Cowboys went through with Dak Prescott and at one time with Zeke, remember?
And CeeDee Lamb.
Which guy was it, Zeke? Who was, and CD. I mean, these, Amari Cooper.
Or Amari Cooper, that's it.
It's just brain damage. I don't want to deal with that stuff. If we had to go through an entire year, wondering every single week about whether or not Nix is going to get his extension or will he take it and all this, it would be too much. It would just be too much.
You know what? Credit to the Avs and Mikko. It didn't feel that way. It really didn't. Remember, we weren't talking about the Mikko extension really at all until like it was a week before the trade, and then it just felt like something was bubbling. The first time I was really thinking about it again was when we played that Spit and Chicklets clip where they're like, hey, the deadline's coming up. If they don't have him signed, what do you do? It's like, I don't know.
Drama up in Boulder was certainly something to behold the last couple of years, and, by hook or by crook, it worked. The Buffs just unveiled their schedule for next season. They open
Hold on. We're at the end. Save that for just a couple of minutes. We'll get back to that in just a second. 303.
So mean.
You know what?
So
I forgot the keys to the game, and now
you won't do the keys to the game when they're supposed to be done, but you'll always back off when we want to do something.
What does
it's out of respect? Mean? Out of respect, give you more time. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters, and they can set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. And all you got to do is answer some questions about the big game. It's like prop bets without risking money. The entry with the most correct answers wins, and a tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. All right, Vic, would you like to take us through this schedule next year for CU?
Yeah, I would. Now?
Yeah, go ahead.
By the way, did
you look good. I see you went and just did your hair. You look fantastic. You'll be leaving here.
I have to go to this press conference. We have a press conference at 10:30, so I'm going to leave probably a couple minutes before the end of the show.
Okay.
So Dion, it's not official yet, right? His contract is not yet official.
Still not, yeah.
All right, but it's going to happen. I think we all just are waiting for the final touches of that contract. Here's how the schedule looks this year.
Well, before you do that, give me my theme music, Nelly. Now you can do it.
They open up against Georgia Tech at home. So an out-of-conference ACC opponent. Welcome Georgia Tech, which is, hey, Georgia Tech nearly beat Georgia last year, if you remember.
Georgia Tech was tough against a whole bunch of teams.
Nearly beat Georgia. Should have beat Georgia. Went to multiple overtimes. The following week, on September the 6th, the Buffs host Delaware. Moj, I'm not going to ask you because I'll ask my boy here. Brett, what is Delaware's nickname?
Is it like the Deacons?
The Fighting
Hens?
Blue
No.
Hens.
Blue Hens.
It's
I
the
said
Blue
Blue
Hens.
Hens. Yeah.
On the 13th of September, the Buffs are at Houston, one of the teams they did not play last season in the conference.
So they're
at Houston.
They're going conference play third week and then a non-conference week 4.
On the 20th,
I saw Houston in person this year. They stunk.
On the 20th of September, at home against friendly foe, Wyoming. So next door neighbor. And then they go to their neighbors directly to the west the following week. BYU comes to town.
They don't go to their neighbors. That neighbor comes here.
They come here. And then on the 4th of October at TCU. Remember that TCU game last year started everything 2 years ago.
Kicked everything off, yeah.
Iowa State comes to Boulder on the 11th of October. At Utah on the 25th of October. And then they finish the season Arizona at home, at West Virginia, ASU at home, at Kansas State. That is the schedule. That's how it sets up.
I can't get it through my head.
Closing with K-State is a big game.
At K-State, too.
Yeah.
There could be a lot on the line there, brother. Those last 2 games, think about it. Think about those last 3 games.
Mm-hmm.
At West Virginia, ASU at home, at K-State. You could have bowl season riding on those 3 games.
Sure.
But I can't get it through my head that West Virginia and Colorado are in the same conference.
I know.
It's so weird to me.
Well, West Virginia's been in the Big 12 for a minute. I'm looking at Houston like, what?
It's just all of a sudden you're in the same conference as West Virginia. And believe me, has anybody sung the praises of the state of West Virginia more than I have?
Have you?
I mean, John Denver literally sang their praises, but
Excuse me. I mean, do we have a history of you? What's your
No,
deal? Sean
I've
Payton
only
is
driven-
the biggest West Virginia fan. We know this, the Greenbrier.
Yeah, I've only driven through West Virginia on a couple of occasions, but it is a beautiful state. Now, I don't know about the people or anything like that, but West Virginia is pretty. It's really beautiful. I mean, it's a pretty spectacular looking place. Now, I'm sure it's full of hillbillies and whatnot. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm just saying, no offense. West Virginia's a pretty beautiful state. Anyway, that's all I got.
First of all, I did not know that you sing the praises of West Virginia all the time. Did not know that. Second of all,
Cool, Carl.
Nelly is absolutely
Mountain
correct.
Mama.
There is a man who
Mountain
literally
Mama.
sang the praises of West Virginia. Although, if you're a conspiracy theorist, is he singing about West Virginia or the western part of Virginia? We don't know that answer.
Yeah, you did that before. You've laid this on us.
It's a big
You've laid this on us
conspiracy.
before. Okay. What we don't know is what the Buffaloes are going to look like. I'm looking at the first 4 games of the year before you get to BYU.
Moj, don't even try it. We have no idea what any
I know.
Houston could be
I
an
know.
undefeated football team next year for all we know.
Okay, fine. I'm just telling you that the first 4 games look entirely winnable to me. They really do. But again, I don't know what the Buffaloes are going to look like. I mean, without Shador and without Travis Hunter, what the hell are you going to look like? How good can you possibly be? I don't know. This is maybe what we're going to get in college football from year to year. Hell, it doesn't matter that you went, 9-4 or 11-2 or whatever. You don't know what you're going to get the next year.
There is not a more unpredictable thing in life than college athletics.
I agree with you.
Like,
at
you have
every level.
no idea.
100%. Predictability went out the window a couple years ago. It really did. And that was the one comfort
Ohio
blanket.
State's going to be good. You know that Notre Dame and Georgia and
you don't know
Bama.
how good. Like you don't. I didn't expect Notre Dame to vault to national championship contention this season. They bring in a new quarterback from Duke, and you're like, I don't know.
Moser, Florida State was 13-0 2 years ago.
You have no idea, dude.
They were like 0-8 to start the year.
You have no idea. Look at what Nebraska's doing. Do you hear what your boys up in Nebraska are doing? They're not going to play their spring game for fear of losing players to the portal.
What?
You didn't read this?
Yeah, you didn't hear that?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You're a Nebraska. Dude, you're a Nebraska narc.
I don't
You're
follow them
from
anymore.
there. What are you talking about? Matt Rule has told everyone he's not going to play the spring game because he's afraid if he showcases his players, they're going to be stolen in the portal. That's what he said.
Yes. That's the God's honest truth, Brett. And by the way, for those who don't know,
pissed.
Yeah, because
the
that's
spring
a huge
game
attraction.
That's huge.
The spring game in Nebraska is treated almost like a regular season game.
Dude, it's sold out. Like
it's
90,000 people go.
Yeah, it's like the biggest thing going in the springtime in
Moj.
Nebraska is the spring football
Moj.
game, and they're canceling it.
Look at Powder pretend he didn't have that information.
I know. Look at it.
That's been the subject of group text in his
genuinely
family
shocked.
for weeks.
I'm genuinely shocked. Dude, I had no idea.
Hey, if Moser and Vic can behave themselves, maybe we should get your boy Connor Happer back on and see what he had. Let's get the insider's perspective on what's going on.
I'll tell you
The
why it's
serial
a big
killer?
deal.
Yeah,
Boy,
sounds
did we
great.
offend that poor guy.
I'll tell you why it's a big deal. That's just an excuse for 100,000 people to go out and party for a few hours. The game is inconsequential. It's just like they can set up their tailgates again. What?
Yeah, you know what?
The quote from Matt Rule, by the way, is he said, the word tampering doesn't exist anymore. It's just an absolute free, open,
That
common
seems silly,
market.
by the way. That seems silly. People, if the guys are going to leave, they're going to leave. Doesn't matter if they play 15 minutes in a spring football game.
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't blame him because the amount of poaching going on right now in college football from sea to shining sea is ridiculous. And he's right. There is no such thing as tampering. It's an absolute free-for-all. You can go and again, go offer a guy, you're at Nebraska's spring game, and all of a sudden, they got a pretty damn good wideout. We'll give you $500 in NIL if you leave Nebraska and come to wherever. Dude, if you don't think that that's happening, it's happening all over the place.
Of course.
It's interesting because I look at what's happening in college football, and you know what it's opened up? It's opened up if I were to direct a kid to a new line of work, get into the sports agents business, because now not only do you have professional opportunities, you have college opportunities.
Sure.
Everywhere.
Jason from Loveland on Twitch says Nebraska canceled their spring game. Every Nebraskan just said what that Mavs fan said.
I got nothing.
Yeah, that.
More than that. Hey, Brett, but let's not mix words here. A groundhog doesn't fart in a hole in Nebraska without you knowing. So don't pretend like you didn't.
I know.
You didn't know about
I love
this.
that fake surprise. What?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Can I go back to something again? When have I ever lied on this show? I didn't know this. I don't follow Nebraska. I don't even know the players on it other than fake Patrick Mahomes.
Hey, did you hear that the Detroit Lions lost both of their coordinators?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of that?
Yes. Because I'm a fan of that team. And I've said for the 1,000th time, I'm not a Nebraska fan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, whatever you say.
just keep
Also, the
milking that
5411, and I don't like this. John Denver wasn't talking about the state of West Virginia. He was talking about Western Virginia.
Big conspiracy.
Yeah. How do you know? How do you know? 5411. How do you know? Enough of that crap. Done.
Hey, I got some audio I want to play for you. And before we get to it, I want to take from what a texter said. I had this written down. Victoria Craig's available.
Yeah,
Do you think they care, the Nuggets?
Man, I don't know how much game he has left. I haven't kept him check with Torrey Craig's game. He hasn't played much this season. I know he was always a Michael Malone favorite because he defended like a demon on the wing. He'd knock down some threes when you need them. I don't know, man. I don't know if those days are gone. I do know if there's a pressing need for the Nuggets. We know this. You can never have enough perimeter defense. But if you have that perimeter, better be able to make an open shot, too. Otherwise, it doesn't do you any good. Yeah. Remember that player they had? Do you guys? I can't remember his name, and I should remember. Remember that guy when Facu was running things and Jamal was out and MPJ was hurt? He was a left-handed guard who was a defensive.
Shaq Harrison.
Yes, but couldn't make a shot.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
He was fun to watch, though. Like, he was just a...
he couldn't make a shot from 3 feet.
No.
But defensively... he got up in yous, right up in yous.
He couldn't shoot the ball though. I think he averaged like a point a game.
Dude,
maybe,
he couldn't do anything on offense. Nothing.
No, he couldn't do anything. Hey, and I know you've always had a soft spot in your heart for Torrey Craig. I know you have.
He plays hard.
Yeah, he does. And since the day he left, you've sort of lamented it. But I feel like that ship has sailed, man.
Well, you might be right. I mean, we're a few years removed from him being a good defender on this team. I was just curious because I didn't know anything about Torrey either. I didn't know if Vic has watched him play lately or anything like that because he hasn't played a lot. I do know he's dating Megan Thee Stallion,
he's in Chicago,
which is wild.
Right?
Is that
he's in
a deal? He just got let go by the Bulls. The Bulls let him go. That's why
they let him go.
Top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Copy.
Wait. The bigger news is Megan Thee Stallion. Let's not involve Moser in this conversation because he has no idea who Megan Thee Stallion is.
No. They are dating. Yeah. Torrey Craig and Megan Thee Stallion.
Moser, do you know who Megan Thee Stallion is?
Yeah, she's a rapper, right?
Correct.
All right.
She's known as a icon among many
she's
teenage men.
She's a real Yabusele type.
Yes, very nice,
okay.
Nelly. Exactly right. And Torrey Craig and her are dating. Wait, who was... Monte Morris dated, who was the other rapper chick? Yeah. Amber Rose is her name. Yeah. So the Nuggets have a long line of dating rappers. How about that? Here's some audio for you. And it directly contradicts what Vic said earlier in the show, which I always think is fun. Brian Windhorst was on ESPN talking about the Luka trade, and he said something that is the opposite of what Vic said earlier. Mm-hmm. And who knows who's going to be right, but I sent it to you in a DM, Nelly. Let me know when you got it pulled up. Because they were talking about Luka. He's on the Lakers now, and the idea of him staying in L.A. long-term came up. And Brian Windhorst had a different approach. Listen.
Go. LeBron and Luka are not set contractually. Luka has 1 year left on his contract, and we all assumed that Luka was going to re-sign in Dallas. It's never once been brought up in my life about Luka's contract. But now he's traded to the Lakers. He has 1 year left, and they don't get the Supermax privilege. They can't give him that $350 million. They can offer him $100 million less. So I would say to you, it's not a guarantee for sure that Luka's going to rip off a 5-year deal in July. He may want to see how things play out. He may take a shorter deal because he no longer has the financial incentive to do it. So the Lakers have to do some work over the next few months to convince him he wants to get locked in.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, he could say all he wants about it. Of course it's not a lock. Let's not be dumb. It's not a lock. He's re-signing with the LA Lakers.
Hey.
Stop it.
No, you stop.
Brett,
you stop.
Stop it.
Shh. Can I propose a Lakers fan take? Mm-hmm. Step 1, Nuggets. Fire everybody. Mm-hmm. Step 2, get Luka Donćić on this roster. Jokic, you start tampering now. Okay? Right now, you start to tamper. And you say...
That's funny.
Us two, European dudes, two of the best players in the league. We could have a long run together, you and me.
I'm going to go back to what Moser said earlier. And Moser, you're so right. See, I'll listen to Moser over you and anybody else because Moser understands the history of the league and the history of the Lakers. Moser, who's the last franchise player who went to L.A. and demanded to leave L.A.? Can you name one?
Shaq?
Did Shaq want out when he got in a fight with Kobe?
Shaq just wanted away from Kobe.
Well,
Yeah,
he was on the Lakers.
Dude, once
So
you go
boom.
to LA's,
Right in your
LA's
face.
the black hole of sports. You go to LA, you live the life, you get paid money. Money just falls into your pocket from every aspect.
I would love
nobody.
I would love for Luka to go to LA and say, "This is trash. I want out of here."
Yeah.
Hey, Denver, you want some of this?
Mile High,
I would
Penny,
love that. I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatic person. I'm not one of these, hey, let's throw this out there. I'm not doing that.
Well, you know what, Vic? I was like that too, and then Luka got traded for nothing. And now, you know what? Everything's on the table for the rest of my life.
Well, Anthony Davis is not nothing. I mean, but I see what you're saying. Hey, Brett.
It's nothing to me.
Brett, what would you like if Luka Donćić ever became a free agent and decided he wanted to play with his buddy? Because you know the Joker's not leaving. He's a lifer. And so that would mean he would come here. What would you like me to do? Because I would do anything, probably. Or close to anything.
Me too.
I'm trying to think of what I wouldn't do to get Luka in a Nuggets uniform with Joker.
Who do you think? I'm going to ask you guys a question that is going to blow your mind. Right now, for the next 2 seasons, who do you think would put the Nuggets closer to an NBA championship again, a second one? Luka Donćić or Anthony Davis?
Assuming the trade package
Probably
is the
if
same.
AD's playing.
You pick one player. You pick one player.
If AD's playing the 4 right now,
You pick
it
one
might
player.
be
I
AD.
give you a choice.
It might be AD.
And you
right
get
this
2
second.
seasons of them. Who do you want? You know the answer.
Well, it's probably AD right now.
It is 100% AD.
Yeah.
It is 100.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
It's 100% Anthony Davis, despite all of his falling.
Yeah, but here's the difference. You would structure your team totally differently with those 2 guys. AD's somebody that you could plug into this team right now, and I think he'd fit. Like, you just need some perimeter, or you need some inside defense that Joker just can't provide. But if you got Luka, you could structure a team around that and make it work.
If you want to win 5 out of the next 7, it's Luka.
You would have to change the dynamics of every other player because
Correct.
Luka and
Of
Joker,
course.
defensively, you need 3 defensive demons to surround them.
Absolutely, 100%. But on the floor, they would be unstoppable on the inside and the outside. Completely unstoppable. Unstoppable.
That's the only thing. If you're asking, like, what's the easiest thing is put AD on this team, and then, like, you're in another stratosphere.
Oh, my God, I couldn't even imagine Joker playing center and AD just roaming, blocking shots behind him.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hear me out. Zeke.
Oh, my God.
Zeke and Saric and the 2031 first rounder for Wemby. Who says no? Who says no to that?
Huge, yeah.
Thank you, Betsy. 303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Reminder to you guys, 10:30 this morning, announcement, Altitude Television, Altitude Plus, and Altitude Sports Radio, all live with this major announcement. So stay tuned for that. Stick around. All right, I love this idea, though. I wish this could actually happen in sports somehow because I think it'd be wildly entertaining. Texture says, Bo Nix for Luka. Why can't we trade guys from other sports for guys from other sports?
I thought about that last night. It's so
Wouldn't
funny
that be
you say
great?
that. It's so funny if the owners got together. Like our owner owns multiple teams across different sports, right?
Yeah.
Like
if multi-team trades.
Yeah. I mean, if you said, hey, man, the hoops team can use a little something. We'll trade you one of the hockey guys for a hoops guy.
Right. So Miko gets dealt, but that's part of the package to get Luka here. But the Avs also get Drury still. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like moving the pieces around like that. Why not?
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
Yeah, I know, Vic. Got fact checker coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
I thought that Vic Fangio comment was pretty interesting about not returning to Denver to be the DC. Did you see that?
Yeah, well, he said it was too early. He didn't want all that.
I
could have told you that.
It was.
He's correct.
Yeah, it was different than Vance Joseph.
But
the difference between Vance Joseph and Vic Fangio coming back, Vance Joseph went to another team and worked there. Remember, Vic was bought out the remainder of his contract. He just sort of hung around.
Yeah. Yeah, there's look, we all know how brilliant Fangio is as a defensive coordinator. And to be honest with you, I wish Fangio had a viable option at QB because I would have loved to see how that would have matched because he was so good on the defensive side that if he had somebody he truly trusted. Remember the option that he chose when he was here? He chose Teddy just because he's like, I don't want a guy who's going to turn the ball over. So we might score 17 points a game, but the security in knowing the ball wasn't going to the other team when we're on offense is enough for me. And I'm like, that was the options he was down to. Was that or Drew Lock, who was just a complete wild card? You didn't know what you were going to get. It's tough. It's tough to have success that way. And that's why I look at a lot of teams around the league right now, like a lot of these new head coaches. Like, Pete Carroll is a great coach. What the hell are they going to do at quarterback? They got nothing.
I don't know, and Adam brought that up yesterday.
Russ?
But are we too hung up on this, though? If I suppose if for Vic, for him, I guess it was still too early, right? But if the parties involved don't have a problem with it, why should we have a problem with it? You know, him coming back to a place where he got fired, and I don't know.
There's something to that, Moj. Like, when he said that, I saw the clip, and Vic, it did kind of hit me that it would be weird for a few weeks, and then it wouldn't, I feel like. Like, I don't think that's a storyline that would drag into week 8 of the season. You know what I mean?
I don't think so either. Like, Vic Fangio's back. Oh, so what? The guy's a hell of a coordinator. Yeah, he got gas, but times are different. Times have changed. I mean, it's a different situation now.
There could have also been some bad blood in the organization between he and some people. Who knows?
Was he wasn't here for the Penner group, though, because their first hire was...
No.
Or did they make the decision to fire him and then hire Hackett?
No, that was
go?
Hackett.
No.
That was Hackett and all that.
Yeah.
No, he was not around at all with the Penner group, at all.
So he was fired, then the Penner group took over.
The Penner group took over when Hackett was already the coach.
Correct.
You've got to feel like if you're buying a multi-billion-dollar franchise and you know you're getting it, you probably have some say, though, in what's going on. Wouldn't you think? I don't think you're just gifted. Oh, we made these major decisions, by the way, a few weeks before you got here. I'm sure they had a couple of phone calls about who they were going to get. Don't you think?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, but Vic was already long gone by then.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's just I thought it was interesting. I never really even thought about it. Like, would it be weird for him to come home? I guess it would be, like you said, Brett, for a short amount of time, and then so what? The guy's a hell of a coach, at least a hell of a coordinator.
Hey, something real quick here, Vic. People did mention this. I missed it in the postgame where Michael Malone said, we're not trading Michael Porter. He said that definitively after the game. So, let's run this. Let's see right here.
Michael, with trade talks ramping up around the league, have you checked in with Mike more than you typically would, last week or two?
No, because we're not trading Michael Porter. So I'm not touching base with anybody on that. I'm touching base with guys on better defense, better spacing, taking care of the ball. And if there's something coming, obviously Calvin will talk with me, and I'm sure we'll communicate with whatever players. But Michael is a really important piece. Michael helped us win a championship, so we'll see what happens going into this coming Thursday, rather. But to my knowledge, there have been no conversations, so I don't feel the need to converse with somebody when there's nothing there.
Is this put to bed, or is
Well,
this?
in all fairness, what do you expect him to say? If he says anything but that, then radar antenna go up.
True.
If he says, "Oh, everybody's up," then all of a sudden people start talking. So he
Nelly,
did exactly
play that
what you
first
do.
part again, if you would. Yeah, if you would play that first part again.
I got you.
Michael, with trade
Actually,
talks
Nelly, you
ramping
do
up
it so you can
around
cut the
league.
question out. Cut the question out and you do it. It is because we've had discussions, like, are Malone and Booth on the same page about some of these moves, and that's why, like, the Dario Saric thing is weird because he was signed and then he didn't play, and talk about fits. And
I thought he qualified it though. I just want to make sure that I heard it correctly.
I know.
No, because we're not trading Michael Porter, so I'm not.
Did he say I hope? Did he say we're
touching-
not, or I hope we're not?
I don't know.
What did he just say there?
No, because we're not trading Michael Porter.
I have no, he said, and then he stopped.
Yeah. Hey, listen, what you say and what you do are two entirely different things. The Nuggets said they were never going to let Bruce Brown walk. Well, $23 million later, Bruce Brown walked.
Well, you had to let him walk.
I understand, but you can't. It's that time of year where, come on, let's not be naive here. If a package comes through that is a pretty big package that can make your team better, you're going to do what you got to do.
Before fact checker Moj, we got a couple of minutes. Give me the story out of the Olympics. What do you got here? Because I read a little bit of this.
So a guy who rides a horse got disqualified because he tested positive for a banned substance.
So a jockey?
No, he's one of those
equestrian
dressage
guys. Yeah.
Equestrian guys. Okay, now the deal is he gave his sick dog eye drops, and he got it on him, right? And so it's a banned substance because it's a masking agent. But here's what I was thinking: why would you test horse people anyway? You test the horse, not.
I agree. Like, what's the horse person gonna do? You're right in the back of that damn horse.
So hang on, let's just go through the steps here. Let's go with like
it's called dorzolamide is what he tested positive for, because that substance is in his dog's eye drops.
Okay, when I was a kid and I watched wrestling, there's a very famous guy named Scott Steiner who is roided to the gills. Let's just say he's the guy on top of the horse. What advantage does that bring him?
I don't know. Apparently, if he had put the eye drops in his own eyes, he would have been okay. But because it's considered a permitted route, but because it went through his skin or whatever, it's not transdermal. It's not a permitted route. I don't know, man. You could have the biggest jacked horse guy in the world. What does it friggin' matter, man?
I agree with
It'd be like, hey, this bowler tested positive for. So what? Hey, this guy's bass fishing on. He's on D-ball. Who cares?
It's a great question. Hey, Nelly, can I get volume on that? I need you guys to hear this. So this guy behind me, this is Scott Steiner. Big Papa Pump is his nickname. I want you to hear him talk about percentages for a second.
Go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the three-way at sacrifice, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try. So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning. If we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 2/3%, I got 141 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice.
It's one of my favorite things ever. Just yelling out percentages.
Dude, it's
so imagine that guy on a horse.
As far as I could follow along, it sounds like his math was pretty good.
Oh, he was doing
It sounded
quick
like
math, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded like he was doing pretty good.
Just so
that's
you
funny.
know, I have a 143.3% chance of winning. That's all you got to know.
That cracks me up.
All right, fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
As you know, in theory, we are supposed to give you keys to the game for an Avalanche or a Nuggets victory every day at about 8:53. Today, we did not do that, and Brett claimed that he was thrown off by something that Moser said right as he was about to fire up the segment. So I'm going to play Moser's comments, and then you all, the people's court, can decide if the defense holds any water.
Although, yeah, when I had my, well, I don't want to get into it, but no, I'm not going to get into it. Never mind.
When you had your gallbladder removed, that was from a sports problem?
No, but it had to do with my mom dying. And I know we're not going to get it. We're not going to get into that.
What am I supposed to do, Vic? Just hit the sounder afterwards?
I don't know where you go there, but he does it every day.
But in my defense, Nelly, he's supposed to do the keys at 8:53. I didn't bring that up till 8:55.
Actually, here,
so
Brett,
he'd already blown through.
He'd
already blown through his stop sign. Yeah.
I'll play the comments, and then you immediately fire up the keys to the game.
When you had your gallbladder removed, that was from a sports problem?
No, but it had to do with my mom dying. And I know we're not going to get it. We're not going to get into that.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto
I can't
Plaza
do that.
keys.
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
Hey, you blew through the stop sign anyway,
So
Jack.
wait, we allow Moser to say this every day, and we won't run the sound from that Dallas Mavericks fan? I mean, come on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
well,
soft.
if you want to see it, at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter.
By the way, you see the ballot reveal for Ichiro? They still can't
Soft.
figure out who did not vote for him?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Find that
Stupid.
man.
It's probably his interpreter.
10:30. Major announcement. Altitude Television, Altitude Plus, and on Altitude Sports Radio. All of those options. Stay tuned for that. It's a half an hour from right now. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday.
I'm
We'll
tuning
talk to you
in,
tomorrow.
baby.
Love
I'm
you.
tuning in.
Bye.
125-113 is your finals. The Denver Nuggets improved to 31-19. The morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emy, Coach Mike Sanford, Jesse Trujillo, and Kevin Shockey hanging out with us here at Ball Arena as we are live from court level for the annual basketball clinic that the Nuggets put on for the Special Olympics Colorado section presented by AAA. We'll be down here joined by a player or two. Coach Michael Malone will be on with PhD live from court level. And also, as you guys have been hearing all morning, at 10:30 a.m. right here on the morning sprint, we'll be carrying a special announcement, a press conference live at 10:30. Do not go anywhere. You won't want to miss that.
This could be big, Raj.
It is big.
And just like we were talking about in the intro to the show there, isn't it a great thing when a plan just comes together and it's executed to perfection? It was Zeke Nnaji last night on display, the Zeke Nnaji showcase game for the Denver Nuggets. I was here for it. It was awesome.
Zeke starts 31 minutes, 12 points, 5 rebounds, a block. He did have a turnover and 5 fouls.
That's
but you
okay.
know what? It's the second straight outing from Zeke that I've looked at and I went, why isn't he in the rotation? Do I need to see him playing 30 minutes a night? No. But it has been the second time that I've seen him in as many games going, what's the disconnect? What has been the disconnect?
It just looks like playing time and not getting minutes with Nikola Jokic. I mean, it's the curse of being a 7th, 8th, 9th player for the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
Is that you do not get many opportunities to be on the floor with the greatest player on planet Earth that happens to raise all boats around him. And that's Nikola Jokic. So, of course, he does look better, just like Russell Westbrook looked better when he was in the starting lineup with Nikola Jokic as opposed to coming off the bench. And the two of them obviously playing great basketball together. But you just got to think, Raj, that this is a good opportunity for Zeke Nnaji to showcase his skill set because for whatever reason, he just has not been in favor with Michael Malone. He has not been the apple of Michael Malone's eye when he looks down the bench and sees, I need to find somebody to replace X, Y, or Z at any point in the game. And so this is a great opportunity, and I think Zeke Nnaji, my goodness, would he look fantastic in a Philadelphia 76ers jersey? Because I wouldn't mind having Kabusele Yabusele come over here.
And it's a tryout for him, both for the Nuggets and for a prospective team, right? Because we know that the Nuggets have both hands tied behind their back in terms of what they can and cannot trade. The Nnaji contract is one of those seemingly untradeable contracts. But if you're able to put him out there, and he does have some good nights, granted, you mentioned he's playing with Nikola Jokic, and if you play alongside that guy, he's going to make you look good. I remember when we were here about 90 feet to our right, sitting in a penalty box with Avs GM Chris McFarland, and he told us the same exact thing. He goes, well, if I put you on a power play with Cale McCarr and Nathan McKinnon, Raj, you could probably have a couple of points every now and again.
You would not have 8 points.
I guarantee I would not.
0 points.
But you
career points.
But you understand
how many games, Raj, would it take you to get a point, you think?
I don't think I could.
I think you could, man. I was being a little tough on you.
No shot.
You're in good shape, man.
No shot.
You've got a great nose for the puck.
No shot.
I just feel like you understand space. You're just a gamer.
No shot.
Okay, never mind.
I skate, so I skate with some former NHLers every now and again.
How's that go?
They are old, out of shape, former NHLers.
So 50s,
and they're barely
40s?
Yeah, and they're barely playing, right? They're dads now. I can't keep up.
So these
with those guys.
Sounds like me.
It's different. So the answer, how many games is
You said they're dads?
It's an infinite.
They must be really old, man. Guy, I'm a dad times 3.
I'll get there one day, Coach. I'll get there one day. But my point remains the same. Nikola Jokic is going to make anyone alongside him look like a serviceable NBA player. Zeke looked like that last night. And it's both a tryout for Michael Malone, and it's a tryout for a team that if you want to be able to move that contract to give yourself a little bit of breathing room either this year or in the summer, he has to continue to play up until the trade deadline. That's just 2 days away.
So one more game.
You get one more chance, and I would play him for 30 minutes again.
And it's against the Pels again.
Why would you? Right, he looked good against the Pels. Aaron Gordon surprisingly doesn't play
It's all
last
good.
night.
Yeah, why should he play?
Peyton Watson is out for 4 weeks.
weeks.
Russell Wilson's dealing with an
Russell?
Russell Westbrook, sorry. Yeah, I was hearing Russell Wilson.
No, man.
Comment
we know that Russell doesn't miss games because he does calisthenics and team planes. No need for that.
DMac's here 3 hours before his own show. What's up, brother?
No, he's here for the presser.
Yeah, you got to get upstairs.
Yeah,
you got to run, get on.
DMac has not missed a presser or a podcast in Colorado. So it's a good day today, DMac.
It's a little chilly here right now.
I'm not warm. I left my warm coats in the car. It's a basketball event today, and I went. Normally, it's very warm. Yeah. It feels like I am sitting with my bare butt at center ice right now. Okay. I am chilly.
I have a press conference.
Goodbye, DMac. Okay. Yeah, 10:30. Don't miss it. DMac, was asking Coach a few questions last night with that New Orleans game of about the Luka trades. He was asking Nikola Jokic about whether or not he was surprised about it. When you're talking about trades around the league, and certainly with the Denver Nuggets, Michael Porter Jr.'s name has been brought up. Mm-hmm. MPJ got asked last night whether or not he's heard those things. And he had a wonderful response going, I'm here, I want to play here, I want to be here, and I will be happy to play here, and I'll be happy to play somewhere else if I get moved. I think Michael Porter Jr. has been fantastic when mired in all of these trade conversations. And Michael Malone came over top and said, we're not trading that guy.
Yeah, he's a part of this team. And I agree, Raj. I do agree, and it was interesting yesterday that I would say that I kind of challenged Michael Porter Jr. from our radio program that, of course, he doesn't listen to because he's getting ready to play basketball games and going through open shoots and whatnot. But I challenged just the defensive side, and I didn't even say that it's an effort issue for Michael Porter Jr. Man, I think it's an absolute miracle what he's accomplishing as somebody that does play with drop foot and the brace that you have to wear. But Michael Porter Jr., man, he was spectacular last night. And when he plays that type of just inspired, confident, aggressive basketball, he's a joy to watch. I mean, last night was...
And he started off cold. He was 0 for 5 from the field to start the game?
Yeah, but he stayed aggressive, and that's what I loved about it. That's the hard part, though, when you do have Russell Westbrook out there and you do have Aaron Gordon out there. Man, is there enough space, is there enough oxygen for Michael Porter Jr. to stay aggressive in those types of moments, whereas last night he was able to stay aggressive?
I mean, if Malone continues to draw up plays for him, and they drew up plays for him in the second and third quarter particularly, you drew up plays to get Michael Porter Jr. the basketball and to spot him up.
Well, he was unbelievable in the first quarter, man. He was well on his way by the end of the first. He was awesome.
We saw the same Nuggets that we've seen, which is you get up by a bunch, you get up by 20, and it whittles down all the way to 8 or 9 by the end of that third.
You want to know the simple answer for why that happens all the time?
I don't know. Last night it was Trey Murphy the third going off.
Well, it's
also
also
41. That guy couldn't miss from 3.
It's also because you're not going to play Nikola Jokic for 48 minutes every single night. That's another reason, right? There's going to be times where there are non-Jokic minutes, and typically we see the pendulum start swinging in favor of the team that's trailing by 18 points to get it a little bit closer.
Do you think it's easier for MPJ to perform like he has of late, mired in, I wouldn't say trade controversy, but trade talks? Do you think it's easier for him to perform as compared to other players because there is the knowledge? And maybe this is me giving him too much credit, but like players' knowledge of the trade landscape too much credit. The reason why MPJ is brought up in trade talks is because he's pretty much the only enticing chip that the Nuggets can trade right now.
Yeah, I still think there's a lot of league-wide respect for Jamal Murray, but we all know because of the recent signing of his contract, off limits for a calendar year.
Off limits until the offseason.
Correct. And that's not going to be the case. But I do think that when you look at Michael Porter Jr., there's a skill set there that I think teams that are contenders would want as a three-point shooter, a bit of a hired assassin coming off screens and picks, and you can design offensive structure for him to get his. But don't the Nuggets need that too?
I mean, the version of Mike that you saw last night is worth every penny of a maximized contract.
100%.
Every penny of it. 40 minutes, 36 points, 7 of 12 from 3, perfect from the line, not afraid to go inside, although he was more of a perimeter shooter yesterday by design from the team.
I kind of like it when he plays that way too. But just enough of a threat to penetrate and take the basketball to the cup. that you do get those opportunities for that he presses it vertical 2 steps, the step back 3. I mean, the one that he drained over Zion Williamson, gets the and one was beautiful basketball. It was incredible.
My favorite play last night was the alley-oop to DeAndre Jordan.
Oh,
it felt like LA version of DeAndre. It felt like old school all-star DJ.
Yeah, it was amazing. Raj, you remember yesterday you and I were almost in fisticuffs over the Luka Donćić trade?
Because you said stupid things.
Well, because you actually are the ultimate Luka Donćić glazer. I might even call
you
Jay Glazer or Jenny Glazer
basketball
or whatever
who fill the
Glazer.
hoop.
What's the Glazer that does did the Tom Brady roast? Kind of oversaw that.
Nikki Glazer?
Yeah, you're a Nikki Glazer.
She's like the hottest comedian in the game right now.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Yeah, and you're a Nikki Glazer as well as a Luka Donćić Glazer. But you remember that our show was derailed. We're a Denver area sports talk radio show and completely derailed by your and my vastly contrasting takes on Luka Donćić and the fear. You know what we didn't get to from the weekend? Is the trade that has me mortified for the future of the Western Conference and for the Denver Nuggets.
We'll get to that trade on the other side. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan, Jesse Trujillo, Kevin Shockey, Dave Fleck, cast of thousands here. Do not go anywhere. At 10:30, a major broadcast announcement from Altitude TV. We will carry that presser live at 10:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is the Morning Sprint. Okay, Tuesday here. The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio. Raj, Coach Sanford. Text us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Your favorite 90s and 2000s jams. KJ will spin those throughout the rest of the day. We are live at a very chilly court level here at Ball Arena.
It feels like it's an open skate, Raj.
It feels like it's ready for a hockey game. Nuggets are hosting their annual Special Olympics Clinic presented by AAA, so we'll be down here for that. Coach Malone will join live with PhD as they're on between noon and 3, and coming up in about 9 minutes from right now, a massive Altitude TV broadcast announcement. We will carry that live starting at 10:30. Coach.
Raj, do you know what it is?
I do know what it is. I've known what it is for a while.
I do too.
I wouldn't say a while, a handful of hours going back to yesterday.
I've known since last night. I knew when I was driving around in a vehicle, doing one of those illegal acts where you're on a Zoom call but you're driving, you're showing your face. It's pretty good.
Probably shouldn't do that in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I was just listening. I had it set all through my CarPlay, as CarPlay was going.
So you're telling me that the kids were privy to confidential information?
Oh, yeah. Just my
kids are just leaking things at school right now?
Yeah, my 15-year-old daughter told the entirety of Erie High School what's going to drop today at 10:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio.
That's coming up in a few minutes. Coach, not nervous about the Luka Donćić to the Lakers trade. And
cute.
You think it's cute. Obviously, Dallas doesn't get the return that they should have gotten. You should have gotten 3 or 4 more first-round picks.
They like AD.
They think it's good for the immediate future of the Mavericks.
They like a monobrow.
There is another trade that's more concerning to you in the West.
Oh, boy. And you're thinking about Nikola Jokic's championship window. I believe it lasts 5-7 years from now. There's no reason it can't last a decade from
It depends how long he plays.
It's going to be all up to him and what he desires to do and how fast he wants to get back to horse and carriage and buggy. That's going to be the question. But what I see is the bigger trade that scares me to death. And we barely even talked about this yesterday.
I mean, for good reason. The Luka Donćić trade is one of the most shocking trades in sports history.
I think that 2 of the best pieces that show a build for a franchise that, by the way, has stability with an elite head coach in place in Popovich, and that's the San Antonio Spurs, what they did with now they have the best front court big, young big in terms of rim protector, defender, skill set, arguably a next Nikola Jokic in terms of a basketball savant, very intelligent, makes great plays, great decisions, still a youngster, still thin, still has some development, but Victor Wembanyama, and now you have the backcourt piece of one of, I think, the most lethal off-the-dribble players in the NBA, and De'Aaron Fox.
He hasn't broken through, though.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox still feels like one of those players that has all the potential in the world and is never going to reach it. I don't know what it is about him.
Pop.
I
get Pop now.
I don't know, man.
Pop's done it throughout his career. He's done it with players, certainly like Tony Parker, and what he did in bringing about Tony Parker and working a big with a backcourt player. I mean, it feels like Tim Duncan or David Robinson with Tony Parker again. That's what I see, and that's what they've done. And then they go on these 6-year dynastic runs. That's what I see with San Antonio. Nobody's talking about it. Everybody's so distracted by Luka Donćić and the TMZ culture of Los Angeles. And does he weigh 270 pounds? Does he drink too much? Was there a fleecing done to Dallas? But beneath all of that, right underneath our nose, is that the San Antonio Spurs are going to go on an incredibly long run because of these 2 big-time pieces.
It's because of Victor Wembanyama.
Dude, De'Aaron Fox
it is because of Victor Wembanyama.
All right. I love
De'Aaron Fox was surrounded by fine players in Sacramento, and nothing really happened. Granted, when they made the playoffs, they had to jump into a matchup with a tried and true playoff tested Golden State team, which is unfortunately that's the lump that you had to take.
Yeah, and that was a team that was closer to their peak of franchise form 2 years ago than they are today.
Yes,
and they gave him everything they could handle.
He's been around good players. Like Domantas Sabonis is a damn good scoring big. You've had DeMar DeRozan this year. You've had good players. For some reason, there's a disconnect for me and De'Aaron Fox. As I look at him, and ever since going back to his college days, I've gone, he should be one of the most talented guards in the league and put up all sorts of points, and he just hasn't yet. Maybe you get that unlocked with Chris Paul and Wemby, like being able to play alongside a Hall of Famer who's obviously on that wouldn't even say the back nine of his career, is on the final hole of his career. To learn from that guy, I suppose that could be the key that unlocks the mystery of De'Aaron Fox. I'm still far more worried about building around arguably the greatest scorer in the game today in the Los Angeles Lakers. They always get the players. They always find a way to climb out of mediocrity. They always get that guy. And that's the reason why I'm more scared about the Lakers than I am about the San Antonio Spurs right now.
You say that they always get that guy, but you realize that outside of the fake championship of 2020, and yes, I'm going to call it a fake championship, the Lakers have 0 titles in 15 years, Raj. And so we all thought it was AD. We all thought it was LeBron James is that guy, the guy that's going to bring the Lakers back. They've done nothing, Raj, nothing of consequence over the course of the last 8 years since you've seen LeBron James in Los Angeles.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side and take a massive Altitude TV broadcasting announcement. We'll take it live. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. So much more to come up in the show. We'll react to the broadcast announcement. We'll talk about the rumors about Cooper Kupp. Is he leaving L.A.? And should the Broncos take a swing at one of the more accomplished wide receivers in the game today? That and so much more coming up on the Morning Sprint. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy, Mike Sanford, Jesse Trujillo. Bunch of people out here at Ball Arena today. We are court level ahead of the Nuggets Special Olympics clinic that they host every single year. It's presented by AAA this season. It'll kick off in about an hour from right now, but minutes away, actually seconds away from right now, a huge Altitude TV broadcasting announcement. You won't want to miss it. You're going to have more options and more places to watch your Avalanche and Nuggets games, specifically your Avs game tonight. 8 p.m., Coach. Vancouver Canucks, Avs, 7:30 pregame show on 92.5, looking to win 3 straight, coming off back-to-back shutouts. Can Mackenzie Blackwood make it 3 straight?
Ooh, we're going to find out pretty soon.
We are going to find out, but without further ado, let's head up to Colorado Social for our huge Altitude TV announcement.
Denver. I'd like to welcome those watching on Altitude, Altitude Plus, and KTVD, as well as those listening on Altitude Sports Radio. We have a few people slated to speak with you today. We will not have any questions during our press conference, but a few will be made available at the conclusion of our event. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome up Kevin Demoff, KSE President of Team and Media Operations, for our big announcement.
Thank you, Katie. Exciting day to be standing.
Meal kits are the worst. No, really, I've tried them all and they are all the same, but something better has entered the chat. That something is Tovala. Say goodbye to meal kits.
To reach fans where they are, be it on streaming, be it on cable, be it on over-the-air broadcast. We want to meet fans everywhere they can be. In an effort to be the most fan, now in New Mexico and Arizona, you can watch the Avs, and we look forward to making sure you can start watching the Nuggets tomorrow against New Orleans. I cannot tell you, when I stood up here a year ago, what's wrong, Rocky? You're just dancing? When I stood up here a year ago and promised that we would get these teams back on the air, I thought it would be quick. And, we owe an apology to our staff, to our players, to our coaches, to our front office, and most importantly to our fans, that every game we missed this year was a game too many. And know that nobody here took that lightly. We took this responsibility seriously, and it was important to us to make sure that we could deliver to our teams, to our players, to, most importantly to our fans, a product on Comcast they deserved, and we can do that as of tonight. I am grateful for the amazing work of Steve Smith, Kathleen Cherapata, Jenny Swanson, Philip Malios, and all the KSE media team to help get this deal done, to Comcast for all of their great work on the other side and making sure we could do this as quickly and efficiently as possible to make sure this playoff push and these playoffs could be viewed on Comcast. To Stan and Josh, who were there every step of the way and pushing, this was so important to them. I wish they could be here. They were both otherwise occupied today. Josh is making a trade for Kevin Garnett or Dwayne Wade or something else to rock the NBA these days. But probably the only person who texted me more than Josh, which was literally every day, about this deal was the mayor. And the mayor and I have had a great friendship over the past year working on this, but the importance of doing this for Denver. Our teams are a community asset. They're a civic asset. I think the mayor understands that. I think our fans understand that. We certainly here at KSE understand that. And to be able to do this with his help, this would not have gotten done without the mayor's push, without working both sides for COMCAST, and to get together in a deal we could be excited about. So with further ado, I give you Nikola Jokic / Mayor Mike Johnson.
Thank you all so much. Well, this is an incredible day for Denver sports fans because after a 6-year wait, starting tonight, the Avs and the Nuggets will be in every television in every home in Denver from here forward, which is a huge, huge accomplishment. Thank you, Bernie and Rocky, for a little bit of... we are so grateful. As you all know, we are living in one of the greatest moments in Denver sports history. We have had, with this incredible ownership group and these two franchises over the last 5 years, an NBA World Championship, a Stanley Cup, 4 MVPs, the only city in the last 30 years to ever have a reigning NBA MVP and NHL MVP in the same city at the same time, the only time ever to have one ownership group with those 2 MVPs at the same time. And now we know every Denver family can gather up in their living room around the television and watch this magic happen. Like, we know what an incredibly important part of the fan experience this is, to be able to cheer on your home team every single night, to be able to have your kids watch it and know it and learn it. We are growing a whole new generation of Nuggets and Avs fans every night on our TV. And so this is an incredible victory for the city, incredible victory for our fans, and we are so grateful to the teams at COMCAST and at KSE who made this possible. We know it wasn't easy. We know there's a lot of work to do, but we also know, as Kevin said, every day was one day too many. And we are so delighted to be at this moment where now, starting tonight, every Denver family can watch their favorite teams on any Denver television. And so really grateful for all the partnership to get us here, very excited for the path ahead, and delighted we got it done just in time for the double championship run at the same time through the playoffs. So we will hold the parades ready for both of you after we get through these championships. But thank you so much to Comcast, thank you to KSE, to the Nuggets and the Avs, and congratulations to all of our fans. Order some pizza, get a beer, sit down in front of the TV tonight, because you're gonna have great games to watch at home for the rest of the season. Thanks, y'all.
Well, speaking of the partnership, obviously this did take both sides. So I want to introduce now J.D. Keller, Senior Vice President of the Comcast Mountain West region, to give his thoughts.
Well, first, we are raving fans, and I want to give my personal thanks to Mayor Johnson, your staff and team for making this so conducive. There's always been a friendship there between the sides, but we really appreciate you and your staff. Thank you so much for that. Thank you to Kevin Demoff and the team at Altitude, Steve Smith, good friendship all the way through. We're so excited. I can walk down the halls of my building now and not hide, because every employee in the building asks, when are you going to get this deal done? And that's been 36 months, so I'm glad to have this thing done today. We are live right now. We are live right now. In fact, we got a bunch of texts this morning saying, JD, you know Altitude's on. I said, you know I do. So we are live right now. It's available with the Xfinity More Sports and Entertainment package. For those that have it, you don't have to do anything at all. You are live right now. For customers who already subscribe, the More Sports and Entertainment package, you just essentially turn on your TV today and you've got the Avs and you got the Nuggets. So let's go. It's about time, right? Customers who don't have it, simply go into our Xfinity store, go to xfinity.com, and we will take care of you. Just simply say you want the Nugs and Avalanche package on Altitude, and we've got you. So, our local Comcast family, we are members of the community. We have thousands of teammates here that work for us. The Comcast NBC Universal family is so proud of this partnership. We look forward to many, many years working in the community. Great things to come between our two organizations. So go Avs, go Nuggets. Thank you very much. And back to Katie.
All right, we just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out today for this announcement. Obviously, a big, exciting day for the city of Denver. Long overdue for these Denver fans, so we're so excited to be on TVs everywhere in the Mile High City. So hang out, talk amongst yourselves, but thank you for being here for this big announcement. Go Nuggets, go Avalanche, go all these Denver teams.
There it is. It's a great day to be an Avs and a Nugget fan. A great day. After 5.5 years, the Avalanche are back on the biggest cable provider in the Denver metro area. If you have the package, you can start right now and go see Altitude on channel 1250. Altitude 2 is on channel 1251. But again, that's the big announcement today. Altitude is finally back on Comcast, finally back on Xfinity. Customers must subscribe to one of these TV plans to be eligible for the More Sports and Entertainment package. If you're subscribed to Popular TV, Sports and News TV, or Ultimate Television, you can add the MSE package, the More Sports and Entertainment package. That costs $9.99 per month, and you will get access to all of your Nuggets and all of your Avalanche content, as well as everything that Altitude TV puts out.
Raj, this is huge news.
It's huge.
It is massive news, and for us to be a part, of this day here at Ball Arena, this is a day that, it's touched a lot of people across this region for quite some time. 5.5 years. It's taken to get this accomplished, to get this to the finish line. It's great news for just the coverage. It's great news for a lot of our good friends that are on Altitude TV. Chris Dempsey, our former host of this 10 to noon hour. It's just, I love that this is happening at this particular time in a moment where particularly there are two franchises that championships are on the horizon, I believe. And if not, there's going to be some runs that are going to be right near a championship again.
So as of right now, Altitude is available on Xfinity in Colorado, in New Mexico, in the Tucson region, in Arizona, and in Kansas. Again, channels 1250 and 1251.
Olathe.
Yes.
Olathe, Kansas, baby.
Yes.
What's good?
Again, if you guys are Xfinity subscribers, if you have the Now TV package, you do not have the ability to upgrade to the MSE package, the More Sports and Entertainment. You have to get up to Sports and News Television, which right now, according to the Xfinity website, is an everyday price of $70 per month. You would add a $9.99 feature for More Sports and Entertainment to bring your monthly for cable up to $79.99.
Not to mention, if you are an Xfinity internet subscriber, you can bundle all these things.
Exactly.
Which is a great thing. You get discounts every which way.
You can do the same thing on Popular TV, which starts at a base price of $60 per month, and then the $9.99 add-on, as well as Ultimate Television, which starts at $78.50. You can utilize your Xfinity subscription, so you won't need to buy Altitude Plus separately. You can utilize that Xfinity login to verify on the Altitude Plus app. So we're here. Coach, you've got it. You use it.
I use the Altitude Plus app all the time. I use it from my phone, use it from my iPad, and then I streamcast it up to my televisions in the household. So I think it's great that you are getting so many more avenues to watch your Nuggets and Avs. And like for you and I, myself, I'm a football guy. And that's where and I subscribe to every single thing that you can imagine because I need to watch what is ultimately buttering my bread, which is analyzing football. But since I've jumped into this KSC family and really, let's call it like it is, the most successful franchises over the last decade here in Denver are, frankly, the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I have decided to invest in different ways that I can consume Avalanche and Nuggets products on the television, on the stream, and now you have the most simple way to do that, which is if you have not cut your cords and you haven't moved away from traditional cable, this now affords you the opportunity to be right back in the saddle.
And I'm seeing the questions coming in about what about YouTube TV? What about Hulu? Those are the next steps on the streaming horizon for our group. We were told last night in a company-wide meeting with all the talent from Altitude Radio and Altitude TV that is the very next step, that they're going out as early as today and trying to make sure that those agreements can be put in place. So YouTube TV and Hulu right now, not an option, but Fubo's still an option. And the big news today, Xfinity subscribers, as of right now, have access to Altitude programming, and you can start as early as tonight with the Avs and the Vancouver Canucks. An 8 p.m. puck drop, a 7 p.m. pregame show on Altitude TV. Berto's going to have your pregame on Altitude 92.5 starting at 7:30 this evening as the Avs look to extend their win streak to 3 straight games. We hear the frustration. We share the frustration. I've been here for 6 years, guys, at Altitude. And for all but 3 months, they've been blacked out on Xfinity. And I grew up with that cable subscription. I grew up knowing that platform and having to go through back channels to find these games the last few years has been frustrating individually for me. And I can only imagine what it's been like for fans out there. So this is long overdue. We hear the frustrations, and we hope that we can share in what should be relief, what should be elation today. And I can't wait to have all of those Xfinity subscribers watching the Avs tonight.
I have a question for our Shop Mazda texters, because I don't know that you or I have this answer definitively. I've cut the cords in my life, Raj. I was a longtime Dish subscriber, DirecTV subscriber, Comcast Xfinity at different places I've lived and all my different moves, but I am a streamer. That's what I do. Does Comcast Xfinity, and this is to our Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Is that the right number?
Yes.
Does Comcast Xfinity have the option to not install traditional cable and just stream Comcast Xfinity as part of your package with your internet? I don't know the answer to that, because I looked it up overnight last night, and based off what I found on the website, it looked like there were a whole bunch of fast channels, and I don't know that you can get traditional television by way of not having cable. So that is my question to all of you on the Shop Mazda text line and the Safeway Twitch feed.
Or again, that's the big news. Xfinity back with Altitude after 5.5 years. We are so excited. Avs and Vancouver Canucks tonight. You can watch that starting at 7 p.m. and an 8 p.m. puck drop as they go for a 3-game Western Canadian road trip before the Avs go out on a 2-week break for the Four Nations face-off. Coach, we'll get back into this in a little bit. We're going to be joined
I got my answer. You can download the Xfinity Stream app.
I told you that over the phone last night, and you didn't believe me.
I still don't.
You didn't believe me.
I believe the masses.
Yes!
And I've got hundreds of people telling me that I can do that now.
You know, it's funny. People were talking about, it's been a while since Altitude obviously has been back on Xfinity, and I just mentioned that I've been here for 6 years, and this dispute that's now been put to bed. And this is a multi-year deal, by the way. This is not just a one-year thing. This is a multi-year deal with Comcast and Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. People have been texting in, so the Raj curse extends back 6 years. This is my fault.
Yes, a lot of things.
We can blame this on me.
Yes, you're an easy guy to blame.
We can blame this on me.
Like to pin things on you.
I'll take the arrows, Coach. I'll do that.
One of the questions here is, and I've seen this multiple times, Dish Network. Dish Network is still a work in progress.
Still work in progress.
The three big, the ones that came up yesterday during our meeting were Dish Network needs to get addressed, Hulu, which potentially might have some, it might be acquired in the near future by another carrier that would make sense. And
that currently already has Altitude.
Correct. And then the third one is YouTube TV. And like you already said, Raj, is that there was a directive from leadership here at KSE to get on a plane and get those deals done ASAP.
And I can't thank Kevin Demoff enough, and we're expecting to have Kevin on the show momentarily here within the next 10 or 15 minutes to help walk us through how this happened, give us the X's and O's, the blocking for moving forward with these negotiations. I can't thank him enough. He came in just over a year ago, and this was the number one directive, is figure out how to get these games to the most people possible. And while it did take a year, and it was long, you heard him in the presser. This took way longer than I anticipated, but to get this done within a year is something that I didn't know if I was ever going to see happen, because I had those questions for years. When are they coming back? When are they coming back? And it was legal battles and asking the mayor and asking the state for help with these things to mitigate the problems. I had resigned myself to, I don't know if it's going to happen. And within a year, Kevin got this thing done. So I can't wait to talk to him about that. You know what? We'll get into it in a little bit. Speaking of, so Kevin came from the Los Angeles Rams. Coach, rumor time. Cooper Kupp. Seems as though his time in L.A. is over. And he doesn't want to leave the LA Rams, but it feels like that franchise has kind of used him and is ready to spit out the former Triple Crown winning wide receiver who's soon to be 33. Should the Denver Broncos be in the mix for trading for Cooper Kupp?
Well, this is one of the first off seasons that Cooper Kupp is going to be healthy. And that's a reason why I think the Rams are being opportunistic about this at this moment. And I'd love to ask Kevin Demoff about Cooper Kupp, and I think I will, if that's okay. But I think that
he's not involved with the day-to-day transactions of the Rams anymore. You're good.
I think he probably is. The guy actually wears more hats than anybody I've ever seen in the history of sport. To be quite honest, and he still is doing that. But I think that this is the question for Sean Payton and frankly George Payton and this ownership group here in Denver. Is he healthy enough to give you 18, 17 to 19 games of service? And if that's the case, then I think you look into it and you take a flyer on this, because he is the type of advanced route runner, savvy player that I do think that Bo Nix needs to have with consistency. Is there an elite route runner right now on this roster, Raj? I don't see it.
No, there isn't. You had one elite route runner. It was Jerry Jeudy. He just didn't work here.
One of the players that we kept bringing up that I would love to have seen, and I think there's a lot more with the medicals as to why he didn't end up really signing anywhere, was Hunter Renfrow. It's that savvy, the savvy route runner that finds a way to uncover himself, understands where to settle into zones, and Cooper Kupp is the best over the last 10 years, frankly, in that space. He hadn't been healthy 2 years ago. He wasn't healthy at the beginning of this year.
He only played 12 games.
But he was healthy at the tail end of this year and going into the postseason, and was impactful in the postseason for the Rams.
I mean, he had a couple of catches that kept them in that game.
You bet.
Like there were a couple of situations where if Cooper Kupp isn't Cooper Kupp, they're not even in position to be driving with under 2 minutes to go to win that football game. Not even in position for it. I think they look at the mortality of Matt Stafford and whether or not it's going to be a year-to-year thing with him, even if he's going to play this year. And they go, if Stafford's going to move on, there is no better time than right now to retool this roster, to get completely younger, to move on from big-time contracts. It doesn't feel like they can keep Kupp there. They've already obviously moved on from Aaron Donald with him no longer being in the league. I think this is something that is worth having very serious conversations. I would rather take the chance on Cooper Kupp than T. Higgins, because I don't think he's going to cost as much in the long term.
He's not going to cost anywhere near. I mean, he's on the down slope of his career,
and he's 5 years younger than Higgins is right now, or older rather than Higgins is. So I understand people who would be a little bit reticent. I would trade for him just for the remainder of the contract.
What pieces would you be willing to deal to get a Cooper Kupp?
One of the edge rushers and picks.
Who are name the edge rushers?
Not Nick Benito.
So Jonathan Cooper?
I'm okay with that.
You don't have your close side defensive end on your roster anymore.
Draft it.
You have two really good open side defensive ends, in my opinion, in Jonah Ellis and Nick Benito. You don't have that big, physical, thick guy that can play the run, can play on a tight end side, can shorten the edge by virtue of 268 pounds or whatever that Jonathan Cooper is.
Am I being blinded by the need for a skill position player?
I mean, Jonathan
Is this
Cooper,
the fantasy football brain in me going off?
Jonathan Cooper just got signed to his deal.
4 years, 60.
I mean, I think that maybe a little bit of an overprice on him. Maybe. Is that a reason why you would want to part ways with him?
The reason why I want to part ways with him because I want a legit threat. I want a legit skill position player in orange and blue, and you haven't had that. The last time that I had that here in Denver was Demaryius Thomas. It has been too damn long since you have had a true bona fide star there. And even though Cooper Kupp is on the back half of his career and he hasn't been healthy, if he is healthy, he is one of, without a doubt, the top 5 receivers in the game of football. I want that here. And I'm willing to try and give up a few assets to help the most important asset in the franchise right now, which is not Nick Benito, is not Jonathan Cooper, it's Bo freaking Nix. Give him the tools to succeed. You don't have it right now around him. You don't. You have complementary pieces, but you don't have the actual go-to hammer that he needs to throw the football to. Take a chance. Help your quarterback out.
I just recently saw Sean Keeler's most recent article from the Denver Post that did talk specifically about the Broncos being just a tight end, superstar tight end, away from catching up with the Chiefs and the Eagles. Do you agree? Or do you
can
disagree?
draft him. You can draft him. There's 3 of them this year that you can draft in the first round. Be my guest.
Did you see Jordan Reed's tweet from ESPN?
I did not.
Jordan Reed of ESPN, he's a draft analyst. Really respect him. He and Matt Berry, not Matt Berry. Matt Miller, Matt Miller, the two guys from ESPN that I have a ton of respect for, just their overall takes on the draft, said that he has a draftable grade on 33 running backs in the 2025 NFL
I like
draft.
that.
Broncos, take two, because you don't have one right now. You don't.
Again, the big news coming down, Xfinity and Altitude are back together after 5.5 years. They make their return starting right now. It's offered in the More Sports and Entertainment package. It costs $9.99 a month. Customers who are subscribed to either Popular TV, Sports and News Television, or Ultimate Television will have the option to upgrade at $9.99 for the More Sports and Entertainment package that now includes Altitude Sports. It's available in Colorado, in New Mexico, in Arizona, and in Kansas. If you're here in Colorado, 1250 and 1251 are your channels for Altitude and Altitude 2. Great day, long awaited. Altitude and Xfinity are back together.
That Circa Squares game that we've been talking about, my guy Brett Kane, the other derelict here on Altitude Sports Radio, the two of us, man, we're all in on this because the big game is coming up this Sunday. And yeah, that big game that's going to be in New Orleans. And we know that no big game celebration is complete without a game of good old-fashioned squares. Circa Sports app now offers Circa Square bets. Everyone who has played squares knows the pain of pulling those awful numbers. With Circa Squares, though, instead of randomly pulling numbers, choose your square and choose which numbers you get. Each square has its own odds. With a minimum bet of just $1 and a maximum win of $100,000, it's easier than ever. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app to place your Circa Squares bets. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You heard it here live a half hour ago. After 5.5 long years, Xfinity, Comcast, and Altitude are back together. You can get it right now on Channel 1250 and Channel 1251 if you are subscribed to the MSE package. That is the more sports and entertainment package. That costs $9.99 a month. As we welcome in, and we've had a cast of thousands here, Kevin Demoff, Vic Lombardi. It's been an amazing morning to start off and to have this come back. I've been here for 6 years, so for all but 3 months, I haven't seen the Avs and the Nuggets on Comcast. It feels like a weight off my chest. I'm sure it's a weight off of everyone's here.
No, it's a great day and a great credit to our partners at Comcast and JD and his team for making it happen, and to, as I said upstairs, to all of our fans, I'm sorry it took this long. You deserve better, and starting today, we're going to make sure we make it right.
Starting today, how can fans that are already Comcast subscribers, Xfinity subscribers, watch the Avalanche as early as tonight against the Vancouver Canucks, JD?
So right now, if you got more sports and entertainment, you're live. It went live actually this morning. I got a bunch of texts that said, hey, do you know you're live with Altitude?
Are you kidding me?
I said, yeah, just wait till the press release. I said, we've got great things. So we're live right now. More sports and entertainment. You don't have to do anything. You're live right now today. And if you don't have it, get to an Xfinity store right now. We'll get you signed up.
JD, I love what you said during the press conference. You'd walk down the hallway, and you felt the pressure like we all did, right?
We're fans. We're raving fans. I sit down here, and I have to look across, and the mayor's usually over in his seat when you invite him, and I have to hide from the mayor because he's like, when are you going to get a deal done? So we're huge fans. I grew up in sports. I live sports. It's connective tissue to the community. We know how important it is for thousands of Comcast employees who want to watch their games. So we're glad to be back.
Kevin, we've had questions coming in from people all morning, trying to figure out how this is going to play for them. Does this affect what Altitude has been doing with 9 News and the games on KTVD?
It does not. So starting tonight, it's just another way to watch, games. So for those games that are on Channel 9 and KTVD, those will continue to be there. Obviously people on Comcast could already watch those games. So now, basically, if you have Comcast, you'll be able to watch all games, not just the Channel 9 and KTVD games. And the Channel 9 and KTVD were part of that strategy to bridge to Comcast so that anybody who had Comcast starting this year could start to watch some games. For those who have Altitude Plus, you continue to watch Altitude Plus. Now, Comcast subscribers who have more sports and entertainment are able to watch Altitude on their TV. Soon, Altitude Plus will be available to them for free, the same way it is for people on any other providers. And for those who have Comcast but don't have a cable package and want to watch on Altitude Plus, they can continue to do so. So our goal was to make sure whether you watch through over-the-air, through streaming, or through any cable distributor that you could watch Altitude, and that is now happening starting tonight against the Canucks.
JD Keller, the Comcast Senior Vice President of the Mountain West region, also joins us here. And JD, a couple of us that have cut some cords over the years might have some interest. Myself, I was looking overnight after this news broke on the KSC call that we had yesterday. Are there options to join Comcast Xfinity as somebody that's not going to install a traditional cable box?
There sure is. In fact, both teams have engineers. We've got them locked in a room, and we slide them a pizza about every 5 minutes just to keep them going. We're building an app right now with the team, and we look forward to it. We're thinking probably April, where our broadband customers will be able to sign on to a streaming app and have full access. So you'll be able to watch this on your phone, on your laptop, on your TV, anywhere you want to go, and certainly listen to you fine folks on the radio.
Question for both Kevin and JD here, because my text line, my own personal texts are going crazy. Hey, friends, it sounds like I don't need to illegally stream my local teams anymore. Stuff like that comes in. How difficult is the television landscape? How difficult has it been, and how difficult is it moving forward, JD?
It's incredibly difficult, and if you think about the connective tissue of just having network back in the day, and you could call your dad and say, did you see that game? And we all knew it. Now you stream, and you call dad, and he says, well, I don't know where to find it. So it's a difficult environment right now. I'm so grateful for Kevin and the team for working with us. There was a will. We've got it available everywhere you go now. You'll be able to watch the Nuggets and Avs.
And Kevin, you're not only in Denver, you spend time in L.A. This is not just a Denver issue. This is a national issue. It's been taking place for 4 or 5 years now.
No, it's a national issue. When you see all the leagues are trying to adapt to it as well, where it's the NFL, and you look at, the NFL has always been over the air, but you now add in Amazon and Netflix. You look at the NBA and what they're doing with the Amazon deal. The NHL, certainly Amazon now on Hockey Night in Canada on Mondays. This combination of over-the-air, of cable, of streaming is here to stay. And I think we all have to figure out how to navigate that. And people joke with me, my Twitter feed, my X feed is now just where can I watch the game tonight? Is it on Channel 9? Is it on Channel 20? And look, along the way, you found out a lot of different things. Not everybody carried Channel 20, so you learn that the hard way. You go and make that fix. And at times, for fans, I'm sure it feels like whack-a-mole. And we heard from so many fans of, hey, I just want to be able to turn on my television, turn on my phone and watch the game. And we've tried to do that. But look, I think for the next certainly 3, 4, 5 years, everybody has been reactive. It's time for both, providers and teams and leagues to become more proactive so that we can come up with solutions that not only work economically but are truly fan-friendly. And I think finding that bridge is going to be important for everybody in the next few years.
Kevin, coming back from my background of being in football and understanding your role with the LA Rams and just how many hats you wear, I don't know that there's anybody in sport that wears more hats than you do. And I remember specifically you being on the MLK morning show here on Altitude Sports Radio talking about objective number one when you came over to the broadcast partner side of KSE is to get this deal done. How tirelessly have you worked on this? How has the negotiation process gone? And just how proud are you that you've gotten to the point where the companies have gotten to the space where we can get it back to where it needs to be?
Look, Mike, I think the number one hat I wear is a dunce cap, most of the time.
Same with me.
So you go through that. But look, this is for Stan and Josh Kroenke, this was priority number one. Doesn't matter what my priority number one is, but for ownership, priority number one was getting these teams back on air so fans could watch them. And so I take tremendous pride in the team, Steve Smith, Kathleen Sheripata, Jenny Swenson, Philip Malios, everybody who worked to get this done, to JD and his team, to the mayor and his team. You can't just unilaterally flip a switch and say we're going to be back on. Whether we wanted that, whether Comcast wanted that, there was a lot of work to do. There was a lot of work to do with Tegna and getting the games on Channel 9 and Channel 20, a ton of work to do to get Altitude Plus up and streaming. It has been a nonstop pursuit. And I said, look, I expected when we stood up there in March, hey, maybe by April or May we'll have a deal. My first week, I flew to Philadelphia, sat down with Comcast and said, how do we get this going in the right direction? And even then, I would have thought July, August, September. So, look, I view today as a success. I view the past year as a failure. Every game that tipped off that people couldn't watch Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar that I didn't deliver, that we didn't deliver, we failed our fans.
Yeah.
Over the 5.5 years, we failed our fans. So while I'm extremely excited about what we did today, proud's not the right word. This should be table stakes, for our fans in Denver to be able to watch our teams. And I don't want to do a victory lap. I wanted to say, I'm excited we did this. I'm excited to move forward. But this is what our fans, our players, and coaches deserved. And I told this story upstairs, and it rang true. One of my first weeks on the job was the week after Aaron Gordon came out and said he thought Jamal Murray didn't make the All-Star team because our games weren't on TV locally. If you work for a team, if you're in management, if you're any of us, that's a dagger. Yeah. You can live with the people at the grocery store. It pains you, it goes through, but your players to think that they're not living up to their potential, getting opportunities because we didn't deliver for them, that really hurt. And I think, that quote has been basically on my desk and on my phone all year. And, I'm just glad we can look our players credibly in the eye and our coaches today and know that their hard work's not going to go unnoticed. And the same for the Altitude staff. I know Vic, has taken so many arrows over the past few years and everybody else. And, look, our job is to protect our players, our coaches, our staff, our Altitude folks, everybody here at the arena to make sure that they can do their job the best way. And today we remove one of those barriers and, let's go beat the Canucks and go beat the Pelicans and hope that, we can continue to do this the right way.
Kevin and JD, I'll leave you with this, and you're right. My hair was brown when this started, all right? When we were on Comcast 5 years ago.
I had hair.
You had hair? I had brown hair. Okay, it's been that while. But I want to thank you guys both because you're right. I love your perspective. You got to look at what we did and where we are now. It's a great perspective. Why is it important for Comcast? It's important because most of the people in Metro Denver have Comcast. It's also important, JD, you can speak to this. I got parents. For me to tell them how to watch games sometimes and to use apps and all that stuff, some people just don't know that technology. But to turn on a television on your cable system is just a lot easier. That's very important for that audience.
Look, it should be like turning on a light switch. It's just got to be available all the time and ultra simple. And right now, if you've got an X1 box, just say Altitude. and just go right to your Xfinity button and ask for the app. It's going to be available. So we're really proud. I want to thank Kevin. I want to thank the friendship with Steve Smith underneath. There wasn't a week that went by where there was deep mutual respect and a real friendship. I think that's why we got this deal done, is because the people underneath knew how incredibly valuable it was for our community. It's the right thing to do, and we found a way to do it. We carved it out. So we're incredibly proud to work with the Nuggets and Avs.
Huge team to say thanks to, but JD, Kevin, Vic, guys, thank you so much. This is amazing news for Avs and Nuggets fans, not only in Colorado, but around the Rocky Mountain region, right? You're in New Mexico, Arizona, Kansas as well. We can't wait to watch the Avs and Canucks tonight on Altitude TV, 7 p.m. pregame show. You can listen to it right here.
Say hello to Olathe. We're in Olathe, Kansas.
Olathe.
Olathe?
Oh, yeah, and I've recruited Olathe,
Have you
Kansas
really?
over the years. Yeah, there's plenty of great
Is that
football
part of the
players.
Lawrence market?
Olathe is just outside of
Oh,
KC.
okay, gotcha.
Best player that you've ever gotten from the region.
Oh, gosh. Nathaniel Lone played for
Oh,
Stanford.
wow.
He was a nose tackle. 4-year letter winner.
JD, Kevin, thank you guys so much for your time. We appreciate it. NFL notes are coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude 92.5, the morning sprint. Alex Ryan, Coach Mike Sanford, a bunch of people here. Big news. Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, Altitude TV, and Xfinity back together after 5.5 years. We'll get back into that a little bit later. The Nuggets are here for their Special Olympics clinic that they host every single season. AAA is the sponsor this year. In between games, the New Orleans Pelicans, as we are joined by assistant GM of those Denver Nuggets, Tommy Balcetis. Tommy, welcome to the program.
Thanks, fellas.
We appreciate it. You guys are turning a page, continuing to win some more games. Zeke Naji plays last night and starts and looks pretty good. What's the general feeling of the team starting to go into, I wouldn't call it the home stretch, but you want to go into the All-Star break feeling great?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. I mean, it was great to see Zeke perform the way he did yesterday with some of the guys gone. I mean, or out with injuries. We need guys to step up, and he did it big time. I think you're right. I mean, guys are kind of almost maybe waiting for the All-Star break a little bit. It's a nice way for everybody to get refreshed, to kind of come back and go full throttle with that last stretch of the season.
Tommy, how good was it to see just some of the encouraging signs in the absence of some players that aren't healthy currently, obviously with Peyton Watson out for 4 weeks and Aaron Gordon, a little bit, it seems like some management overall with the calf. But to see, like we talked about, Zeke Naji have his success and really display some of his skill set that he hasn't had a chance to display. And then, of course, seeing Michael Porter Jr. go and do what he can do when he gets more opportunities to touch the basketball. How good was that to see last night in particular?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I mean, it's nice to see when guys it's hard to play all 15 guys at the end of the day, right? I mean, at the end of the day, like you want to make sure that everybody's ready to go when the coach does call upon them. And Zeke did that. I'm sure, again, with Peyton and Russ not playing, we'll probably see more young guys with more minutes. So we're kind of excited for them to at least get a little bit of run before the playoff stretch starts and actually when the playoffs start so that they're maybe a little more comfortable out there.
Trade deadline coming up on Thursday, a couple of days away. We obviously know the league got rocked by the Luka Donćić trade, and now he's an LA Laker.
Wait, that happened?
Yeah, I know, right? It's insane.
I thought I dreamt that.
Well, actually, bring me into that. What was your initial thought when you saw that come across your phone?
The league is a crazy, crazy place, and things like that do happen sometimes. And, it's great for the league. It's great for the fans to at least always kind of, observe these transactions and talk about them. So, no, it was, that's what the league is all about. Just crazy stuff happening.
A lot's been talked about the Nuggets with regards to making trades or not being able to make trades because of whether it's cap situation, contracts that can't be traded. Are you guys looking to add in the next 2 days to some part of this roster, or do you see yourself standing pat?
You can make a case for both, honestly. We have these amazing games sometimes. Sometimes we do struggle a little bit. I mean, we always try to make the team better. At the end of the day, that's our jobs. Transactions are not easy to do. I mean, when you think about 99.999% of transactions do not end up materializing. But there are conversations had all the time. And, even with the limited moves that we're able to do, there's still probably something we could do. But at the end of the day, I think we're happy standing pat if that's what we end up doing.
Tommy, a lot of our listeners right now are hearing that accent, Lithuanian.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
It came over to the United States from Lithuania.
And
played basketball at Harvard. Is that correct? Or went to school there?
So I went to school there.
Okay.
I was supposed to. Had some injuries that kind of prevented me from doing that. But I did play in high school, and I played in Lithuania growing up. Yeah.
So just a little bit of a squirrel moment. The best Lithuanian player of all time in your eyes.
I think objectively everybody says Arvydas Sabonis, which I think is correct. But Šarūnas Marčiulionis is the guy whose academy I attended, so he's always been kind of close to my heart. And then Arturas Karnišovas, of course. That's the holy trinity of Lithuanian basketball.
DeMontis has a little something to say about that too.
He's up there.
He's a fun one to watch.
Got to say Linas Kleiza as well. The ex-Nugget. He's up there on the Mount Rushmore as well.
Talk to me about some of your younger players that have seen more action recently. Obviously, Peyton Watson's going down with an injury over the last 4 weeks, but some of the guys that you've drafted over the last couple of years that you see and go, that's a long-term player for us. Who's stood out to you?
It's great to see CB do what he does this year. He's been a very important player for us. He started, obviously, he's starting for us this year, and just to see him kind of becoming who he is. I mean, he's always had the energy. He's always had the defensive component. You can see him becoming a more polished offensive player as well. Every young player still has stuff they need to add to their game. But we see CB, the way he's playing. I mean, we're very happy with him. Certainly Peyton as well. One of the best defenders in the league right now. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you need wing defenders to go far in this league. It's really hard not to. It's hard to overstate how important wing defense is, right, for teams. So we're very happy with him too.
A player that I've watched, just kind of almost the evolution of this player since arriving here in Denver is Pickett, Jalen Pickett. It appears like he is focusing and trying to assert himself even late in games as a lights-out three-point shooter.
Sure.
Realizing that there is maybe a void of just knockdown three-point shooters. You always could potentially have a role on a team. What have you seen from him just in terms of asserting himself when he does get those minutes as somebody that's shooting? He's shooting the basketball incredibly well from behind the arc.
He is. I mean, he works at it really hard. I mean, we do know that. I mean, he actually. It's amazing the jump he made from shooting in college. He was a good shooter. I wouldn't call him a great shooter. He was such a heady player, such an amazing passer, a tough kid, of course. And then he comes to us, and, we have people who work with him on shooting for the last, year and plus. And this summer he actually spent a lot of time dedicating himself to becoming a better shooter. And every time he's out there, I almost feel like it's going to go in, when he shoots the ball. So I think you're dead on. I mean, he saw himself. That's kind of like my next step to be able to earn those minutes, and he's actually been doing a great job with that.
From one shooter to another, and this is a guy that a lot of Nuggets fans will not have been able to have eyes on, but you certainly have. Trey Alexander is lighting up the G League. What's going on with him right now?
I mean, we're very happy with, Ben Tenzer. He's running our G League operations, and Steve Jabbar is the owner, and everybody in that organization, Andre Miller with the coach. I mean, we're putting those players in a situation to succeed, which I think, it happened with Peyton with us last year as well. And, it's happening right now with Trey and some of the other two-way guys that we have. I mean, that guy's just a gamer. I mean, we saw it at Creighton. Sometimes he would have all these kind of crazy, near triple-double games when he played, for the Blue Jays. And it's not that surprising what he's doing, I would say that. But he is a very heady scorer, needs to get a little stronger, and, he knows that. And then once he actually gets his body to a point where he can withstand all, NBA athletes kind of going against him, I think he's going to be a very good player.
That's Tommy Balcetis, the Nuggets assistant general manager. Nuggets out here today, Special Olympics clinic. Are you involved with all the players today? Are you going to be hanging out around the court?
Yeah, I'll be hanging around, kind of helping out with some stuff. So pretty exciting. That's why we do it.
I was telling Coach, I haven't shot a basket. I'm a hockey guy.
Sure.
Historically terrible basketball players. Also 5'7". You don't have to think about that.
Well, the good thing is you see those two hoops right there.
We have hoops set up
those
for
are
me.
for you.
Yeah, they're set up for me.
Those are what, 3'6" hoops, right around there.
I haven't shot a basketball.
You probably dunk on those, Raj.
I haven't shot a basketball in 5 years.
Okay.
How many attempts from a 3-point or NBA 3-point corner do you think it takes me to make one?
I'll give you like 12, man.
12? I think I could do it in 12.
Yeah, I think you can do it 12.
I can do it in 12.
Pretty good.
So, former quarterback here, how many attempts would it take me to make the Nikola Jokic
the hand-eye
68-footer?
Oh, 68-footer?
Okay,
that's a little different.
It took Vic 60.
Vic Lombardi did it in 60. My my original reaction was I could do it in 25 attempts.
25?
Yeah.
Well, if you're a quarterback, you could do it.
Should, right?
You can do it.
It would take a little while to adjust to it because as a quarterback, you throw the side of the ball.
But that's what Joker did when he did it, right?
Yeah, he did.
It was kind of almost like a
little spiral.
Little
spiral
yeah.
to it.
Something you can do it, man.
Are those things that you see him practice?
He doesn't practice that.
No, that's just
he practices absolutely nothing. Yeah, we played cornhole one time. You took the actual bag, threw it. It was like he sunk it in the first try. He had never done that before.
He's one of those trick shot artists.
Yeah, he's a freak in a different way.
He's the genetic lottery winner. He's the guy who goes onto a golf course and has never played, has a hole in one. I've been playing since I was like 7 years old. Yeah. I haven't come close.
Yeah,
this is ridiculous. I can't. That guy.
Yeah.
Some guys have all of it. Tommy, we appreciate your time. Thanks you so
Raj.
much.
Yeah,
it's going to be a crazy couple of days. If you decide to trade Nikola Jokic over the next 2 days, please ask more than one team.
Yeah, let you
also,
guys know.
If you do that, I will post your number on Twitter for everybody to know.
That's great. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Tommy Balcetis,
Appreciate
assistant GM for the Nuggets. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Coach, it's It's been a while since we got back to the NFL. I want to get back into Cooper Kupp and these trade rumors. And is he leaving LA? Would you offer a day 2 pick or maybe even that first rounder for him? Would you do it? We talked with Kevin Devon for a couple of seconds there. He goes, if you're running that team, you might want to.
Mm-hmm. So he had some positive vibes on Cooper Kupp. I wanted to throw that out there.
Tommy says I can make a corner 3, 1 of 12. I just heard that from an assistant NBA GM that I can make a corner 3 and 12 shots.
Yeah, I think he was just being. I mean, it's the first time you guys have met, right?
Yes.
It's a little just common courtesy as somebody's hosting a radio program, invites him on. I'd say 15. 1 for 15.
I think I'm going to have a decent shot at it. I really am. All right, Cooper Kupp, coach, what are we doing here? Do you run at this player?
Get me the medicals, right? Get me the medical history, and the physical that it is going to be so important for Cooper Kupp. I think the Broncos need to go down that road. I do, because I think that you want your young quarterback to have the most dependable player that you can possibly get. And you can't guarantee you're going to do that through free agency.
Right.
T. Higgins. Do you think T. Higgins is going to be that dependable?
He looks pretty dependable in Week 17, man.
Yeah,
he looked pretty dependable. That was the guy that killed you that game. You took away Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
T. Higgins looked dependable.
When I use the term dependable, I'm talking every third down. This dude's going to be in the right spot. He is going to be throttling down between the zone defenders, and that is a chain-moving son of a gun. That's what Cooper Kupp is to me. He's the guy that maybe later in his career, he's not as dynamic and explosive as he may have been as a 24, 26-year-old coming out of Eastern Washington University. This is now a player that I believe can have, that Stokely effect that you had for Peyton Manning. That type of a player that you just know that guy's going to be in the right spot at the right time, and we are going to move the chains consistently down the field because of that player.
A security blanket.
Like the ultimate security blanket.
Security blanket with, very, very high upside.
Yeah, because he still does have juice. You saw him in the postseason this year for the Rams. He still is breaking people down and creating separation at the top of his routes and running elite corner routes, running really good post routes. The guy can stretch the field still.
Coach, I have in front of me the Colorado football schedule for the year 2025. The Buffs will start the season against Georgia Tech on the road. They'll travel to Delaware on September 6th.
No, they're home.
Sorry,
home. If they travel to Delaware, a lot of people should be fired.
I read the key wrong. The first 2 games of the season, home against Georgia Tech, home against Delaware, the first road trip
you imagine
of the
Coach
year.
Prime going to Blue Hen Stadium?
I've kicked a field goal at Blue Hen Stadium.
What?
We played against their hockey team one time, and no one was in the stadium, and I went, I'm going to go kick some field goals.
I've been in that stadium. I worked a camp in that same stadium. I can say this. That stadium's not big enough to house Coach Prime and the Buffs. I'm going to tell you that.
I'm sorry. I read the key wrong. I read it wrong. Home against Georgia Tech, home against Delaware. Week 3 at Houston. They come back home to see Wyoming and Brigham Young.
Okay.
Back-to-back weeks on September 20 and 27. On the road at TCU. Home against Iowa State. On the road against Utah. Home against Arizona. On the road against West Virginia. Home against Arizona State. And you finish off the season at KSU.
So who are you missing from the Big 12 schedule? You're missing. Did you say Kansas? Are you missing Kansas?
Kansas.
University of Kansas.
The University of Kansas is not on the schedule.
So
no.
You will not have to. Although they're going to be good this year. Kansas is going to be good. They got Daniels back to quarterback. Devin Neal is graduated. Hopefully he's a Denver Bronco, 5th, 6th rounder. But yeah, you're missing. So you got Houston and Cincinnati, which were 2 of the lower teams. You miss UCF. Is that correct?
You miss UCF,
which will be in a brand new another coaching transition because you have Scott Frost as the head coach of the what are they, the Knights?
No
Scarlet Knights, Golden Knights.
No Baylor. No Texas Tech. No Utah. Utah is October 25.
You are fortunate to miss Texas Tech. They are spending money. Like the money that was talked about last year that was spent by Ohio State in the transfer portal, that's Texas Tech this year. They are investing all money. They got that. Hey, KJ, you know about that old money? They got that old money going into Texas Tech.
Speaking about old money, no Oklahoma State.
They stink.
And
that's a broken program.
No Cincinnati on this roster or on this schedule.
I thought Cincinnati's not on there?
I don't see Cincy. Nope, no Cincinnati.
Okay. They're whatever.
Not on the schedule
not
this
a
year.
great team. Their quarterback's pretty good, Sorsby. I like him. But they're not a great football team. Missing Texas Tech is a gift. Baylor. You said they're missing Baylor?
Missing Baylor.
I think that head coach will get fired.
The big hitters that you have, Arizona State.
Yep, they'll be good.
But you've got Arizona State at home. That's big time. You got
Arizona's going to stink again.
You have Arizona at home. You have Iowa State at home.
They're going to be good.
You have
really
BYU
good. Iowa State's
home.
got the quarterback back, Rocco back. They're going to be really good. BYU, you missed. So this past season, you didn't have to play Iowa State, and you didn't have to play BYU regular season. And obviously we saw, however you want to spin it, that when BYU and Colorado played in the bowl game, it didn't go particularly well. I think that Texas Tech is going to be the team that you are you're fortunate to miss this coming fall.
We'll take a quick timeout. On the other side, we will be joined by Nuggets assistant coach Ryan Bowen. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The big news of the day, Xfinity and Altitude back together after 5.5 years. The long wait is over. You can watch the Avs starting tonight on COMCAST. The news coming down today just after 10:30, after 5.5 years of waiting. Comcast, Xfinity, and Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. Altitude is back on Xfinity starting right now. You can watch the Avs take on the Vancouver Canucks tonight. 7 p.m. pregame show, 8 p.m. tip. Huge news. We had Kevin Demoff, who was the guy who basically brokered the deal, come down and tell us how it went. It's a great day here. Frustrating 5.5 years for us. Frustrating 5.5 years for all of you out there who have not been able to watch those games. But you get it back today. Coach, that was a very fast bathroom trip. I'm very impressed with you. Congratulations.
Got my calisthenics in for the day.
I can hear you breathing.
Second workout of the day.
And
really.
You know what? And as I said, Ryan Bowen, Nuggets assistant coach, is our guest now on 92.5.
Got a little Peloton this morning?
We were making fun of me because I haven't shot a basketball in 5 years, by the way, Coach.
All right, let's see it. They got the mini hoops out here.
That's what I told him. I was like,
my bad.
Did you put him up to that?
No. He looked. He is a trained coach and evaluator of talent. He looked at your body type.
Coach, my legs could be very long. You have no idea.
That's true. My bad. I apologize. I didn't know what was happening before.
And I think Ryan's a 6'8".
6'9".
Okay,
6'8",
6'8", 6'9". I'm 6'4" over here and
5'7" on a good day.
Yeah, 5-something.
5'7" hockey player.
5-ish.
Not a great basketball shooter. We're making fun of me for that, but you're running back from the bathroom and you're sucking wind right now.
Actually,
so you cool it over
I sound
there.
really good. I sound awesome. I ran my standard 4.68 40-yard dash. That's what I ran at Pro Day. So not bad. Not bad at all.
Coach Bowen, talk to me about Zeke Naji last night. 31 minutes and coming off and starting. He's looked good.
His last two games. It's been impressive. One of the toughest things to do when you're not playing is to stay in shape and staying ready. It's hard to do. Playing as 9 years in the league, it's hard to do that when you're not getting rotation minutes, and then all of a sudden, hey, go out there and play and expect to perform and not miss a beat, and he did that. I think it's a testament to him keeping himself in shape, our strength and conditioning staff, our player development staff, keeping him ready and given the opportunity to go out there and perform.
Ryan, we've talked a little bit about just the challenges for say bench players that it might be 8, 9, 10 option off the bench, like a Zeke Naji has been. And then you get that opportunity to be on the floor with Nikola Jokic and being the boat raiser that Nikola Jokic is for players around him. Is that something that you guys do consider and take into account, that when you do have a player of that magnitude that just reads the court so incredibly well, and then a guy like Zeke Naji, who rarely has the opportunity to be
right
on the court with a guy like that you can see maybe some of his true skill sets?
Exactly. And when to your point, when he has been in there, it hasn't been with Nikola. So obviously everybody's better with Nikola, right? But to get the opportunity, I think what was really neat last night, Zeke hit the first three of the game. Christian had a great cut. Zeke hits the three in the corner. All right, great. So then second half, they come out and they cross-match. They put Zion on Nikola. They had their big kind of roaming off Zeke. Hey, go ahead and beat us. And so I think he missed his next three shots. Well, kind of late in the fourth quarter, the game got pretty close there. And for Zeke to hit the corner three down on this end, I think it was huge. It was big for him to shoot it. Obviously, Nikola had the confidence to pass it to him. But for him to step up and make that three was, important for his confidence. But it was a huge shot for us. So I think it's just shows Zeke, like sometimes guys in that situation, I'm not going to shoot the next one. I missed two in a row or whatever. Hey, I'm open. I'm going to shoot it. That's the right shot. Nikola makes the right play, and he makes a three that essentially kind of put the game away for us.
Do you struggle with coaching that out of players, particularly when they are on the court with a talent as great as Nikola Jokic? Like, I see it in hockey. That's the sport that I cover for Altitude here. I see players play with Nathan McKinnon, and they don't want to shoot the puck because, well, if it's not successful, why would I shoot the puck when that guy's on the ice?
Out there.
How do you coach that out of a player?
Well, I think the thing with Nikola, and the guys know that Nikola is always going to make the right play. He's not going to pass it to you if it's not the right play. If you're open, he expects you to shoot it. He's going to find you. Same with the cut. Sometimes guys cut, like when I played, a lot of times I cut just to get out of the way. Like, I don't want the ball. I'm just getting out of the way, and you go do your thing. I'm just trying to get to where
misdirection.
Whatever. If you cut and it's the right play to throw you the ball, Nikola's going to throw you the ball. If you're space in the corner and you're open, the guy cuts and his man takes him, and you're open, he's going to make the right play. So I think knowing who you're playing with, knowing that Nikola is going to put you in position to succeed, I think that gives guys confidence. Hey, yeah, I have to shoot this ball, or I'm going to be out of the game.
When you look at some of the defensive, I'd say ups and downs of this season. There have been great moments defensively. Certainly that was a hallmark of the championship run for this franchise was how well this team defended. There have been times where you can tell that Coach Malone's frustrated with the defensive.
Really?
We'll call it the execution and or effort. What are some of the things that you've seen, especially defending the 3-point line? Is this at times, is it a decision, a choice? Like I've coached for 20 years in football, and there are times it's an effort issue, but then there's also times it's purely an execution and spatial issue. Is it a bit of both? And what have you seen?
It's interesting because the way we kind of have evolved our defense over the year, like we're doing the same things defensively this year as we have in the past couple of years, and so it's like, why are so many teams shooting and making more three? Like last year, it's the same coverage. Well, teams are shooting more, so maybe whereas before we closed out to a guy, and maybe in the past they had extra swing, or if we run a guy off, they would drive. Now they're just stopping and shooting the three after we run them off, one dribble, escape, dribble, three. So it is evolving. Like teams are shooting obviously more threes. There's more threes in transition. That's been an issue for us. Obviously, we have done a great job running on offense. I think we still lead the league in fast break points. Well, we're kind of getting hurt on the other end. When you get an up and down game, more offense, more opportunities for the other team as well. So we're giving up more threes in transition than we have in the past. So those are the type of things that we have to clean up. Sometimes our turnovers creep up in games. So when we turn it over, it's a jailbreak the other way. We try to get back, protect the basket, open three. So there's a lot of different reasons for that. I don't think it's just one thing. Hey, it's an effort thing, or it's a coverage thing. It's kind of a combination of both.
Michael Porter Jr.'s game last night, sensational, certainly from beyond the arc, and he started off 0-4, got hot at the end of the first quarter, certainly hot in that second. Was that a game plan that you guys had going into the first game against New Orleans, or was that something that just happened naturally as the course of the first quarter went on?
It kind of just happens. Michael missed a couple little chippy shots here and there, and you kind of never know how that's going to affect him. And he just said he just kept shooting, and that's obviously what we need Mike to do. And it definitely wasn't a game plan thing. Hey, we got to get Mike off tonight. It just kind of happens organically. I think that's the unique thing about our team. Each game, you just don't know how the game is going to go. So early on, hey, Jamal hits a couple threes early. All right, let's feed him. All right, Mike gets a couple easy ones. Christian gets a couple transition baskets. So it kind of evolves from there.
Ryan, you played at the University of Iowa. You were a Hawkeye.
Yes, I was.
I coached at the University of Minnesota. Unfortunately, I was
nice.
0-2 in the battle of the
Florida Rose.
Florida Rose. I don't know the name of it because I never won the damn thing. So, but when coming from your basketball background, fundamental basketball player, University of Iowa, tremendous program historically. You watch Nikola Jokic on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. What is it from your basketball background that you see in this player that just stands out to you? That's just so unique and so different. If there was one thing that you could boil it down to, what would it be about Nikola Jokic?
It's hard to say one thing, but I think his work ethic, just what he does every day to get himself prepared to play in the game. Obviously, you see on the court, you see what he does. You see his basketball IQ is obviously off the charts, but what we see is the work he puts in every day and what he's put in all these years. I think that's probably the biggest thing that stands out. And I can't believe there was an Iowa basketball question. I thought it was going Caitlin Clark for some reason.
No,
I thought for sure
I just
that's
wanted to
where
tee
he
you
was
up.
going.
You don't wanted to see.
And then, anyway, no. But speaking of greatness, obviously just his work ethic every day. I think that's the thing that like I mentioned, that we see behind the scenes on a day-to-day basis.
Who's the greatest male Iowa basketball player of all time?
Is it Caitlin Clark?
Well played.
That's Nuggets assistant coach Ryan Bowen. Coach, we appreciate you. Have so much fun today at the Special Olympics Clinic presented by AAA. Nuggets and Pelicans tomorrow evening, looking to sweep the little 2 games in 3 nights. We can't wait to see what you guys do going into the All-Star break and try and get back onto that championship road.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Coach, thank you so much.
Yep.
Big news today, if you guys haven't heard it already, after 5.5 years.
We are so back, Raj.
We are so back.
We are so on cable.
COMCAST. They are back today. Happened at 10:30. PhD is coming up next. They'll have Coach Michael Malone live from Ball Arena. Tyler Polumbus, DMac, Scotty Hastings. They're coming up next. Don't go anywhere. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. I'm going to go see if I can hit a 3. I'm going to do it. 1 and 12.
You are not going to hit it.
I'm an athlete. I can do this.
Because you didn't wish me happy birthday.
Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. They're the best. We love AAA Home Improvements. Check them out at aahomeimprovements.com. We are live from Ball Arena, just off the court. Very hard place to find from the main entrance, Tyler. I understand this is in the
Listen. Nobody gave me directions, and the directions I got told me to wander them hallways over there.
What'd you find?
Well,
in the hall? Did you see anything
I found a
interesting
Nuggets
there?
locker room. I found
Yeah?
a press room. I found some wandering muggles over there as well.
There are some muggles that are hanging out here today for some big reasons.
Yeah. And what I was not told was to go onto the basketball court, but now I know.
Well, it's a fun event with the Special Olympics and the Nuggets, and that's why we're here. So that'll be happening. Coach Michael Malone will join us in person, and we'll talk to him. But quite a day. Scott Hastings, good to see you, buddy. It was just a few hours ago. You were just kind of over there a little bit over there, where you do the game from.
Here, Jess, I'm going to let you do this.
There you go. Get that all set up.
I brought you this.
You brought?
Well, I didn't mean to. It was just I've had
AARP.
You brought something?
You'll like
AARP. Tyler, we're a lending library.
Yeah.
This is what we do. Hot hand in a cold climb, but spelled CLIME.
Climate.
Oh, it got cut off there. This looks like it's going to take me a minute to read.
Oh, it's going to take you a minute to write. But I think
what's this about?
The Great Alaskan Shootout.
Oh wow! Okay.
That I was a participant in, and
oh, very cool.
The radio guy from Golden State gave that to me.
No way.
And I've carried it with me since forever.
Well, I definitely will read this. Thank you for giving this to me.
And the guy that wrote it, I didn't even realize it.
Bruce Newman.
Is it Bruce Newman?
That's what his name is.
Yeah, I think he wrote a big book one time on basketball that was pretty cool.
Well, I appreciate that. I will give.
You don't get to keep it. You just got.
No, I will handle it with.
Well, you see how
kindness.
old it is.
It does look a little brittle.
It's a little weather. Yeah, it's
yellowed.
Time has done something to this. Reaction to the news today, Scott. Man, it's funny, Tyler. You and I were on the other side of things there for a while.
One of us was a little bit more vocal about it than the other.
And they still hired DMac.
I know. Yeah, but I remember when it turned around. We got a little echo there, Jess. What's going on? Oh, it's the thing there. Got to mute that sucker. I remember what turned around for me and the whole thing, because I remember watching the back and forth. And
you getting hired?
No, that wasn't it. It helped, though. It was – I'll never forget it. I'll literally never forget it. It was Katie Wingy putting out there that you could get this Fubo thing. And I was like, oh, okay, well, what's that? And I had no clue what it was. But as soon as I got that, I sort of, all right, I'm sort of moving on. Well, that was a long time ago. And this deal hasn't been done until today. So what has it been like for you to go through this as a broadcaster? And, it's easy from the cheap seats to sort of judge things here or there, but going through it yourself, intimately involved with it, what's this process been like for you, and what does today actually mean?
Well, I don't know if the process has been anything different, because we're still putting on good shows. The sad part is because of mismanagement that used to be here, in my opinion, and they won't ever say it, but I'll say it. They let this negotiation with Comcast, in my opinion, get contentious, and it didn't need to. And once it did, you just pushed it down the road further from ever happening again. And and listen, they got contentious too. They got their hairs up in a hackle, and they buckled down themselves to a point that was kind of stupid. But we put on great shows, and we spent a lot of money, and Mr. Kroenke, who basically has been financing Altitude, the TV part of it, on his own forever, to make sure that when this thing was done, we're all ready and going. Wasn't laying people off and firing people. He has been an amazing owner, and we are lucky to work for him. And I mean that sincerely. But it shows you Steve Smith and Kevin Demoff, who've only been on the job, a year now?
Less than. Crazy.
And not only Comcast announced today back, but a negotiation with Channel 9 to go over the air now, which has been, talking to people over Channel 9, hugely successful for them.
That's awesome.
They have had big numbers.
That's great.
And they're happy with this. They started the Altitude Plus, right after the season started.
Right.
It's got like 30-some thousand subscribers already. I mean, they're blowing that up. So much so that Comcast wants to be able to use that and put it on their vehicles and spread it out even more. So my hat's off to Kevin and Steve and his team and the lawyers, obviously, and all the people that's involved. I know the mayor's office had somebody in the mayor's office that knew people with Comcast. And they finally sat down like adults instead of like blathering children like a group did before. In my opinion, I'm sorry if this is harsh and I'm probably getting in trouble for it, but they can't say that. I can.
Okay.
These guys, however you feel about it, and they go, it's still another $9. Okay, whatever. These guys got the ball rolling, and my hat's off to them. Now, what does it affect me? Nothing, because we've still been doing some games. It's sad because we were off the air during the championship.
Right.
And listen, we'll be honest, Tyler did it a lot. People watched. They were just watching via Yugoslavia or the Balkans, somehow with some.
There were ways.
Yeah, there was ways.
Right.
But, man, my hat's off to the crew, the people that are running this place now. The men and women are fantastic, and I mean that sincerely.
It's pretty
well said, Scotty.
It's
pretty amazing, man. 4.5 years. That's what it's been. I was just told it was August 31st.
Okay.
4.5 years ago is when they went off air, and just to kind of mention, I really wasn't a part of the old regime very long. So I don't have as many feelings as Scotty does about all that. But I will say this, just 7 months versus 4.5 years is what it took to get this done, right? And that's pretty dang amazing, to the point where as soon as I got the news yesterday, all I could think about was, all right, I think I'm actually going back to Xfinity.
Is that right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I've got my phone there. I've got my internet there. My whole ecosystem is through it.
Okay.
The only reason I left it was to get altitude on FUBU. And now I'm going to continue to call them FUBU forever, because especially now that
No, but they've been good.
No,
too.
they've been great. And it's a great service. It is, and I'm not knocking it at all. It's been absolutely phenomenal. But with my whole ecosystem already tied into it, now I can just keep it all under the same umbrella. Yeah, I got one bill.
Yeah.
And seriously, and I love Kevin Demos's first line today that they are now, and listen, there was fans, and you were probably hammering on the Nuggets for this back when you were in the fan days. They are basically on every venue, and you're huge in the podcast world and all this stuff. And there's going to be more. I mean, I don't think they're even done.
Oh yeah.
But they when he said at the beginning of his presser today that we're going to look at every venue we can, and we want, however our fan base consumes, we want them to be able to consume us. And that's forward thinking that wasn't here 4.5, 5 years ago. So hats off to those cats.
One angle that I just didn't really ever.
Hey, we're Ryan Sanders real fast. Hey, Ryan, show him that other shoe on that right side. See that right there?
Mm-hmm.
So he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
And the worst thing about Achilles tears, your hip and back get thrown out.
Are you talking about atrophy?
No, it's just because you're walking, you're
sideways.
You're walking like this, and now they got this thing. Now you can slip over his shoe to raise that hip.
Oh,
up.
I see. I see.
And it helps you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Plus, it's great snowshoeing.
There you go.
So it does.
Yeah, he is from Minnesota. He knows how to do that.
I was just starting to say on the drive in as I was listening to. We got JD on from Comcast, and hearing that side, and we've got our side sitting at the same table. These two guys.
What did they say? What did the other guys say?
Well, it was actually interesting to me because I really never thought of it from their side because we're just worried about our angle, right? And what JD had to say is like, hey, it was hard for us going out in public, like meeting people at a restaurant. And
he said he had a hard time walking up and down the hallways at work.
I heard a story about what he went through off there that I'm not going to repeat on there, but he's had some crazy things go down because of this, and he's a big fan. You know,
Of course.
And now hearing them sitting at the same table, these two men that have been working against each other, but really working together, and now to be on the other side of it as nothing but incredible mutual friends and respect for what each side went through. It was unique for me to hear the Comcast angle of it.
Yeah, and
it's still a business, right? They still got to run a business.
Kevin has said now repeatedly he's apologized repeatedly to the fans and said that you miss one game, it's too many, and it hasn't been.
And that's huge.
It's listen, anybody who wants to take a victory lap on this, Kevin's just giving it to you. You're right. You're right. This was ridiculous. We should have got it done a lot earlier. We're sorry about that. But what else can you do but move on from this point? And it's crazy how quickly things got done in a relatively short period of time. So I'm listen, man. I'm happy that it's done. I love watching the Avs and Nuggets, and this was the craziest thing because the broadcasting business is relatively small, as the three of us can attest, as we bounce from place to place over the years. We're all friends, or for the most part, unless we do truly hate each other. But we all know each other, so it's not a great situation where, we're supposed to be enemies or something because of stuff like this? That's not enjoyable or fun. We all are fans. We all want the best for the teams. That's what we have in common as sports fans. And so the ability just to watch it, in all honesty, today's a seminal day. It took too long. And now,
but that's again
you move forward.
That's the rearview mirror now, right? That's the rearview mirror.
So if you want to be stuck in the past, and I can see it on social media, there are angry people out there that just, hey, it's too late. I'm like, all right,
be angry. That's fine.
Right.
And miss seeing the greatest player that Denver's ever had, ever, at least for the basketball team. Go ahead. Be angry. Don't watch him play the next 6-7 years.
It's a weird thing when you're angry and you're upset, and then the person that you're angry at more or less says, you're right, I'm sorry. Now what do you do?
Yeah.
Are you going to stay angry, or are you going to watch the Avs play Vancouver tonight?
Right.
Are you going to stay angry or see how, Zion is at the snack bar? We can get into that a little bit. My God.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
I'm not mean or mad. I'm being accurate, but we'll get into basketball here in a little bit. Anyways, do you have anything else to add here, guys?
No, it's fantastic news.
There's going to be people out there right now that have Comcast that don't even understand that they've got altitude on their TV tonight without changing anything.
It's there.
If they've already got the More Sports package, they can turn it on tonight and watch the Avalanche, and they don't have to do a thing.
Right, and you have to have the More Sports package. And let me see if I can't find oh, here we go. So altitude HD 1250 on Comcast, standard definition 81, 1251 on HD, 111 on standard definition. If you're in Arizona, we got you. If you're in New Mexico and Olathe, Kansas, it's all there.
Olathe, my dad used to live in Olathe.
But if you're here in Colorado, channel 81 or channel 111.
And if you got the automatic tuner on Comcast, you just type in 81
right.
and it goes to HD anyway.
Well, you can just
say Denver Nuggets.
Say it, right, and go from there. Okay.
Well, I'm not that advanced.
It's just it's like a talk thing on your remote.
I know, but I sit
it's
by a
on
guy.
there.
I sit by a guy who talks to text all the time.
Who's that?
Marlo.
Oh, is that right?
If you've ever got a text from him, he's talking to his phone.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I was wondering why he was being so rude to me the other day. That kind of makes sense now. Michael Malone will join us coming up next as we're live from Ball Arena on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. You don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado trying to find that new car that you want, because you can go to one dealership, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, I've been working over at Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. I just keep going back every time I need a car because it's been a fantastic experience time in and time out. I know them, I love them, I trust them. They respect me, they respect my time, they get me in, they get me out, and they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's what's going to happen to every customer that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute, so you will find the car of your dreams. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Less than 5 minutes to go in the basketball game. Remember, the last 2 wins for Denver, both on the road, came down to the final possession. Thankfully, Denver won both of those. Inside the arc is Jokic. Porter 3. Got it! New season high for Michael Porter Jr. In this basketball game, he has 32 and a timeout called by the Pels.
Yeah, Malone. Michael Malone is here. MPJ,
Malone,
sorry. I was
Malone.
trying to say.
Why did you call him Mike?
Hey, Malone. I was trying to say MPJ. I screwed up already in the first second of talking. MPJ would go for 36. We are here with Coach Michael Malone. The Michael Malone Show brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to exit 243. The Central City Parkway, your 4 lanes of fun. Well, that can't be the first one just to say Malone. People must have been screaming Malone at you for years for a variety of reasons.
Oh, they've been screaming a lot of things at me for many years.
We're here for a special Olympics clinic. Why don't you talk a little bit about what that means to you and the team and the organization?
It's an annual thing, right?
It is an annual thing, and obviously 10 years now since I've been here. And for me, I can't speak for anybody else on the staff or for our players, but it's my favorite event of the year.
Awesome.
You know, this is something that these young boys and girls, they look forward to all year long. And to have an opportunity to come here at Ball Arena on the court that the Nuggets play on and interact with the players that they look up to, our coaching staff. And for me, we get so engaged with the season and wins and losses and games and the emotions of that. And I think it's so important in life for you to take time to step out of that and realize what's important, and giving your time to these athletes today is not only rewarding for the athletes, but it's also rewarding for us. And I look forward to it, and I think our players do as well. And you can see when you watch this later on in about an hour or so, all the smiles, not just on the athletes, but on the coaches and players as well. That means that there's a connection, and a lot of good is being done.
Yeah, it's been a cool event forever. It's neat to see the best player in the world, as you've called him many, many times, like a little kid. And I think if you're looking at Nikola Jokic, there's probably family, horses, kids, basketball. That would probably be his priority list, wouldn't you think?
Oh, I think so. And to your point, you played last night, a good home win. You're going to have a game tomorrow night. But this is just a chance to relate to some young boys and girls that look up to Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and every one of our other players. It's just so important to be a part of that. And we used to do it at Gold Crown. And since they moved it here, I think it just adds even that much more to the event, because if you're a young kid and you have a chance to be with the Nuggets players where they play every night, it's just a tremendous experience, rewarding experience, as I said earlier, for everyone involved.
The kids are – I've had a similar experience as a football player. I used to do camps. And then I one time just volunteered at a Special Olympics deal. I was like, that's what I'm doing from here on out. It's just so fun. The smiles, it's just so rewarding. But anyways, it's a cool deal. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Obviously, another big news of the day is we get the TV deal's done, right, with COMCAST. And I am curious your thoughts on it. You got the best player in the world on your team. You've won a championship. You've had some incredible runs. And yet the reality is we've been living through some tough times with the TV stuff. For you guys, how does that feel to you?
Oh, it feels amazing. I'm so oblivious to what's going on in the world.
Yep.
As I was driving in today, Ryan Bowen, one of my assistant coaches, said to me, hey, did you hear the news? And obviously I think everybody's excited about the news because we have the best fans in the world, and now they're going to be able to watch us every single night.
All of them. Legally.
And, yes. key word.
Legally.
But you think about the run that we've been on, the run that the Avalanche are on, and we want our fans to be able to watch us every single night. If you can't come down to Ball Arena, turn on the TV set, be able to watch us, support us. And I know that Josh and Stan, they've been trying really hard to get this deal done for a while now. And to have that done, I think it's just a tremendous accomplishment. We appreciate the fans' patience in getting this to where it finally got to this point. But now, obviously, continue to watch us, support us, and I'm just thankful that the deal was finally done, as I said earlier.
Cool game last night. Different game, huh? I mean, you had a mix and match, had to try some different things. Zeke getting a start, which is pretty cool. It was fun hearing Michael Porter Jr. explain that Zeke works so hard, and I didn't even know that you guys did this, but the organization sets up places at night to shoot when you go on the road. That might be, who knows, high school gyms or college gyms or that sort of thing. And he emphasized how much Zeke is there all the time. Maybe you can speak on that a little bit, the dedication for these guys that haven't played as much, just to stay with it and have a chance. Like last night was a perfect example. We need you to contribute, and they did.
Yeah, and that's 2 games in a row for Zeke. Obviously, the game he had in Charlotte, his defense against Miles Bridges, and last night, his defense and offense. He's guarding a guy like Zion Williamson, who, as we all know, is one of the tougher covers in the league. And Zeke fully embraced that challenge head on. He attacked it. And speaking to your earlier point, DMac, where we're home, guys come back at nighttime and shoot. We're on the road. We'll find a gym if guys want to go and shoot. And Zeke is always in a gym. He's always working. And that's part of the culture that you want to create. We want self-motivated players. We want guys that are hungry. And it's also part of your job in terms of being a pro. I can't play everybody when we're healthy. And then when you have guys that are banged up and out, well, now we have to turn to some guys that maybe have not played. And Zeke's a perfect example of not getting down, getting your dauber down, I think, as
that
Scott
was
Hastings.
last night, we're close to the same age. How do you not know that expression?
Well, we're not close from the same places we grew up.
Get your mug.
Northeast.
What would be equivalent from New York? Get your mug up, or
get your mug. Stop pouting.
Yeah.
Don't stop feeling sorry for your whatever.
you can say that one.
Yeah.
All right. So, but you have to you have to keep these guys going a little bit. It's got to be challenged. Like, hey, listen, man, it's got to be tough for like a Dario Saric or other guys like that who just really aren't now. But you never know, right? I mean, at any moment.
Well, I mean, we've had so many guys here in my 10 years that you can point to, hey, you're not in the rotation, you're not playing. In 82 games, a lot of things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Injuries are going to happen. It's a part of every season. And so if you are staying engaged and staying ready, now you can go out there and grab that opportunity, seize that opportunity. But if you are feeling sorry for yourself, or you're worried about, well, I'm getting screwed, I'm not getting a chance, and you're not putting in the work, when you're given that opportunity, you're going to fall on your face.
Okay.
And you see that as well. So we have a great player development staff, coaching staff, and high-character players where we try to avoid that at all costs, keeping guys engaged, communicating with them. And, Zeke deserves all the credit. He's Aaron was out, Peyton was out. Zeke Nnaji last 2 games was really impactful and helped us win, obviously, 2 games in a row where he's played really, really well.
And go all the way back to your championship year in the playoffs. I mean, late in the season, Ish and even Reggie, got Reggie late, weren't playing much, but it seems like there was a game in the finals that Reggie had to go in. I think Ish got in one of the earlier rounds, had to go in and play. And I know they're veterans, and they're supposed to get it. But to have younger guys starting to get it earlier, that goes to the culture you're speaking about that you've talked about a lot on this show.
Yeah, but you also have to, we can talk about culture and the culture that we try to create and establish and live every single day. But the players have to buy into that.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so Zeke, that's who he is. Zeke is from a great family. He's been brought up the right way with a mom and dad and a family that's pushed him to be dedicated and disciplined. And he's not going to feel sorry for himself. So I want to make sure that Zeke Nnaji deserves all the credit in the world, because he could easily have just kind of says, well, I'm not playing, I'm out of the rotation, and just kind of been hanging out. And that's just not who he is. It's not in his DNA. And we've seen that from him. And as we move forward, I think 5 more games to the All-Star break, we're going to continue to need everybody to step up while we have guys out.
It's been a crazy 48 hours in the NBA with some wild trades that a lot of people just could have never seen. And you were very definitive in coming out and saying we are not trading Michael Porter Jr. I am curious your thought process behind that, why Michael's so important to your team, that he's off limits right now, and what goes on behind the scenes during this period right now.
Yeah, well, just in terms of that, the question I was asked last night was, have you talked to Michael Porter about the upcoming trade deadline? And my answer was, I haven't talked to Michael Porter because, to my knowledge, in my talks with Calvin Booth, there have been no talks about trading Michael Porter. And the trade deadline, today's Tuesday, I believe. I get my days mixed up.
Right.
Tuesday?
That's Tuesday.
And the trade deadline is 48 hours away.
Yep.
Who knows what's going to happen in the next 48 hours? I mean, I think Calvin Booth right now is his phone is probably just constantly ringing. And you have to take each and every one of those calls to see, can we do something that makes sense, that helps us now and into the future? And I think you owe it to yourself as an organization to take those calls and then have some real tough discussions about where we are, where we want to go, and who's going to help us get there. So it's not my job to say that Michael Porter or anybody else in our team won't be traded. My answer to the question was, to my knowledge, there's no need to have a conversation with Michael or anybody else because, to my knowledge, there's been no calls where we're actively shopping anybody.
Yep.
And, I give Calvin a lot of credit, his entire front office staff. I know Josh will be very involved, as he should as an owner with his dad. And then we'll make whatever decisions we have to make. But this time of year, it's all about finding ways to improve. And if you think you have a team that's good enough right now, then you can stay with that. If you think you need to tweak or add, then you have to look at doing that as well. And we'll see what these next 48 hours bring.
The great philosopher Nikola Jokic last night, I thought said it best in the post game, and you were there and you cleaned up the quote with basically everybody should be available. I mean, right? I mean, no one should feel like safe, and you should. I took it as work your ass off. I mean, be prepared, be ready to play.
Well, he goes, nobody's safe, and that's the way it should be.
And that's the way it should be.
Sometimes Nikola just cuts right through it. Sometimes.
Well, I mean, let's not forget, this is a business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it can be a cold-blooded business at times.
Yeah.
You mentioned the trade that, shocked everybody, when the Lakers and Dallas have the deal that they make. So if a guy who is regarded as one of the top 5 players in the world can get traded unexpectedly, that means anybody can get traded.
Yep.
And so that's what I mean by, I'm not saying that we won't make any trades. Calvin Booth is our general manager. He'll make all those phone calls, and we'll make a decision if we have to make a decision. So, but you have to challenge yourself to look within, a very honest look. Where are we? Where are we trying to go? What are our goals? And then you go from there. And I know that's what we're doing at the moment.
Can you make any sense of that deal? We're on conspiracy trails. We're trying to figure out different scenarios. We can't make sense of it. Does it make sense to you?
It doesn't have to.
not your circus, not your monkeys.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. I've been in the league. I grew up in this league. I've been in the league a long time, and expect the unexpected.
Okay.
Nothing makes sense. Things change quickly. That's one thing I realized when I first got in. They talk about things can change very quickly in this business. So there must have been things going on and decisions were made, but we have to worry about what's going on in this building to try to do everything we can to be the best team moving forward. And I don't rely upon trades to do that. My job is this is the team we have. How can I find a way to get us back to defending at the level we defended for a stretch? And we have an elite offense. We have an inconsistent defense. We haven't been healthy, and we just got to find a way to plug through these last 5 games going into the break, come back, recharge, and attack that final run.
You have an inconsistent defense, as you said. And yet, if you go back and look at those 2 wins on that road trip, those last 3 minutes, 45 seconds in particular, but the clutch time minutes that the NBA keeps stats on, that was elite. I mean, you're going on 7-0 runs to end games. You're going on 9-2 run, whatever it is, and winning games. You go and take 2 games on the road because, as you said, that inconsistent defense says, okay, we'll show up. How and I know that you'll say, oh, but how do you get that for 48 minutes? And is that possible to get that for 48 minutes or 40 minutes?
Yeah. Let's go 36.
Did I take 36, right?
No, I think it's definitely possible because we've shown we can do it. Not just this year, but in years past. The year we won a championship, we finished at defensive rating of 15th that year. But in the playoffs, our defense really stepped up. Last year in the playoffs, if you look at our last year's run, our defense was really good. We held teams to 33% from 3, 104 points, I believe. But we couldn't score. I mean, so yes, we can do it. And our clutch defensive rating, last time I looked, was elite, to your point. So we have moments, we have quarters, we have clutch time where, okay, time score situation, let's lock in. And then we have other times throughout the game where it's just like we're just trying to trade baskets.
Right.
And that bit us
It's
in the
dangerous.
Chicago game.
Yeah.
It's really dangerous because you give teams hope. And hope is a dangerous thing. You don't want to give anybody hope. You want to take that away as early as possible. So we can do it, but that's my job, Scott, to try to bring that out of us a lot more consistently from night to night, from quarter to quarter, than we have had as of late.
All right, Coach, we'll let you go. You know what I love about this? Because when we're here so often, it's so loud. And it's so you're intense and whatever. It's kind of cool just to be here when it's a little bit more calm, isn't it? And to just sort of have a moment of reflection. And all of a sudden this place seems settling and comfortable. I don't know if that's how you feel about it when the building's empty. Maybe I should just ask you. Well, what does it feel like when the environment, you go from last night or every night with the Nuggets, because every game's sold out, to moments of this? How does that impact you? And
Deep thoughts by DMac.
That's
right.
it, baby.
Wow.
We're here.
Right.
Well, this is stuff I can't ask you in a press conference. How am I supposed to do this in a press conference, right?
Well, you could do it. I mean, I get a lot of strange questions in press conferences. So you could do it. I mean, so this is like my second home. I mean, like I've been here for 10 years, and the amount of time I spent in this building is just an incredible amount. And so, yes, it's cool when you're here and there's a packed house and the fans are going crazy, and you feed off that energy. But it's also cool to come out here and not one person be in here.
Yeah.
And it's peaceful, you know, and it's kind of like has a calming effect. But, Pepsi Center, Ball Arena, all of it, I've enjoyed each and every moment here. A lot of highs, a few lows, and hopefully we can continue to build on that and get back to making this the toughest place to play in the NBA.
And I'll go meditate at the midcourt line.
Yeah. Have you been surprised? I know what hopped up in New York a little bit, Charlotte. As we traveled, have you noticed how many Nuggets fans now are in opposing buildings compared to maybe when you got here 10 years ago? I mean, you see Nuggets gear all over. I go up because they usually put us up high now. I go out and take a leak, and I'm getting, hey, Hasty, love you guys. And we're in New York or we're in Charlotte. I'm like, when did this explosion of Nuggets fans kind of across the country happen?
You know, it's funny. The other day in Charlotte, I was on the bus waiting to head to the arena, and I looked outside the hotel, and I was taken aback by how many fans there were. And a lot of times there'll be fans who want autographs.
Right.
But these were all fans with Nuggets gear on. And in the 10 years, and obviously in all the traveling I've done and all the people I see around the country with Nuggets gear on, hats, jerseys. 10 years ago, I could walk down Larimer Street and no one would know who the hell I was. And I was in Greece this summer, and people. So it's incredible.
Wow.
The 10-year run, the success that we've had, and how the Nuggets have become like a real well-known team.
Yep.
And I think when you watch us play, it's not just because we won a championship. Nicole's a great player, but I also think it's how we play.
Right.
Like if you're a fan of this game, how can you not like watching the Denver Nuggets play?
It's different than everybody else, that's for sure.
It's ball movement. It's not just one-on-one ISO every possession. It's guys that are playing for each other. And I think we play on most nights. It's a real beautiful game to watch. And I think a lot of fans around the world have become fans of ours because of the style of play and how unselfish we are. And, there's a lot to like there.
Yeah.
All right, we'll let you go, man. It's always great to chat with you, and we appreciate you taking so much time. And the kids are lining up, and the players will be out here shortly. So
full roads to fun.
So I should say that Michael Malone show brought to you by the Central City Casino Parkway. Take I-70 to 243 Central City Parkway. You're home. It's 4 lanes of fun.
4 lanes of fun.
I got it.
That was awesome. You crushed that.
You just butchered that. You know that.
I know.
You crushed that.
Your 4 lanes to fun. All right, you know what I meant.
I know what you meant.
Just go there.
Hey, always a pleasure. Even better being in person. And now I really understand what the term means. You have a face for radio.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a quick break as we're live here at Ball Arena on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hi, we are live at Ball Arena for the Nuggets Special Olympics Clinic. Great to have Coach Malone, and sitting now in his chair is Steve Smith, the KSE president of Media Ventures.
And every time
Is that pretty good?
Yes, and every time I get introduced on this, everybody thinks it's the receiver.
Well,
we're very different,
hold on.
though.
Oh.
I'm a little quicker.
You're
I just
taller.
want to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
I am sneaky fast.
That is not the Steve Smith I think of, though. There's another famous Steve Smith.
Oh, the basketball player.
Not him.
The musician.
Really? What are
The
we doing?
drummer for Journey is Steve Smith.
Oh,
Did you even
wow.
know that?
No, I did not know that.
He's a great drummer, man. So that's.
Are you impressed that I knew that?
My power forward in my high school state championships name was Steve Smith.
Well, yeah, he was probably the best guy on the team, right?
What's today like for you guys?
It's been crazy, DMac. It's insane. It's a long time coming.
Yeah.
Good to have this deal done and get back on TV. I mean, I think everybody knows this. Comcast is the largest provider in the state. If you don't know, we signed a deal today with Comcast. So tonight's Avs game will be on Comcast. So
Yep.
Xfinity Channel 1250. I
Late
believe.
one, Vancouver, 8 o'clock.
There we go.
But the pregame show, right?
Pre-game show, everything will be on. Actually, it's active now. They actually turned it on last night, so some people may have discovered it last night and this morning. So good news. If you have the More Sports and Entertainment package, you get it. You can upgrade to that package to get it. So it's exciting news for the fans, for our employees, for the Comcast employees, for the whole state and city of Denver. It's fantastic. I was just talking to Coach Malone about this, and he was pretty excited to have the games back on TV here. So he's thrilled to see that. I mean, people don't realize this, but the players, it's important to the players. They want to be on TV too. So not just the customers and the fans.
And I'm going to do the same thing I did to Coach Malone. Legally.
Yeah.
Because as I've talked to, and you guys both, right, have talked, and probably you too.
Yeah.
They still watch the game.
Oh, I spent about a year on the sites. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Well, FBI will be coming by.
Yeah,
soon.
I know.
Here's a little bit of a vibe I'm getting, and I'm sure you're not surprised by it. Okay, cool, but I'm still angry about the past. How would you address people that
Well,
that
I
are
mean,
feeling that way?
it's tough. It's easy for me to say water under the bridge, right? But it's not. I mean, I get it. People are upset. But one of the things that evolved over the last 5 years, there's certain things that Comcast was looking for that we just couldn't do 5 years ago. There's certain things that we wanted that Comcast couldn't do 5 years ago. And because of the way everything has evolved in the industry and the way people are consuming content and TV and a lot of different places, it allowed us to get the flexibility we were looking for. It gave Comcast the flexibility they were looking for. So, it evolved and we got to this point. I hate it, but we're here where we are. And it's a shame that, hopefully we could have done this sooner, but we didn't.
I'd love to know, take us back to when you guys kind of took over, you got on the job. My imagination would say that relationships were pretty icy. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. If that was true, I would love to know how quickly were you guys able to de-thaw those relationships to get to the point that we are here in such a short amount of time in only 7 months?
I mean, that's a great question, Tyler. So I know this sounds strange. We've always had a really good relationship with Comcast. We have, because we have a lot of business with them outside the altitude issue. They carry our network's Outdoor Channel, Sportsman Channel. They carry it broadly across the country. They're good partners, and from that respect, we do a lot of stuff with them from a government affairs and charitable efforts with those networks and with Comcast. This issue, and I think you guys have heard me say this before, for this issue, we had a fundamental disagreement about how the network was going to be distributed and presented to their customers. We had a certain way the economic model was built. It evolved, and we had to change, and they had to change. So that's, but we've always talked to them. We've always had conversations with them. I probably talked to Comcast 3 or 4 or 5 times a month on various other issues that we had, and obviously altitude was part of those conversations. But it, it's good to have it behind us.
Sure,
it really is.
Now, I don't know if I'm going to give away secrets because we had a secret
handshake?
Secret spy.
I don't know.
Secret spy meeting.
Well, yeah. What? Tyler stealing the content?
Although I would say I think you had a leak in that meeting yesterday. I'll just.
We're going to start planning secret stories and find out.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
That being said, you said something. I think you or Kevin said something yesterday about the Altitude Plus, which took a while. A lot of people said 4 or 5 years ago, get this going, and that's been successful for you guys, even to the point where Comcast thought it was successful. And I don't know if that's a secret.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, a big part of this deal is Comcast is excited now to have a pathway into Altitude Plus to help us sell it. For those customers that are broadband only, Comcast is going to do a major effort to help them get Altitude Plus in I wouldn't say economical, but a better way for them to get it on their box, the Xumo box, and so forth. So that's been the good part of this too. So they're excited about that.
So they like it. So
they do.
Are you guys happy with the success you had in such a
we
short
are.
time with it?
Look, we know that the app. One of the things when Kevin and I talked about doing this, we were a little rushed. So we apologize for that. We were rushed getting it to market. So there were some things there were some bugs. There's still some bugs we got to work out. We're going to work those out. We've got some really big plans. I mean, DMac sends me an email every day with new ideas. So
we know. I guarantee you that.
Just ask our Kevin.
Yeah. It's like, feed mayonnaise to tuna fish, right? That's how.
Yeah.
Well, all right. But they're not all bad ideas.
No, they're great ideas. So we've got some really big plans for Altitude Plus. So we're going to relaunch that come August. And I think fans are going to be pretty excited. Some new multi-screen options, obviously DVR functionality. Some of those things we can't do right now because it'll interfere with some of the technology that we have out there. And we certainly don't need games going off the air or the app not working. We had a glitch the other night that was related to Amazon Web. That wasn't us. It was them.
Right.
They crashed, and a bunch of apps went off the air. So there's obviously some glitches with streaming, but I think we've got some really cool plans. I think people are going to be really excited when we present those. We're trying to shoot for start of next season.
Games on 9 and 20 continue?
They do.
Okay.
They continue. They'll be exclusively, those games that they have the rights to will be exclusive to 9 and 20. We're excited about that partnership too, because that opens up a whole other opportunity for our fans to watch it. There's some fans that just have rabbit ears. There's fans that have YouTube. There's fans that have Dish. So on all of those platforms, you can watch those games. That was important to us to get that done. We did that obviously back in October before we got Comcast, or we knew we had a path there. So it was good to get those games on air. It's a limited amount of games, obviously, but now you can get the full complement between all these different providers. So that's what we wanted to try to accomplish.
Is there a way that relationship can continue to grow? I mean, when I first started covering the Nuggets, you were probably still a college kid.
Harvard of the Midwest.
Harvard of the Midwest. Well, I went to Yale of the South in Arkansas. So I mean, we're brothers.
Is that Southeast Oklahoma State?
He's talking about Oklahoma State. That was rough in football this year, by the way.
Oh yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
No,
our 28-year-old quarterback. But I hear Elway does have eligibility.
Did I hear he was trying to come back? Also, that 28-year-old. He's trying to get another. He's trying to get another year of eligibility.
Yeah, I sent a strongly worded email to the athletic department.
I'm like, good Lord, like. Move on, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Move on.
Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
But is there a chance? Well, what I was saying, when I first started, we had over-the-air partners. Like we would.
Yeah.
It was Channel 2, I think, at the time, right? We would do some Channel 2 games, and it was Prime Sports or whatever it started off with. Is that a relationship that you think has a future also?
I do, and it's something that I think 9 News is extremely happy with that relationship. We're happy with it because it's just a way for us to, like I said, to get our games in more places, to get more access for our players and coaches and everybody, all the employees and everybody to get to watch the games in a lot of ways. I mean, it's, you guys have heard me say this. We want a chip on every square, right? People, the viewing today is so fragmented that you have to make sure that you are on those platforms and that people can see it, buy it, watch it. So that's the goal.
When I was on my one more real quick, sorry. When I was on my drive in, I was listening to JD from Comcast, and he was with Kevin. And one thing that they were talking about that I'm curious if you could explain it a little bit for me, because I'm a dumb and didn't quite grasp it.
No truer words have been spoken.
There you go.
I don't know. You're talking to a pretty slow dude.
Yeah, there you go. They were talking about taking the current technology that you guys are already using and integrating that with Xfinity and potentially being able to have different apps on the phone that are even through them. How's all that going to go down?
Well, we still have to build that. This deal came together really over the weekend. And so there's some back-end things that we have to kind of build out, that we have to test to make sure it's working. We don't want people signing up for something that's not working.
Okay.
And so there's still a little engineering work to do. I have an easy button on my desk. I just hit it and say, hey, we got to be here. So,
somebody do something.
Somebody do something out there, would you please?
We got to get this done right here. But it is crazy, and the way the medium has grown and the technology has grown just in 20 years. I mean, it's been unbelievable.
Well, in 3 years, right? I mean, we have AI. We just put SkyCam here in Ball Arena. There's so many cool things we can do with SkyCam now here in Ball Arena that I think fans are really they're gonna like with the AR, with the augmented reality technology and some of the graphics and things. We haven't. Again, that's a technology thing. There's servers and stuff that have to be integrated into our systems, and it's complicated, but look, there's so much cool things that we can do with the app, the flexibility that brings, and that Comcast is going to get behind that and help us develop a lot of that stuff too. So there's a broader relationship here, not just the network. So
all right, we'll let you go. Big day.
Right.
Congratulations. The Nuggets strength and conditioning guys were just walking past us. That's an intimidating.
Did you confuse me with them?
No.
Oh.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate it.
Hey, expect an email later.
Yeah. Hey, do we have a new host for this show?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time. It's PhD on 92.5.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we are live at Ball Arena for the Nuggets Special Olympics Clinic. It is just getting going. That was really, I've never been to this before. So they just had a parade of the athletes as they came onto the court.
Standing ovations for everybody here.
I can see the Nuggets players are right behind us, led by Rocky. They're about to
make their grand. I'm going to trip on them.
You're right there.
At least a bag.
They're going to be right past you here in a second. And we have a notice. Nikola Jokic just won Western
Conference Player of the Month.
Conference Player of the Month in the NBA. So there you go. And Rocky's about to come out here, and
should we get Rocky?
No.
Hi, Rock. How are you?
Yeah. I thought you were doing great. Yeah.
Anyways, we're here, so it's I don't know who's going to sit down with us next. We can certainly, we'll take it as it comes. I assume the players, though, are going to – how does this run? I mean, I assume the players are
honestly,
all
I've never sat here for this.
We are kind of right in the middle of it, actually.
The couple I've been at, we were either helping out or running around over there, so I don't know. They'll introduce the players in a second. They'll come running out, and now all the kids will get excited, too, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Do all the players – well, I see Jamal, and, I guess everybody's here, right?
It's
the whole team.
The NBA and the NFL may have this too. I think the NBA has 5 or 6 appearances that the team can deem mandatory.
And this is one of them.
And I would assume this would be one of them, but I also know, having talked to the majority of them post this, like we'll probably have somebody, we'll talk about it tomorrow for the game. It's one of those things, it's a day off, and then you get here, and it's like Malone said, okay, this is kind of cool.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm telling you, I did football camps my whole career. And at first I was doing paid camps for kids and doing real football. And then I started working with some Special Olympics kids. I was like, that's what I'm doing from here on out. Right. It was so much fun for me personally. I mean, you want to talk about kids that just enjoy every single second that they're out there. It's so much fun, and I promise you those players are going to have the time of their life out there.
All right, well, like I said, we'll take it as it comes. I think they're going to introduce the players, and they're going to come
right
past us.
Well, they got to come right by us.
I'm going to smack them on the ass.
Okay.
Hey, how about Rocky stretching right beside? I've not seen Rocky stretching.
Whoa. Well, Rocky's pretty athletic.
Here he is.
There he goes. You can hear that, right?
Yeah,
I think you can hear that.
Yeah.
And the players are about to come out. They are literally right next to us, so it's kind of a bit of an odd vibe here to. What should we talk about?
Are you feeling intimidated right now?
No, but I'm feeling like, where do we want to go here?
You know what you can do is DMac can go by and go yes or no. Which one of these guys have you emailed before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
How about Steve Smith being honest? I get emailed from him all.
Oh yeah. You know what he emailed him about, right?
What did I email him?
I don't know, but I know.
Probably putting his stuff on altitude.
I'm going to go with an area in this building that you can podcast /
Oh, you're right about
media.
You're right about that.
It's unbelievable.
No, you're right about that. That's not a joke. That is my mission to do something more digital friendly for Avs and Nuggets games, because I think the possibility of that is actually kind of wild. But again, that's where they're going with some of this TV deal and the app and all that. It's Listen, we do In the Paint and Between the Pipes with Raj and Spring and
Scotty,
Dan.
Before you know it, DMac's going to be working for a team doing specific media stuff for the team.
Oh.
You never know.
Hey, I got to tell you one quick story as you want to do it. So I went out to Dove Valley this morning.
Yeah, what were you doing out there?
They're doing a documentary on Dave.
Oh, that is so cool.
So I think he's done like 30 years or 40 years or whatever. And as the players come walk by, I'll hold my story.
Here they come. What's up, Jamal? Hey, Peyton. Good to see you, Peyton Watson. Nikola Jokic, I've heard of that. Nikola's laughing at us. Yes.
There he is.
DeAndre Jordan. Everybody's here, and there you go.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
and Joker's already getting hugged. All the players are already getting hugged.
That's awesome.
That's sweet.
That is awesome. Yeah, what a super cool event. Yeah, man, this I bet this recharges your batteries just a little bit.
Oh, it's got to. Listen, they're on an off day on a 3 and 4.
Yeah,
right? And then after they play Orlando on Thursday, they're getting on an airplane and flying to Phoenix.
Yep.
So you're actually going to play 4 games in 6 nights.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's a lot. And yes, this will actually energize you or mostly won't. So let me tell you a quick story about. So I go to Dove Valley, head to park, saw the construction.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
And they've got, as I was told, all the piping and stuff has been laid out, the wiring underground, all that stuff's ready. But now they still got to lay forms and do all the stuff they got to do. But so I walked in the main place, and then we had to walk all the way across the fields.
Okay.
To go into the field house to go upstairs to get to the where they're broadcasting. The entire store up there is now a construction office.
Yep.
So
it's wild.
That was all cool. But I'm walking, so you got to walk right by the players' parking lot.
Okay.
So we're walking, from there to there. I'm like, oh, that's cool, Mercedes.
Okay.
Oh, it's Sean Payton.
Okay.
He's on the car on his phone.
Okay.
Was not happy with somebody.
How can you tell?
Well, I'll just if
tell?
you're following on Twitch, just watch me on Twitch. Don't watch me live. Watch me on Twitch. And it's like this.
Scott very angry, yelling,
Pointing
his finger, face getting red.
It was a very emotional looking exchange he was having on the phone to where I saw it and I turned away and stopped looking right away.
Really?
Well, I didn't want to feel like I was eavesdropping on a private moment.
Well, you probably were. I'm glad you could share it on the radio right now.
Ain't too private, is it?
Yeah, right.
Well,
perhaps he was ticked off that we lost another member. Broncos lose Mark Thews to the Raiders today. Maybe he was mad that he lost his director of operations, of football operations.
Might have been.
Mark is one of the most – I had a couple texts with Mark today. He is one of the most remarkable stories in Broncos history, if you don't know. First of all, he was a really high-level baseball player, so he's a good athlete himself. But the most famous thing he's got, probably, he was best friends with Josh McDaniels. Best friends.
Wow.
And
believe me, we held that against him at the beginning.
And now he's going to the Raiders? Wow.
Well, it is kind of remarkable, but he's been here for 15 years. Like, when Josh got fired, do you remember that Ben McDaniels, Josh's brother, was the quarterback's coach?
Yep.
I don't know if you even recall that. So we just figured everybody connected to Josh would be blown out, including his best friend. Well, they thought so much of Mark that he's kept the job with the Broncos for the past 15 years.
Wow.
Kind of moving up the ladder, and now he gets this opportunity with the Raiders.
He's got a unique job that it makes sense that he would survive a long time because he's in charge of travel and stuff like that, where he's handling a lot of logistics that is unrelated to football itself, right? But he does actually get out on the field and throw passes and stuff. But, he's got one of those jobs that if you know the nuances of how the Denver Broncos need to handle business, you can stick around a long time.
One of his craziest side jobs, as Tyler mentioned, is he can really throw a football. He really can. So in warm-ups, if you go to training camp or practice, whatever job he's doing that day, he'll spend X amount of time just throwing dimes to receivers. And he threw a lot better than Tebow. But, I don't know if that's – so congratulations to Mark. It's crazy he's going to the Raiders. But we wish him the best.
Since his best friend got – well, now he's going to be in 2 places his best friend was fired.
He is going to be in the second place where his friend's going to be fired.
Yeah.
So we've now lost Mark Thews. We've lost Darren Muji.
Yep.
We've lost Ben Kotwika.
Yep.
We've lost Chris Banjo.
Yep.
We've lost Declan Doyle.
Yep.
We've
Tight
lost
ends.
Johnny Morton. And we've lost
Yep.
Greg Minuski. That's 7 people.
How's that feel to you?
A lot.
It does feel like a lot.
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Now,
are we having a little conspiracy theory here about Sean Payton, or?
I'll say this: if this was in year 2 or year 3, I think it would be very unusual. I do think sometimes it can take a year or so to get the full staff in.
It is year 2 and 3.
It is year 2. This is unusual.
All right, I'll just ask it flat out.
But sometimes it does take some time to get the full staff in place that you want. But I think on any given year, you're usually going to lose 2 to 3 coaches, not 5 or 6 coaches. And it's actually far more unusual to lose this many kind of management level guys. Those guys usually don't move on as quickly as coaches do.
Do you think this is a Sean Payton exodus? Do you think it's connected to working with Sean Payton?
Well, Greg Minuski, I believe, Greg Minuski and Ben Kotwika were the only two guys that were fired.
That's true.
Everybody else left.
That's true.
So
Muji, Muji had nothing to do with Sean Payton. He got an opportunity as a general manager. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's got nothing to do with Sean Payton. So there's 3. There's 4 more. I mean, do you want to connect those to Sean?
Well, what role is Mark Thu's taking?
Director of operations? Isn't it something like that?
So he's taking a lateral move?
It's got to come with more. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just sent him a quick, hey, congrats.
I mean, I would imagine he's taking the exact same job over there because he's probably, I don't mean to say it like this, but he's probably peaked as far as he can go without being a football operations guy.
Okay.
Or without being, I said that opposite. He is football operations, but it's on the backside of actual football itself.
I don't know. I'll do some digging on that with Mark. We'll see what people have to say. We'll see if people get chatty after they leave the building. You never know.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. I forgot one that actually I wasn't even aware of until I just read this from Mike Kliss. Where did David Shaw go?
Oh, he went to the Lions as their passing game coordinator.
Oh, so he's getting back into coaching.
He's getting back into coaching, and supposedly, from what I understand, that was his whole plan to sort of, and the Broncos knew it too, that he would sort of.
That's 8.
Dip his, but, he never was in the building, though. I don't know. He just sort of was advising from afar. He wasn't really here. But he's not here anymore, if that's where you want to go.
I mean, Was he employed?
he was employed.
Okay.
I love the conspiracy theories here.
No one's saying anything. You're the one to get.
I've literally just reported facts.
Oh, I get it.
You reported facts. I haven't said a word, and I can't believe all the conspiracy theories here.
You just told us a story about Sean Payton yelling at somebody at his car.
Well, no, it looked like he was having a heated conversation on his phone. That's
he
all
might
I
have just
saw.
been taking sushi reservations.
Maybe he was telling his wife how much he loved her.
And it could have been just telling a really good
you
story.
You look so good today. I'm so happy with everything that's going on right now.
You are killing it. It is awesome. Well, there you go.
Or what do you mean we're losing another guy?
Okay, we'll see.
Or what do you mean you're leaving?
The clinic is going on now. We'll see who else lands in our chair. We'll have no dumb questions coming up.
We're going to get Deb Dowling in here.
See you. Well, hey, this is your world right here. This is the sky.
No. Hey, you're in the seat of power.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
It's lucky they let me into the building.
You're in the SOP.
No, by the way, I found out.
Duron Holmes?
Duron Holmes is. We're just leaving your stuff here.
You're
That's cool. We'll watch it.
Hey, what's your password?
We got it.
Hey, can I use your lip gloss? Oh.
Well, Duron Holmes.
Chapstick.
2-phone guy.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. Way to go, dude.
Well.
Way to go, dude.
It's PhD.
Wow.
Here on 92.5.
Wow.
It is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're dealing with the issue of ED, that stinks, man. I want better for you. I want better for your partner. I want better for everybody. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has helped out thousands and thousands of men that might be in a similar situation to you. So here's what you do. You go and check out the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where the pills or herbals fail. They've got you covered with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Bring love back into your life at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having the sex day after your appointment. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, we are live at Ball Arena for the Nuggets Special Olympics Clinic, which is so cool. Tyler, why don't you give us a little? You got actually a pretty good view. What are you seeing out there?
You know, they're all just running through drills right now, and it's fun because the players are doing the same drills that all the kids are doing. I see Christian out there hopping on one foot, dribbling a basketball like the rest of the kids are, and it's a lot of kids out there. Looks like they're kind of broken up into different drills at different hoops right now, but a lot of bodies, man, and everybody's got huge smiles on their faces.
All right,
a lot of moms and dads are down there with their kids. That's cool.
This is such a cool event.
Yeah.
You know, I think we take certain things for granted living here in Denver, Colorado, but the concept when I was a little kid, one way or the other, to like be at an event with NBA players or NHL players or NFL players, I mean, it's literally ridiculous. And I think we're kind of lucky to a certain degree that Denver's a pretty easy city to get around, and Denver's more or less in the middle of Colorado, so it's kind of accessible to everybody. Tyler, you grew up here, so you might take it for granted, but I'm telling you, man, like, and Scott, going to the big city might have been a thing for you. Going into Boston, for me, was like ridiculous. You just never did it.
Right.
Yeah, if we could just get rid of everybody from California, then we can have our traffic back.
I know.
That'd be good, too.
So we're going to just chill here because I'm not sure exactly what players. Let's just stay on the Nuggets here a little bit.
We can do a no dumb question real fast.
Well, let's go. Might as well, yeah. You got something on your mind?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
So the first no dumb question will lead to another no dumb question.
All right.
Do you guys have any good portmanteaus?
I'm sorry?
Say what?
Do you guys have any good portmanteaus?
Portmanteaus? What are portmanteaus?
That's the next good dumb question. Portmanteau is where you combine two words to kind of make a new word.
I get my words mixed a lot.
Exactly. So like smog is a portmanteau. Do you know how they came up with
you're being serious about this. I thought this was like a
no,
joke.
It's a real word. I
learned
it today.
Well, it's fog and
smoke.
Smoke.
And fog.
And fog.
Okay.
Smog.
And so they invented that word, called it smog.
Yeah.
And that's a portmanteau.
Yeah.
So
okay.
that's where you kind of combine two words. Podcast.
Okay, it's a broadcast. Pod, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
It started when they had iPods.
Okay.
And it was for broadcast for iPods. And so
that makes sense.
Podcast.
That adds up. That does.
Oh, the
All
right. I guess we're moving on from no dumb questions about podcasts.
Well, here's a guy who does a great podcast, actually.
He does do a great podcast.
Really good. Do you know what a portmanteau is?
What is it?
Well, first of all, it's Michael Porter Jr. sitting down.
I know Michael. It's where you combine two words to make a new word.
Okay.
And the word podcast, like, where does it come from? Well, it was.
Well, let him guess.
Well, do you know where it comes from?
Podcast.
And it's two words that made one.
I mean, you should know this. You have one.
I mean, cast would be like the filming of it, right?
Yeah, the
casting.
broadcast.
Broadcast,
Yeah.
The pod part. I don't know. Like an iPod? Like a.
Wow!
Hey!
You crushed that, actually. You crushed that.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
It started from a long time. Well, who has iPods anymore, right? I mean,
Right.
it's when people had iPods.
iPod touches and all that.
And it was a broadcast made for the iPods.
Right.
And so they started calling them podcasts.
Mostly, it was like audio back then, no video.
Yeah.
Now all the podcasts have the video with it.
But that's called a portmanteau.
Okay.
Well, we got that. We got the important stuff out of the
Always
way.
educating the guy. Hey, first of all, where the heck did you get that jumpsuit? That is
this is
kind of sweet.
You are the best dressed Nugget here, by the way.
Oh, that would start a fight, maybe.
Puma.
That
You know what I'm saying? I'm sponsored by Puma. They put this together. They do a lot with like NASCAR stuff, so
Right.
kind of a race car type of sweatsuit.
Dig it.
How you feeling after last night?
Pretty good.
Good game, right?
Yeah, great game. Good win. Happy to be here with these kids. Seeing the smile on their faces is fun.
It brings the real world, right? I mean, it kind of just.
Yeah, it just it makes you grateful for your own blessings, but also I feel like some of these kids are some of the most happy, joyful kids I've been around. So it's kind of cool to just be around them. Their energy's infectious as well. So.
Right, that's sweet.
I know you guys have all kinds of obligations, and we were both athletes, been through it. And at times it's grind. You got to get there, right? But then you get here, and it's just almost refreshing for you, even though your day off is limited.
Yeah, I think any of the appearances we do on our day offs, like it is kind of a grind. Like you don't necessarily want to show up, but when you do, you're always grateful you did, and you're always thankful for the opportunity to bless others.
Yep.
So I'm definitely happy to be here. This is one of the main ones I enjoy doing throughout the year.
Cool.
How do you talk to yourself? You had a couple games on the road trip where you didn't shoot the ball well, did not shoot the three well, right? Last night you're killing it. But how do you talk to yourself as an individual when you're not shooting it well compared to like last night when you know you've got it going a little bit? Yeah, I think it's that's kind of what separates certain players is in the bad times, how do you pick yourself up? How do you stay even keeled? Because a lot of guys, I started the game 0 for 4 last night. Right. So how do you? And no one would have known that. Yeah. How do you kind of like stay even keeled and stay confident? I think that's an internal conversation, that's mental toughness that you can develop over time. But I think any player, playing in front of all these fans and playing with other great players on the floor, you never want to let your team down. So sometimes it's hard when you're missing to stay confident in your shot. You would rather almost swing it sometimes, but. I think just over the years, kind of developing an even-keeled attitude helps. Whether it goes in or out, if I'm shooting the right shots, if I'm shooting with the correct form and being on balance, I think my teammates and my coaches have confidence in me. So, have you found yourself, because it seems like this year, like you might go 0 for 4, and it seems like that first thing you got was you got a layup on a break or a putback, a tip dunk or something like that. And all of a sudden the doors are open. Yeah, went 0 for 4, then got a tip in. Then a couple possessions after got a putback dunk on a Christian Braun. Did he pass that, or was that a shot? That's the question everybody keeps asking. Who knows? You might have to ask
Wait, you haven't talked to Christian about that today?
I haven't asked him. They asked me in the media yesterday. I said, "When have you seen Christian pass on a fast break?"
But it's a crazy play because he was going backwards, so it would be an insane shot, and it did go straight off the backboard.
It did. I think he was going for the lob layup, though. I mean, if it was a pass, kudos to him. I feel like he would have told me that.
He definitely played it off with Jamal. Like, look what we just did.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were high-fiving each other.
No, it was a cool play. He's one of the best players in the league in transition. So if he went up for the layup, I wouldn't be surprised. But if he passed it, that's cool.
But you had to run to get there to make that play too. And I watched the replay from one of the high cams. I mean, you sprinted your butt off to even get down there to get to that play.
Yeah. I had some energy in my body last night. I think after that back-to-back, came back home after the long road trip and got to sleep in my own bed. So I felt good yesterday.
All right. I don't mean to bring up like awkward stuff, but you were asked about it, and you gave a great response last night about the trade deadline and all that. And you said you're not stressed out about it.
Yeah.
Coach Malone gave an emphatic, we're not trading Michael Porter Jr. It was a headline on ESPN.com today.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It was one of the lead stories on ESPN.com that you're not in the mix of getting traded.
Okay.
So what's this process been like for you? And part of it is just the result of your contract is such that it could happen, whereas some of the other guys is not. I'm curious how it's been for you and what your mindset's been like through this process.
We talk about faith a lot, and when you have faith in something bigger than you I've tried to develop the attitude of control what you can control, and I think I feel very blessed to be here. I feel very grateful that the Nuggets took a chance on me. So it would never be a thing where, like I said yesterday, if they decided to move on from me, where I would be butthurt or have hard feelings. I think that we have a good team now. We have guys that over the years have developed a continuity. Me and Joker have our little two-man thing going on.
Yeah.
Jamal and Joker do. Joker and Aaron do. So we all fit in a specific way, but also there's a lot of great players in the NBA, and we want to win at a high level. And I think we've had spurts this season where we play really well, and then spurts where we could have played better. But it's not something that I stress about because it's not in my control. And either way, I'm grateful, and either way, I just know it's the direction that my life is supposed to take. So I'm happy to be here. I want to be a Nugget as long as I can be. But if it ever gets to the point where they decide to move on from me, it's all, I have so much respect and gratitude for everyone here.
Well, it's a very healthy way to look at it. So good for you.
Yeah.
You know, Michael, the game has changed so much with the amount of three-pointers that are shot, but you guys as a team don't necessarily play the same way as everybody else.
Yeah.
You shoot them, and you're certainly relied on them for them. I am curious, when you go into a game, do you ever have a certain amount of three-pointers that you try to shoot, or is it just you take it when it's there?
That's a good question. The coaches have a number. They keep telling me try to get up 10 threes.
Okay. 10 threes, okay.
Not Coach Malone, not some of that, but all the developmental coaches, they're like, man, like hunt threes, try
That's
to get
a
up
number.
10.
Yeah, okay.
Try to get up 10, but that very rarely happens. I think that teams, the way that they play me, it just depends. Like some teams, when they decide to double team Joker, I'll get a lot of swing threes, some open threes. But then when we play a team like Minnesota where they're playing Joker one-on-one with Rudy Gobert, it's a lot harder for me to find the three-point line. So
because then they get physical with you.
Yeah,
I mean,
they just stay
you.
glued to
Yeah.
me. You know, they're not shrinking off of me. They're not bringing my man in for the low man. So there's no just open looks. So I got to figure out ways to really. I think I need to start reading the game early, see how the team is defending me, see how they're defending Joker, see how they're defending our team, and immediately adjust and have different ways of countering that is somewhere I could improve. But I don't go into the game trying to look just for threes. I think I find more of a rhythm when I'm getting to the rim, getting some easy ones, getting to the foul line a little bit. So.
All right, we're going to cut you loose because it's more important that you spend time with the kids. But we really do appreciate you
thank
sitting
you guys
down
so
with us,
much.
man.
It's
We
been
really
great.
appreciate it.
All right, guys.
All right,
See
we'll
you,
let
brother.
go. Michael
Appreciate
Porter,
you.
thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, pal.
Yeah, Kev, are we somebody else? Peyton Watson, sure. P-Watt. Oh, man, Peyton Watson, what are we doing here? What are we doing with the knee? What is going? I know,
Wow.
man. I don't mean to bring up bad stuff.
You know what? You did that with you're like the bad news bringer.
I mean, usually we try to soft start this thing.
But
you know?
mean, how can I look at P1? You're out for. Well, what's up? What's going on? I mean, we're hearing you're out for a month, and we'll take it from there. Is that about right, or?
Yeah, nah. I mean, we're taking it week by week. I'm definitely attacking rehab, trying to get back as fast as possible, but at the same time, maintaining a cautious approach to it. So. I think it's week by week at this point, but it'll probably take around 3 to 4 weeks. That's correct.
Do you know how it happened, or?
Yeah, it happened the Philly game, the end of the Philly game, right before I came out. I had kind of collided with Kelly Oubre pretty hard, and then on the way down trying to brace myself, my knee, I just kind of tweaked my knee a little bit to the inside. So it's unfortunate, obviously, but we got a great team of guys. They're going to hold it down while I'm out. And I'm going to get back as fast as I can for my guys.
So I asked Zeke, who's gotten some of your minutes now, and Aaron, obviously Aaron's missed a couple games, because you're the shot blocker of the team.
Yes.
I mean, you lead the team. Well, Zeke's first game, he gets 5.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. I said, you talked to P. White? Has he been challenging, trying to get it up? What have you thought about Zeke finally getting this chance? And the way he's really performed the last couple of games.
Oh, I love it. I mean, I'm happy for him. I'm super happy for him. He puts in the work. He's one of the hardest working dudes on the team. He's in the gym night in, night out, trying to perfect his craft and stay ready for times like this. So this is a perfect opportunity for him to show what he could do. And I'm definitely excited for him because, it's been a long time coming, and I definitely think that he's a great player. So just getting him out there and being able to see what he could do on both ends of the ball has been special, and I hope that he continues to.
And like you, he's long, right? He's
Athletic.
longer than you realize, and he can jump too now. I don't think people realize he can get up like he can.
No, he really can get up. He's an athlete, and he just brings that element to the team, much like how I do. So I'm definitely really excited for him, and he's only going to get better with the game. So five blocks first game is not a bad place to start at all.
Ooh.
Peyton, I know that 5-game East Coast stretch was a bit of a grind. It's a long time being on the road and all that. And you guys could probably taste the All-Star break, right? I know you get to the All-Star break, finish strong. But is it also like this period in between? Is that almost a vital importance as well?
Yeah, most definitely. You never want to let go of the rope before it's time to. You want to finish strong. You want to give it all you can while you can. I think the message to a lot of the guys on the team has been to just play your hardest throughout the break, and I compare it to running line drills. You don't stop before you get to the line. You run all the way through the line, and you make sure that you get the most out of it. So I think everybody, we know what the season is. We got a lot of veteran guys, and everybody's just focused on winning as many games as we can up until the All-Star break, and then coming out of All-Star break and going on a little run to end the season.
You're still a relatively young guy. What was your welcome to the NBA moment?
That's a tough one, man. There's definitely been a lot.
It's not something with KD?
I think before I got to the league, there was definitely some times where I had some almost before I even got there, some eye-opening experiences. But I'd say once I got to the league, my welcome to the league moment honestly was just how tedious the schedule was, one, and how punctual everything is. Like everybody being on time early, 30 minutes early, an hour early.
Did you get caught up in that a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit at times, but I think that's stuff that all young players go
Yes.
through. You know, just sometimes things go wrong for you to learn. So I think that it was definitely, you know, just a learning experience, becoming a professional in this industry. I think that's one thing that you got to stress the importance of. It's not just about the basketball side of things. It's about everything, your professionalism, your punctuality, and just the type of person you are in the locker room and around the organization.
So Peyton's one of the guys I give advice to. Now he probably goes back and goes, you know, whatever. But I met his uncle, and his uncle liked that, so that's cool.
Yeah, most definitely.
Here's a tip for you.
Okay.
4 weeks.
Get some advice.
No, I'm being very serious.
right.
From a guy who sat on the bench a lot. Keep a notebook these next 4 weeks. Not just on your rehab stuff, but like you're watching Zion last night. We haven't played Zion until last night. Keep a book on him. Hear what he likes to do, where he wants to go. We play Orlando. Paolo. Hey, keep an eye. Hey, this guy goes right. So now the next time you guys face it, say, you got this down. I know it's you. I used to tell Dikembe that all the time. I said, and Dikembe was my rookie. I said, you got to watch these guys. Watch what they do. Here's what they like to know. Know their favorite moves. Because the NBA defensively is about odds and percentages. You ain't going to stop great players.
No.
You can't stop. But can I slow them down? Can I make DMac, who wants to shoot a 10-foot jumper, shoot a 12-foot jumper? Can I make Tyler, who wants to shoot over his left shoulder, go to his right shoulder? Start keeping it, but use these 4 weeks to really increase your mind, what you can do and how you can do it defensively. That would be
most definitely I will. I think that's a big point of emphasis, is just keeping my mental ready, even though I can't be there physically, being in tune in all the huddles, knowing guys' tendencies, like you said, taking notes and just being ready so that when I do get back, I can hit the ground running. So yeah, 100%.
All right, finish the sentence. Luka Donćić was traded because
of no reason. I have no idea, man. I think there's a lot of people who can't wrap their heads around that. But, that's about them and their internal affairs. It was definitely something shocking to us. I remember we heard on the flight home from Charlotte to here that it had happened. And we were like, are y'all sure that that's not a fake source or something like that? But that's really one of the craziest trades, I think, in NBA history. So to hear about that in real time and just seeing everybody's reactions to it, including the people involved in the trade themselves, how they were kind of a bit surprised, is crazy. So
I got one more thing for you. You actually have quite a bit in common with Bronny James, a little bit.
Yeah.
You were both UCLA and USC. How many points did you average? You're
like three.
Like
three
right.
Yeah.
Same kind of age. What would your advice be to Bronny James right now?
I think that me and Bronny are in two different scenarios just because of the pressure that comes with being LeBron James' son.
Okay.
So for me, what I would tell him is to, as best as he can, try to block out all that noise and, just go out there and be himself. I think that you got to have the utmost confidence in yourself, especially when you take a leap of faith and you come to the league and you're playing against grown men who have been sharpening their game for forever. So I remember when I was coming in with not much experience playing, and that could do something to your confidence. But I played a lot in the G League my first year, and it helped me grow my confidence. So just continuing to take that seriously and just grinding as hard as you can. I think the work will make you confident, and you know that you're confident when you can rely on the work that you've already put in. So for him, I would just say to keep his head down, keep working, not focus too much on outside noise.
And there's a big difference between playing against boys and men.
Real talk.
And this is men right here.
Real talk, and guys who dedicate their entire lives to this. You
Yeah.
know, there is no school, there is no extracurricular activities. It's just basketball, basketball, basketball. And, that's something that you got to catch up to. and something that you got to do your own work for yourself. So I'm definitely, I feel for him with all the criticism that he takes just because of the spotlight that he's under.
Yeah.
But, there's blessings that come with it and there's curses that come with it. He's just got to take the good with the bad, and he's just got to understand that this is a business and just do your best and be the best professional you can.
All right. We'll let you go. Peyton Watson,
my guys.
Man.
Appreciate it. Because he's a man right now.
Well,
he's turned to a
hey,
man.
listen, bro, in all honesty, my son is around your age. Showing up on time for things, my God. It's no joke, right? Right. All right. Hey,
thanks, Peyton.
Appreciate
it, brother.
it.
Love you, man.
Thanks.
Thank you. Peyton Watson. That is true, man.
Now, real fast.
Yeah.
Before you go further. You just shook his hand. Them real hands?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen.
How tall is he?
6'8".
Yeah.
Probably, maybe your size.
But long.
Yeah.
Well,
because I was actually he plays so much bigger than that. It feels like.
You thought he should be bigger?
I did. Yeah. Like when he sat down, he actually didn't feel as tall as I thought he would be.
Well,
but he's got like 7'3" reach.
Yeah.
Yeah. The craziest thing about these guys too, because they all look kind of the same on the court. I think they're absurdly skinny. Like, there's no fat on these guys.
Right.
Like, Luka's probably not that fat, actually. Maybe he is. That's why I like Zion last night. I'm looking at him like.
And I was thinking Zion looked good, didn't look that fat.
Okay, but then you look at Peyton Watson or
they're skinny.
Oh my God, it's to your point, it's a little deceptive. We'll take a quick break. We'll see who we can get on the other side as we're here at Ball Arena for the Special Olympics Clinic here with the Denver Nuggets on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Loose ball, Pickett with 7 seconds to go. Pickett, bounce pass, Strother. Throws it off to Najee. Layup is good. Look at the bench players go. That was Pickett to Strother to Najee. Alvarado's shot will not count, did not go anyway.
Julian Strother joins us right now. Julian, it's good to see you, my man.
Always good to see y'all.
We always joke about the clothes that you guys wear. Like, it's just sweats, but their sweats probably cost $3,000. And I'm seeing that sweet Nike. Just give us a price tag on that bad boy. What are we talking about there? Or did you just get that for free?
Yeah, see, I got this one signing, being a Nike athlete. They sent me a care package on stuff like this, but it could cost you an arm and a leg. I'm already knowing.
You already know that. Hey, talk about last night's game. Pretty happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, that was a big one for us, obviously, with a bunch of guys out, being able to come out here, focus, keep that same focus, whether, you're a guy that's in the rotation a lot every night or a guy that's getting an opportunity. Everybody just came out with good focus, and we got us a good win on our home floor.
When you grow up and get my age,
Yikes.
are these guys?
Wow, depressing.
And it will happen.
only 39, buddy.
And you're doing. I know, but you look much older. and you're doing television and doing and commentating and blah 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 blah. One of my rules was never say anything on the air that you ain't willing to step up and say to your face.
Right.
So I want to tell you.
So you're about to knock him.
No, I'm going to say something I've said to him. I'm going to see if he agrees. Because
Okay.
after something he said to
All
me
right.
last night in the locker room, I think he's going to agree on it.
All right.
And I said, I'm sorry that it's only your second year. It's your second year in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
This team needs Julian Strother to all of a sudden play like an 8-year vet. Because, and you kind of mentioned this last night in our conversation. I've said that a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
You feel that way, that it's time. Okay, let's go. I got to be that guy. They're counting on me to do XYZ when I come in the game. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. The staff definitely thrown me in the fire. I got some limited opportunity my rookie year, but not much. It's been a completely different role. And, there's nights where I might think that, it's unfair that people expect everything of me, but this is what I wanted. I wanted food on my plate. So now I got to sit there and deal with that. And I'm happy and blessed to be in this position to where people are even thinking of me as a player that could be that type of caliber of player for our team. So I'm blessed, and I'm gonna attack it head on.
Well, it does feel like you have found your place in the rotation, and maybe you can understand what that is a little bit more now than maybe previously. When you get on that court, what kind of spark is your goal to provide to the team?
I feel like my thing is, one, playing with energy. You might not have the ball in your hand, but just playing with energy can always just be contagious, being positive. And obviously I'm out there to score the basketball, but at the same time, there's a fine line between, scoring the ball and making sure that 1-5 has it or Jamal Murray has it. So, you just bringing a scoring punch and bringing energy.
What's the difference between being solidly in the rotation? I mean, there's no doubt about it this year compared to last. And coming off the bench and having that confidence to especially shoot the three right away. Yeah, that's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's a completely different role. Every day I know that I'm going to, go out there and have an opportunity to make an impact on the game. I know where my minutes are going to come from. I know when I'll usually get put in and when I'll usually get taken out the game. So, just being able to understand the context of the game while I'm on the bench, what's happening. Are we shooting the ball well? Who's shooting the ball well on our team as well as the other team? Just so that when I get out there, I can, kind of try and make an impact right away.
Last night, and I said this on the broadcast, you missed your first two shots, and I think they were both threes. I think one of them in particular was wide open. I think you swung around, no one came out of it. And I could see you go like that. Third time down, came down, ball got to you, and you turned it down. And I said, he's thinking about it. And I said on the broadcast, I said, he's just got attacked. And after that, you went nuts. I think it was second quarter. You went, boom, 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 tip, layup, boom, bing, boom, get to the free throw line. You got aggressive. You talking to yourself in the game?
Yeah, 1,000%. Like you said, being a younger player, learning to, control my emotions and control, the ups and downs of the game and understand that if shots aren't falling, to just continue to be aggressive because, like I told you last night, once you fall into the trap of playing like a robot and, you're thinking about too many things on the floor, that's usually when things get even worse. So, just trying to go out there and be myself.
The one thing you haven't done this year?
Huh?
You haven't had a nasty dunk this year.
I know. All my teammates is getting on me, especially Russ. Russ don't like that I don't be dunking.
Really? But you got a sweet running hook. And you use the backboard off those angles as good as anybody on the team.
Nah, I appreciate that. It's something I've been working on a lot.
Yeah, that's good, though. That's good. Where are you guys at? You guys, what is it, 6 games? 6 games until the All-Star break? 5 games until the All-Star break? Something like that?
Something like that. 6, I think.
Are you where you all want to be?
I think there's a difference between being exactly where you want to be, but also being on track for the goals that you think that the team should accomplish. Yeah. So I feel like we're definitely in a space where our goals are definitely still attainable, and we know what's in front of us, and we know what we have to correct. So especially going into All-Star break, everybody kind of just being able to decompress, come back with a fresh mindset and a fresh attitude. I think that'll help us a lot too. And then, it's about that time to start making that run.
Are you going to Vegas? Are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm going to go back home to Vegas and enjoy some time. I think Jamal going to be out there too, so, kick it with my vet Jamal.
Will you get shots up? Will you do anything, or will you just get away from it completely?
Nah, me and Jamal going to get some shots up a couple times out there, but nothing too strenuous, just trying to make sure the body's rested, especially a guy like him. He's playing 35 minutes a night. We need him to be as fresh as he can be.
The home of the new Vegas Mavericks. That's where they're going to go. Right?
With the new casino arena?
What
are they saying in Vegas? Are they saying Dallas is going to get moved there?
I don't know. They've been saying a lot of stuff. Maybe expansion. They hoping for anything. They prying on to any headline they could get. But I know a team's going to be out there soon.
How you like living in Denver?
It's a good.
Are you a football fan?
I'm a pretty big football fan, but since growing up, we didn't have no team in Vegas, so I had to go pick my own. So I'm actually a Houston Texans fan.
Houston Texans?
Yeah.
How does that make sense?
DeAndre Hopkins was my favorite player.
Okay.
So then I was like,
is he
I'm
still
a
with the
rock.
Chiefs? Is Hopkins still?
Yeah, he was the Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh, so you and Christian can kind of get out. Christian don't like Kansas City.
Yeah, he don't like Kansas City at all.
It's weird.
It's so weird to me. And it's crazy that he's the biggest Josh Allen guy.
He is a huge Josh Allen. Was it a pass? Or did he just miss a layup last night, Christian?
When he threw that tip to
no, that was a pass.
Is life better for you as a player the more settled you are as a person in your second year? Just like basic stuff of life. Is it easier to just play when things are more settled for you?
Yeah, and I feel like also it's just knowing what to expect. When you're a rookie, you have no idea what to expect. Any given day could throw you a new challenge. I feel like in year 2, I just have a better grasp of what's going on day in, day out, whether it's an off day, practice
day. Grind.
Yeah, and it's a grind for sure. Like that road trip, towards the end of that last road trip, it was getting real.
And people don't understand that because you fly charter, you stay in great hotels, all that, but it's still,
DMac's the king of that.
Oh, I know.
He is the king. We're both athletes, so we get it.
Oh my God, I love it.
He is the king of it's a comfy flight. How hard can it be?
Well, because I'm short, so getting on a plane ain't no big deal.
It ain't no big deal, but it's like some days you'll wake up in the city, you don't even realize what city you're in or what day of the week it is.
What's your whole hotel? You ever get it with your hotel room? You don't know what room it is?
All the time. I'll be laying down, about to go to bed, trying to put the Wi-Fi in. They ask for my room number. I got to go check.
Outside the door.
I do wonder if, eating the right food, though, is tough as a young dude, or to have the discipline to do that.
It is, especially when you could just get on the iPad and order room service, and they'll bring it up to you in 20 minutes stat. So
what's the thing you got to not do anymore?
Sometimes I just get in. I'll give me some chicken tenders and some fries, man. That's like my little thing. I gotta get away from the chicken tenders and fries, man. Other than that, I'm pretty good,
Are you a workout warrior with Jokic after games?
Yeah.
What's that like?
I joined the crew. It's fun, but it's crazy. Yoke's programmed to go. As soon as our huddle breaks, bro runs to the weight room. He's the first one in there every single time. So it's special to see, he's the best player in the world. So if he could do it, why can't I?
All right, we'll let you go. I think you guys' obligation is done here. My man,
sure.
Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
I appreciate that. All right, y'all.
All right,
All right, thanks, Julian.
Julian Strother.
Thanks, brother.
He'll dunk eventually. And we'll see as everybody else leaves here. There's Vic Lombardi.
Hey, Julian just tossed the ball and it decked Kevin. Decked Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just seeing if anybody wants to say hi.
Yeah.
So they walk by.
See how well Scotty likes Nicola, you know?
Yeah. There's Nicola. He's a man. And they're done. It's 2:00.
You even work out, bro? You even work out?
Tyler just asked that question to a strength and conditioning guy. I don't know his name, but he's got to be 6'7",
first of all,
270 without.
His name's Klaus. Also,
His name's Klaus.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, with no body fat and
Player of the week right there, G League Player of the week.
That's very nice.
It
Trey
is.
Alexander, very nice. Good to hear that. Interesting to hear how important the G League was for Peyton Watson.
It's changed. It used to, if you had to go down the CBA or the it was D a shot. League, It was a defense. Yeah, it was. People took.
I didn't know Trey actually was the player. That's really cool.
He averaged like 35 last week.
Whoa, that's Trey Alexander you're talking about. That's a guy to keep your eyes on.
I think he's got. Yeah, he's got to get thicker. Just like I was going to ask Strother this, but we asked Peyton that. This is a man's league.
Yeah.
I mean, these are grown men, and a lot of young guys struggle with the physicality of it. Even in we talk about this era being a little softer. You still got 225 pounds coming down. They're going to chest you out of the way. They're going to put a forearm on you, and they don't just lay it on you. I mean, there's something there, and it's learning angles and how you do it and how to spin off, and yeah, young players struggle with that.
Tyler, you're 6'8". Do these guys look big or small to you?
They seem big, but actually some of them, I think it goes both ways.
Right.
Some of them I'm surprised that they're not as big as I think they are.
Yeah.
How about when Joker walked by? But even him, like even guys like DJ, I'm just watching DJ pick a kid up over his head so the kid could dunk, and DJ's like barely, like he's not even fully extended, and he's got this kid over the rim.
Can I tell you something that I see DeAndre Jordan do that
Are you talking about pregame?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, pregame, but no, and I'd love to talk to him about it sometime. Stretching. He is unbelievable. He can go fold himself in half. It's never mind just put your palms on the floor. He can go way beyond.
Well, he's got
that.
a stretching routine where he hangs on the rim in pregame, and he does this ab workout and all these other things. It's pretty crazy to watch.
He is in remarkable shape, Scott, I think.
Well, that's why he can still play at 37.
Yeah, anybody who thought he was just on some sort of Haslam, retirement tour, no way, man.
No.
It's totally different with him.
No, he's in condition. It'd be fun if we could get him on. They already leave too, but yeah, I did. He's a fun guy to talk to.
He's fantastic.
Huge Cowboys fan.
Do you know what he's doing right now? He's
taking a shower.
No. He's not right now. He's taking Japanese through, I think, Brown University, and he gets to the arena early to study and take his class. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, they had a picture of him on the Nuggets social media with his books in hand, and I think he gets here an hour's. I'd love to ask him about it, but he's taking Japanese. PJ Hall is going to future Nuggets
Hey,
star.
PJ, come here real fast. Can you come here 2 seconds? Yeah, real fast. We're going to put your headset. We're going to put you on live radio, so don't do something your mom would be upset about. So we got to tell a story. I'm going to embarrass PJ.
Okay.
So I got to interview his mom and dad in Charlotte.
Yes.
He played at Clemson
it
right
was
down the street.
PJ Hall, Hunter Tyson.
That's right. They reunion tour, right?
It was huge.
So they showed a thing, and it was Joker in the Chicago game. He had like 5 dunks in that game. And he comes back with a big dunk, and this for TV for you to know. Yeah. They always show bench reaction because the bench is always gets up and stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
and PJ's over on the bench, and his eyes are wide, and he goes, WTF.
Yeah, but he didn't say
WTF.
Yeah. Right? Hey, with the way he was dunking the ball that game, that was worthy. That was worthy of that because it's like you realized he was 7 foot. It was crazy. That was awesome.
And he had 5 dunks.
Yeah, and the one that happened on, went down the lane, came back around, moved it, dunked out. I was like, what in the world?
Yeah. Well, they didn't say
exactly. That's not what I said.
So the camera's on him, and he mouths WTF.
Yeah.
What happened when you checked your phone when you got back to the locker room?
I got in the locker room, and my mom was like, PJ, you know, I told you that they're looking at the bench all the time. and PJ, there's kids watching. And I was like, I know. And the thing was, so I saw that text, and so we lose. And I was like, I don't feel like dealing with this. So I don't text her back till that next morning. I texted her back. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm just gonna eat the bullet. I was like, I know, Mom. I'm sorry. Like, you know, this, that, and the other. And then I texted back, a separate thing. It was embarrassing. And she sent something. Then she goes, rightfully. And I was like, all right, Mom.
How many points do you have in the NBA this year?
I could probably count on one hand.
Yeah. How many do you got?
I had 4 the other night. I think like 8, probably.
Okay, what's your favorite of your 8 points?
The one that Hunter passed to me, easily.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my first bucket in L.A., and Hunt got an offensive rebound. I back cut, threw it down to me, and reverse dunk.
That's right.
Your first bucket was a reverse dunk?
Yeah. His first basket in the NBA, a reverse dunk. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Yeah. And
yeah.
coming from my buddy, you know, like, recruited me to Clemson. Like, he was my host whenever I was in 10th grade. Then got there, played with him his rest of his career, lived with him. We were roommates. He probably regrets that. And man, it's awesome. And now we're in the NBA together. So having that pass from Hunter was special.
Well, it's cool that are we good? Well, we won't keep you that long. It's just, you know.
I am losing my voice. I sound bad. I don't know what's going on.
Was this your first one? Were you here for this event last year?
No, sir.
That's your first year.
Yeah, that's my first year.
So what do you think?
Dude, this is awesome. I mean, I've done stuff like this since high school. Did it in college. I worked alongside the Clemson Life program at Clemson a good bit. That's a lot like what we do here. And this is one of my favorite days of the year for a lot of reasons. I mean, like, it's obviously they're super excited. It's what they look forward to. But when you go out there and you do this kind of stuff, it's super rewarding for us. I mean, like, we know how much this makes their day, makes their week or month. And they look up to us. And so it's special to go out there and just play basketball with them.
That's cool.
What have you learned the most? Because the pressure on you to play in the NBA games it's a little bit different. It'll change for sure for you. But what have you learned? What do you take away from the games that when you're here in Denver playing and you're around these guys?
Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of times I'm watching Jokic a lot, watching his IQ, watching his footwork. I really pay attention to his footwork. It's incredible how he manipulates defenders. But on top of that, you know, I'm looking at how guys flow into offenses, how guys, you know, you come down. Whenever I was in college, we ran a bunch of set offensive stuff, and so coming down, flowing into certain things, not having, you know, look over the bench and figure out and you know, figure out what you're running in that specific thing. You know, just come down there, play random basketball because everyone is a pro. Everyone's a tremendous basketball player.
Have you ever seen highlights of this guy?
I haven't, but I've heard.
He's a physical player.
Good. That's how it should be.
Well, most of his highlights involve punching someone.
Well, I do wonder if that's a role in your future. I mean, you may want to talk to him a little bit about this, that, and the other.
I've been known to, you know, scuff a little bit with people.
Well, what's wrong with that, though?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the fines they establish now.
I don't mean that. I just mean have a physical presence in this version of the NBA. Because everything is all threes and outside. We've talked about it, and it's just changed, though. But you do remind us of a little bit of an older school sort of guy. I don't mean that as an insult. I hope you don't take it like that.
I don't mind. I mean, it got me this far. So, yeah, I keep playing my game. Obviously, you know, the game is still rapidly changing, and I think that my game also fits that the way I can stretch the floor. But, you know, bringing physicality, rebounding the ball, and putting people in uncomfortable situations with physicality is, you know, something teams need.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go. I
was going to show him my video.
Oh, your video of you?
Let me see.
Going to show him your video of you?
Yeah.
Is this you punching Barkley?
Yeah, I'm 40. Okay. I'm 44. Right. No, this is me and Jeff Ruland.
When you hit Ruland.
Oh my gosh. Let's go. I love him.
Oh, you gotta wait. Have you not seen him?
It's probably a common foul.
that was my first ejection in the NBA.
Dude, one of the craziest ones is it was a play with the Celtics and the Pistons, and came down and just clipped them out of the air. I can't remember who the player was.
Celtics and the Pistons.
It was late 80s.
Yeah.
And there were no ejections, and there was basically an all-out brawl. It was crazy.
And remember, I think that was Lambeer, and Bird on one of them rolled over in his punch.
That one was great with Lambeer. Yeah, that
they
was
didn't get
nuts.
ejected either.
I mean, and they come up and the Lambeer said the first thing he said was, just throw him out in the 30 for 30
yeah,
thing.
That's all they were trying to do.
That guy, goodness
All right.
gracious.
We'll let you go. PJ, thank you, man.
Appreciate you,
Nice,
brother.
nice to hang out.
Thank you all.
Thanks, man.
All right, PJ Hall, that a nice little bonus there. That's awesome.
Right.
Would love it. Okay, taking a break? Are we good? Is there anything else coming up? All right. Well, that was quite a little run there. That was fun. Let's take a quick break. We'll continue live from Ball Arena on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I want you to know that you're not alone. It's a bad feeling. I know it. I've been there. And if you're anything like me, you might have gotten online and you're looking for solutions. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Nothing's working. At least it's not working the way that you want it to. It's time to invest in yourself. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. The entire staff over at Advanced Hair, they're the best of the best in the industry. I was in a calm, relaxed environment, and I had fantastic results. That's going to be the same thing that's going to happen to you because they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So don't waste any time. Pick up the phone. Call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, but that is a limited time offer. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the best. I was surprised last night. Malone had never heard of that expression before. Your dauber. That did surprise me that he didn't know that one.
Say it again. Oh no, I am too.
Well, you dauber down.
Tyler,
have you heard of that?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. It's not that old of an expression.
Of course I have. Yeah. Well, it is, but I mean.
Well, but it's your dauber. All right. Let's football go, Dan Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, fellas. We'll start with the Broncos, but down in New Orleans for Super Bowl 59 Media Day, did a little mashup here. Here is Steve.
So wait a minute. So wait. Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Scott.
So we're not
yes,
starting
sweetheart.
with the Broncos.
Well, no, I think it's going to be.
If you let me finish the sentence.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, I didn't know this segment was Write a Book Tanner.
Wow.
I said 4 words. Here's Steve Spagnuolo and Patrick Mahomes talking about Bo Nix of the Denver Broncos.
How about
I'm
that?
going to tell you what, he's the real deal.
How about that?
I mean, listen, he grew as a rookie. I thought he played pretty good that first game he played. I mean, obviously in the last game he tore us up, but they got a bright future with him. I'm really impressed with him.
Yeah, he's a competitor. That's the biggest thing that I always look for in quarterbacks. It's not always about the throwing mechanics. It's not always about the legs you can run. Can you compete? Can you go out there and find ways to win? And I saw that from him all season long, and hopefully he don't win a lot of games against us, but I know he's going to be a great quarterback in this league.
All right, Scott, where's your Bo Nix meter? We haven't checked in on that in a while. Where on a scale of 1 to 10, is it soft? Where's it at?
I got something for you.
Bo Nix looks.
Yeah, I mean, I got something.
He is who we think he is.
Who do you think he is?
All right. I still don't think he's special.
Oh my God!
I think he's solid. I think,
no. Hold on.
I think he's an NFL quarterback, but I don't think he's a special NFL quarterback.
I think that's fair. I mean, special is a strong word. Special is a really strong word that insinuates greatness. And we are far from seeing anything of greatness, but we've got a lot of things. Where's my I feel very firm in my Bo Nix beater that he's got a great opportunity of being successful in this league.
Yes.
And I've got no reason to think that the Broncos need to look elsewhere. But I mean, in terms of the special, no, that implies greatness, and we haven't seen that.
If we could get in a time machine in 2 years when Bo Nix is at a podium at whatever the Super Bowl week is, and we're there, what will you say then?
It's hard.
Don't pinch me. I don't want to wake from this dream. Please don't pinch me. I want to live in this fantasy forever.
Can you guys imagine that scenario?
No.
2 years, no.
How many years?
I don't have a timeline on it.
I guess that's the question.
I can't put a timeline on that until I see something that is special. And right now we've got a very high functioning quarterback, just like there are a lot of them in the NFL right now. Mm-hmm. And the far majority of those functioning quarterbacks never sniff a Super Bowl.
Right.
So I can't put a timeline on that because I don't see a Super Bowl, anything that is Super Bowl worthy.
Yeah, I guess that's the bottom line. Can you close your eyes and imagine the Denver Broncos at a media night that you were part of back in the day in Santa Clara? It's at night, too. They changed it to nights instead of the days. And I don't know. Did you enjoy your media night? Did you have fun with it?
It was probably the best event of the whole week.
Really? Why?
It's just a blast. It's fun. It's all non-traditional interviews. It's like SNL type of stuff. You're meeting characters. People got skis on. It's just you let your guard down, and everybody is just you feel like family. I ended up on the late night show.
I was going to say you should tell the James Corden story.
Yeah, I mean, well, at media night, his parents he was not there. His parents were there doing interviews for him. And his dad's stinking is hilarious. His mom's even funnier.
Yeah.
They got this heavy British accent.
Right.
And, they ended up having me on. And then after we won, somebody comes up. They're like, hey, you've got an interview request. I'm like, really? Like why? And it's his parents. And they made me the MVP of the game, and his mom on live TV gives me a big old wet smooch right on the lips, and lingers a little bit. And she slaps a sticker on my ass, and so I was actually on the James Corden show twice that week.
That is so cool. That's a good story.
That's a good story.
That's a great story.
Yeah, he doesn't see that happening here though.
Can you see it or not? I mean, that's the question.
I mean, you gotta really start dreaming to get there.
Yeah.
Like if you're following the evidence right now, I would say best case of what we've got right now, you've got a Derek Carr type of quarterback.
Okay.
Who's going to be in the league for a very long time.
That's a bit of purgatory right there.
But it's a damn good QB.
You're in the playoff hunt every year, but you're not at the next level.
Am I implying that he can't take the next step? Hell no. But when I see the next step, that's when I could start dreaming about Super Bowl type of stuff.
And yes, I would agree with that. He's not at the level yet where let's look at Patrick Mahomes, and you made fun of Kansas City all year, winning 11 games or 12 games.
So they're going to be the worst Super Bowl championship team of all time.
That means you've got a quarterback that helped basically win yourself 12 games because the talent around it is, we don't think it's like it's been, right? I don't think Bo can win you 12 games by one score or less, basically on his guile, will, and ability. Now, and we can go use Brock Purdy, for example. Brock Purdy looked pretty good when you had Deebo Samuels and Christian McCaffrey running and crazy tight end, and what was the other?
Kittle, yeah.
Kittle, and what was the other wide receiver that was really good?
You might be thinking about their fullback.
He was good too. No, Kittle. But who was the other wide receiver that got hurt this year, tore his ACL or something?
Brandon.
Ayuk.
Yeah,
Brandon.
That's right.
I mean, he looked pretty good when he had those guys. Take those guys around, he looked kind of like just a guy.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not sure he might not be better than him, to be honest with you, than Brock Purdy. But you won't see him in a postseason or a Super Bowl 2 years from now, unless you see a whole lot of guys around him a lot better.
It'll be fascinating if ever, and I'm not predicting it, but if an NFL team treats quarterbacks like running backs, meaning we're just going to get mid-round guys and we're just going to rotate through them, but we are going to load up with talent. Yeah, but we just want the Brock Purdy's, and we're fine to find the next Brock Purdy. That is like running back. If a team were to do that, I know it's insane, but how much money would you be able to spend if you actually did that, if you could just find a serviceable guy? I don't know the team that's going to take that shot. There's nobody that's really done it aside from San Fran.
I think it'd be interesting venture to go down to.
But you'd have to move on from a guy every 4 years.
But I'm not sure serviceable. I listen, as Denver before you got Bo Nix, could they find a serviceable guy?
It's an insane risk.
Could he find a serviceable guy?
If you were just to do it historically, if you're to look at it, it's an insane risk when at least 7 out of 10 quarterbacks bust out in the first round. At least 7 out of 10.
I agree, but
probably even more.
But that's like you just talked about, hey, man, he looked good when he had this guy, that guy, this guy. Well, the only way to do that consistently is to have a mid-level salary quarterback. Other than that, the quarterback eventually is going to outprice all that talent.
And if that happens, you'd look now at a Patrick Mahomes, which I don't even think his contract is stupid compared to some of the other guys in the league right now. But they're able to do it because he's a special cat.
Well, Mahomes is a year or maybe 2 away from that, like, crazy bump in his salary when it goes, like, north of $60 million.
Well, the original $500 million deal that he signed was the reason why they were able to set up a potential three-peat.
Correct.
Right. Because it looked like an astronomical number, but it really was not. And he has redone his contract since then. I don't know the nuances of it, but that $500 million deal that he signed, that was why they were able to stay so sound.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Roger Goodell. He spoke yesterday at his annual State of the NFL press conference, and it's the story everybody wants to know. Are the referees favoriting the Chiefs?
Right.
Well, this sort of reminds me a little bit of the script, right? That I write a script, and I have the script for the entire season. Listen, I think from a lot of those theories are things that happen in social media, and they get a new life. As you say, it's not your theory, but it's out there. Nobody wants it to be their theory. And so I understand that. I think it reflects a lot of the fans' passion. And I think it also is a reminder for us how important officiating is. And I think the men and women that officiate in the NFL are outstanding. They have the highest possible standards. That's a ridiculous theory for anyone who might take it seriously.
Okay, so conspiracy theory, or do you guys think there's any legitimacy to the conspiracy theories out there?
It's not. It's like a cult. Like they're brainwashed. They're not doing it on purpose. But like Adam Schefter told us, after a while, they're just sort of conditioned to do things, and they may not even understand why they're doing it, frankly. So it's not a script or anything like that. It's just where the league has gone with a team that's successful, in my opinion.
Well, to me, they're almost setting them up to get no calls, if everybody's really so worried about it. The only thing, Tyler talked about this, you can't have a quarterback, and they may address this rule-wise, you can't fake a slide.
Yeah.
Because if you do and you keep running, you should be able to just get blasted.
Yep. You should be penalized.
And anymore with running quarterbacks, and they deemed this term a couple of years ago, you've now become a running back once you pull because there's run-pass option type stuff. A lot of times it's run option.
Yeah.
Setting up to fake the pass, and it's going to be a run off. Well, you're a running back now. You ain't a quarterback. You're not in the pocket. You're not. Dude, you should be treated just like, any other running back.
I actually asked Adam Schefter that a while back if the NFL should penalize these quarterbacks for faking these slides, and he kind of laughed it off, but I don't care that he laughed it off. I feel firmly about it. They absolutely should penalize these guys. In terms of the old referee deal, here's what I know. Kansas City Chiefs are in the Super Bowl having an opportunity to have a three-peat because they're the best team in football. That's why.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, do they get calls? Yeah, they do. And it's frustrating. But I firmly believe in the NBA, superstars get calls. Patrick Mahomes is a superstar. Travis Kelce is a superstar. The more superstars you have on your football team, the more calls you will get. They get good calls because they've got great players.
I think Jokic gets calls, Scott. I do.
Oh, Jokic isn't afraid to embellish either.
Yeah, and I think he gets them. I think he is at that level. I
don't think he gets as many as you think.
I think he gets his fair share. I think all the superstars do. I think that's consistent with superstars. It just so happens they're a superstar team, and maybe that's the difference. They do get butthurt, though. Travis Kelce was asked, man, do they get sensitive about any implication that they get some sort of favoritism?
They made a rule where they wanted to let him play more physical this year in the NBA. I think they've allowed that against bigs, but they don't do it with guards. And there are games where all of a sudden you're seeing Joker get the line 8, 9, 10 times, but you're also seeing a game where Joker has scratches up and down his arm, and he hadn't been in the free throw line at all. He had a triple-double this year where he scored 38, 20, and something and didn't get a free throw. I mean, who does that?
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, Cooper Kupp announced that he has been informed by the Los Angeles Rams that the team will seek a trade immediately. Kupp said the team will be working with him and his family to find the right place to continue competing for championships, and that he is highly motivated and healthy as ever as he prepares to head into next season. So Kupp's guaranteed salary next year is only $5 million. What do you guys think about the Denver Broncos potentially kicking the tires on Cooper Kupp?
I'm so confused with this story, Tyler. Like, why are they announcing they're trading him, and why is this so public? Like, what happened here?
Well, he's been on the trade block for a while now. There's not any news about that. They were trying to trade him in the middle of the season.
Why? What's the problem with Cooper Kupp?
Well, I'm trying to look it up because when Dan just said that he's only got $5 million next year, I'm like, what? That can't be right.
$5 million guaranteed.
Okay,
for
but
next
what's
year.
The contract?
Yeah, what's the cap?
I mean, because if you take it on, how much is he making? $20 million.
Cap hit.
That's the cash.
You'd have to take a $20 million. You'd have to take $20 million.
You'd have to pay him $20 million. That's how much it would be. The cap hit in 2025, $30 million. That's why they're trying to get rid of Cooper Kupp.
Okay. All right. So this ain't personal. This is a financial, production financial sort of deal.
Yeah.
Not a personal thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So the bigger question: should the Broncos be interested? So you're trading for Cooper Kupp? I don't know. What a third-round pick? I mean, what are we talking about?
I am not afraid of taking on aging wide receivers because I actually think there's a really niche role for older wide receivers that play a limited role on your football team, especially slot guys. I'm not afraid of that. I definitely would not touch him with a 10-foot pole with a trade. If you could get him on a new contract where you're paying him something reasonable for his age, you could talk me into it.
Yeah, there's zero chance the Broncos trade for him.
You
with
wouldn't have
draft
to talk
picks.
me into it. I would love it.
Okay. And this right here, we can't forget about. Wasn't he when they won the Super Bowl? Wasn't he the MVP of the Super Bowl?
It feels like yesterday.
Yeah.
And
it was only, 4 years ago?
Yeah, well, that's why I asked, what's the problem here? But I get
$30 million cap.
I get it.
But it shows you how fast that Father Time.
Dude.
4 years ago, you're the Super Bowl MVP, and now they want to get out of your contract. And,
Yeah.
he's still productive when healthy.
I'll tell you this, too. The Broncos, the way they're operating, they have 7 picks, man. I don't see them. I think they treat each one of those as gold. They're not moved. They're still trying to recover from all that. The Raiders have 10 picks. There's a lot of teams that have tons more picks than the Broncos.
Well, the Raiders may not have as many if they try to go up, like Tyler said yesterday, go from 6 to 4. You may see that.
I keep seeing that. I keep seeing the Shadur fall into 6 thing, man.
Okay, all right, but fine. But you, of all people, should understand how insane of a gamble that would be.
Oh, I think it's ridiculous.
When you've got the Jets right behind you, when you got the Saints right behind you.
Hey, I'm there with you, man.
That would be insane to not move up 2 spots.
I'm not advocating for it. I just can't believe how often that I'm seeing Shadur fall into 6. And no, you're right. I do not say stay at 6. I say move up. No doubt about it.
If Shadur is not picked in the first 3, 6, 7, and 8 are going to try to get to 4.
I agree.
I'll tell you this. You know what would be a surprise? Shadur going number 1. That I'm not seeing that anywhere these days.
Anymore.
Not anymore. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're live from Ball Arena. It's PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction. Who needs that? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic wants to bring love and romance and intimacy back into your relationship. And they know they can do the right thing for you because they've done the right thing for thousands of men in the Front Range. In fact, there's 5 locations, so no matter where you are here in Colorado, there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic next to you. All right, here's what you do. They work. Treatment success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has an initial visit for you that's only $99. You meet with a medical professional, a Colorado licensed medical provider. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So let's get on this, all right? 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We're looking at a photo of Scott from a magazine article. How long was that? 30 years ago? Gotta be. That's got to be long. Actually, probably closer to 40, huh?
That was probably Thanksgiving of 79.
79. Okay, so boy, that's math. That's not good for us.
46.
46 years ago. You're playing hockey. No wonder I didn't.
In Alaska. Come on now. Mystery Alaska. I was Mystery Alaska.
That's pretty fun. Hey, a reminder that if you want to, I'm hosting a dinner at Hooters. How about that?
When?
Well, whenever whoever wins the prize wants to go. And it's a party for you and 4 friends, a Hooters prize pack. You got to answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're prop bets. That doesn't, there's no money involved here. It's just for fun. The entry with the most correct answers wins. If there's a tie, hey, if you got there first, you win. So go ahead and go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. What a cool day. We had Michael Malone on for a long chunk of time. Peyton Watson, Julian Strother, Michael Porter Jr., P.J. Hall, Jamal Murray walked past us. We had on Steve Smith.
Joker waved
at us, yeah. Helping out the Special Olympics. What an amazing event down here. Really, really cool. So lucky for us to be here. Nikola Jokic, while we were here and he was with the kids with the Special Olympics, was named the Western Conference Player of the Month.
I thought I heard Kevin say that was the first time he's been named that this month.
This year.
This year.
He should have won the first month when he was averaging 31.
Well, how many months are we talking about here? November, December,
October,
January.
November are considered one.
October's, that's one.
Yeah, October, November, and then December, January.
And January. So there's only 3 times he could have won it.
And he should have won it twice already.
All right. However, the story is still, how about the reaction to the Luka thing? I mean, these guys are talking about it. Nobody's really understanding this thing. So here is Jokic after the game, triple-double by Jokic. We're not even, it's like, whatever,
I know, right?
That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
in all honesty, just about the game last night, if that dude, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name, the third, Trey Murphy. Dude, Tyler, did you catch what this guy was doing? That was insane, man. Yep. The dude hit 5 threes in the third and scored 24 points by himself. And C.J. McCollum still kills the Nuggets. This was they scored 71 points between the two of them. This is not a deep team, the Pelicans. But they had 2 guys, one in particular who was just on fire. So the game was closer than I thought. I thought the way the game was going, Jokic wouldn't even play in the fourth quarter. But it got there. I would not be surprised if the Nuggets beat the Pelicans by 30 tomorrow night.
You've heard me say, right, the toughest game on a road trip, especially a long road trip, is your first game home.
Yeah.
You know, going into last night's game, they were 6-5 after flying back to Denver for a game.
Okay.
So
that explains it a little bit.
So 5 of their 8 losses this year have been following a game where they had a trip and fly back home.
Well, you may see a smoke show tomorrow night here then, because, that'd be about right. Here is the Joker talking about the Luka deal after the game.
I didn't. I texted him. He felt it. I mean, of course, I think he didn't expect it, of course. I think he just needs to be with his family right now. It's a big move. It's a business. I don't know. I think nobody expected, especially not him. I think nobody's safe in the league. It seems like, but I think he's going to do a good job. I think he's the player for the big scene. Even though I thought in Dallas he had something special going.
Jokic would say nobody. And again, he was the follow-up. Nobody's safe. And that's the way it should be.
That's the way it should be.
What does he mean by that?
That people shouldn't be so comfortable that they can just get by on what they've done or how they've been. How many guys you've seen have 2 great games, in the third game they're 0 for whatever. How many guys have 10 catches on one Sunday and have 4 drops or 3 drops the next guy? It's never. Rod Smith said it best. If you guys remember what Rod Smith said, he said, I treat every day as if they're going to cut me if I don't perform.
Yep.
And he meant practices too. And I think that's what Joker's talking about.
Yeah, it's the only way to have a healthy team, quite frankly. I mean, the day you start getting comfortable or entitled, I thought Michael Porter Jr. had a very healthy approach to it. He's not going to have any animosity if the Nuggets ever do move on. I'm not trying to read too much into Coach Malone's words on our show, but it sure sounded to me like they are still open for business.
Yeah, that was interesting. I heard that too a little bit.
I'm not saying he's backtracking off his comments about Michael Porter Jr., but he was more careful with his words. I agree. It would be the way that I felt it. So I do think the Nuggets are still open for business. That doesn't mean Michael's getting traded, but those phones are still working.
I think that's a good pickup by you. I'm now that you bring it up, that sort of hit me a little bit. It wasn't quite as defiant as it was last night.
No, it wasn't defiant at all. Now it was kind of, hey, of what I'm aware of, conversations. I know we're going to continue to pick up the phone.
I'll tell you this: I think they think the world of Michael Porter Jr.
That's obvious.
You know what I'm saying? But business is business. We'll see how things go, and we'll see how. Here we are. What are we? Almost 3 o'clock. So basically 48 hours. We'll see, right? We'll see. But you don't want to waste the Jokic window, and you just got to ask yourself some tough questions, and you just don't know who's going to be available. And maybe it's as simple as the buyout period will happen. Teams will drop guys. You'll see it after the trade deadline. Guys will get dropped left and right. Maybe it'll be as simple as that. Maybe there will be a deal, but it'll be an interesting period of time for these guys. Must be nerve-wracking. Is it? Oh, I should just ask you guys. How is that period around the team, the trade deadline period? That 48 hours.
I got traded my rookie year. I had just gotten to Fayetteville, Arkansas. We were on All-Star break and was actually doing a shot of Jack Daniels out of a bottle, and my dad, who happened to be in town, comes running and goes, "Scott, call your agent. You just got traded."
She should have told you to do another shot first.
Well, I finished.
Okay.
But I had no idea.
Were you being? Was that a good thing or a bad thing, or were you so young? Who really cares?
I was so young. I wasn't going to play in New York for probably a couple of years anyway. And I grew up in college. The first NBA team you got to see on a regular basis was the Atlanta Hawks, right, on TBS.
Yeah.
So I kind of knew those guys, and I was excited. I was excited about it. The next time I was traded was 2 years, a year after we'd won an NBA championship, and I was sitting at home in Atlanta, still living in Atlanta as my home base, and Jack McCluskey called me and said, "Hey Scott, you probably know why I'm calling you." Again, I was clueless, man. First of all, there wasn't social media like you have now, right? You're not
Right.
reading about yourself, and people aren't putting articles out about Scott Hastings' possible trade. We trade you to Denver. So,
And the NFL is just different. It's maybe a guy.
Yeah, I mean,
you do hear about it, though.
Unless you're one of those dudes that is actively pursuing a trade, for the most part, you just go about your business. I did get traded once. I was fired up about it. I couldn't
because you think it's an opportunity.
And I was in Detroit, and I couldn't wait to get the hell out of Dodge. And yes, it felt like I was very wanted, and it felt good.
Yep.
I was an undrafted player. The trade wasn't huge, but they gave up a 6th-rounder for me. That was more than anybody else had ever valued me before.
Yeah.
And I thought it was awesome.
Well, Tyler's story, too, not to tell your own story, but I just know it because we've talked about it so often. McDaniels cuts Tyler when he could have traded him, as it turns out.
Yep.
That's how petty Josh McDaniels was.
Yep. No, he was stupid.
Oh, well, he was vindictive. He was a little turd because Tyler had been confronted him. It was. I'm telling your own story. It felt like a personal thing.
No,
right?
I can tell it more in detail later, but there's no doubt he cut me out of spite.
It's so ridiculous.
Knowing that he had 2 trade offers on the table from both Seattle and Houston.
Insane.
But he wanted to prove a point.
At least he got something out of Peyton Willis trade, right?
Oh, my God. All right, Nate and Andy are coming up next. Thank you, Jesse, my man. It's PhD on 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Murray goes to the left hand, back over to Joker on the pick and pop. Jokic, right side of the corner, Najee 3. Yes! Christian the rebound, throws out of it to Najee. Najee attacks, two hands! Timeout called by Will E. Green. Top of the key is Christian Brown. Inside the arc is Jokic, bounce pass Porter, that was a travel. Kick out 3, Najee. Jumper's good for Zeke Najee.
There it is. Holy moly.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Dear God, it's beautiful. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
And step right up here, step right up. Can I interest you in a underachieving 6'9" big?
Hold on.
His last name starts with the same letter twice in a row. Your opportunity to have a guy whose name starts with a double N right now on your team. Step right up, step right up.
Yeah!
Here's my question. Okay, did they ask him this on PhD? By the way, what would Malone have done if Zeke got his third foul 30 seconds later last night? Would he have just been like, screw it, we're gonna see how long this goes?
Just play till you can. How bad you want to stay in the game?
Hit some shots. We'll take it. We'll definitely take it. Yes.
Is that, you know what, I caught a little of Vic in the old Altitude social after the game.
Okay.
And he called it a weird game. And I got to agree. Because there were like 9 times where you felt like they were whooping them. But then you look up and they got it down to 7. They got it down to 6. Are we going to do this thing?
A funny thing kept happening. And that was that Trey Murphy made everything. Also, like, do you realize how good NBA players are today? When Trey Murphy made 8 threes last night, there was a time where like that was like a huge deal. Kind of like the way Jokic has a triple-double every single night, and you'd have been like, holy crap, man, this guy went for, let's see, let's get Jokic's exact stat line from last night. Let me make sure I got it here. 27, 14, and 10. There was a time where you were like, holy crap, do you see what Jokic did last night? Instead, it's just like, yeah, it's his 7th triple-double in the last 10, and quite frankly, it was kind of a rote, boring triple-double out of Jokic last night. Same with Trey Murphy hitting 8 threes last night. He was just heat-checking all over the place and kept hitting shots and keeping that thing kind of close, even though it really wasn't all that terribly close. The MPJ 3 at the end pushed it back to 11, and it was like, okay, this isn't going to get stupid.
But CJ McCollum was hitting a couple. Yeah. I don't know what it is about. So here are a couple
getting
things that hit
Zeke,
me.
Yes.
Here are a couple things that hit me just watching this game, as uncompetitive as it was. First off, he will never not look like Urkel. And I feel bad for C.J. McCollum, but, bro, you look like Urkel.
Stefan Urkel or Steven Urkel? Which one?
Oh, Steven.
Okay.
Yeah, the younger version.
Okay.
The other thing is, I haven't laid eyes on Zion for a while.
Uh-huh.
I was like, holy cow, Zion came into the league young, because now he's a man now. You know what I mean?
Big boy.
Like, his face has changed. He's matured a bit. And it just made me think, what was he, 20 when he came into the league? 18? Like, I felt like he was so baby-faced compared to how he looks now.
Yeah, because he was an extremely young
but
freshman.
I don't think he was ever baby-faced.
At Duke.
He was the kid with the beard at 10.
He was baby fat. That's
well, there's
for
that.
Sure.
Yeah.
He had a lot of
there
that
was
stuff going on. It's, Zion's, he's weathered. He's seen some things in his time in the NBA.
That's fair.
EJ says in the text line, I heard LeBron say they wish they had gotten Zeke instead of Luka. That's what I'm telling you, man.
I know. We tried to forward the thought.
Could have done it. Seriously, Zeke played well last night. He had a good Zeke night. And we'll take that every time.
Why can't it show up?
Don't get greedy.
Regularly.
Don't get.
Well, again, I asked this, and you immediately laughed. Like Nate doesn't scoff at much that I give him.
Don't ask too much.
I was just like, if they could get that most nights against all teams, not the Pelicans,
not the Pels,
you probably wouldn't need to make a trade, and you were just like, it's the
You'd
Pelicans.
like that, wouldn't you?
All right, Nate, I tried, Nate. I tried.
Yeah, it's they were without 3 rotation guys last night, and when they return, nice knowing you, Zeke. That's what's going to happen right there, unless somebody wants him in the next 2 days. This has gone really well of being able to feature him this week.
But okay, does Hartenstein do anything where you're like, there's a player that was buried on the Nuggets bench, and Bull had a minute.
J-Huff?
It was maybe 90 seconds total, but he had a minute where he was fun, and J-Huff. And
that should be the sales pitch completely of just like, hey,
they're good players. We just can't play them.
Underachieving big in Denver, you can play somewhere else. That should be the sales pitch all day long.
All right. Half joking, but not fully.
Uh-huh.
Thus the half. It's kind of hard to have who's the ideal backup to Jokic? Because, again, the guy's just, there's nobody else like him in the league. It's why he's a unicorn. So you can put a big guy back out there, but your team has to run completely different when he's not in there. I mean, I would settle for just a good rebounder and someone that could get up and down the floor.
Plum Dog?
Yeah, that's the sad thing. He was here.
Probably.
Who did they trade Plum Dog with? Was he part of the where did they send Plum Dog in the old? Or was he just a free agent that signed elsewhere?
No, he. Hold on. Let me make sure I got it correct here. He signed with Detroit. Okay.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's the guy I wish you could just go get back. Like, I would take a Nazem Kadri and a Mason Plumlee back in my life.
Totally. Yeah, Plum Dog would be fine here. He also makes like $3 million. He'd be good here.
So you wouldn't have to. You could find a way. There'd be no aprons involved.
One of my dreams died today. So Caleb Martin got traded today.
Yeah, you were like any of the Martin brothers.
He got traded to Dallas, but Cody is still there.
So there's still a chance.
So you can still try and get a Martin.
Oh my God!
Here
we go.
I'll take a Martin.
You warned me about this. Yabusele?
Gershon Yabusele. Did he get traded?
Our boy Stanford.
Yeah.
Sanford. Happy birthday, Mike.
Sandman loves Gershon.
He said it's the only solution. He would warn me, and he's texting in.
You can't get enough.
He wants him.
Can't get enough Yabusele.
Yeah.
I kind of like him. He's
I'll
fun.
tell you what, you thought I had it hot for Brock Bowers? Our guy Sanford is just Valentine's Day coming up. He needs to send a pajamagram to Yabusele.
He's a rumpus guy, okay? That's
he likes a hockey butt.
Sanford's he's got his taste, and you know what, man? Like I respect that. So that's what Yabusele is bringing to the table.
What's your favorite typical cycle on a male-driven sports station? 2554.
Let's do it.
Is it the teddy bear gram for Valentine's Day? Is it the pajamagram?
Yeah.
Is it Sherry's berries?
No, I'm a big pajamagram guy.
Oh, you like a set of pajamas, do you, Ward Cleaver?
I do, yes.
The matching set. Do you have a matching set right now?
So I got I did pajamagram years.
Oh yeah, you did the reads.
Yeah, years back. And so they always you get one pajamagram on trade, and so I gave it to Abby, and she got the leopard print onesie.
Okay.
Which is we still have to this day, and our daughter wears it. She rolls the sleeves and the legs way up. But the weirdest thing about it is it has the tail.
What?
Velcroed on. It was very odd. When we first got it, we were like, wouldn't it be stupid if it had the tail? And then we opened it, we were like, it really has it.
It does have the tail.
It's like a furry costume, which, again, our 7-year-old now wears all over the house.
All right.
Uh-huh. So I would say pajamagram would be my number one for
Burton
you.
wants to know if you had a star named after you. There's another good one. Scott Burton, good call. I've not done the star name. How do you see? To me, who's selling that? You got the rights?
You can
I'm
sell.
not a dreamer.
You can sell anything, really.
Yeah, apparently you can.
You can.
Maybe I'll go into the business.
I mean, if it's not like real estate that you can try and go and drill for oil on, I'm pretty sure you can sell whatever you want.
Sure.
You can sell a cloud if you want to.
Were you ever, I don't even know, we probably have some official one and I'm not aware of it because I don't have an official one. Are you a Tom Shane guy? Are you a Trice Jewelers guy?
No, I was
Hyde Park.
William Crow, which doesn't exist anymore. We had a sponsorship with William Crow Jewelers, and Nayland and I did the Wesley Woodyard show for a year. So they gave. By the way, it was the year where Wes got hurt. Then he lost his starting job, and then he hated John Fox. And
that wasn't great.
He'd show up to do the show every single week, and we'd be like, all right, we have one commercial break for you to get it all off your chest, and then we have to go on the air for you not to say any of this stuff anymore.
Let's hear it.
So that was pretty good. But also, yeah, they gave us a jewelry gift certificate.
Yeah.
And it was the year that I was getting married. So they gave us both $500 gift certificates. I was like, hey, cool, I'll get wedding bands with this thing. And Nayland was like, here, take mine. And I was like, I can't take that. And he was just like, no, take it. I'm like, no, I'm not taking your $500 gift certificate. That's insane. And he was just like, if I give this to my wife, this is going to cost me money.
Yeah.
You don't understand. You are saving me money.
$3,000
by taking this.
By taking the $500.
So the wedding band currently on my finger. We got those on trade.
Look at that.
Being a radio guy, it really does have its perks. The crazy crap you can get through the years. Wedding bands and leopard print faux onesies.
Yeah, see, I never got in on any of that.
Yeah. You're missing out.
I got like 9. I got like 2 beds in a row. I need a new one now. They're all worn out. I could go for a bed again.
Somebody get.
I need a bed.
Somebody get this man a mattress.
Maybe I won't call him Netchich if you get me a bed.
Hey, speaking of Netchich.
Let's not start this again. And don't put it in my head because I finally figured out where it came from.
You did.
Hastings kept saying it. I was like, who was calling him? Oh, that's right.
Okay. Well.
And you know me. I just find deep corners of the brain that I thought was long beat out of my head from lacrosse. But nope, there it is. Still exists.
Speaking of Netchis.
Yes.
Power rankings coming up.
Oh, yeah.
At 420.
420, we're going to rank dumb crap.
Yeah, Marty Netchis inspired power rankings today on the Terrible Top 5. You're going to enjoy that. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Also, we're still workshopping that title. Netchis and the Avalanche, they will be in action tonight at 8 o'clock. Against the Canucks in Vancouver.
Guess what?
I think I'll just watch that game on COMCAST.
Yeah,
I think I'll
just watch it again.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah.
Let's go,
I'm just gonna casually flip to channel 1250 and take in a little Avalanche hockey right there on the television this evening. You can do the same. Damn right. We're back on Xfinity. Josh Kroenke, Kevin Demoff, Steve Smith and company. Well done, everybody.
Yeah.
Well done.
How about you all send us nice worded texts about that?
Yeah.
You need to wash your mouth out with soap, some of you.
Say nice things.
I'm not going to take credit because
to us.
We didn't have credit for it either way.
We
didn't take it off. We didn't get it back on.
Is MPJ?
We're psyched.
Is he available or is he not
yeah, we gotta
available?
Get into that because I feel like mixed messages. Hey, speaking of, should you get her? Are we getting him a pajamagram or not?
We got a bit of a tete-a-tete. Michael Malone versus Michael Malone. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road, a title sponsor this year of this show here for, really our full run just about. So, you need something for your truck or 4x4, you need a bed cover, you need maybe a tow kit, you need some strap downs, I don't know. What else could you need? The step rails, they're fun. Remote starts. KC lights. Someone's got to help me. I should ask Jerry, but I'm going to ask all of you. Are KC lights a thing? Remember when KC lights, you put them on your old Toyota SR5 or whatever the heck those things were? They weren't the Tacomas yet, but you'd put them on with a roll bar. Look really cool in the 80s. Michael J. Fox had that on his truck in Back to the Future. Maybe, unlikely, but maybe Jerry could hunt down an old Back to the Future truck for you as well. I know this. He can make your truck look like that truck if you want, because he's got it all. He's got it all at Colorado Off-Road. You need something, stop on in there. Take a look at things in the showroom. You can get display models that'll show you how all the different bed covers work, so you can pick out the right one for you if that's what you're in search for. He's also got where you can show you off the power step rails and how those work if you'd like, and just see all the goodies that he has. So that's Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Stop on in. Again, you're going to enjoy doing business with this great Colorado company. It's Jerry and Wendy Jones. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call, 303-761-1264.
Nuggets win last night and do so convincingly. Andy, they are now 25-5 when they score 120 or more points. That's a pretty good win percentage right there. Great MPJ game last night, going for 36. Ho-hum brilliance from Nikola Jokic. By the way, Nikola Jokic, your Western Conference Player of the Month. More on that coming up here in a bit. Just the brilliance that I want to push back so hard on us ever getting bored of the brilliance of Nikola Jokic. Hey, Kroenke Sports and Entertainment, owner of Altitude Sports Television Network and Comcast, announced today Altitude has returned to Xfinity TV customers throughout the Colorado and New Mexico, plus parts of Arizona and Kansas areas. Xfinity customers will now have access to all live game broadcasts of the KSE-owned Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. Everybody, that's right, back on Comcast.
Watch the Mammoth there, too.
Hell yeah.
Rapids games here and there.
Yeah.
It's all back, baby.
That's what we're talking about. Uh-huh.
It's all back.
I was really stoked.
Come on. That's not been the general reaction. Come on.
I was just reading the release.
Oh, I've got friends that are super psyched.
Good. They should be.
My mom is excited, too.
Good. Good. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, man.
So the trade deadline, Andy. It's this week. Kind of a big thing. Michael Malone last night, post-game, after brilliant game from Porter, really had a good shooting night, really kind of just did everything. He played well. Michael Malone was asked if he had had conversations with Michael Porter about trade rumors. This is Malone's answer last night.
Michael, with trade talks ramping up around the league, have you checked in with Mike more than you typically would, last week or two?
No, because we're not trading Michael Porter. So I'm not touching base with anybody on that. I'm touching base with guys on better defense, better spacing, taking care of the ball. And if there's something coming, obviously Calvin will talk with me, and I'm sure we'll communicate with whatever players. But, Michael is a really important piece. Michael helped us win a championship. So we'll see what happens going into this coming Thursday, rather. But to my knowledge, there have been no conversations, so I don't feel the need to converse with somebody when there's nothing there.
Nothing there.
Right.
No need to converse when nothing there.
Yes.
I'm worried about defense. I'm worried about playing the game the right way. I'm worried about being a coachy coach, which is what Michael Malone is.
Now, when you listen to it that way, after hearing what we're about to say, it hits different.
Yeah.
But let's just say it wasn't the way that Twitter took it last night, judging by the tweets.
Yeah, because the reaction and headlines, I mean, I'm literally reading a headline from the Locked On newsletter. MPJ is not getting traded.
End of the period. End of discussion.
There you go.
All right.
So a couple hours ago, Michael Malone appears on the Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac show. That shows.
Oh, you almost went the other way.
I did. I
had it in my head, too. PhD is what we call it.
When they write D, anyway, the PhD thing, because it was the same name for two shows.
Yeah.
Shut your
That's why they hired him.
Uh-huh.
He
was the only one.
Imaging.
Yeah. He was the only one that could get the
Your name
gig.
was Bobby. You weren't getting it.
Sorry, there's no PHB. All right?
We ain't doing that.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So, Michael Malone on the PhD show. I'm just going to call it that. All right? Let's be honest. On the DMac show, Michael Malone on saying the Nuggets are not trading MPJ. This is further context from today.
Yeah, well, just in terms of that, the question I was asked last night was, have you talked to Michael Porter about the upcoming trade deadline? And my answer was, I haven't talked to Michael Porter because, to my knowledge, in my talks with Calvin Booth, there have been no talks about trading Michael Porter. And the trade deadline, today's Tuesday, I believe. I get my days mixed up.
Right.
Tuesday?
That's Tuesday.
And the trade deadline is 48 hours away.
Yep.
Who knows what's going to happen in the next 48 hours? I mean, I think Calvin Booth right now is his phone is probably just constantly ringing. And you have to take each and every one of those calls to see, can we do something that makes sense, that helps us now and into the future? And I think you owe it to yourself as an organization to take those calls and then have some real tough discussions about where we are, where we want to go, and who's going to help us get there. So it's not my job to say that Michael Porter or anybody else on our team won't be traded. My answer to the question was, to my knowledge, there's no need to have a conversation with Michael or anybody else because, to my knowledge, there's been no calls where we're actively shopping anybody.
Yep.
And, I give Calvin a lot of credit, his entire front office staff. I know Josh will be very involved, as he should as an owner with his dad. And then we'll make whatever decisions we have to make. But this time of year, it's all about finding ways to improve. And if you think you have a team that's good enough right now, then you can stay with that. If you think you need to tweak or add, then you have to look at doing that as well. And we'll see what these next 48 hours bring.
So a little more clarity to the answer.
Yeah, the clarity in the form of who knows what's going to happen between now and Thursday afternoon.
But he, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But no, it's I didn't talk to him.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was asked. Have I spoken to him? Which, to be fair, that was what he was asked, and that was how the question was framed, and that was how he answered it. But also, that's the funny thing is, even as I heard it last night, I was, number one, my first thought was like, well, it's not really your call.
Yeah.
Number one. And number
now, he'll
two,
be asked,
it's like, yeah, absolutely. But it's also like, well, it's Monday night. A lot happens between Monday and Thursday.
Well, and as we've seen this week, apparently there's some of the holiday eggnog around, and the NBA's drinking it by the pitcher full because the league is drunk with some of these trades. So who knows what they could get offered, whether it's MPJ or any other player, who knows what they could get offered between now and Thursday.
All right, I don't think MPJ is going to be traded
Nor do I.
between now and Thursday.
But I do think it was important to get the clarity there because everybody took it as a finality. MPJ is he's off the table.
No.
As Nikola Jokic said in his presser last night, none of us is untouchable, and that's the way it should be.
And it's funny because about an hour before the show, I clicked on ESPN NBA trade deadline 2025. 4 Jimmy Butler deals to shake up the league.
And let me guess.
You know I can't resist clicking on something like that. Here we go, Andy. This is the suggestion coming to us from the NBA insiders at ESPN. And this is a suggestion. There's 3 other suggestions. Jimmy Butler to Denver in 9-player deal.
9-player deal?
9 times.
Holy cow. Who are the 9 players?
In this trade, the Nuggets would receive Jimmy Butler. And Josh Richardson from the Heat.
And the Heat would get the rest of our roster? I mean, what are we doing?
The Heat would get Michael Porter Jr., Julius Randle from Minnesota, Zeke Naji, and Vlatko Cancar.
Okay.
The Timberwolves would get Russell Westbrook, Duncan Robinson, and Haywood Highsmith from the Heat.
Are they doing a deal with Minnesota?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that seems odd to me.
I don't think the Timberwolves are there to facilitate a trade that improves the Denver Nuggets.
Well, and honestly, does Nikola Jokic want Jimmy Butler instead of Russell Westbrook, who he actively asked them to sign this offseason?
Yeah, you're asking Nikola Jokic, like, hey, guy you won a title with who spaces the floor and allows all that rad stuff you do with Westbrook in the paint, you know that guy? Well, we're going to get rid of both of them and just reconstruct everything around you, and it's going to be Jimmy Butler, the famously tempestuous Jimmy Butler, and Jamal Murray, and that's going to be...
Who seems like he wants a warm weather destination.
Yeah,
Jimmy Butler.
Your surrounding cast right there. Oh, by the way, he's 35 and he wants to get paid. Now, look, Jimmy Butler is an outstanding playoff performer, as is Jamal Murray. There could be, I'm not going to say I wouldn't be intrigued by that.
But I ain't giving up all that.
Color me intrigued. I don't think that team's better than the team as currently constituted.
Yeah, you lose size there too. You lose the size of MPJ.
And you're one of the things that I harp on all the time is you don't just walk in the door and immediately get to be awesome with Jokic. You eventually do, but it takes a minute. And there's 32 games left in this regular season. Are you going to be awesome in time to go beat Oklahoma City? I don't think you are.
Boy, I think you need to say that first part again. You don't get to walk in the door and be awesome with Nikola Jokic, and there couldn't be any greater example than Russell Westbrook. Two guys that have played the game a long time, I think, view the game the same way.
Yeah.
And I would say their chemistry is just coming into balance since about Christmas.
And again, about the last 6 weeks or so. Yeah. I would agree with that.
I think that's a perfect example of what you're talking about.
So then I don't see them. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But to your point, Andy, everyone's drunk. So
no, that trade doesn't make any sense to me. Now, how about this? If we're just dreaming.
Yeah.
Apparently the Suns want to dump Durant. Do you dip your toe in that pool?
I'm interested. Again,
well, what do you think that would cost you? Obviously, MPJ is going out the door. I mean,
that's just it. Again, it comes down to you being able to move everything.
Can Durant stay healthy?
Let me give you this, okay? Mike Scotto at Hoops Hype kind of emptied his notebook today, and he's a good NBA insider. And so let me just share this part with you, okay? Porter Jr. previously came up and reported trade talks surrounding Zach LaVine when he was on the Bulls earlier this year. As we know, in the last week, Zach LaVine has become a Sacramento King as a part of the De'Aaron Fox trade. Chicago, however, was resistant to taking on Zeke Naji's 4-year, $32 million contract, as previously reported by Hoops Hype. On the basketball court, there were also internal questions about whether LaVine and Jamal Murray could have coexisted effectively on both sides of the ball. They are a little bit redundant. There is something to that. The Nuggets have continued to gauge the trade market on Naji and also Dario Saric, league sources told Hoops Hype. And again, the reason why these names keep coming up, they're the tradable pieces.
Right.
They're the guys with contracts.
Gordon and Murray can't be traded.
I heard something kind of funny the other day. And Ryan Blackburn said this on one of his podcasts. I like his stuff. I think he's good. And he said something to the effect of, sometimes it's almost too bad the Nuggets didn't pay Zeke Naji more. And it's like, from a purely trade perspective, it's kind of true.
Because then you could trade for a bigger player.
Then he's more like
he's eating more.
He's
of the
almost
cap.
more useful than at that point. Now, from a basketball perspective, God no. But from a trade perspective, yeah. The trade deadline does funny things to your brain. With Denver lacking draft capital to trade, teams have countered by asking for the availability of Denver's younger rotation players, such as Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther. Nuggets starter Christian Brown has also drawn trade interest, but it's been rebuffed by Denver. As reported by Hoops Hype, the Nuggets have expressed interest in Cody Martin. That's my dude. That's the guy I want him to go get. The Nuggets have also been linked to Gershon Yabusele.
Uh-oh, Mike.
Boom!
Uh-oh, yeah! Birthday maybe celebrated on Thursday. We don't know.
Come on.
Yabusele.
Yeah. So that's what I got for you. Michael Malone versus Michael Malone. I was simply saying I haven't talked to him. It could
and
happen.
I didn't need to because there's no trade going on.
Yeah.
So
it could happen. It doesn't feel terribly likely.
No, I don't think there is. I think the major pieces they would have, because they're, we were wondering, were they interested in De'Aaron Fox? Were they interested? I've never heard any. Have you? Like, I feel like teams want, or I should say the media wants them to be interested in Jimmy Butler, but it doesn't feel like they're interested in Jimmy Butler.
I don't.
Now, maybe they are.
But this is it. I don't know. I don't know if Calvin Booth sits in his office and watches Jimmy tape and longs for Jimmy Butler, thinking back to the finals a couple of years ago and saying that's the missing piece. Well, you beat those guys in 5 games.
All right, we're getting a lot of questions about Torrey Craig. A couple of people have asked about him. He's been bought out. Would you revisit Torrey Craig?
Sure.
Okay, but is he not a little redundant to Peyton Watson?
Yeah, but like you can never have enough wings, and Watson's hurt. So
that's fair. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. So yeah.
I guess they said he'd be reevaluated in 4 weeks, and he's coming back in 4 weeks.
Right. Exactly. Torrey Craig's okay. If you're asking me who would I rather have, Cody Martin or Torrey Craig today, I would
take
me
Cody Martin.
Cody Martin. Yes. Just a better shooter, younger, etc.
Are we going to see a showdown between you and Coach, between Yabusele and Cody Martin?
Here's the thing, is I kind of want Cody Martin on the Nuggets. Sanford he wants to buy a house for Gershon
Yeah.
Yabusele.
Yeah, he's got a room he can live in.
Yeah, no.
Give him the whole basement.
Yeah, Sandman he wants to sugar daddy this thing. He wants Yabusele in a car and with a comfortable monthly stipend and no questions asked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Condo.
Uh-huh.
Cash only? What?
It's all under the table. All very
cash
under
every week?
the table.
Yeah. A burner phone. How deep you want to paint the picture of what's going on?
Do you remember when Tiger Woods had to call the girl and be like, you gotta change your outgoing message. Just have it be the number.
No, the all-time baller move is CeeDee Lamb snatching the phone from his girl on draft night for everybody to see. You don't get to look at that phone. And funny, I've not heard about an engagement since that time.
Once again, the Kreckman and Lindahl show has gone to a place that we don't know how to walk back from.
Only us will go.
We will now go to commercial break.
We know how to go there.
And try and...
It's Tiger.
Oh, man.
You got to doctor that. Hey,
let's
go, Sanford.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
I haven't heard that in so many years.
There's been no need. No need.
Hey, she's swinging golf clubs over here. You got to do something.
Do me a favor. Erase your existence from the net.
I'm scared for my life over here. Anyway, this is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Well, see, here's the problem, Moj. I went shopping for the eggs. I can't afford the Chips Ahoy now. Topical humor. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am thrilled to endorse Denver's HVAC experts that truly care. I'm telling you all about Apple Air. They care about you. They care about your home. They care about your money. They want you to be able to afford eggs, and they do so by providing top-notch HVAC service and plumbing for the lowest possible price. And I know this firsthand because I had Apple Air over to the house and they installed a fantastic 2-stage high-efficiency furnace in my home. It has kept us warm all winter long. Apple Air, family-owned and operated, great people serving the greater Denver area since 1988. Whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, or plumbing system, or if you need a new furnace, AC, or water heater, call 303-733-2813. Apple Air, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. They got great offers for you right now, including $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system that's available to everybody. I took advantage of that offer, and you can as well. Go to appleair.com. Hey, you want to watch the Avalanche tonight? Why don't you just turn on COMCAST, folks? Channel 1250, to be exact. That's right. Nuggets and Avalanche games. Back on COMCAST. Altitude back on COMCAST. Good to see. 7:30 pregame tonight. 8 o'clock is
the
puck drop tonight as the Avalanche take on the struggling Canucks there this evening.
Why did Kevin just leave defeatedly? We finally got our TVs back. Look, he's got his head down. It was like you yelled at him. Did you yell at him to leave?
He got Brian Windhorst back on our television.
Let's see.
All is right.
He comes out here
with the world.
Where did he go? Oh, well. It is great. You know, you get a lot of quality programming there.
You do.
You know what I'm excited for?
What's
Golf at altitude. Not sure they're doing it anymore, but all the more reason to do it now. You and I need to go do it. Okay. Here's what I'm pitching the bigwigs.
Okay.
Nate and Andy's Golf at altitude.
Golf at altitude. Mm-hmm.
Where we just go and see what course we can butcher the least.
Yeah, get us out on a Muni. We could show.
Should we do all the public courses?
Could show everybody the front 9 down at Kennedy.
I can wear my my cargo shorts to everyone.
Give you my
look like Happy Gilmore.
Give my tips on all the crevices of your golf bag in which to be able to stash cans of Busch Light. And yeah, we'll go hack that thing to pieces.
Well, you need to go to Scott Hastings Pins and Aces and get you a liquor stick.
That's, well, again, that feels a little classy for K&L Golf at Altitude, all right?
Cart girls, we don't have one. All right.
You're going to load up at the concession stand, and then you're going to jump
Should
out
we just
there,
go
folks.
to, like, Aqua Golf? It's just every driving range in the city.
Love Aqua Golf.
Aqua Golf was always a good time. What's this about? Is Cody Martin out with a sports hernia? Does that hurt your eye towards him a little bit?
No, I'm good.
Really?
Yeah, I don't need him till March. I'm good. Take your time. I like Cody Martin.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
What about Jordan Clarkson?
I love Jordan Clarkson.
What's the trade though, right?
Who's he going to guard? Who has Jordan Clarkson ever guarded in his life?
Listen, if he could just go off, here's my question: does Jordan Clarkson only go off from 3-point land against the Nuggets? Is that it?
Isn't Julian Strother by now sort of a good poor man's Jordan Clarkson anyway?
Okay.
Poor man's. You know what I'm saying. I'm not.
How poor we?
I'm not calling him Bubble Jordan Clarkson or anything like that, but poor man's.
Am I looking for couches to sleep on? What are we talking about?
Michael brings up the Canucks.
Oh yeah,
Canucks?
we gotta take advantage of those drops today.
Canucks.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Rick Tuchit.
JT Miller is no longer on the Canucks.
Yeah, apparently people are, at least some people in and around the team are not psyched.
Spring, you got some dirt for me
what's
on
going
this
on?
one.
What's
you know me. I'm in on the NBA hot goss. I'm here. When I need news from the Great White Pacific Northwest of Vancouver, I come to Mark Springer. What do you got for me, pal?
Yeah, all I know is that the Canucks just traded JT Miller.
He's not on the team.
And apparently, I don't know why, but this season, maybe it's, goes back to even before this season, but JT Miller and Elias Pettersson, who's their best young player.
Yeah.
Like a few years ago, it looked like Elias Pettersson was going to be like really good.
They had a rift though, right?
Yeah. And now, like Pettersson's he's good, but he's not kind of what they thought he was going to be.
Okay.
But Pettersson and Miller have been beefing. I'm not sure why, but they hate each other. And, like, one of them had to go.
Okay.
And that's kind of why I guess they chose JT Miller. I don't know why. Maybe they got a better deal for JT. Maybe they view JT as more of the problem and they like Pettersson more. I don't know. But now Miller's gone, and I guess there's no beef in the locker room anymore.
JT was asked about it recently, and he was asked, do you have a comment on the perceived beef between you and Petey? And he said, I don't have a comment. And then he said, I'm not commenting on this. So he did not want to perpetuate all of this.
Yeah, but aren't there There's a few. There had to be camps, right? When two guys are beefing, there's camps on a team.
Typically, yes.
So not everybody's probably done with the drama.
Also, if
there's probably some guys wishing it was Miller that was kept around.
Okay, and this being hockey, where this stuff is just like a little bit more acceptable, why not just tell them, like, hey, why don't you guys just drop the gloves at practice and beat each other's heads in and get it over with?
Let's be done.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be friends.
I guess.
Just go fight.
Yeah.
You're not. I mean, they frown upon that in the NBA. Draymond Green, nobody liked that being how he handled things, but in the NHL,
looked like they were in the right when it was done. Jordan Poole doesn't look like he's got a lot of friends on the new team either.
Yeah, but I'm still going to say
they're not allowing the let's fight.
That's not okay what Draymond did. Not saying that I necessarily need Jordan Poole on this team, but how about that as a comp? Is Julian Strawther a poor man's Jordan Poole? And I'm talking good JP, like that dude. Remember what that guy was when they beat the Nuggets in 5.
I'm willing to jump in that pool, pardon the pun.
Jordan Poole.
If I can see, I just need one of those nights where it feels like Julian Strawther can't miss from 3, and I don't know that we've had that yet.
He couldn't hit from 3 for a while last night, but he did a lot of other good things.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, he was.
Where it's like, oh my gosh, and from there, oh, it's going in.
He was a little slow to get going.
Poole literally did that to the Nuggets when they went to Washington earlier this year.
Last night, triple-double number 23 on the year for Joker, Andy. 23. Do you know who holds the single-season record for triple-doubles in a year?
Is it? I don't.
It's Russell Westbrook.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it was his MVP season. He had 42. Okay, Joker's got 23. So this is where it gets a little confusing. Jokic has played 44, but the team has played 50. So really, he's got 23 through 50. So really, Jokic needs 20 triple-doubles through the final 32 games to pass Russ. The year in which he got the record, Westbrook 42 and 81 games played, so that's 52%. Basically, it was like his triple-double rate. Joker, 23 and 44 games played, 52%. But again, he hasn't played as much. So, Jokic is going to have to put up triple-doubles at a 63% rate the rest of the way if he wants to pass Russ. But here's the good news. Triple-doubles, 7 of the last 10. So he's currently hot enough that if he can keep this going and put up triple-doubles at a 70% rate, which he has done over the last 10 games, he will break Westbrook's single-season record.
Does he give him the MVP?
It's a great question.
Because Westbrook got the MVP the year that he did it, right?
He did. But it was also Russ's only MVP versus, again, Joker's got 3 of them, and they're all bored giving it to him.
The Nuggets are hoping to threaten, man, if you just don't lose a couple of the dumb games you lost, you're right there for the second seed.
Get the 2 seed.
You know what I mean?
Just get that 2 seed. You're not catching OKC.
Well, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, that's fine. But you got to here's the big mantra for post All-Star break, or how far are we from All-Star break? You said about a week, right?
I think 5 more games, yeah.
Yeah. No more giving up games you shouldn't lose.
And they should be able to win all these between now and the break.
You were laying it out. Remember, it was the Knicks were the only game we were worried about.
These are not good teams. Going up to the trade deadline. You got another home date against the Pelicans. Like, again, take a gift of beating up on the injured Pelicans with their 12 wins on the year and go and smack them around tomorrow night. By the way, we got a pair of tickets for that game we're going to give away today.
Yeah, you're going to have to be listening.
Yes. You're going to have to be listening today at 5:20. At 5:20. Spring, make sure you remind me in the break before the 5:20 segment that we're doing this at 5:20.
Well,
we're going to tell you how you can win a pair of tickets for tomorrow night's Nuggets game.
4:20,
we got
our terrible top 5.
Yeah, we got rankings of stupidity today.
Rankings of power.
Actually, this is a good one. I'm looking forward to this. It's a little niche, I'll be honest, but I think you'll enjoy it, Andy. I know before I even start it where your beef is going to lie.
Okay,
so I'm
good.
So in the very least, I can anticipate where it will.
All right.
Yeah,
I like that.
But yeah, 20 minutes after 4:00, I can tell you this: today's terrible top 5 in honor of our guy Marty Natchez.
Good.
/Natchez /Netchich.
Netchich.
/Natchich.
Nitchis.
/neck
Nitchis.
itch.
Neck itch.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Uh-huh.
You want to go rumor mongering?
I do.
After the top of the hour?
You know I do.
You want to go Bronco rumor mongering?
I want to bring everybody unsubstantiated, wild, speculative claims coming up next. So keep it right here.
The Broncos
All right, we're about to do a segment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show in which everything that we say is just going to be wild and rampant rumored speculation with absolutely no basis for fact, which is totally never the way that we do it on this show.
Welcome to the NFL offseason.
That's right.
Nate Kreckman.
Yes.
Look, if
Let's get
NBA
weird.
trade computer guy thing can talk about us trading with the Wolves and the Heat, then anything's up for grabs.
Anything is possible. Dream on, you dreamers. It's the NFL offseason. Myles Garrett is going to be the anchor of all of your pass rushes next year.
Boom.
Yeah.
Pow.
Uh-huh.
Kablang.
He's going to go to Dallas, right? That's Jerry's not going to be able to
again, there's a
hold
little
that
matter of how
water.
are they going to have enough cap space to field a team if they trade him, because
Yeah.
that's more dead cap money they can't afford to take on. They're in a real pickle.
Yeah,
And nobody's looking to help him out because they didn't want him to get. They didn't want the Browns giving Deshaun Watson all that guaranteed money to begin with.
Yeah, he's not going to be on that team next year. It'll take some creativity, though, to get to that place.
I'll be curious to see how they pull this off.
Yeah, but it's when a star player, again, unless the Browns decide we'll give you $35 million a year. When a star player has his mind set on not being on your garbage team anymore, there's this early in the offseason, he can usually make it happen.
Well, and a lot of people have talked about that have been around Myles Garrett, whether it's, there's a number of ESPN personalities. I saw some hints at it on Fox Sports today. This is a guy that's worried about his legacy now. He's not worried about his money. He's made his money. He wants a ring.
Yeah.
He wants some postseason success.
Who can blame
and
him?
he knows it ain't happening in Cleveland.
Yeah.
So
it's sometimes when you're on those garbage franchises, it happened to Barry Sanders. It happened to Megatron. Believe it or not, kids, there was a time when the Detroit Lions were the laughingstock of the NFL, like the Cleveland Browns currently are. And you don't want to be on those teams anymore.
No. Yeah.
I mean,
so he wants out, and we'll see what they do.
Myles
Again,
is going to the Hall of Fame one day. It's just he would like to have played some games of consequence before it's over.
All right, it's funny you and I bring this up towards the tail end of our show yesterday.
Okay.
We both state it doesn't make sense because of injury history, and yet apparently there's a world for a lot of people where it makes sense.
Good.
So let's hear quickly from Dan Orlovsky, because, of course, Cooper Kupp, popular guy, and this is quickly, but popular guy, here's what Dan Orlovsky had to say on Get Up today about where Cooper could land.
Get up!
Francisco, what's Brandon Ayuk's health coming off of his injury? They only really have Pearsall and Jennings, two good players, but Cooper's immediately an upgrade. And then Denver, him and Sean Payton, it's the perfect scheme fit. If one of those four teams I call.
I don't think they're going to trade him to San Francisco.
In the division.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so
I heard Denver right there.
Denver was the last one that Orlovsky mentioned. Thank you,
I heard
Jim.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he was mentioned last, but I've heard from a couple people, yes, he's the exact kind of player that Sean Payton would want. I thought you laid it out perfectly, though. First off, you're probably not having to give up a ton for him. We had the Ian Rappaport tweet earlier where Ian said that, in fact, the Rams – so I guess here's kind of the funkiness of the contract. It's like a $20 million deal. He's got $5 million in dead money, but there's a $7.5 million roster bonus that falls on the beginning of the league year, whatever that is, in early March.
Yeah.
Okay. According to Ian Rappaport, he was just tweeting out about an hour and a half ago, the Rams likely would eat the $7.5 million roster bonus, making the new team responsible for only $12.5 million of his dollars in order to get him moved. And then they would designate this a post-June 1st trade.
Okay.
It would ultimately save the Rams. Still, they were going to call it $20 million. If they eat the roster bonus, maybe it's still $13 to $14 million. Break it up into a couple years, whatever they choose to do.
Yeah.
But they'll get their significant cap savings. Now, I'm sure they eat the roster bonus for you to give them a higher pick. Again, we cite the Von Miller to the Rams trade where Denver ate the rest of his $20 million salary. They just wanted the second-round pick, and they won the Super Bowl. It basically was a third-round pick, but it's still at a 2 in front of the pick.
Let's for a moment.
$12.5 million for Cooper Kupp. Does that make you feel any better about taking a risk on a guy that's not played a lot of games the last 3 or 4 years?
You know what? I'm here to entertain ideas.
Okay.
Okay. Because on the surface, a $12.5 million for a 32-year-old wide receiver whose body has been breaking down in recent years.
Knees, ankle, the whole deal.
Yeah, yeah. And he's – you also got to remember, man, like the way Cooper Kupp plays, he's like a running back out there.
Right.
Yeah, he's not like, hey, let me slip out of bounds untouched. Cooper Kupp is like, let me throw you a bubble screen and watch him lower his shoulder and go and ram into dudes. And he's was a great player at being able to do that job, but also like that lends itself to being the kind of guy that could fall off a cliff in a hurry. So that's the player that you're acquiring. You don't add Cooper Kupp for 17 games and 150 targets because he can't do that. He'll break if you try to do that.
What did you tell us yesterday? 12 was the high point for him the last couple years?
Yeah. He's played 9, 12, and 12 games in the last 3 years. Yeah. And you're asking a lot out of a guy. And again, he's at that age. He's at cliff age for NFL wide receivers. So it's what this move comes down to is, do the Broncos internally view themselves as a team that is ready to go deep into the postseason and contend to win it all right now? Or do they view themselves internally as a team that is still another couple of draft classes away?
Why not we view them? How do you think they view themselves?
Because
I'm with you. I don't think they're there yet.
And that's why, to me, this is so fascinating, because this, to me, comes down to we did Malone v. Malone earlier in the show. This comes down to Peyton v. Peyton.
Right.
However, these are actually two different human beings. I believe that Sean Payton would love Cooper Kupp.
There's no doubt. I just found CBS saying he'd be the perfect fit for them too.
I believe George Payton would say this is not the best use of resources in our present timeline. Which one of those guys is going to win the debate when they're sitting in front of GP? That's what remains to be seen. I mean, trust me, there is a world where I could see Cooper Kupp being a productive player here, but it's like, how do you'd have to time out perfectly how to get that productivity inside the window of health that a 32-year-old wide receiver with a lot of mileage could offer you.
You need him at the end of the year, not the beginning. Let's be honest about it. So I pulled up his contract status too. So here'd be the thing. I will say it's a pro in my mind. There's only 2 years left on the deal. Yeah. So you're not committing long term. But he will be a $12.5 million cap hit next year. That's an affordable number considering you're still dealing with the Russell Wilson thing.
Yeah.
But he goes up to, because you'll have to pay the roster bonus he's due in 2026. He'll become a nearly $20 million cap hit in 2026. So I would ask you, if you're going to do that. Now, look, the guy I'm about to mention, that it's on tip of everyone's tongue, he's also had an injury history. Would you rather go bargain shopping for a couple of years with Cooper Kupp, or would you rather spring the $30 million or so to go get T. Higgins? And it could even be more. But see, to me, like Jeff Legwold had always told me, if you're going to get a guy from another team, get the second contract guy.
Yeah.
And that's what T. Higgins would be.
I'd prefer T. Higgins would be
even
my
though
answer
it's
to that.
Higher price tag?
Sean Payton does not have a huge history of spending wildly for free agent wide receivers. Kupp is the more sensible financial alternative,
and it's a shorter risk period.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a ton of pros to this. Great culture guy, Super Bowl champion player,
MVP.
Super Bowl MVP, tough as hell. He'd be great in the building. I'm sure he would be excellent working with a young quarterback in Bo Nix.
He would be his third down safety blanket,
yes,
would he not?
Yes, he absolutely would be. He's, a lot of the way the Rams used him and McVay liked to use him in his prime was, he was a tight slot guy. Hell, Cooper Kupp he's blocked a lot of pass rushers in his day. He's not just blocking receivers. He's done an awful lot of blocking in his day, which, again, that's a good culture thing to have around that room. There's a lot of reasons to really, really like him here in a Broncos uniform. And, again, this is how I'm trying to approach this conversation, is the benefits that he could give to Denver and the fits that he would offer right here. My biggest concern clearly is injury and how good is he still. But the other aspects that he would bring walking in the door would be great for the Broncos.
Yeah, and I suppose if you wanted to, you could rework that contract, maybe add a couple years, spread some money out. I'm not positive how I feel. Like, don't go messing too much with your cap. Here's the list of teams that CBS has. It echoes a lot of other spots. Bills, Ravens, Cowboys, Steelers are the other spots they list. They've got the Broncos, if I'm going in numerical order, they list the Steelers, Cowboys, and Ravens ahead of the Broncos with the Bills behind them.
Yeah. Yeah, that like Baltimore we brought up yesterday, Detroit we brought up yesterday, Buffalo we brought up yesterday. And again, I'm looking at this from Cup's perspective of where can I go where I'm fairly confident I'll be in a conference championship game next year.
Well, I hate to say it. Any AFC team, that's a crapshoot for you.
Exactly.
And I don't think they're going to want to trade you in the NFC.
That's what's really tough about that is, clearly you're gonna look at, number one, you're gonna look at how do I get my way to be able to play with Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow or whatever it is, the guy that's going to give me the best opportunity to be able to get to that place. And, after years of living the Stafford life and playing with an extremely smart quarterback where you guys just have that mind meld on the option routes and everything that they like to do, I would think that is going to be the kind of situation that is going to be most attractive to Cooper Kupp. I think, to me, Denver is a team right now. The Broncos would be a second-tier option for him, but that's not to say that Sean Payton couldn't perhaps grease the wheels a little bit, get on the phone with Cooper Kupp, and let him laud the guy with all the reasons why he'd be a perfect fit in this offense.
Yeah, I don't disagree. My question, here's where I have trouble coming to grips. I don't know that Denver's here yet. We'd all like to be here for this kind of move, and it would be a savvy move if you had your other two weapons offensively I think you need to really pop, right?
Yeah.
Which is a back and a tight end, to really spread this thing out. But here's why I say this, Nate. So you brought up something perfect there. To me, I'd rather almost focus on someone young for Bo Nix to grow with. For all we know, Cooper could be the 2-year. You give it 2 years, and maybe it's time for him to move on.
Yeah.
And again, look, this may sound harsh. I'm not trying to sound harsh. Denver made the 7th playoff seed. With any luck, you may move up the wild card pecking order. But until we see it, and until Spagnuolo leaves or there's something taken apart from Kansas City, how are you so sure you're winning the division? And unless you're winning the division, then I don't think you're visiting even the AFC Championship, much less the Super Bowl, because as we've seen in this year's playoffs, the home teams are the ones getting to these last couple of games of the year.
I brought up all the reasons to like it, and there's a lot of reasons to like it. Isn't this kind of what Houston did with Diggs?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously different personality.
And Diggs is a little younger, but right? I thought Diggs is only 29.
He's north of 30. Yeah. And that's like, okay, CJ Stroud, you kicked ass as a rookie. Let me go and get your guy right away. And let's take a shot at all this. And what happened? Diggs got hurt.
One available for him in the playoffs when they needed him most.
But again, and you know what? And I say that out
loud. You could get a rookie. Deron Holmes is hurt right now, unfortunately. Right?
Football, right? It's pro
Sports.
Football. Exactly. Like that's pro football. It's a big guy sport, and guys get hurt all the time. If I'm the Broncos, I absolutely kick the tires, and I have these internal conversations, and I hope they are right now.
All right, so we keep everything in order. Here's what I want to hear from people on the text line, 303-504-0925. Let's say I'm giving you one move at receiver. You get one move at receiver. Is it Kupp? Is it T. Higgins, I'm sorry. Kupp, T. Higgins, doing it again, or draft? What route do you want to go? Because I'm curious.
I like Giraffe. He's an oversized wide receiver. He's really tough to cover in the red zone.
Draft.
Okay.
Draft.
Okay.
I want you to draft a guy.
I like his height.
He's got plenty of length. Get John always cut out if you wanted to. Yeah, seriously. I want to know that there's a sensible. Someone asked if you missed it. The salaries are crazy high. It's $12.5 million this year. It's gonna be $19 million next year. $20 million next year.
One of our texters just asked if Jimmy Butler could play wide receiver.
Well, remember he was buddies with DT.
He was. That's true.
They were best friends.
Yeah, they used
so
to
I'm
hang
sure
out.
he knows something about it.
That's true.
But there's your three options. The most expensive is going to be T. Higgins.
Okay.
Middle ground is Cooper Kupp at $12.5 million for this year.
Okay. Or draft. Okay. All right. Those are good options.
Do you have a draft name in mind?
Luther Burden, Missouri.
Yeah, well, I think I saw him on a mock draft. You know, everyone's getting their mock drafts up and going.
I've seen mocks where he's going to Denver, and I've seen mocks where he's going as high as the top 10.
The one I think it was Bucky Brooks's today.
Yeah.
Both Genty and Ty Warren, long gone.
Yeah.
Long gone.
It's going to be tough. Hey, we got power rankings when we come back. A new edition of the Terrible Top 5 coming up next here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Today, in honor of the new Avalancheman, Marty Netchis. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, how's your Tuesday going? How's your weekend been? How's your energy level overall? Are you wondering if you're dealing with low testosterone? Energy level is one of the big signs that maybe things are slacking off for you, if that's the case when it comes to your testosterone levels. It can also be a low sex drive, poor gains in the gym, brain fog, not sleeping well through the night. All these are things that can point to maybe something's off with your testosterone count. If you've been curious about this in the past, then you should go and talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're like most guys, treating your low T could really change the way you feel about sex, your time in the gym, and just feeling tired and trying to get through the week sometimes. For me, it was mainly the energy portion. Getting up early, feeling great, having all these plans for the day, and just wanting a nap about halfway through, if not a couple, 3 hours in. And that's not a fun way to live. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your T levels checked. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, not only schedule the appointment there, but you can take their low T quiz. It's a simple 10-question quiz that's just yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. Schedule that consult with them. They'll draw your blood, have results in 30 minutes. You get to talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider who reviews your results with you and discuss your options, and you make the decision whether you want to start it or not. The cost of this visit is $99 for the consultation and the T and the PSA test. And if you start on testosterone the day of your visit, it is free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado, so go and visit the one closest to you. Don't wait any longer. Get this done before Valentine's Day. You may be feeling like a new man by then. Again, they've got locations in Fort Collins and the Springs, as well as North Denver, Central Denver, and Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We are power ranking today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Our power rankings are brought to you by Safeway. Safeway's Winner 4 Times Points event is on now. Earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items. That's right. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Power rankings. Obviously, the football season has concluded. I guess there's a game on Sunday.
Kinda.
Can't really rank the top 2. So,
well, they're going to do that.
That is very true.
Although number 2 always feels like number 32 by the time the game's over.
It really does.
It's not really fair. You lose the Super Bowl, everybody acts like you suck.
And everybody hates you.
Especially if you lose to the Chiefs. Why'd you do that to me?
Okay, so this is what I got for you today, Andy. We've replaced our NFL power rankings with our own terrible top 5s.
I still need things ranked on a Tuesday at 4:20.
We must rank.
We need people to be used to this.
That's right. And so today, in honor of the newest member of the Avalanche, Marty Necas, or Necas, or what'd you call him yesterday?
He was a brother of Jokic.
Ah, yes.
Necas.
Jokic.
He also was Serbian.
So Marty Necas, Andy, he wears number 88.
88?
88, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, this is going to be a little bit niche today. Andy, I'm about to bring you the top 5 number 88s in Denver sports history.
Where did you rank Peter Mueller?
Yeah. Yeah, we got
a song.
We have music for.
Now, is this Chad Kelly's work?
This is
Got
actually
a Chad Kelly vibe to it.
This is the work of Diggy Simmons.
Really?
Diggy Simmons. Uh-huh. Yeah. He's the 4th child of Rev Run from Run DMC.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, he's not running.
Uh-huh.
He's 88.
He's 88. Anyway, that's the 88 song that I found on the internet today.
Come on. Can you mix the two? I'm telling you, they ought to do a collab.
Here we go. Top 5, number 88s. See if Marty Necas can make this proud list one day. You ready, Andy?
Rank them.
First off, I got a little bit of symmetry for you. Did you know the 1988 Denver Broncos went 8-8 that year?
Well, what do you? Yeah, you know what? I know that all too well.
Yeah,
you know
you know
who's
what?
on that? You know who's 33 on that team?
I do. Tony Dorsett. He was the leading rusher on December. Let's see. Not December quite yet. Week 8 against Pittsburgh. I looked into this. Coop started that day.
Yeah.
Elway was 8-7. Coopes was 0-1. He threw 3 picks. They lost to the they lost to the Steelers, at Three Rivers. And Tony Dorsett was the leading rusher that day with 24 yards. So shout out to Gary Kubiak for losing that day to make sure we could get the symmetry.
You know who the 88 that year was? Shout out to the text line.
Of being 8-8 and number 88. By the way, the number 88 on that team, I did not put on the list.
Yeah, you should not.
No.
He was known as much for the off-field as on-field.
Yeah, very much so.
Clarence K.
Yeah, Clarence K, not so honorable mention. Pleaded guilty to harassment in a domestic violence case, was arrested by Edgewater Police in 2006, played for the Broncos 84-92. History of arrests on domestic violence charges including assault, disturbing the peace, and violating restraining orders, arrested at least 12 times in Colorado between 1984 and 2000. Clarence K. So I'm going to go ahead and take him off the list.
The great Jim Sacamano told a story on air one time about how the media was getting ready to come in. Back in the old days, and this is the old Mile High, and he and his teammate Orson Mobley had a disagreement over a fair young lady they both were interested in. And fight broke out, and fisticuffs were exchanged, and apparently they had to shove the two of them in the shower because of the NFL rules of when you had to let the media in. So these two are clobbering each other, and they had to shove them both in a shower so they weren't doing it in view of everybody.
Well, this is maybe the way that Pedersen and Miller should have handled things in Vancouver.
Yeah, sure.
Go fight in the showers. At number 5, top number 88's Denver sports history, Andy. Number 5. Rockies left-handed middle reliever Josh Outman.
Oh, good for you.
Josh Outman, yeah. Middle reliever, 12 and 13. He was acquired from Oakland in the Seth Smith trade. I don't know if you remember, Seth Smith was Eli Manning's backup at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Todd Helton was Peyton Manning's backup at Tennessee.
There's symmetry.
Oh, it's so fun.
Synergy. But the problem was Outman here didn't do that too often.
Yeah.
Didn't get a lot of outs, man.
5.99 ERA over 2 seasons. Fittingly, 88 appearances in a Rockies uniform, wearing number 88. According to Wikipedia, this is the last entry on there. On May 15, 2019, Outman signed with the Piratas de Campeche of the Mexican League, Andy. He was released in July of 2019. In 10 games, 9 starts, 34 innings pitched. He struggled immensely, going 2-4 with a 9.26 ERA and 25 strikeouts. That's right. On Josh Outman's own Wikipedia page, they used the phrase, struggled immensely, which feels a little harsh to me.
Is it?
From my buddy Tyler Maughan,
Just the facts.
noted Rockies historian, asked him what he remembered about Josh Outman. He said, good stirrups, very good stirrup guy.
Oh, big stirrups.
Yeah.
And long? Is that what he's talking about? The old school ones?
And the only highlight I could find on YouTube of Josh Outman came in a game against the Yankees at Coors Field in 2013 when Willen Rosario, the baby bull himself, made a crappy throw back to the mound that bounced and hit Outman in the face. And that's everything I can tell you about number 88, Josh Outman.
What year was that?
2013. Terrible throw back to the pitcher. Bounce in front of the
That
mound.
one hopped him into the noggin.
Hit him in the face.
He soaked a throwback from the catcher.
He did. Not a good digger.
Come on, dude.
Not good.
What are we doing?
Number 4. This is top number 88s in Denver sports history. Today's weird power rankings. Number
All right.
4. You already got the name, Andy. The great Peter Mueller.
Yes.
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 Peter Mueller. Acquired from the Coyotes in the Wojtek Wolski trade. By the way, Wolski wore number 8 in an Avs sweater for 4 years. Mueller played 47 games for the Avalanche over 3 years. He was actually with the club for 3 years, although he only played in parts of 2 seasons. If you remember, Andy, he missed the entire 10-11 season because he got blasted by Rob Blake when Blake was in San Jose late in the 09-10 season. Came back, played 32 games after missing a whole year with a concussion, scored 7 goals, but he dealt with post-concussion symptoms and a groin injury. He scored 16 goals in total, wearing number 88 in an Avalanche sweater. By the way, 16, that's what you get when you add 8 plus 8. Flamed out of the NHL after a year with Florida.
Yeah, I always felt bad for the guy because he
Yeah.
did have massive concussion problems. He was supposed to be a great scorer. He never, by what you said there, 16 goals during his time here, never really got that touch to show everybody. Wojtek Wolski was a highly thought of prospect once upon a time, too.
Fun name to say.
That's why I would say that our guy Natchez gets this year to prove 88's worth it. If not, we're switching the number.
Peter Mueller went on to play in Switzerland, Sweden, and Austria, amongst various
He
other
had to wear
European
one of the colored
leagues.
visors because of the concussion
Yeah,
problems. I
too
didn't realize
bad.
he had an international career after. Good for him.
Yeah, in fact, he was playing as recently as last year.
Well, good
still.
for him.
Good for Peter Mueller.
It was said he had a hell of a shot. We just didn't get to see a lot of it.
Number 3, greatest 88s in Denver sports history in honor of Marty Netchus. Tony Scheffler, Andy.
Oh, wow. You don't go
Tony
Jerry
Scheffler,
Evans?
second-round pick by the Broncos, 06 out of Western Michigan. 138 catches, 14 tutties in a Broncos uniform. In fact, did you realize, Andy, December 10th, 2006 in San Diego, Tony Scheffler caught his first 2 NFL touchdowns 48 seconds apart.
Really?
Yeah.
Against who?
The Chargers. Unfortunately, the Broncos were already losing 28-3 before Scheffler's scoring spree began. They would still lose 48-20 that day as LaDainian Tomlinson would score 3 touchdowns. Also, one last note on Tony Scheffler, big number 88 out of Western Michigan. At the draft this past spring, Tony Scheffler announced the Broncos' 3rd-round pick. Listen to how much fun Tony Scheffler was at the draft if you don't remember this.
He'll have to say he wanted to be up there a minute, and he was able to be up there a minute.
Tony Scheffler was fun.
He was into it. He was happy to be invited.
Matt
he
the
was
Hawk
excited
Breaker.
to do it.
Yeah, that was good. He brought it. Tony Scheffler, number 3 on that list. Number 2, Andy, top number 88, Denver sports history, in honor of Marty Netches. This is our terrible top 5. Number 2, Riley Odoms, Andy.
Oh, there's a good
Riley
name. That's a
Odoms.
good one.
Broncos tight end, 72-83.
All right.
396 catches, 41 tutties, over 5,700 receiving yards. He was drafted 5th overall in the 72 draft, which tied him with Mike Ditka for the highest drafted tight
Say
end
that again?
ever. Ditka.
Okay. All right.
That record stood for 49 years until Kyle Pittsy went number 4 to Atlanta. Riley Odoms, 4 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pros. He was a Ring of Famer announced last year. Did you realize he lost a fumble in 77?
No. To who?
In the Super Bowl, he lost a fumble.
To the
Cowboys.
Right.
However, Dallas's Billy Joe Dupree, how you like that name, would fumble on the very next play. It'd be recovered by Tom Jackson, so Odom's fumble didn't really hurt all that bad.
Good old Billy Joe Dupree.
Top 10 Broncos history in catches, receiving yards, and touchdown receptions. Pretty good, number 88. Riley Odoms. Also, I got a fun Riley Odoms story here for you. You ready for this one?
Yeah, give it to me.
This is on YouTube. This is from Jaguar Gator 9, who's got a YouTube channel, I swear to God, where this guy's telling fun old NFL anecdotes.
Sounds like he's a Jacksonville fan.
I got a fun Riley Odoms anecdote from Jaguar Gator 9 on YouTube. Roll this one, Spring. There you go.
Nice.
Pulled a Costanza. I quit. Except I need to go to work tomorrow and get my paycheck.
I'm back, baby.
Riley Odoms, number 2.
I think Dave Logan felt a little that way about Reeves, too. That Reeves story is a little familiar.
And finally, Andy, not much competition for the top spot at number 1. The great, unfortunately late great, Demaryius Thomas. Greatest number 88 in Denver sports history. Number 3 all-time Broncos history in catches. Number 2 in yards. Number 2 in touchdown catches. 5-time Pro Bowler. 2-time All-Pro. In his 6th-season prime, Andy, from 12 to 17. 2nd in receptions. 3rd in receiving yards, trailing only Antonio Brown and Julio Jones. Number 4 in touchdown catches. One of the only Broncos to bother showing up for Super Bowl 48. 13 receptions that day, which was a then Super Bowl record. And before you go and say that Demaryius Thomas was some Peyton Manning creation, everybody, went over 2,000 yards combined in 16 and 17 with a combination of Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, and Brock Osweiler throwing him the football. Demaryius Thomas, number 1.
Yeah. So I like your list. I think you've done a great job. I love that you've got some clips put together.
Yeah.
I'm glad you went to YouTube.
I already know you're going to get worked up. Your buddy's not on the list.
Well, I feel it's only fair we get a holler and let him weigh in.
Oh,
so
he's
with us
joining
now.
us. This is exciting.
Now, I wasn't going to go here, but we're joined by my buddy, a great 88 in Bronco history, the 88 that wore the number during the 2005 March to the AFC Championship. Jeb Putzier joins us from Parts Unknown as he's watching his son's game. Now, Jeb, I wouldn't have bothered you with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Nate decided to put Tony Scheffler on the list, the guy that took your number. So I just want you to have your day in court with Nate about that omission.
Well, first of all, best looking 88 is me.
Yes,
second of all,
if I was doing most handsome, let's be honest, Jeb, downright sexiest, number one on the list.
Yeah, that's not a question. But Tony offered me back 88 when I came back in 08, 09. So he didn't care as much about 88 as I did. So
yeah, you were 87 when you came back, right, Jeb?
Yeah, I remember the equipment guys. They said, "Hey, do you want Sharp or do you want McCaffrey?" So I took 87.
Yeah, they gave you the classic white guy pass catcher number in
the Bronco white
history,
guy number
right
went
there.
to you.
It was more slimming.
Well, yeah, Jeb, I had you at number 6, but they only allow us to do the top 5.
How many touchdowns you have in your career there, Jeb? Quite a few, right? More than Tony.
I have no
No
idea.
idea.
I really don't. This is what I'll tell you. So I live in Kansas City area now. I live down the street from Chris Jones and all these Chiefs, and it has been absolutely miserable for me here these past few weeks.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean, it's got to suck. When are you going to move out of Kansas City?
Well, like I said, I'm at my son's basketball game, and he graduates in 2 years. So I'll be back in Colorado then.
All right, man. Well, you take care. We're tied against. I just want you to be able to. I wanted you to be able to. You know,
Weigh
I
in.
would have put you ahead of Tony Scheffler. We'll you know.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Jeb Putz here.
You feel good now?
No.
That was a good. That was you snared me with that one.
Yeah. Well, remember where you lost me about the Tony Scheffler? The minute you said Tony Scheffler, I will admit I quit listening to portions as I tried to figure out where he was and would he call in, because I couldn't believe I didn't think we'd get a Tony Scheffler on the list.
By the way, Scheffler 14 touchdowns in a Bronco uniform. Jeb 2.
That can't be right. So remind me again, San Diego, he had 2 in how many seconds?
48 seconds. His first 2 touchdowns in 48 seconds. 48.
What point of the year was this? Was this the opening game?
This was
this another classic Broncos just getting whooped by the Phillip Rivers LT Chargers is what you're telling me?
It was, yes. Yes. I covered all of this.
I know, but that's as soon as you said Scheffler, I told you I checked out to let Jeb call in and tell you what a bunch of bull.
Yeah. Jeb didn't actually seem that worked up over it. He's a pretty chill dude.
Jeb was not. I'm not sure Jeb even knew that. Jeb's like, what? Yeah, just call me. I'm trying to watch my kids' game.
I have no idea what's going on.
You got to do it now. It ain't going to be funny in a minute. Oh.
2 touchdowns in 48 seconds.
Guys, we covered Clarence K. We ain't making
We could have Michelle Branched that thing. Anyway. Marty Natchez. This is
good luck getting on the 88 list. Where do you think he could be? Natchez has got a good shot at 2, right?
Passing Josh Outman's going to be tough to even crack this top 5.
Dude, let me ask you. How much research did you do versus what clips do I have? Because you did pick some good clips. You just upped the game of what this bit has got to be.
I see, here's the problem with me, Andy, is like, you know me, all right? If we're just like, yeah, man, let's start talking about slot receivers the Broncos can go get in the offseason, and I'm just like, where's the nearest brick wall for me to go ram my head into?
But
if you want me to do a deep dive on Josh Outman's stats in the Mexican League.
So you could find a one-hopper off the mound that takes him in the dome?
If you want me to tell you what league Peter Mueller was playing in Denmark or whatever, now you're in. Now I'm interested.
Now I've hooked you.
Yes. Therefore, yes, I'm aware. Top 5, number 88's a little niche. Again, it's a little specific, and yet, did I dedicate about an hour and a half of my life to that list today? Very well may have.
If people want in, we'll take suggestions, but we need to rank things all the way to football.
That's right. We're ranking things. Congratulations to the late, great Demaryius Thomas. Yet another honor bestowed upon you, the greatest number 88 in Denver sports history. So says a stupid bit on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Keep it here.
Avs Canucks, 8 o'clock tonight. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I like your style, dude.
9 News Mornings is everywhere to help you start your day.
We're a team that works relentlessly overnight, covering the breaking news, weather, and traffic that will impact you.
Start with 9 News Mornings.
Weekdays beginning at 4:30.
This is Chad Brown, former Colorado Buffalo and NFL player, here to tell you about Colorado Credit Union's new high-interest and cash-back checking accounts. Choose a checking account that works best for you and start earning today. Open your account online at ccu.org. High-interest checking or cash-back checking. Your money, your choice at Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. APY equals annual percentage yield. Restrictions may apply. Visit ccu.org for terms and conditions.
Gear up for the big game with Safeway. From crispy chicken wings and pizza to freshly made guacamole and queso, we've got all your game day favorites. Plus, score big with easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals and prices as in-store. Shop your game day favorites at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app.
Now, 2 Pigeons and Coach Prime bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite-free.
Look at these humans watching pro football on DirecTV without a satellite dish.
I've been watching them watch football for so long, I feel like I could coach like you, Coach Prime.
Coaching ain't as easy as finding your games on DirecTV. How you gonna beat a corner blitz on 3rd and long?
I'd probably just fly over it.
Actually, that's pretty good.
Stream football without a satellite dish. Visit DirecTV.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Headed up the hill for some fun and excitement? In Central City, guests come first. Want to play craps? They'll make room for you at the table. Don't get sports betting? They'll teach you. Like steak? They'll cook it just right. There's lots of casino options too. Colorado owned and operated, Asian themed, craft brewery focused, and casino hotels too. So next time you're going up the hill, take the quick and easy drive to Central City, I-70 to exit 243 and the Central City Parkway. Your 4 lanes to fun.
Americans still have kitchen table problems. A lot of us are carrying really high credit card balances that charge us 20% or more each and every month. It's time to get rid of those. So homeowners, if you've been waiting to figure out how to get your finances in order, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. American Financing's salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you tap into their home's equity to get out of high-interest debt. They're saving their average customer $800 a month by doing this. Saving that kind of money every month should make the decision real easy. All it takes is a 10-minute, no-cost, no-obligation phone call to find out how much you can save. And if you start today, you may even be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing today, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334 and MLSConsumerAccess.org.
Gear up for the ultimate game day at Hooters this February 9. Dive into the action and you could win a one-of-a-kind custom-engraved Hooters Colorado Solo Stove. Hosting your own party? We've got your back with our Big Game Party Pack and unbeatable takeout deals. $4 off 20 wings or $6 off 50 wings. Don't miss out. Call any of our 5 Colorado locations today to pre-order your game day feast. The excitement kicks off at Hooters February 9. Your big game headquarters.
I just ate a fire hose of sports, and I took a puck in the mouth, and I love it.
Altitude will be right back.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Taxes was waiting around for your taxes to be done, which led to worrying about not getting any money back. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who can do your taxes in a day to get you up to $4,000 fast with a refund advance loan. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Expert filing only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Refund advance has $0 loan fees and 0% APR. Refund advance loans may be issued by First Century Bank, N.A. or Web Bank. Terms apply. Subject to approval.
Yo. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Watch the show on Twitch at twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, flip it to channel 1250 on COMCAST tonight. Xfinity, if you will, and you will be watching the Avalanche games. They take on the Canucks in Vancouver with the puck dropping a little bit after 8 o'clock this evening. That's right. KSE, owner of Altitude, and Comcast announced today that Altitude returns to Xfinity TV customers throughout Colorado and New Mexico, plus parts of Arizona and Kansas. So there you go, everybody. Huge announcement coming down today. Well done by the powers that be. Josh Kroenke, Kevin Demoff, and more over at KSE. Again, beginning today, Altitude is back on Xfinity, channel 1250 in the Denver market as part of the Xfinity More Sports and Entertainment video package. I can't get enough sports and entertainment. I need more, and that's how I get Altitude.
And now you'll be watching tonight.
That's right.
By the way, why don't more people wear 88 as a wide receiver number?
Great question.
I think it's a great wide. Now again, I'm old.
They don't
everybody
wear,
likes 19.
Yeah, they don't wear
0
numbers in the 8s anymore.
I know, not at all. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, no, didn't it become a thing because like they all thought 1 was more slimming?
I guess. Yeah.
And then they started wearing it more in college, so they're all like in the, from 10 to 19 now.
Marvin Harris was an 88. Demaryius Thomas was an 88. Michael Irvin was an 88. CeeDee Lamb is an 88. I mean,
yeah.
Why not?
That's right.
I think 88 is a fantastic wideout number.
I agree. Good tight end number as well. Tony Scheffler wore it. I guess Jeb.
We don't know what that is here. What did
I guess Jeb Putzier did too.
What did who was our guy? Who was
Matt the Hawk Prater?
Matt the Hawk Prater was, I believe, was he 1 or 3? No, he was 5.
Yes,
he was 5. Julius Thomas, what number was he? He was an 80-something, wasn't he?
80. Good question. I was going to say 80.
He might have been. I think now that you say it, you might be right.
Yeah.
I always think of Mark Jackson.
Yeah, he was 80.
80. Well, I should say I think of Rod Smith.
Yeah, I think of Rod Smith when I think of 80.
I think of 80.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Guess it depends on what era I'm thinking of. You 80. And this Clarence K has got me all. Yeah, Rod Smith, the best 80.
I left Clarence K off the list.
Well, purposely, you should.
Yeah.
You had a lot of other stuff.
By the way, Spring's hot take is that Marty Necas is already number 2.
No.
In Denver sports history is 80
over the Ring of Famer.
Can he play more than 5 games? Can he wait?
Hey, I'm just telling you, if he doesn't score like he needs to, we're changing his number next year.
Games. That's all I'm asking.
It's just looking encouraging is all I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Good player. We got high hopes. I did the list in honor of Marty Necas. I'm gonna need more than 5 games.
No, I'm with you, but don't you
to surpass the great Josh Outman.
Again, when Brock Osweiler took 6, I'm like, that didn't go well here. Mm-hmm. I don't like when guys take numbers of players that it didn't go well here sometimes. Like infamously didn't end well.
Well, sometimes you wanna fix a number. Andy, you wanna sometimes you wanna get these things corrected.
Yeah, but when I see the Avs 88, I can't help but think of Peter Mueller.
I got some NBA 88s. There have been 12
Really?
NBA players.
I can't think of one.
To ever have worn 88.
Did you know one without looking it up?
No.
Okay, good.
I did not. Apparently, Gallo was 88 with the Wizards last year.
Really?
I kind of forgot Gallo was on the Wizards.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. But he was there, and he was briefly wearing number 88. So there I could have included him. Also, one note, I believe Joe Sakic wore number 88 as a rookie with the Quebec Nordiques.
That's a win a beer at a bar trivia question right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
Yep. So there you go. That's all my 88 knowledge that I've got for you. Markieff Morris, number 88. Oh, my dude Nemish Keita wears number 88 with the Celtics. That actually makes sense. The Celtics, they have like 47 numbers retired, so you got to pick whatever they've got available.
They're running low on numbers.
Exactly.
They may have to go and pull one off the wall.
Mm-hmm. There you go. 88s. Who knew? Really stupid list.
I like it. I think you did a great job. Now I got to try to mix in. Some sound. You've taken this to a new level.
That's we like to rank things on this show.
It's the 420 deal, Nate.
Yes.
It's the 420 deal. I'd never had so many people. Twitch was alive with everybody. Wow, are we doing the power rankings today? Aren't we ranking stuff?
People need to rank. They feel the need.
Is there like a given day for the NBA and NHL power rankings? I don't feel like there is. Like you see them pop up every now, but like every Tuesday we had a fresh batch.
I don't have an addiction for NBA and NHL power rankings. A huge part of it is they play so many friggin' games in a week.
Yeah.
That it sort of loses all meaning. Versus the NFL, we overreact so hard to every single game that is played that it makes it so much more fun to just see dramatic movements of these teams from one week to the next. That's why NFL power rankings are so good. I do not have that itch. I don't have that neck itch for any other power rankings besides NFL power rankings.
So we're going to find other options.
That's right.
And Aaron points out why 420 is the perfect time for this.
We also know our audience. We're aware.
Judging by the people that kept asking, was Riley Odoms on the list? They were up to that. Yes, he was.
You guys forget Riley Odoms. Totally. He's the best 88, man. Marius Thomas, folks. We didn't even play the touchdown. Spring, do we have the touchdown? Okay. We're gonna cap this hour by playing the greatest moment of Demaryius Thomas's career, or at least one of them, at least the most memorable.
Oh, this is the highlight.
Without a doubt. And then we got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Back to the greatness of Nikola Jokic on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
The Broncos! Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is the home of your Colorado Avalanche. And every Wednesday morning at 8, head coach Jared Bednar joins Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
We get younger, we get some cap space, we get some players that we need. We're going to miss Miko, though, as a person, as a player. Certainly wish him the best over there, but it was a tough day for sure.
Coach Bednar, tomorrow morning at 8, presented by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine and then some on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Roller Auction is Colorado's premier online auction marketplace. And guys, I got to tell you, we have got some great stuff coming up at Roller Auction, because Roller Auction's government fleet vehicles and equipment auction opens this week, Thursday to be exact. Anybody can bid at roller auction. It is so much fun, but you got to check out this government fleet vehicles and equipment auction starting this Thursday. SUVs, sedans, pickups, vans, and so much more. These are well-maintained government vehicles that are available to you at great prices, available to bid starting on February 6th at roller.bid. Plus, Roller Auction's Larkspur Outlet Auction is open right now. Great deals on kitchen and bath supplies, cabinets, vanities, sinks, faucets, appliances as well, dishwashers. Plus, I'm keeping an eye on this beverage refrigerator. It would be perfect for the garage. Go to roller.bid to check out that Larkspur Outlet Auction that is open right now. Plus, Roller Auction's Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction opens on Thursday at roller.bid. That's roller.bid.
At Cigna Healthcare, we're designing a better way for you to get better care. And that starts with being there to support you around the clock. When you call or text, we'll always answer with 24/7 access to mental health clinicians. And we'll call you too, with a 100% follow-up rate to make sure you have everything you need. Whatever works best for you, works best for us. We're really just here to help you get better. That's better by design. Learn more at Cigna.com/better.
This Valentine's, I want to make it really special. Kick it up a notch and tell her exactly how much I love her.
At Williams Jewelers, we've created our one-stop Valentine's package that makes telling your true love exactly how you feel. I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. You see, we're one of Colorado's largest fine jewelers with the designer brands she knows and loves, like Tacori and Hearts on Fire.
Thousands of quality, iconic, and yes, affordable pieces you won't find in any other store, starting at under $300.
And now, through Valentine's Day, with every purchase of $250 or more, you get a fresh cut rose and a bottle of wine as our gift.
Guys, it's one-stop shopping.
This year, more than ever, Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
And Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway.
We're Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
And your one-stop Valentine's store.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, it's Raj. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all of the action at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with $10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. No deposit or bet required. Opt in today in the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See the app for details.
Hello, Colorado. It's the man in the van for Good Times All Natural Burgers and Frozen Custard. Now, everyone wants to get ahead at work. So here's an idea. Show up with enough authentic Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burritos to feed everyone. Now just 6 for $18 at Good Times. Oh, sure, you can find other ways to get ahead, like, I don't know, working harder. But hey, that's not exactly thinking outside the box now, is it? Chart your own path to success with 6 breakfast burritos for $18 for a limited time at Good Times.
Don't miss your chance to save 60% off all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free consultation now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Denver's sports talk is coming right back.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman. As someone who just had Apple Air replace my furnace, I can tell you a good furnace checkup is a must. Right now, they're doing a furnace safety checkup for only $43.95. Winter's here, folks. Make sure your furnace is safe and ready. This is the kind of thing that gives you peace of mind on a cold night. Call 303-733-2813 or head to appleair.com to schedule. Apple Air Heating and Cooling, keeping you safe and warm all season long.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Trouble on I-25. This report sponsored by Robert Half. Heavy traffic trying to get in or out of downtown. The crash north on I-25 at 8th Avenue. That's in the 2 right lanes. Solid delays back to Downing. A wreck stop on I-25 just before Alameda, right lane's blocked there. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today. I'm Susan Thielen with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Grading.
All right, let's get right to the football news now. Super Bowl licks is this week. What's going on, Spring?
Let's find out what's going on in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So today, I'm seeing odds float around of which team Cooper Kupp will play for next. Went to Bet365, and they have an open market on where Cooper Kupp will play next. Here are your odds on Bet365 for Cooper Kupp's next team. The Chargers are the favorites at plus 350, then the Steelers at plus 400. The Broncos at plus 600. The Commanders plus 700. Bills plus 750. Patriots plus 900. And then the Bengals and Raiders are each at plus 1,000.
Isn't he redundant with Ladd McConkey with the Chargers?
Yeah, but, I mean, isn't that also he loves the area? He basically said on social media, I don't want this to happen. I think this sucks. I'd like to stay here. So is he willing to maybe do more to stay where he is, which is basically same building, different locker room?
Go play with Herbert.
But I'm with you. Right, I don't know that how many they kind of do this. They bring in the same skill set, right? So
smart runners, grindy,
white,
high IQ.
Well,
I was coding the
just
language,
Are you just going to mention the elephant in the room or not? I mean, it is what it is.
I was doing the coded language thing there, Andy.
Right, crafty route runner.
I don't understand anything that you said.
You know that Adam Morrison's going to be the next Larry Bird. I don't know if you've heard.
It is what it is sometimes, you know. But at the same time, I've not seen the Chargers anywhere, but I suppose it makes sense. And again, he's expressed a desire not to really leave the area.
Yes.
So I guess that's why the favorite on Bet365. The Steelers in two places now have been ranked ahead of the Broncos. CBS Sports had them ahead of them. But who's the quarterback? You know what I mean? This is a precise route runner where when I read the CBS summation, let's say the Steelers apparently are trying to get something done with Russell Wilson before the market opens up, and it said that his best work is done in the middle of the field. Well, we know Russell Wilson doesn't see the middle of the field, so why would that work with the Steelers?
Yeah. Broncos?
He would be great. The prime Cooper Kupp is exactly what this offense needs.
Yeah.
But this is the beat-up version of Cooper Kupp, so I'm not so sure.
32 and wide receivers don't typically
age well.
Produce all that much at this age. Win now player. If Denver views themselves as a win now team, then Cooper Kupp would make an awful lot of sense here. What are they winning now? Are they winning the AFC West?
How can we say that?
And
this is no shot at the Broncos. You got a team that's going for 3 in a row.
I've noticed. Yes, I've picked up on that.
And now Andy Reid's saying he's going to coach more?
Of course he is. He's not going anywhere. Oh, they'll never be killed. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, speaking of the Chiefs and the Super Bowl, got some notes here. Super Bowl ticket prices are considerably down from last year's Super Bowl. The cheapest ticket for Super Bowl licks in New Orleans has fallen below $4,000 on the secondary market, according to reseller TickPick.
They might as well just give them away.
Marking a 30% decline over the past week and more than 50% cheaper compared to last year's record-breaking Super Bowl.
Give me that name again. What's the reseller?
TickPick.
Very good. That could go a couple ways.
Isn't that what monkeys do for each other?
Go a couple ways.
Just sit around and pick ticks off each other?
Sure. Just keep it,
Also, the fine people of TickPick, if you'd like to advertise with us.
We're here.
We're readily
Your
available.
name will be poked fun at, but I am assuming that's why you picked that name.
We'll pick the ticks with
What do you think's going on here? I mean, do you think the unfortunate events from earlier in the year
I don't think that helps.
Adding to this? Is it just...
I would say that probably doesn't help.
We've seen the Chiefs party.
Like, who's dying to go to the Superdome?
Well, you've seen this game already.
To pee in a trough. And,
yeah.
You know, like that. Again, it's an ancient, decrepit building. And, yeah, who's... Again, like there's 1,000 things to do in New Orleans that are way more fun than going to a football game while everyone does at home watching commercials. Unless your team's in the game. Like, I've never desired to go. I've never thought to myself, I've got to go to a Super Bowl. You know? Like I've often thought, like, oh, man, I gotta get to Augusta. I got to go see the Masters. You know, that would be a cool thing to witness in real life. Like, I've been to an NBA Finals, you know, and it was damn cool getting to go to that event. I've never just sat there and be like, man, I've got to get to a Super Bowl.
Well, and I think what adds to it, you know, and I've been lucky to go to a couple actual games, but I went with the team, and
yeah,
I didn't have to pay for the hotel. I didn't have to pay for all the meals. I was on the company dime. I don't know how you afford it. The one in New York was ridiculous. You know, our first stop in New York was Cat's Deli. I got popped for a $40 sandwich.
I mean, Andy,
I was like, I can't make it in this town for a week if this is what a sandwich costs.
The tickets are below $4,000. They're basically free. Go ahead, Spring.
Well,
high five. What a deal. The Chiefs are going to try to win their third straight Super Bowl, the first team to potentially do that in the Super Bowl era. It would be a three-peat, but Pat Riley, the Miami Heat team president, owns several trademarks to varying versions of the phrase three-peat, but he and his trademark attorney, John Aldrich, told collectible media site Collect, God, there's no vowels in that name, that there is an agreement between the Heat and the Chiefs, between Pat Riley and the Chiefs, to use the term for three-peat.
Isn't he too busy fighting with Jimmy Butler right now?
Is that why he agreed to do it? He was just like, well, what's this? Yeah, fine. Now I'm going to hate Tex Butler again.
All right, Andy. We haven't really had this conversation, but...
Nor do we need to. Stop right there. Next story, Spring. Just kidding. Go ahead.
If they do it, it's up there with the greatest accomplishments in team sports history.
No doubt.
Never been done in that sport. Hasn't been done since 2000 to 2002 when the Shaq and Kobe Lakers got it done. Yankees did it from 98 to 2000. Bulls did it twice. The New York Islanders, the last to do it in the NHL.
Which, that's super impressive.
Yeah. But
look, every sport is physical in its own way, but for football in the salary cap era, if they pull this off,
in the parity-laden NFL, to be able to get that done in an era with Allen and Lamar, and you got to get through all those dudes just to be able to get to this place, to have a chance to be able to do it. Everybody is geared up to be able to slow down your offense, and you've adjusted and evolved to it over the years. You've had a coach and a quarterback hungry enough to continue doing it. It's incredible what they are on the precipice of being able to do. I know, again, it's a grotesque idea to many a Bronco fan. But this, if they do it, will be the greatest accomplishment in North American team sports.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's no other way to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, they keep losing pieces and keep cranking on without it. It's not like they've made some incredible blockbuster trades. They lost Tyreek Hill, who we all thought was going to be the first piece to really affect this team.
Right.
They've had multiple different offensive lines. They've had different running backs. It's been Reed. It's been Mahomes. It's been Kelsey. And they've already got
and Chris
3.
Jones and Spags. And
They're trying to make it 4, and they're going for 3 in a row. And again, I just remember the Broncos, when the Broncos were trying for it in 99, they were actually better in 98 than they were in 97, but 99 shows up, and you know, the Elway Shanahan thing's weird.
John's gone, and TD
you're losing
breaks.
free agents and this, that.
Right.
TD gets hurt. They've outlasted all that stuff.
Yep. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible what they are on.
They are the dynasty if they pull this off. That's just all there is to it. I don't want to be a victim of the moment or hostage of the moment, but nobody else has done it.
Right. If they do it in that sport. It's absolutely incredible. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Yeah, we'll talk about that more as the week goes along, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, God, we've been just bouncing names around leading up to the NBA trade deadline, and yet there is one more awfully big one we should drop with you. Plus, we have got for you a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Pelicans tomorrow night at Ball Arena. Hopefully you've been listening, and hopefully you'll continue to listen, because coming up at 5:20, we'll tell you how you can win those tickets on the other side of this break.
Today, I'm pleased and proud to announce that starting tonight with our game against the Vancouver Canucks, Altitude and COMCAST have reached an agreement on Xfinity to show all of our games to our fans. This has been a process that has been a labor of love for so many, but it is the right conclusions for our fans, our partners, and our teams. And we could not be more thrilled to rejoin the COMCAST family in the Xfinity lineup.
Friend of the program, Kevin Demoff, right there. You can find Altitude Sports on HD channel 1250 on Xfinity. Nuggets, Avalanche, and all the great Altitude programming. You can also, Andy, just say Altitude into your Xfinity voice remote, and it'll get you right there.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so effective April 8th, Altitude was added to the More Sports and Entertainment package, so there will be a price increase in that. But hey, it's 2025. Every price is going up. So,
but if you already have, like, you've already got the tier that brings you Altitude.
I do. I'm on that tier.
So
HD channel.
If you don't have that tier, it's an addition.
Yes.
We don't know.
Well,
we're just happy you can all do it.
By the way, if you've got Altitude Plus already, it's going to keep working.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So
games will still be carried on 9. I heard Kevin on with PhD. He was saying I'd like to continue that relationship. They do like it having the over-the-air games as well.
I like it.
Let's be honest. There's some folks, I got to talk to my mom when I get off the air tonight, figure out, do you want to upgrade to the new? She's been loving the 9 and the 20. She's not going to watch every single game anyway. If you're like my mom, maybe that's what works for you.
Hey, we're giving away 1 pair of lower-level tickets for tomorrow night's Nuggets-Pelicans game, Andy. If you want to purchase Nuggets tickets before the All-Star break, there are no fees on all games before the All-Star break. Those games include tomorrow night against New Orleans, Thursday against Orlando, Monday against the Blazers, and next Wednesday again against Chauncey and the Blazers. Applies to standard admission tickets only. Buy your tickets now at nuggets.com. Yes, we are giving away a pair of tickets for that game, though, right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
We want you to get out to the building.
That's
Go
right.
live the atmosphere.
To one lucky listener who texts in at 303-504-0925. And if you've been doing the reading, the quiz won't be difficult. We need you to text in the top 5 number 88s in Denver sports history.
According to Nate Kreckman.
As according to me. We did it back at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. If you were listening, good. We're rewarding you. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Again, if you've been paying attention, this will be easy. Who are the top 5 number 88s in Denver sports history in honor of Marty Necas, who, spoiler alert, is not on the list.
But Mark Springer would have put him on there.
But will be.
He might already be able to bump the Av that was on the list if you missed it.
That's right.
It's the Rocky that I didn't. I remember the Rocky. I did not remember that was the name.
Who the hell wears number 88 in baseball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, when you're a pitcher,
yep,
unless you're going, that leads to the ERA jokes.
Tell you what, I'll give everybody a clue. The list went 1 Rocky, 1 Av, 3 Broncos.
Yes.
All 5. Text them in right now. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925.
All 5, please.
That's right. We need all 5. And one lucky listener that was paying close enough attention is going to win themselves a pair of tickets for the Nuggets-Pelicans game tomorrow night.
2 are incredibly easy.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The first 2 are very easy.
I believe in your guys' abilities to be able to get this. All right, Andy.
You gave me a little bit of a barfy flashback, though, when you were saying, if you've been doing the reading, this won't be a problem. Well, you know what? It's going to be a problem.
Barfy. I just like
Mom's
the word.
Mom's not going to like this quiz.
I like the word barfy.
I've not been reading.
It's a good word.
Do they need to be in order or just all 5 names?
It's okay. They don't have to be in order.
All right.
Just in any order
A-Dub's okay then.
that you want to send them in. Yes. So again, we want all 5 Best number 88s in Denver sports history. All right, Andy, you got a name for me, okay? This is as long as we're talking about
this got you a little sweaty.
Cooper Kupp
Hey.
T. Higgins and
let's be honest. I got to go back to his text so I remember.
Chris Godwin.
But this has got a little Yabusele for you. This gets you the Mike Sanford Yabusele.
This name, I got to say, when you said this one to me, and it doesn't, I don't think it's likely at all.
But let's dream.
But you were allowed to be dreamers.
Look, the beginning of the week is tough, so let's dream of better days.
That's right.
And by Thursday, we'll have the weekend to dream about, because I'm with you. This probably doesn't happen, but this is one of those Andy Lindahl, but should we be trying to make it happen?
Drop a name on me.
His name's Kevin Durant.
Ooh.
Heard of him?
Uh-huh.
So,
yeah,
as we're doing our show, and I'd seen this a little bit this morning, but I got a reminder of an Athletic article penned by Sam Amick, David Aldridge, and I don't know who Ace Slater is. Can you help me with AC Slater?
Yes. AC Slater.
We'll say that he weighed into.
Captain of the wrestling
team. Or
she
team. Weighed into, I'm not sure.
Great Jerry Curl mullet.
But anyway, they were just talking about all the teams now. Bradley Beal is letting everybody, including the Suns, know, I at least like living here, so you better come talk to me before you get too hot and heavy with any of these conversations about where I'm going.
Yeah.
Because I have a no-trade clause, and I will evoke it. Apparently, he's already evoked it once. Yeah, I'm not waving the thing for you. So just know that, because I like living here if nothing else. So that's led a lot of teams, including Golden State. There was a piece in the article saying Dallas would have interest in Kevin Durant, but maybe doesn't have the firepower to pull it off. But that a number of teams are calling about Kevin Durant. So I ask you, it mentions in the article, Kevin Durant has 2 years left on the deal. It expires next summer.
Yeah.
The 26th summer.
Yeah.
We do know the Nuggets are maybe looking for a little bit of cap space. Now, he's not going to give you that, obviously, right away.
No.
But, again, like we talked about with Cooper Kupp, a deal you only live with for 2 years and you see what happens. And for the Nuggets, really, the rest of this year and next year. So should the Nuggets be thinking about being in the Kevin Durant business? This is a team that needs shooting. We go back to that incredible, wasn't it game 2 where Jokic and the Suns, Booker and Durant, everybody just went shot for shot. Jokic was the only one just hitting like he was on fire. But Durant showed you, I still can throw up a nice number for you when needed.
Andy, you don't got to sell me on Kevin Durant. I'm interested. Okay, you've tickled my buying bone, my friend. Here's a part. Well,
let's dream, and then you can get real. How about that?
Yeah, no, let's dream.
It will cost you MPJ.
It'll cost you
plenty of people.
Anything that's not nailed down, okay? Because according to reports, when Golden State called Phoenix, they were told an exorbitant asking price was the phrase that was printed in The Athletic. Exorbitant. I don't know if the Nuggets have exorbitant.
No, they don't. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this would be MPJ and Zeke to make the money work, and Christian Brown, and just keep putting names on the list, okay?
Yeah.
Basically, like, not Jokic, obviously, and then you can't trade Jamal and AG. So
which makes this tough.
Yeah, which makes this tough. Let's just for a moment allow ourselves to live in a world where Kevin Durant and Nikola Jokic shared the floor together.
Boy, this is a really hard dream to even dream looking at these numbers. I don't even know how you get there. Yeah, you're not kidding. Just so we know, because I want you to finish your point. I do.
Yeah.
But Kevin Durant's at $49 million. Michael Porter's only taking about $36 million of that off the books for you.
Yeah, it's again the
you
money.
got about another $15 million to find, and that's just salaries working.
You don't have draft picks.
You
really.
got nothing. Yeah. You don't have credit.
But allow yourself to think.
But let's just, yes.
Okay. Kevin Durant and Nikola Jokic on the floor together, all right? I don't know if it's humanly possible for me to be able to devise a more perfect player to share a basketball court with Nikola Jokic. Kevin Durant is he's it's funny because, like, Steph Curry is the best three-point shooter of our lifetime. He's the greatest three-point shooter to ever live. Kevin Durant's the best shooter of our lifetime. it's so funny too, because like Michael Porter Jr., the hope for him is that he can be like a C-level Kevin Durant. C as in the grade, not C as in on the shores of the United States. But he shoots over everybody. He makes everything. Also defensively, he's an excellent shot blocker when he's engaged. Obviously, he's older. He can't bring it on that end of the court every single time. But he's as good an offensive basketball player that we've ever seen in our lifetime. Those seasons in gold. Again, I don't have to sell anybody on Kevin Durant. He's one of the greatest basketball players to have ever lived. But God, watching him with Jokic would just be gorgeous. They have no chance of being able to make it happen, but you better believe you should make that phone call. Who knows? Maybe Matt Ishbia, while sitting there pissed off about the Suns losing to Denver in 6 a couple of years ago, was thinking to himself, if only one day I could have Michael Porter Jr. You never know who a guy's just going to love. So you should call and ask.
It's another stupid number, but people are also calling about Devin Booker. He's at $49 million. I mean, he and Durant are the same. I don't even know how you get there. But see, I would at least call Phoenix and say, all right, how much do you want to relieve yourself of your financial commitment?
Yeah. It's funny. This from the 347. Durant is 36. MPJ is 26. I want Durant when he's 46 over MPJ. Okay? So no, you're not going to dissuade me with that argument right there. No, he's Kevin frickin' Durant. Okay? He's perfect.
Well, and he's a guy that's had it all on his shoulders in the biggest of moments.
Right. Here's another thing about him. He loves Jokic.
Yeah.
He loves him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Loves Jokic. So, yeah, it'd be basically perfect. I don't think there's any way it would happen.
So you don't think they're just trying to dump Durant to get rid of the salary? They want legit return?
I think because
MPJ is a pretty good return.
Because given the given the investments that they have, I think Phoenix wants Jimmy Butler. I think that's what they're absolutely dying to be able to add to their team. But it's pretty clear, like as currently constituted, this version of the Suns doesn't really work. And
none of us thought it would.
No.
Only Ishbia thought it would.
You kept adding old guys. You had a minute there, and guess what? The Nuggets killed you. So unfortunately, you didn't get there. But yeah, I would take Kevin Durant on the Nuggets. I like that idea, Andy. Can you make that happen? Call Josh.
Well, I've been fired to use my money for other things before, so maybe I hesitate to float that across the bow for a big-ticket item, shall we say. I don't want to go get in that situation again, but,
Has Cody Martin been traded yet, or is he on the Milwaukee Bucks yet, or do we still got a chance? I'm still trying to stay in that spot right there. Yeah, man, like Porter went off last night. His value couldn't possibly be higher. Make that phone call. Yeah.
Should we, for those wondering why we're talking, should we replay the cut from Michael Malone earlier? We don't need to play both necessarily unless you'd like to do the
Which one do you want to play?
Malone v. Malone.
You want to do Malone?
Let's do the one where he talks about why he hasn't talked to Porter and how he's kind of clarifying the remarks that took, because I'm sure some people are listening going, hey, I saw on Twitter last night that we weren't trading Porter. And look, you and I both think that they're not trading Porter, but Michael Malone was on with PhD today and clarified a little of what he was trying to say yesterday.
Yeah, well, just in terms of that, the question I was asked last night was, have you talked to Michael Porter about the upcoming trade deadline? And my answer was, I haven't talked to Michael Porter because, to my knowledge, in my talks with Calvin Booth, there have been no talks about trading Michael Porter. And the trade deadline, today's Tuesday, I believe. I get my days mixed up.
Right.
Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
And the trade deadline is 48 hours away.
Yep.
Who knows what's going to happen in the next 48 hours? I mean, I think Calvin Booth right now is his phone is probably just constantly ringing, and you have to take each and every one of those calls to see, can we do something that makes sense, that helps us now and into the future? And I think you owe it to yourself as an organization to take those calls and then have some real tough discussions about where we are, where we want to go, and who's going to help us get there. So it's not my job to say that Michael Porter or anybody else in our team won't be traded. My answer to the question was, to my knowledge, there's no need to have a conversation with Michael or anybody else because, to my knowledge, there's been no calls where we're actively shopping anybody.
Yep.
And, I give Calvin a lot of credit, his entire front office staff. I know Josh will be very involved, as he should as an owner with his dad. And then we'll make whatever decisions we have to make. But this time of year, it's all about finding ways to improve. And if you think you have a team that's good enough right now, then you can stay with that. If you think you need to tweak or add, then you have to look at doing that as well. And we'll see what these next 48 hours bring.
Along those lines, and what he talked about right there, the fact that Porter went out and played the game that he did, some of this, it's just happenstance. He's the only tradable piece right now.
That is going to bring you anything of really any note.
Yeah, because you have to make the money work in NBA trades. Like Jamal can't be moved at the moment. Next year, Jamal Murray's name can go back into trade conversations. Aaron Gordon's name can go back into trade conversations. But for right now, you can't talk about moving those dudes. That's just them's the rules that they're dealing with. Porter showing the mental toughness to go out and play the game that he played last night is phenomenal in the midst of all this. But here's the other thing that we know about Michael Porter, and this is one where I don't take this lightly. The mental toughness required to overcome everything Porter has overcome to become this NBA player. A guy that went, Andy, from being one of the most sought-after high school prospects in the country to his body completely breaking, to Denver being the only team to take a chance on him at the very end of the draft lottery. Surgeries, entire missed seasons. It's happened twice now in his NBA career. And for him to be a guy that goes out and plays every single night and plays as well as he does, has figured out how to play semi-serviceable NBA defense despite having drop foot, like everything that Porter has overcome, he is as mentally tough a pro athlete as you're going to find anywhere. Not even to mention awful things that have happened with his family off the floor, and yet you never question the professionalism or hustle or desire of MPJ when he's out on the court. And I give him a ton of credit for that. And to a certain degree, it sucks that his name is the one that's – I mean, Andy, just do a Google News search on the name Michael Porter Jr. right now, and there's 1,000 results because it's trade deadline time and every contender's name is in conversations, and Porter has to come up every time that Denver is mentioned. And that sucks for him.
It does. And, look.
It's a business, too. I mean, I get all that, but that sucks for him.
To be fair to the conversation, none of us know what it would be like if Maul was actually available to be traded.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe they'd still be standing pat, too. And to be clear, you and I had said it earlier, but just to repeat, you and I don't believe he'll be traded by the trade deadline. But I do think it's important context what Malone said on the PhD show today to remind everybody, I'm not the one making the decision. So everybody that ran, and you had pointed out an hour before we got on the air, which was 2 hours after he said it on the PhD show, there was still publications saying he's not up for trade when Malone clarified today and said that's not really the case.
He's still very much up for trade. Until Thursday at 1:01 p.m. Mountain Time, he's available for trade. As is basically anyone else in the NBA except for Jamal Murray.
And Bennett Durando, he put out an article today. I didn't get to read the whole thing because I don't have access through the paywall, but the headline alone suggests that he thinks they're kicking the tires on some things, but not an MPJ deal.
I don't. It feels unlikely that they would move him. I mean, there's also, it's just as a basketball move and what it does for the floor spacing around Nikola Jokic, if you exchange Michael Porter Jr. for a worse shooter, that puts more defenders on Nikola Jokic, which makes it harder for you to be able to win. I mean, a big part of what they have constructed this season and Russell Westbrook becoming the great combination with Nikola Jokic is the floor spacing afforded by MPJ, allowing those guys to be able to do their things in the paint. It's like it was with Jamal and Jokic forever. By the way, I thought Jamal had a very good playmaking game last night. He had some great passes to Jokic inside the paint to a certain degree, and the numbers will bear it out in the advanced stats, Andy. We were talking about it a little bit off air yesterday. Like Jamal, as a distributor or creator for Jokic, that really hasn't been his role this year because Westbrook has taken over so much of it. But without Russ in the lineup last night, I thought Jamal had a great point guard night. I thought he played really, really well in that game.
So will the Russ absence, we ought to talk about this next segment, will the Russ absence lead to a return of the normal starting five?
Maybe. Yeah. Great question. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, Andy, what's better than starting your day with a steaming hot Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burrito from Good Times? The answer is absolutely nothing, but I can make it even better for you. How about getting 6 of them for just $18?
$3 a burrito, Nate.
Quick division. Well done. They're perfect for your crew, your team, your carpool. 6 green chili breakfast burritos for $18 for a limited time at Good Times.
I'm still thinking about those Bambinos.
You ready to give away some tickets?
Bambino Supremos.
You want to do this?
No, I do.
Yeah. Want to give away some steaming hot tickets here, Andy? Let's do it.
Yeah.
So
what?
we offered a...
What any soggy tickets?
Steaming hot.
Wait, these aren't paper tickets anyway.
No, they're not.
Can't get ruined, I guess, that way. Anyway.
No. Do they even do that anymore? Can you even get paper tickets anymore?
I don't think so.
Is it doable anymore? I have no idea.
You and I and Spring, we're all the wrong people to ask. Spring, when was the last time you needed a ticket to go wherever you were going?
I went to the Nuggets-Sixers game that was here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all, the ticket was on my phone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I went to that game.
Yeah. I didn't realize you were there that night.
I didn't see you there.
No.
Well, that tells you.
You didn't come
Somebody
hang out.
was in the fancy seats. And
That's
Spring
right.
wasn't the somebody.
That's right.
But yes, we said we're giving away a pair of lower level tickets for tomorrow night's game. Well, let's do that right now. We asked everybody, text in the top 5 number 88s in Denver sports history, because that was the list that we did earlier in the show in honor of Marty Natchez. Of course, that list, Andy, number 5, erstwhile Rockies left-hander Josh Outman. At number 4, former Avalanche head injury Peter Mueller. At number 3, the great Tony Scheffler, controversial pick, according to some. At number 2, Riley Odoms, the Ring of Famer. And at number 1, not even close, Demaryius Thomas.
Who will soon be a Ring of Famer.
That's right.
And then we had Jeb Putzier call in and half-assed getting mad at you about not being on the list. Eventually just said, yeah, I understood. I'm sexy, and hung up.
And then we had to go to break.
He's at his kid's game.
Yeah. More than anything, I don't think he wanted to be bothered.
You know what? He gave a perfectly cromulent effort, and he left.
He gave an effort that the best number 88s deserved.
Yeah. He gave an effort that this show was worthy of.
So we asked you guys to go ahead and reiterate that list to us on the text line, and many of you did, but there can only be one winner. Mark Springer, drum roll please, the winner of a pair of tickets to see the Nuggets and the Pelicans of New Orleans tomorrow night. That's right, your chance to see Trey Murphy and Zion Williamson in person. A chance to see Zeke Naji get actual minutes. The winner is, Spring?
Teddy Meyer, a.k.a. better known as Teddy Baseball.
Teddy Meyer, a.k.a. Baseball.
Teddy Baseball.
Well done, Teddy.
Do you like basketball, Teddy?
Can you
you ain't going to baseball.
Can you be Teddy Basketball for a night,
You gonna
Teddy?
be Teddy Basket, Teddy Hoophead?
Well done, Teddy. Teddy's going to the game. By the way, if you want to purchase Nuggets tickets before the All-Star break, no fees on all games before the break. That includes New Orleans, Thursday against Orlando, and the 2 Blazers games. Applies to standard admission tickets only. Buy your tickets at nuggets.com. No fees.
No fees.
Well done, Teddy.
You want a $20 ticket? You're getting a $20 ticket.
That'll do you.
I think.
Avalanche tonight, Andy. You can watch on COMCAST, channel 1250.
1250. You're
1250.
saying to that little speaking remote.
That's right.
Hey, take me to altitude.
Vancouver, start of the road trip for the Avalanche. Mackenzie Blackwood, he's been a little bit hot here of late, has not allowed a goal in each of the last 2 games as they get ready to take on a Nucks team that I would say has been struggling a bit of late. They had their players hating each other, and they had to trade JT Miller away to the Rangers?
Yep.
Yes.
He's reunited.
That's
and
right.
It feels so good.
Yes, going back to New York.
Reunited and it's understood.
He and Elias Pettersson didn't like each other. Peterson?
Let's go Pettersson.
Sounds good.
Did you know, too, They have 2 Elias Petterssons on that team.
I don't care for that.
And they also just traded for Marcus Pettersson.
That's too many Petterssons. Can they put them all in the same line, though?
Why not?
Just do it once.
They had the twins.
Yeah.
The Sedines were
now have the
skating around out there looking
Pettersson
like each other.
Triplets. Yeah, do that.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this.
Mm-hmm.
And none related, right?
No.
I don't believe so.
They got their own Hanson brothers, and yet none are related.
Who's the greatest? Are the Sedines the greatest Canucks of all time? No love for Roberto Luongo? Remember some Canucks. Here we go, everybody.
Man. Luongo was a good one.
Can I hit you with any Pavel
now, hold
Bure?
on. Didn't Messier play for the Nucks late in his career?
He
and
did.
win a Messier?
He did. He was a late career Nuck. Uh-huh. Marcus Naslin?
Naslin was real good. He's in the center of some stuff.
I'm just trying to remember some Canucks right now. Yeah, doing my best. Anyway.
Jerome McGinley was a Flame.
He was.
Because I was about to say that. I was like, no, wait.
Wayne Gretzky was an Oiler.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All you Canadian teams lumped together up there in the general area as far as I'm concerned. Probably not by geography, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Trevor Linden?
Trevor Linden's a guy.
That one scratch you?
Oh,
and don't
I
forget,
hated the Sedin twins so much.
They had a gigantic bag of a
I wanted
human
to punch both their faces.
named Todd Bertuzzi.
You know what? Remember Zartan? Who was it? The two
the Zartan
Romat
twins?
Tamot or whatever it was, the
from G.I. Joe.
From G.I. Joe.
They had like that weird mental
yeah,
connection
but if you
thing.
hit one, the other felt it. I always wanted to give that just to go with the Sedins, just to see if the theory held.
It's like poke him.
So if I break your nose, is he bleeding? Let me just find out.
That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. That's right, everybody. Watch the Avalanche tonight if you have Comcast, channel 1250 on Altitude. Back